Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 10 NP Chapter 374 Everything Will Die. Magic? Lin Shan was shocked. Can the world summon magic weapons at will? Lin Shan was shocked and couldn't move his pace, even his brain was blank. He held his mouth and watched the demon-shaped Nishino-chan wielding the dark spear magic weapon in her hand, because the magic radiating from it made Lin Shan seem irrational. He stretched out his hand tremblingly and said weakly, "Nishino sauce. Now, you can die for me." The demon-shaped Nishino-chan radiated a faint red light all over her body, which should be said to be the magical aura exuded by the devil. She suddenly raised the dark spear magic weapon in her hand, and projected it towards the terrified Lin Shan, who couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. In an instant, Lin Shan felt something stabbed in his abdomen. Puff chuff, Lin Shan tremblingly lowered his head and saw the dark spear magic weapon inserted in his body, which was emitting bursts of red light slowly dissipating. Then Lin Shan vomited blood and fell there, and a lot of blood came out of the wound on his abdomen. Just as Lin Shan was lying on the ground in pain, the demon-shaped Nishino-chan walked over gently and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, you are too dangerous for us, so you must be wiped out as soon as possible." Cough cough, what danger can I have? Lin Shan painfully clutched the wound with a lot of blood pouring out, and now he felt that his body was getting heavier and colder. A lot of blood still kept coming out of Lin Shan's mouth. It seemed that Lin Shan was not far from death. Immediately afterwards, Nishino-chan, who was in the form of a devil, said something that shocked Lin Shan. "If you want to complain, just complain that God has lodged the artifact on you." When Lin Shan heard this, he was shocked to think of his atomic system. For him, the atomic system is the existence of a super artifact. Unexpectedly, the demon-shaped Nishino-chan in front of him could see that he possessed a magical weapon. It seemed that the world was not simple at all. This also explains one point. That is the reason why his super artifact atomic system is sealed by this cosmic will, and the other party can detect that the super artifact atomic system on his body is extremely inharmonious. Advertisement, haha, it turned out to be like this. Lin Shan still wanted to stand up and flee here persistently, but his injury was too serious. After crawling for a while, he was still lying there weakly. A long line of blood was behind him. Seeing this, Nishino-chan in the form of a devil smiled and said, "Hey, it's a beautiful memory, thank you." After speaking, Nishino-chan in the form of a demon flew up and disappeared into the endless darkness in a blink of an eye. Lying on the ground, Lin Shan rolled over with difficulty, letting the wound on his chest disappear as slowly as possible. However, he lost too much blood, but slowly he was about to fall into an eternal deep sleep, and he might not be able to wake up just like that. He was still aggrieved and uncomfortable. If his atomic system hadn't been sealed, it would be great, let alone throw an atom Amaterasu to the other party, and the whole world would be reduced to ashes. "Am I going to die? Are you leaving forever in such a shabby park?" Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan said with a weak and bitter smile in his heart, Think about how it is possible for a guy like me to have a girlfriend. I take it lightly, I'm really sad. Am I going to die like this?" In the last time, Lin Shan began to reflect on his life, and began to think about the hard time when he was on the earth in the past. As if he saw the earth's family, he couldn't help but stretch out his blood-stained hand, with a smile of tears on his face. It seems to be back to the earth. Lin Shan suddenly wanted to return to his hometown, the place where he was born, the earth Daxia. Afterwards, Lin Shan felt a burst of cold, which made him weaker. He was slightly awake, and seeing his blood-stained hands, he muttered in his heart, "It's really red, it's blood-red hair like the woman I saw that day. What a red blood, full of endless vitality is about to flow out of my body, just like that woman's long blood-red hair is floating in the wind." In the end, Lin Shan's blood-red hand fell weakly and fell heavily to the ground. It was a pity that he could no longer feel any pain at this time. He smiled bitterly, "Now I'm going to die. What am I going to do with all these messy things, huh?" At this time, there was a lot of blood flowing under his body, and the night sky around him was full of bloody smell. Unfortunately, Lin Shan's 5 senses became more and more dull. Advertisement, it's really damn it, am I going to leave here now? I'm so unwilling, really unwilling, but my body can't move at all. At this time, Lin Shan's whole body has become cold, and there is not even a trace of blood. She turned out to be the red-haired senior sister Rias, but at this time Lin Shan could no longer say anything, even his eyes could no longer see. Who is? 0.4, Lin Shan was in a state of dying, but suddenly he was pulled back by some energy. "You called me, right?" And the red light quickly magnified under the stimulation of blood. There was a flash of red light in the magic circle, and a woman with blood-red hair and fluttering appeared from it. She stood there lightly, and looked down at Lin Shan, who was lying on the ground indifferently. Lin Shan's fuzzy eyes saw the blood-red light all around him, and his very long blood-red hair dancing in the air. He had a little bit of strength, and his 5 senses slowly recovered. Strange things happened. The kabuto position of his pants began to emit red light, or red light. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lin Shan's brain was so slow that he didn't understand what the red-haired senior Lias was talking about, but the scene he saw next made his pupils shrink again. Lin Shan was just in a state of dying, his 5 senses disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the red light turned into a huge magic circle slid above Lin Shan's head. Then she asked gently, It's you. Red-haired senior sister Liz shook her body, and a faint red star fell on Lin Shan's body. This is really a tragic and funny life. If there is another life, I. Red-haired senior sister Rias danced lightly in the red magic circle and asked softly, anyway, you are about to die now, why don't you let me pick up a life for you? The blood began to stain Lin Shan's clothes, and he was about to enter the last moment of death. Slowly, Lin Shan's vision returned to normal, and he saw that the person who was talking to him turned out to be the red-haired senior sister Rias. Chapter 375 Lias. Lin Shan fell in a pool of blood at this time, already on the verge of dying. Just now, the red-haired senior sister Lias's blood-red starlight made Lin Shan live a little longer. Red-haired senior sister Rias danced lightly in the red magic circle and asked softly, anyway, you are about to die now, why don't you let me pick up a life for you? Lin Shan's brain was so slow that he didn't understand what the red-haired senior Lias was talking about, but the scene he saw next made his pupils shrink again. Again. Wings again. The red-haired elder sister Lias smiled slightly, and she said softly, now you will live for destiny in the next stage of your life. Next, Lin Shan had no idea what happened, he only knew that he fell asleep very weakly. I don't know how long it has passed, it may be a cosmic time that has passed or the illusion of being born again into this world. Diddy, the alarm sounded in Lin Shan's ear. The alarm clock said on the 24th side, Didi, if you get up again, I will kill you. Lin Shan can't remember what happened last night, he only knows that his whole body is very uncomfortable and extremely weak. He raised his hand hard and patted the alarm clock, which stopped. Afterwards, Lin Shan lay down on the bed without wanting to move. He murmured irritably, I blame that guy for making me have a terrible nightmare. Lin Shan sat up with his head and then he remembered something. Dream? After that, Lin Shan checked the time and was about to go to school. Lin Shan hurriedly went to school, because before, he still missed Nishino, but found that there was no trace of her and suddenly the mystery disappeared. When he saw the bald monkey Matsuda and the four-eyed boy Motohama, he quickly asked, what do you think of Nishino-chan, which one I introduced to you last night? Advertisement, what? Did you have a dream? The bald monkey Matsuda stunned and asked with a smile. The four-eyed boy Motohama also had no impression at all, and muttered, we went home after class yesterday. Where did you introduce us to Nishino sauce? What? Don't you remember Nishino sauce? Lin Shan was immediately caught in the circle. Did he really have a very beautiful and terrifying nightmare last night? He thought he would wake up early to find Nishino-chan and talk about it, but unfortunately he never found her again, and even the communicator about her was empty. This makes Lin Shan a little unbearable. What a wonderful girl, it turned out to be a dream. Lin Shan still worried and continued to ask, do you really know Nishino sauce? I said, you can quickly find a woman to see what you think of the girl. The bald monkey Matsuda shook his head helplessly. The four-eyed boy Motohama nodded with a smile, and glanced at the girls who were in the corridor. He was supporting his chin at this time, and said thoughtfully, anyway, I didn't know there was such a person. The bald monkey Matsuda also continued to respond in an angry manner. You have asked several times, and now I am telling you clearly that you have never introduced such a girl to us, and besides, you can never have a girlfriend. It's absolutely impossible, it's obviously there. Lin Shan couldn't believe it and retorted the two bad guys. Afterwards, Lin Shan fell into silence again, silently lowered his head and took out his communicator, muttering, obviously, someone has exchanged the communicator number. The four-eyed boy Yuanhama glanced at this side and saw Lin Shan sliding the communicator back and forth, and he kept muttering, there is no more Nishino sauce. I did leave Nishino sauce before. The communicator number and the email address are gone now. Lin Shan couldn't accept it at first, is it really a dream? Suddenly at this time, bursts of delicate fragrance exuded in the air, a very familiar breath. But Lin Shan can't remember where he smelled it. At this moment, Lin Shan seemed to have discovered something. He turned his head and looked up the stairs, and saw a woman with long blood-red hair standing there, watching him quietly. Wow, the bald monkey Matsuda also found out. He was shocked and said, what, Senior Lias? Advertisement. The four-eyed boy Motohama heard the bald monkey talking about Senpa Rias. He immediately got up from the stairs, unable to believe it, turned his head to look at the place where everyone was looking, and said in shock, really? Senpa Rias, why are you here? Upstairs, there were bursts of exclamation, oh, it's senior sister Rias. One of the schoolgirls excitedly said, no matter when, Lia's senpai is so perfect. Lin Shan saw Lee Yasi senpai, his whole body tightened, because the last figure he saw in the dream last night was Lee Yasi. At this time, everyone saw Lee Yasi senpai gently walking down the stairs, just coming towards Lin Shan. The bald monkey Matsuda and the four-eyed Motohama were completely shocked like Shiwa, holding their breath and dared not move. Lea's senpai lightly passed the blushing Lin Shan, and inadvertently she smiled slightly at Lin Shan. Lin Shan suddenly became soft, but fortunately, there was a school wall behind him to prevent him from being fascinated by Lea's senpai's beauty. Lea's senpai did not stop, she gently walked downstairs past Lin Shan. The four-eyed boy Yuanhama next to Lin Shan said with emotion, oh, it really is a beautiful woman. The bald monkey Matsuda is also just now Rias 497's beauty and almost made nosebleeds come out. He smiled neatly. Yeah, the elder sister is simply a super beautiful woman, it feels inaccessible. It makes people want to stop. The four-eyed boy Motohama pushed down his glasses and turned to look at Lin Shan, who was silent. He persuaded me in angrily. You are so, don't always think about those useless things all night, see if there is a problem in your mind. Lin Shan heard what the four-eyed boy Motohama said, and suddenly he shouted angrily. Don't confuse me with you, I have a bigger dream, even with me really. The bald monkey Matsuda next to him shook his head helplessly, and said with a sigh, hey, well, come to my house today, and let you see the good things I have kept privately. They are good things that I have treasured for many years. DVD. The bald monkey Matsuda directly shouted out the last, for fear that others would not hear the same. That's not it. As soon as he called out, the two girls behind him heard it. As they walked downstairs, the two of them said angrily, it's really annoying, these guys. Yes, all of them are full of bad things. Let's stay away. When another cute schoolgirl passed by the three of them, she waved her hand like dispersing, followed up with a disgusting expression. Chapter 376 Mutation. One of the two schoolgirls waved his hand like dispersing, followed up with a look of disgust. The other was pouring his mouth, not even looking at the three of them. When the bald monkey Matsuda heard this, he immediately froze where he was, and he didn't dare to move. I don't know what he thought at this time, maybe he wanted to find a mouse hole to go in. Even Lin Shan, who didn't speak, pretended to not know this guy in embarrassment. The two schoolgirls who were leaving, they finally left at the same time, it's really worthless. Pervert guy. After the two of them left, it took a long time for the bald monkey Matsuda to finally come over. He relaxed his hands and coughed to relieve the embarrassment just now. When the bald monkey Matsuda heard the two girls walking away behind him, he immediately showed a smirk on his face. He learned well this time, and whispered in a low voice, no, I still have the latest works from Japan. Oh, that's really great, four-eyed boy Motohama immediately shouted excitedly. But Lin Shan, who was next to him, did not hear what was in his heart. He turned his head and looked at the place where senior sister Lia's had left, and couldn't help but think of something in his heart. The four-eyed boy Motohama happily said to Lin Shan, who was in a daze. Lin Shan-kun, this is the road to real hell. That's right. Lin Shan suddenly thought about the things he had dreamed of last night and the disappearance of Zayuzhang. Maybe senior sister Lia's could know. Soon in the evening, Lin Shan was confused by the four-eyed boy Motohama and the bald monkey Matsuda, who were forcibly pulled to the bald monkey Matsuda's house. The three began to watch the DVDs collected by the bald monkey Matsuda. The four-eyed boy Motohama was very fascinated, and when he saw the scene, he suddenly showed the appearance of Brother Pig. Wow, this is Peach's new work as Kamen Rider Beautiful Girl? Wow. The four-eyed boy Motohama was so happy, and at the same time he wanted to take over this DVD and take it home to watch it for himself. The bald monkey Matsuda smiled triumphantly and said, HMPH, it took me a lot of effort to get this. Lin Shan's mind here is not here at all. He is sitting there like a godless, his mind is full of the red long-haired senior sister Lia's advertisement. He murmured in his heart. It's really weird, are all the memories of the past few days a dream? It seems that Lin Shan is slowly beginning to think of this reality, and all signs indicate that it is a dream. Hey, how is this possible? Lin Shan was very upset. He frowned and continued thinking, but where did the memory of this time go? The bald monkey Matsuda next to Lin Shan saw Lin Shan's worried look. He curiously leaned over and asked, hey, what's wrong with you, Lin Shan-kun, aren't you a fan of Taiyuan Taozi? Oh, that's it. Lin Shan nodded slightly. The four-eyed boy Motohama, who was watching the DVD attentively, felt that it was not interesting to turn on the light, so he turned his head and said to the bald monkey Matsuda. By the way, in order to better enjoy watching the DVD, let's turn off the light in the room. The bald monkey Matsuda smiled and thought this method was good. He made an okay sign and got up and turned off the light in the room. However, Lin Shan over there has been sitting there quietly without being moved. Oh, it's so exciting to watch it like this, it's like watching in a movie theater, roar. The four-eyed boy Motohama was very happy right away, and quickly sat back on the sofa to watch. Because the surroundings should have become very dark, but Lin Shan suddenly felt very bright around him, and he could even clearly see the bodies of the two guys, the bald monkey Matsuda and the four-eyed boy Motohama. This is much stronger than the eyesight of the past. This made Lin Shan a little puzzled. He asked the first two friends. Hey, isn't the light turned off? The four-eyed boy Yuanhama was stunned. He turned to look at Lin Shan, who was muttering behind him. He didn't hear anything. He asked curiously, huh, Lin Shan, what are you talking about? Lin Shan asked clearly, did you not turn off the light in the room? Huh? What are you talking about? Didn't I just turn it off? The bald monkey Matsuda turned his head to look at Lin Shan in shock. The four-eyed boy Motohama pushed down his glasses and said with a worried expression, I said, is there something wrong with Lin Shan's brain? Advertisement. Well, maybe he is thinking that the big beauty is distracted, maybe he is lost. The bald monkey Matsuda responded with a smile. They talked about Lin Shan jokingly over there, but Lin Shan was shocked. No, the light is off, why can I see the surrounding rooms so clearly? Lin Shan was frightened, he just looked over there, and in this dark room he couldn't stop Lin Shan from seeing his surroundings clearly. Something is wrong. I can't feel the light, but I can see the surroundings clearly. Yes, I can see. Lin Shan became more and more alarmed, and at the same time he felt that there might be something wrong with him. It's really possible that something is wrong with his brain. Lin Shan held his head, slowly picked up his school bag to stand up, and said softly, well, I'm really sorry, I'll go back and rest first. Oh hello. What's the matter with you? Is there something wrong with your body? The bald monkey Matsuda frowned and asked. Lin Shan didn't say anything, he seemed to be walking out very weakly. The four-eyed boy Motohama also turned his head curiously to look at Lin Shan, who walked out of the room, and muttered. Let's leave him alone, hurry up and watch Peach Jam. Okay. The bald monkey Matsuda smiled immediately and followed his look. Coming outside, Lin Shan, who was right now, Lee's, seemed to have lost his soul, walking on the street under the street lamp. When he passed a dark intersection, he stopped and looked inside. Even in the daytime, he couldn't see the dead end of this dark corner clearly, but now it has become very clear. Sure enough, my eyes have become clear even in dark places. Am I upgraded? Lin Shan was shocked. He was upgraded if he didn't understand how he was. Lin Shan clenched his fists tightly, desperate to understand what is going on. His current physical alienation started from his dream last night, that is, the physical alienation that appeared after he was rescued after being pierced by a spear of Nishinochan, who was incarnate like a demon. At the same time, Lin Shan discovered another problem. When he clenched his fist tightly, he saw that his fist had very strong strength. Chapter 377 Another nightmare. In addition to discovering that his eyes can see the surroundings normally in the dark, Lin Shan also discovered a problem. When he clenched his fist tightly, he saw that his fist had very powerful strength. He clenched his fists and made a creaking sound, which made Lin Shan shocked and said, it seems that even my strength is constantly emerging. At this moment, Lin Shan suddenly heard the voice of a child coming from the end of the street, and he heard clearly, Don't, I'm going to buy it, I'm going to buy it, let's go back to buy and sing, mother. Lin Shan saw a very far away, a mother leading the child. The mother smiled and said, this wayward child, it's late now. Let's go home early. Think about it. There's food outside. The child's devil exists. No more. The child continued to cry, pointing to the convenience store over there. Lin Shan was shocked. He could hear the other person very clearly at such a distance. He took a few steps back in shock, and his pupils were tightly touching the distant mother and son in front of him, and said in surprise, why me? Why can I hear sounds from such a distance? What the hell is wrong with me? Lin Shan turned around in shock and hurried to flee here. As he ran, he muttered in his heart, what the hell is going on? Why'd I become like this? I feel so strange all over my body. Lin Shan moved his brain into a trance as he walked, and he unknowingly came to the park where he had a date with his girlfriend's Nishino sauce for a day, which is where he was killed by the demonized Nishino sauce with a spear. Here, Lin Shan stood there and became a little melancholy. He slowly came to the pond and looked at the rippling water. Sadness filled his heart. Why was he just being toyed with and then severely abandoned? Is he really unworthy of having a girlfriend? Of course, for Lin Shan, even if he really died at that time, it would be a kind of sacrifice and dedication to sacrifice his life for love. That's right, it's here. Lin Shan recalled the happy smiling figure of Xie Zhang that night, and the joy that he held her little hand, which made him unforgettable for a long time. Lin Shan murmured a bitter smile, I just dated Nishino-chan here. Nishino-chan, I really don't believe this, it's just a dream. What is Lin Shan missing? Suddenly he felt the surrounding air become cold. Advertisement. Then a voice hurried through behind him. What? Lin Shan quickly turned his head and looked over, and saw a man in a black trench coat walking towards the darkness with a smile. He said in a hoarse voice, oh, this is really unfortunate. I encountered a person like you in this suburban park. Lin Shan saw the guy slowly coming over. What did he want to do when he suddenly realized that his body could no longer move? What's the situation? Why can't my body tremble and I can't move anymore? Lin Shan was shocked with sweat on his forehead, and he couldn't believe it, muttering, am I dreaming again? Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan, sweating coldly, saw that the man in the black trench coat opposite had come not far from him, and he smiled coldly. Ha ha. The man in the black trench coat suddenly released something to Lin Shan. Lin Shan here immediately felt the great danger, as if something invisible was rushing towards him. Oh! Lin Shan gritted his teeth severely in fright. Under the intense pain, he immediately resumed his activities. He quickly jumped back. Huh! Lin Shan jumped up suddenly. He was shocked to see that he was flying in midair and then quickly landed on the road. His jump just now can be said to be a few meters away. Lin Shan had a shocked expression and said in surprise, I just stepped back a little bit, backed up a little bit. The man in the black windbreaker on the opposite side raised his hands and began to squeeze it. He smiled coldly. Oh, is this trying to escape? Sie? Lin Shan felt that he was very dangerous at this time, and he shouted fiercely, what an inexplicable fellow. After he finished speaking, he quickly turned around and ran towards home. Advertisement. This made Lin Shan suddenly think of the Nishino-chan's transformation last night. After Nishino-chan's transformation, she also spread a pair of huge black wings behind her. Yasi-senpai has the same bat wings. At this time, Lin Shan trembled all over again, and tremblingly asked, here, am I dreaming again? He tugged and said, look at you, since you don't have the breath of the master or the breath of your companions, and you can't feel the intention to hide and are so timid. Even the magic circle has not been expanded. Based on the above analysis, you are going exist, then there is no use for you to stay in this world. There is a weak chicken like you, and there is no problem if you kill it. The man with black windbreaker and black wings stood there quietly, arms folded in front, staring coldly at Lin Shan. The man with a black trench coat and black wings coldly said to Lin Shan, Solo level existence is always such a hindrance. Humph. You can't jump off. After speaking, Lin Shan was shocked to see that the other party raised his hand and summoned a weapon similar to a sword from his hand. Lin Shan stopped in shock. He looked at the opponent in shock. The black wings behind the opponent looked too much like Nishinaken's black wings. Now he recalled that after Nishino-chan's transformation, the wings spread out were black bird wings, not in the style of bats. He ran away quickly. Lin Shan thought the guy might be a neurotic. Thinking of Lin Shan here, he thought it was the black feathers of Nishino sauce. He hurriedly shouted, "Nishino sauce." Humph. The man in black windbreaker and black wings suddenly raised his hand to Lin Shan. Lin Shan, who was running, suddenly saw something in the air. He looked at it curiously and saw several black feathers. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Suddenly speaking those weird things to his student. Everyone thinks that they are mentally abnormal, so it is so late now, and this kind of neurosis exists, and everyone will be frightened. Ah. The man with a black windbreaker and black wings overtook Lin Shan and fell directly in front of Lin Shan. Lin Shan also became frightened at this time. Is he going to be killed again? He looked up to the sky and suddenly saw the man in the black windbreaker flying in the air with his black wings spread, and he looked coldly at Lin Shan running on the ground like a falcon. Chapter 378 Turning Point. The other guy beeped a lot, and suddenly the other party raised his hand and summoned a weapon similar to a sword. Lin Shan saw this and turned around in horror and ran away. He ran as if he was running away, and yelled in panic. Even if it is a nightmare, it is not as strong as dying on a beautiful woman than dying under this black uncle. Woo! Behind him, there was a sound of wind cutting through the air. Puff! Lin Shan immediately pierced through the terrifying weapon all over his body, and the whole person spewed warm blood, squatting on the ground. Oh, it hurts! Lin Shan spit out blood, lowered his head to see a large amount of blood flowing out of the tip of the weapon's sword. Ahem! Damn it, it hurts! Why did it make me killed again? Lin Shan was very worried and painful. Lin Shan's body at this time seems to have been greatly modified. Although he has been pierced by a weapon, he has not completely lost his physical activity, and even his brain is still relatively clear. He gritted his teeth fiercely and murmured, "Although it is physically like this, it really hurts. Has my body's sensitivity improved a lot? At that time, I was caught by Nishino-chan. It hurts so much." Painful Lin Shan stretched out his hand to pull out the weapon that was stuck in his body. As soon as he raised his hand and placed it on the weapon, there was an immense tingling pain in his hand. Oh! Lin Shan screamed aloud, and the man with black windbreaker and black wings behind him slowly walked over. He said coldly, "Although I am a fallen angel, I can also use weapons of light. For you, weapons of light are equivalent to being poisonous." The man with black windbreaker and black wings saw Lin Shan, who was groaning in pain. He spread his hands and said, "I thought I could kill him with a single blow. I didn't expect you to be so tenacious. HMPH, now I want you to get rid of those painful things quickly." The man with black windbreaker and black wings raised his hand gently after speaking. Lin Shan reached out and the light sword weapon disappeared instantly and appeared in the hand of the black-winged man. Advertisement. Because of the disappearance of the sword of light weapon in Lin Shan's abdomen, he felt unspeakable pain again. Oh. Just a little bit of it would make Lin Shan faint with pain. At this moment, he was already in pain and unable to move his body. He heard the man in the black windbreaker and black wings dancing the light sword weapon in his hand. "Now, you can rest in peace." Lin Shan heard what the other party said. He quickly turned his head and looked over in horror. Who? Why am I so weak? Who will save me? The man in black windbreaker and black wings suddenly raised the light sword weapon, seeing that the light sword weapon was about to fall on Lin Shan's back. Pila. A black light slashed across the sky, directly hitting the black windbreaker and the light sword weapon of the man with black wings. The light sword weapon was crashed by the impact. Where? The man with black windbreaker and black wings was shocked. He asked angrily, "Is this your trick?" Suddenly, the man in the black windbreaker and black wings felt something, and then a red magic circle appeared in the distance, which seemed to be a teleportation circle. The man with black windbreaker and black wings all over saw this, and said clearly, "It doesn't seem to be the case. I didn't expect this single boy to have teammates and companions." Oh. Lin Shan heard the man in a black trench coat and black wings say, and he looked over in surprise. He saw the familiar red magic circle appeared over there, and then was surprised to see the red-haired senior sister Rias stepping out of there. The red-haired senior sister Rias didn't look at Lin Shan. She looked coldly at the man in the black windbreaker and black wings. She said solemnly, "Can you give me that child back? Bright red hair? Senior sister Rias, senior sister?" Lin Shan knelt there very weakly and put his hands on the huge wound on his chest. After he finally said this, he finally insisted that he fell to the ground. The man with a black windbreaker and black wings here glanced down at the red-haired senior sister Rias, and asked in a serious tone, "Which monster are you? You actually stopped my uncle from hunting. Get out of here." The man in black windbreaker and black wings raised his hand and summoned his light sword weapon and threw it towards the red-haired senior sister Rias. Advertisement. Seeking Flowers 0. Seeing that the sword of light weapon pierced the body of the red-haired Rias senpai. The white-haired little girl looked very calm. She seemed to have just touched the light sword weapon lightly just now, very drunk. The man in black windbreaker and black wings began to think in his heart, who could have such combat power and subordinates. 0-0. What's more, he is completely at a disadvantage now, because the opponent has 3, and each is not weaker than himself. Cut. I didn't expect there to be a little guy. The man in black windbreaker and black wings showed disdain and looked at the white-haired little girl who had just appeared. At this time, the black windbreaker and the black-winged man squatted halfway on the ground. He had suffered a lot of injuries just now, and he couldn't spend it with the other party here. Wow. Suddenly, another unavoidable beam of light was about to slash down at the man in the black windbreaker and black wings. He was angrily carrying the light sword weapon and rushed over quickly. I want to do my best. Bright red hair, it turned out to be like this. Yeah. The man in black windbreaker and black wings rolled a lot on the ground and flew far away before stopping. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Suddenly, another small figure swiftly swept across like a kitten in the distance, and directly flew the sword of light weapon. The man with a black windbreaker and black wings lowered his voice and said hoarsely, "It seems that you are from the Gremory family." 4. When he saw the red hair of red-haired senior sister Rias, he quickly thought of who. When Dingxing saw it, it turned out to be a black-haired woman. She looked triumphantly at the man with black windbreaker and black wings. The man with black windbreaker and black wings couldn't dodge and was directly bombarded by the beam of light. At the same time, if you look closely, the white-haired little Y has 2 fluffy cat ears on top of his head. The man with black windbreaker and black wings all over saw him being looked down upon by the 2 girls. He raised his hand angrily to catch the light sword weapon that bounced back, and said angrily, "Really, how come I have encountered so many? As for the children, they're just looking for death." Chapter 379 Fragile Nerve. The man in black windbreaker and black wings saw Leah's senpai's red hair, and he thought of something. Because there are very few red hairs in the entire world. The black-winged man lowered his voice and said hoarsely, "Bright red hair, it seems that you are from the Gremory family." Red-haired senior sister Leah's crossed her hands on her waist and introduced herself proudly and said, "I am Leah's Gremory. Good evening, Mr. Fallen Angel." "Oh, I didn't expect that this city will be the territory of the next head of the Gremory family." The man in black windbreaker and black wings smiled coldly there, and he also swept away the dust on his body leisurely. He glanced sideways. Lin Shan, lying in a pool of blood, smiled coldly. Then is this guy your entourage subordinate? 500? Yeah, if I dare to do something to this kid, I won't burn you lightly. The red-haired senior sister Leah's also hit back and gave a cold warning to the other party. The man in black windbreaker and black wings saw that he was completely at a disadvantage, and he began to retreat. He completely picked up the hat he dropped, lowered his voice gently, and said in a weak tone, "Okay, then I apologize for this matter today, but please don't let your entourage run around next time. Otherwise, people like me will be hunted down during the walk." He put on his hat lightly, looking like he was about to leave. Red-haired senior sister Rias smiled and said, "Thank you for your advice. If I dare to do something like this next time, I will kill you mercilessly. I want to do that." When the fallen angel heard it, he immediately smiled coldly and said, "Then this line will be returned to you intact, and the same is true for me, the next head of the Gremory family." The fallen angel in the black windbreaker spread his wings directly behind him and flew into the night sky, his voice still echoing out the last sentence. "My name is Tran Raid, looking forward not to see you again." Finally, the surrounding air became fresher, and all the sense of depression disappeared. There are still many black feathers scattered in the night sky. Could it be that his big chicken wings have fallen off? Who knows? Red-haired Leah's senior sister said softly. She hurriedly came to Lin Shan, who was lying in a pool of blood. Senior sister Zunai, the assistant of red-haired senior sister Rias, saw Lin Shan on the ground and said softly, "This time it's still careless. I didn't expect that he would meet a fallen angel." Advertisement. The little white-haired girl, Tachung Bai Yin Xiaomiaozhang, the school's mascot, knelt down and took a closer look at the dying Lin Shan. She murmured, "If you continue like this, you will die." Red-haired senior sister Rias said in a serious tone, "You can't let him die." She took a deep breath, smiled lightly at Lin Shan lying in a pool of blood, and said, "Because this child belongs to me." After speaking, the red-haired Leah's senpai slowly stretched out her hand and landed on Lin Shan, who was unconscious. In a flash, I don't know how long it has been before, Lin Shan heard the really disturbing wake-up alarm bell while he was in a coma. "Diddy, master, get up soon. Diddy, master, get up quickly, master." Lin Shan finally couldn't stand the troublesome guy, so he just raised his hand and pressed the alarm switch. Crack it. Lin Shan slowly opened his heavy eyelids and murmured weakly, "Well, it's damn it, and I had another strange nightmare of being killed." After speaking, he sat up gently. Suddenly he noticed that he had changed into a dress and muttered in a daze, "Well, that's weird. I remember not wearing this dress to sleep. It seems that my brain is beginning to go bad." Lin Shan had to look for normal clothes when he finished talking, and he uncovered the quilt that was bulging next to him. In an instant, Lin Shan saw something terrifying, and he fell back off the bed with fear. What? Lin Shan was startled by the scene in front of him, but then he scratched his head vigorously and muttered, "Am I still dreaming? I dreamed that senior sister Leah's was next to him." Lin Shan rubbed his eyes vigorously, and then fixed his eyes to see that the person who was still sleeping over there was senior sister Leah's. "Did I get drunk last night?" Lin Shan was puzzled again, but what exactly should I do now? Advertisement. Could it be that when the red-haired senior sister Lias woke up and found out that she was in Lin Shan's house, would she kill herself? Red-haired Rias Senpai stretched her body as she said, and then started to get up to school. The president of senior sister Lias saw such a playful and cute Lin Shan-kun and said with a smile, "Don't worry, all the things you have experienced are real. Oh, it's really nice to stretch your waist in the morning." Red-haired senior sister Lias's words were as plain as if she had lived here for a long time, which made Lin Shan even more pitiful and felt that her dream was confused with reality. "Oh, what, is it true that all the dreams we had before were real? Nishino sauce. Dark fallen angel. Magic weapon." Red-haired senior sister Lias was originally dressed in clothes, so she sat up gently, looked around, and finally turned her eyes on Lin Shan. Good morning." Lin Shan's brain was hit immediately, and he suddenly became a little awake. She was stunned, and then said flatly, "Oh, I didn't expect it to be morning." At this time, the red-haired Li Yasi rubbed her eyes and looked at Lin Shan. Lin Shan began to worry very much in his heart. Without any transition, Lin Shan thought of this and covered his unbearable heart. She smiled and said, "Good morning, Lin Shan-kun." Lin Shan asked curiously, "Well, what the hell is going on, President Lia's senpai? So, did I get drunk last night? Or it must be because I was still dreaming and didn't wake up." Lin Shan looked at him in shock. At this moment, his brain was blank and he didn't know what to say. "Oh ha ha, Lin Shan-kun is so stupid, of course it is reality." The president of Li Yasi senpai smiled slightly, and she gently brushed down her long red hair. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Oh, it's terrible. Lin Shan covered his head. Suddenly, the happiness that came and made him unable to accept the shock of his brain. No one can stand it. That dream schoolgirl suddenly became a girlfriend with you and lived with you. Happy days, this happened suddenly. Lin Shan immediately thought about it again. Fortunately, senior sister Lias didn't post anything to herself. Probably not. Chapter 380. Savior Lin Shan was hysterical. "Oh, what, is it true that all dreams we had before were real? Nishino sauce. Dark fallen angel. Magic weapon." The president of Lia's senpai smiled and nodded. "Yes, they're all real. Now I introduce myself. My name is Lia's Gremory. Please give me some advice in the days when we lived together." "Huh," Lin Shan exclaimed. But then, the president of Lia's senpai sent another heavy message. She said very proudly, "I am the Demon Clan Ming." Demon. Lin Shan's pupils began to tremble, and he didn't know if he was afraid or excited. The president of senior sister Rias then said with a smile, "Then, in the future, I will be your president. Please be obedient, because your life is given to you by fate, so naturally you have to listen to me. If you do, Lin Shan-kun." At this moment, the voice of Lin Shan's family came downstairs. "Lin Shan, get up quickly. I haven't gotten up yet. I'm going to be late." Lin Shan heard the sound of his family going upstairs, and his forehead was sweaty. He glanced at the president of senior sister Rias and swallowed. He quickly turned his head to look at the door and shouted, "I'm getting up, I will go down soon. Wait a minute, 24. Haha. The president of senior sister Lias smiled and stepped on Lin Shan, who was very flustered. Lin Shan's family just went up the stairs and said, "Really, Tenten needs to call you up in the morning like this." Hey. The president of senior sister Lias smiled and saw Lin Shan running around in this room, yelling, "What the hell should I do? What should I do?" "So you don't have to come and call me," Lin Shan shouted helplessly outside the door. Lin Shan's family said irritably, "When on earth are you going to sleep? B*********D. I'm getting up right now." Lin Shan finished speaking aloud, and then he quickly took out a blanket and put a blanket on the president of senior sister Lias. "Senior sister, I just aggrieved you, so I don't want to be seen by my family." Lin Shan just hid the president of senior sister Rias when suddenly the door of the room opened. Advertisement. Suddenly I saw the embarrassing moment that made Lin Shan want to drill a hole in the wall, and saw his family's face bewildered to see Lin Shan holding a blanket to cover a red-haired beauty. "Oh." Lin Shan poked his mouth, shocked. He froze directly. Naturally, his family is also fixed, thinking in his head that the child will grow up and learn to be a girlfriend. The president of senior sister Lias didn't feel the slightest embarrassment. She smiled and waved to Lin Shan's family and said, "Good morning, auntie." "Oh, good morning." Lin Shan's family was stunned, and then slowly responded with a polite greeting. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan's family thought of something. She slowly said to Lin Shan, "Hurry up and get ready, After speaking, Lin Shan's family gently closed the door of Lin Shan's room. Immediately afterwards, when I heard a rush of booming downstairs, Lin Shan and the president of senior sister Lias heard the Lin Shan family downstairs yelling, "Oh, my kid, Dad. What the hell is the kid? He looks so flustered. Did that kid secretly do something bad? See if I won't pick him up." The angry roar sound scared Lin Shan. "Oh." Lin Shan directly foamed out of the brain's hypoxia and fell to the ground pretending to be dead. The president of Lia's senpai smiled without taking any seriously. Next, Lin Shan's family shouted, "Is it a red-haired foreign girl, maybe Lin Shan's girlfriend? Stop talking about it." "Then what happened to Lin Shan and the girl? Is it because our brat bullied others?" Lin Shan's family just started talking about it. Lin Shan felt extremely distressed. What to do, how to explain to the family. Immediately after, Lin Shan gritted his teeth fiercely, and shouted in his heart stiffly, FK him, before I have to figure out why I have talked with senior sister Leah's together, there is nothing at all. Memories, I don't even know what happened last night. What to do? B asterisk 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 D. Remember it. Is it that I don't know why? Was eaten by Leah's senpai? Lin Shan squatted there, thinking hysterically. The president of Leah's senpai smiled and saw Lin Shan holding his head in pain, and started racking his brains over there to think about what happened. Advertisement. The president of senior sister Rias didn't care at all. She smiled and said, oh, your family has been so energetic since early in the morning. Oh, this is my family, don't care, haha. Lin Shan scratched his head with a wry smile, and he quickly stood up. The president of Leah's senpai gently tidied the wrinkled clothes on her lower body, and said softly, now we should go to school, are you just standing there stupidly? She was about to turn around and leave when she suddenly remembered something. Lin Shan suddenly saw the president of senior sister Leah's stopping there, and he was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe. Is the president of senior sister Rias going crazy? Guru, Lin Shan couldn't help swallowing in fright. The president of Leah's senpai turned her head slightly, and asked concerned, by the way, is the position where your abdomen stabbed by the light sword weapon okay? 500. Huh. Lin Shan's mind did not turn around. The president of Leah's senpai earnestly cares, it's the place where I was stabbed, is it okay? Where was the stabbed? Lin Shan repeated this sentence, and suddenly he remembered that his stomach was pierced by the light sword weapon of the fallen angel last night. Wow. Why do you know my dream? Lin Shan asked in a puzzled way. It seems that Lin Shan has not yet accepted the reality. The president of Leah's senpai smiled slightly. She put her hands on her hips and said, it's not a dream. It's reality. No, then why don't I have anything to do? Lin Shan quickly lowered his head and touched his stomach through his clothes, but found no signs of injury. What's going on? Since it's not a dream, then why don't I have anything to do? Can I be born again? Lin Shan's mind is full of problems. When the president of Leah's senpai heard this, she suddenly smiled, and she said softly, really, I didn't expect your body to be quite strong. You can still be pierced by the sword of light. He lived so long, and he was obviously fatally injured, and he could completely recover with only one night of treatment. Huh? Treatment? Lin Shan paused with his head full, without comprehending it. Chapter 381. Blind everyone's eyes? When the president of Leah's senpai heard this, she covered her mouth and squinted. She said softly, seriously, I didn't expect your body to be quite strong. You can live for so long after being pierced by the light sword weapon, and it is obviously fatal, and you only need one. The treatment at night can be completely restored. Huh? Treatment? Lin Shan paused, frowning without understanding. The president of Leah's senpai said softly, I have injected part of the magic power into your weak and injured body. This is treatment. Ah, Leah's senpai, why should you be so good to me? There is no need for someone like me? Lin Shan didn't understand why the president of senior sister Leah's repeatedly pulled him back from the death line. Didn't I say that? In order to heal you, you have to inject magic power into your body. As for why you want to save you, you just take it as I like it. The president of Leah's senpai smiled and responded with an understatement. Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Fortunately, senior sister didn't have any horrible demands. I didn't expect senior sister Leah's to be such a good person. I was so touched. Don't worry about it, there are still many incredible things in the world. The president of Leah's senpai said with a smile, and she started preparing to go to the academy. By the way, senior sister Leah's. Lin Shan suddenly remembered something and asked quickly. The president of Leah's senpai stopped. What's the matter? Lin Shan scratched his head and said apologetically, well, you just mentioned the devil or something, what do you mean? Yes, I am a demon, and I am still your boss, so your life will be protected by me, provided that you obediently listen to me and do things for me. The president of senior sister Leah's said directly her purpose. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Lin Shan smiled bitterly, but what can he use? He did not understand. The president of senior sister Leah's smiled and said, all right, Lin Shan-kun, let's go to the school. Oh, good. Lin Shan nodded quickly, picked up the school bag and followed behind the president of senior sister Leah's and walked downstairs. Lin Shan is a spectacular success today and is simply the eye-catching presence of the whole school. Advertisement because he was behind the president of Leah's senpai and walked into the Royal Academy together. Suddenly, it caused a lot of riots, and a large number of students, especially male students, showed shocked expressions. Why? No. What did I see? Several male classmates couldn't accept that the goddess in their hearts was actually followed by a nasty guy. They all wanted to come forward and give them a beating. Several of the male classmates naturally saw Lin Shan, and because they knew each other, they were even more unacceptable. One of the hairy male classmates yelled, why is it this nasty guy? Don't let it go. Of course, there are also young classmates who continue to exclaim, nope, people will have nightmares at night. One of Lin Shan's female classmates naturally knew what Lin Shan was. She said irritably, why is she still such a low-quality guy? A weak pink-haired girl next to her said squeamishly, Sister Leah's, no more. Lin Shan pursed his mouth and followed behind the president of Leah's senpai. He was quite proud at first, but then he felt that there was more and more noise around him pointing at him. Lin Shan shook his shoulders and murmured, I don't care about them, I'm pretty good too. Why can't I accept that I'm with Lias? It's true, of course it is excusable. Who calls them so pitiful? Yeah, haha. Actually, I am also very pitiful. I wanted to keep a low profile. I didn't expect to have a very bad day. Now I am a dead person. The president of senior sister Lias, who was walking in the front, said to Lin Shan, who was in a daze, come on. Okay, senior sister Lias. Lin Shan hurried forward, following the pace of the president of senior sister Lias. After that, Lin Shan couldn't help but think about it. I just don't want to be familiar with them. After all, the idol of the first school flower in the academy is senior Lias Gremory. Thinking of this, Lin Shan feels that his spring is coming. He grinned and smiled at the back, and his smirk immediately made the surrounding students boo. Ahem. Lin Shan quickly took it back. After the president of senior sister Lias walked into the academy building, she said to Lin Shan behind. For now, let's separate here, and the demons will inform you later. Huh? Enchantress? Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, he didn't know what it was. Advertisement. The president of senior sister Lias turned her head and smiled slightly at Lin Shan, and said, haha, see you after school. Oh wait a minute, senior sister Rias. Lin Shan quickly reached out to call the president of senior sister Rias, and found that his shouting was useless. The president of Lias senpai left without stopping. Lin Shan didn't even see that it was the B******D who beat him. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan heard a familiar voice and shouted, Lin Shan, you B******D, shouldn't you be a type of person who is not popular with everyone? Why are you suddenly with the goddess senpai? Lin Shan's cheek gang was directly punched by a B******D, and he flew out screaming directly. Wipe it all. He watched Lia's senpai slowly go upstairs to somewhere else. What did Lin Shan just keep talking about? Well, get up and explain clearly to us. We all want to know what happened yesterday. If we can't explain it, let's see if we can't kill you, whining. Lin Shan was lying on the ground. The fist of the bald monkey Matsuda just now was really strong enough to feel that it was an angry fist. Sister Lias just walked away. Lin Shan encountered this too quickly. The four-eyed boy Motohama raised his hand and patted the shoulder of the bald monkey Matsuda. He pushed down his glasses and still said deeply, anyway, you'd better let that guy explain to us clearly first. The other voice seemed to be the four-eyed boy Motohama. Obviously behind Lin Shan were his two damning friends. Snapped. Suddenly he roared like a mad dog behind him, oh. When the bald monkey Matsuda heard that the four-eyed boy Motohama was still trying to fight, he burst into tears and said in a choked voice, Ming, the four-eyed boy Motohama, why did you stop me from beating this guy? Don't be like this, Liz, calm down, monkey Matsuda. Wait. How'd I go next? Chapter 382. The envoy is actually this guy. The bald monkey Matsuda nodded and felt that the four-eyed boy Motohama was right. It must be obvious that Lin Shan explained exactly what happened that made the goddess senpai so close to him. Thinking of this, the bald monkey Matsuda turned his head abruptly and yelled at Lin Shan, who was lying on the ground. Well, explain to us clearly, we all want to know what happened yesterday. If we can't explain it, let's see if we can't kill you, ooh. The bald monkey Matsuda suddenly raised his hand to Lin Shan, who was afraid to be there. The four-eyed boy Motohama and the bald monkey Matsuda both pricked their ears and listened carefully to Lin Shan's explanation. Lin Shan was lying on the ground. He was beaten so fat and painful. He whispered, Matsuda, Motohama. The bald monkey Matsuda heard that the B******D was calling them, and shouted angrily. What? I've been bullshit and tell us clearly, Lin Shan. At this moment, Lin Shan slowly turned his head and even showed a smug smile on his face. Have you ever seen a beautiful woman with a beautiful face and fragrance? The four-eyed boy Motohama and the bald monkey Matsuda were struck by lightning, and they were directly frozen. Oh, I haven't seen it, Nani, have you seen it? Both of them were holding their mouths, shocked, and both of them started to make up their minds infinitely, 500. The more they thought about it, the more they couldn't stand it. On the other side, the president of Lia's senpai, she was going upstairs with a smile. Is that the person? A voice asked the president of Lia's senpai. Oh, the president of Lia's senpai was stunned, and looked up at the voice position over there. I found the girl wearing glasses. She was wearing the same clothes in the academy, and she was looking at the president of Lia's senpai with a smile. Good morning, Lia's. The president of senior sister Lia's saw this heroic girl and smiled in return, saying, Good morning, Karana. She walked over slowly, and after a while she came to the edge of the guardrail upstairs, that is, the heroic student union president Chong Kangna. Her noble status is similar to that of Lia's. Advertisement. The heroic student union Chong Kangna turned his head to look at Lin Shan downstairs, and said softly, Unexpectedly, you would accept an entourage suddenly. This is not like you. Oh, isn't it? I think it's all very normal. The president of Lia's senpai replied slightly. At this time, her gaze followed the gaze of Chong Kangna, the heroic student union council member, and Lin Shan was constantly explaining what his two damaging friends were doing. Looking at the entourage, it was indeed a bit awkward. The president of Lia's senpai smiled and continued to reply, How can I say that I have received a foolish little entourage, haha. The heroic student union president next to him showed a surprised expression, because in her eyes, the president of Lia's senpai would not generally smile like that. All of them were arrogant and cold, with life written on her face. The four characters that are not close to each other. Now suddenly, the president of Leah's senpai became as cute as a little girl. The heroic student union president Chong Kang looked a little fascinated. She smiled, not knowing what was thinking. After a while, she turned to look at the noisy Lin Shan and his two damaging friends over there, and said calmly, "Really?" In a flash, the morning passed. Lin Shan, who had finished his science course, was sitting there very bored with his chin pillowed. "Hey, when did she let the envoy call me?" Lin Shan was already thinking about Leah's at this time. He bowed his head and said lazily, "As a result, no one came. I'm really bored." At this moment, suddenly a really cute girl came out outside and shouted, "Ah, it's the beautiful boy Kiba Yudo. Ah, so handsome, oh, Kiba-kun. This is fine." Only a few girls knew about it. After her bluff, the entire corridor and the countless girls in the class were eager to move, and they all looked at the beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo who was shining all over. Lin Shan suddenly showed a black line on his forehead, pouting his mouth and replied in an angry voice, "Oh, what am I supposed to be? Really bad luck, what a handsome prince, go to hell." After Lin Shan finished speaking, he didn't go to see the beautiful boy Yudo Kiba who was surrounded by countless girls. However, the handsome little prince Yudo Kiba here smiled and said to the enthusiastic girls who surrounded him, "Thank you, I have something to do here, let's go now. Please, everyone, please don't block our Prince Kiba-kun." Several of the more sensible female classmates began to channel the traffic, which shows how popular this beautiful boy and little prince is. It's like an international star. Because of this, he makes many boys feel uncomfortable, including Lin Shan. At this time everyone saw the handsome little prince Kiba Yudo walking towards the class. His goal turned out to be walking towards Lin Shan who was sitting there bored. Advertisement. One of the female classmates whispered and worried, and said, "Although it is not a neat place, but our Prince Kiba-kun is here, okay?" The handsome little Prince Yudo Kiba was watched by a few glaring boys in the class and came not far from Lin Shan. Lin Shan didn't look back at the handsome little Prince Yudo Kiba. Naturally he didn't know that the other party was walking towards him. But when he saw the opposite, the four-eyed boy Motohama and the bald monkey Matsuda's two hurt friends showed shocked expressions. Here, Lin Shan was taken aback. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He was also stunned. What's your expression on both of you? The handsome little Prince Yudo Kiba didn't take it seriously. He stood there smiling at Mimi, looking very formal. He straightened his waist and asked quickly, Then you are the envoy? This is too much for me. He said formulaically, "President Rias Gremory sent me to call you, please come with me." "Since senior sister Leah's called me, let's go." Lin Shan picked up his school bag and left. "Oh!" Everyone shouted in exclamation. Having said that, Lin Shan looked at the place where the two hurting friends were looking directly. Everyone was shocked to see the handsome little Prince Yudo Kiba smiled and waved, saying, "Hi, hello." The handsome little Prince Yudo Kiba continued gently, "Let's go." They began to condemn the injustice with the fight and hugs. There's no way to say it. It's useless to like it so much and worry about it. Lin Shan frowned and asked angrily, "What's the matter? We don't seem to know each other." Lin Shan started to feel a little uncomfortable. It would be okay to call an ordinary-looking envoy, and he had to ask the first school of this academy to come over. Lin Shan always seemed to ignore it. Suddenly I heard that Leah's senpai sent him, and immediately took it seriously. Ahem. Lin Shan felt that he had been thinking too much. He was a famous bad student in the class, and when he came together with the handsome little Prince Yudo Kiba, countless girls suddenly couldn't stand it. Chapter 383 Occult Research Society. Lin Shan is a well-known bad student in the academy, and everyone is tacitly aware of this. But he unexpectedly got together with the handsome little Prince Yudo Kiba, which immediately made countless girls unbearable. They began to condemn the injustice with the fight and hugs. There's no way to say it. They just like to worry about those useless. One of the female classmates with obsessive-compulsive disorder directly shouted with a disgusting expression, "How could this happen? How can our Kiba-kun walk with the guy? People can't stand it anymore." On the other side, the female classmate with obsessive-compulsive disorder also had an uncomfortable crying expression. "No, Kiba-kun will be contaminated, hurry up and stay away from that guy." Lin Shan's heart was frustrated when he heard this. He glanced at the group of girls. Annoyed, Dushi said, "It's really a group of women who only look at their looks. What are they talking about? It's really damn it. Here is, it seems to be the old school of academy, there." Lin Shan had been here before, and it was the first time I met the president of senior sister Leah's here. The handsome little Prince Yudo Kiba smiled without saying anything, and led Lin Shan into the door. Soon Lin Shan was amazed by the interior decoration. Wow, this is what happened in this room, it looks so ancient. Lin Shan looked from here, and soon noticed the white-haired girl on the other side of the sofa with a pair of cat ears on her head. This girl is... Who is it? Lin Shan can't remember, but feels a bit familiar. The white-haired Mauer girl over there didn't take Lin Shan and Kiba Yudo seriously. She sat there alone eating cakes. The handsome little Prince Yudo Kiba smiled and said in a low voice, "She is the first-year school mascot Tachung Bayan, also called Tachung Xiaoxiaozhang classmate, and she is naturally a member of our club." At this time, Maozhong found this side, and the handsome little Prince Yudo Kiba introduced Lin Shan to Maozhong with a smile. "This new classmate is called Lin Shan, and he is our new member." The school mascot Tachung Baiyan Xiaomiaozhang raised her eyebrows when she heard it, and then nodded politely to Lin Shan without saying anything. It is estimated that Tachung Baiyan Xiaomiaozhang, the school's mascot, is full of cakes, so I can't say anything at all. Advertisement. Lin Shan nodded politely when he saw the school mascot Tachung Baiyan Xiaomiaozhang. He quickly smiled and said, hello, hello. Lin Shan smiled and scratched his head. The school mascot Tachung Baiyan Xiaomiaozhang didn't turn his head seriously, and continued to eat her delicious cake seriously. Lin Shan glanced at the school mascot Tachung Baiyan Xiaomiaozhang again, and sighed in his heart. This small and exquisite kitten sauce, and the invincible kawaii face, this is not just the countless men and women in the school. There is a super popular presence in, and it is worthy of being the mascot of the academy. I did not expect to encounter such a big surprise here. Unexpectedly, the mascot of the school, Tachung Baiyan Xiaomiaozhang, is actually a member of this occult research society. Lin Shan felt like he was fluttering up. He put his hands in front, put on a prayer, and said with a smile, "This is really a great surprise gift, hee-hi." Ah. Suddenly there was a sound of falling into the water in this room. Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, then turned to look around and found that it was the bathroom. What, is this taking a shower? You can even take a shower in this club room, it's so luxurious. Lin Shan was shocked. After that, Lin Shan thought of something, and suddenly his pupils stared. This is she right? Guru, Lin Shan didn't dare to think about it anymore, and it would be a shameful nosebleed to think about it. At this time, a word came from the shower room. President, the person summoned is here. The voice of the soft woman's voice is very pleasant. It's the first time Lin Shan heard it. It seems to be a female member of this society. Thank you, Zunai. I will go out now. The president of Lia's senpai responded softly in the shower. Lin Shan heard that it was the president of senior sister Lia speaking, and he was almost shocked with nosebleeds. He was shocked and said, "It turned out to be Lia's senpai. It really is like this, hee." Suddenly, Lin Shan felt that this occult research community was simply too suitable for him. Advertisement. Wow, this is such a wonderful and luxurious club room. I didn't expect it to be a super villa here, haha. This is countless times stronger than those shabby clubs. For Flowers 0, Lin Shan was dancing with excitement in his heart. However, a weak deedy girl murmured over there, "What a nasty face." Lin Shan suddenly stopped smirking on Lei's face, and quickly wiped his nose and mouth drool, standing upright. The person who said Lin Shan just now is naturally Tachung Baiyan Cat Sauce, the school mascot who eats cakes over there. Lin Shan was brought back to reality by the mascot of the school, Tachung Baiyan Cat Sauce, and calmed down a lot. The president of Lia's senpai hadn't come out of the bathroom yet, but a figure came out slowly first. 00. She smiled and looked at Lin Shan, making Lin Shan stunned. Oh. She walked towards Lin Shan with a smile, and when she approached, Lin Shan took a few steps back in fright, and she didn't know what the woman was going to do. In short, Lin Shan was shocked. It was not because the other party was too ugly, but because the other party looked similar to the president of Lia's senpai, but her long hair was normal black around her waist. She looked up and down at Lin Shan with a smile, and bowed gently and said politely, "You are a member of the new club. We meet for the first time." After bowing, she straightened up with a smile and looked at Lin Shan. Gently continued the introduction. "I am Himeshima Juno, the vice president of the Occult Studies Association. You can also call me Juno Senpai, please remember me now, haha." Lin Shan heard the introduction of Zunai's senior sister. He also scratched his head and said, "Oh, I don't know if it's a member. My name is Lin Shan, please give me some advice." Lin Shan laughed confusedly over there. "I didn't expect that the girls here are so amazing. They have everything they should. Is my spring coming?" However, immediately after thinking of the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba, his mood suddenly became unwell. Why is this guy here? Is he also a member of the Occult Research Club? This is a bit unreasonable. 4. Chapter 384 reveal all that happened before. The guy who made Lin Shan feel the most was Yudo Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy. All the limelight here was snatched away by the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba. When Lin Shan saw the vice president of the occult research group Juno Himeshima, he suddenly remembered the rumor from the school. This senior sister is probably the black-haired ponytail that is on the verge of extinction. Now the entire occult research community has seen the ultimate sister system, the small and exquisite Lolita system, and the Oni-san in front of me. Where men squeeze their heads and want to come in, what a wonderful club. Lin Shan felt like a big bull in his heart, with 5 holes of heat. Lin Shan, who was boiling with passion, suddenly heard the bathroom door open, and then there was a greeting from the president of Lia's senpai. It really made everyone wait for 503. The president of senior sister Rias, she was holding a bath towel while wiping and continuing to apologize and said, "I'm sorry, I spent the night at your house last night so I didn't freshen up, so I'll take care of it when I get back here." Lin Shan immediately waved his hand cheerfully when he heard, "No, it's okay, don't care." The president of Lia's senpai nodded, and she gently wiped her hair again. Turning his head and saying to everyone, "It's all right now that everyone is here, let's talk about it." The president of senior sister Lia's turned her head and went to the sofa to sit down. She gently continued, "We're here to welcome the new member Lin Shan of the Occult Research Society to join. Now let's introduce the new member Lin Shan. The research club is just superficial, it can only be regarded as our hobby. Aha! What's going on? Lin Shan was stunned and asked curiously. The president of Lia's senpai nodded, I'll just say it straightforwardly. Lin Shan hardened his ears and heard the president of Lia's senpai say softly over there, we are demons. That's okay, it's really straightforward, Lin Shan smiled bitterly. The president of Lia's senpai nodded and continued, the black-winged man yesterday, he is a fallen angel. Oh, advertisement. The president of senior sister Ria smacked her red hair triumphantly, and said with a smile. As an angel who serves the gods but misses the greed of the world, they fall into the world of the abyss of degeneration, and they control human beings. But I want to destroy our demons. They have come like this since ancient times, that is, the abyss of suffering that humans have said is sent over. In addition to the fallen angels, there are also the existence of the mad gods ordered to crusade against the demons. This has created a triangle of opposition in the Western world and endless wars. Lin Shan sounded like a gnat, and let out a gasp. The president of Lia's senpai smiled and asked, by now, you understand now. Oh, there is something. It is indeed a bit too difficult for ordinary high school students like me to understand. Lin Shan scratched his head in response. Ha ha. Lin Shan is playing haha over there. In fact, he really hasn't heard what the president of Lia's senpai is talking about. But then, the president of Lia's senpai smiled meaningfully and said a word softly. Nishino, you know. Oh, of course I remember. Lin Shan suddenly tightened. The face of the president of Lia's senpai became a little strange, and she said softly. You can't forget it, you even did a date. Lin Shan became extremely nervous at this time, but he already thought it was a beautiful dream he had done. Why can the other party remember this? Is it all true? Now Lin Shan's head became confused again, and he looked straight at the president of Lia's senpai. The president of senior sister Lia's, she gently stood up from the sofa and went to the desk on the other side. She also turned to look at Lin Shan. Lin Shan asked in shock. I don't know where you heard the name of Nishino. Why do you still know about dating? In fact, I agree with saying that it is a supernatural phenomenon. The last few days made me very, to be honest, it makes me very upset and embarrassed. After Lin Shan finished speaking, he felt uncomfortable and wanted to stand up and escape from here. The president of senior sister Lia's shook her head. She gently raised her hand to take out a photo from the desk and threw it directly onto the coffee table at Lin Shan's place. Lin Shan immediately saw the appearance of Nishino sauce in the photo, as well as him, and the two were walking side by side smiling. Nishino sauce. Lin Shan couldn't accept this now. He had always thought that those were dreams a few days ago. Advertisement. At this time, Lin Shan began to sweat on his forehead, and he began not to accept these facts. The president of Lia's senpai was so unlucky to give him face, she directly shouted, she has existed, yes, she has indeed existed. Oh, Lin Shan couldn't accept it, and his whole body was shaking constantly. The president of Lia's senpai was over there, and continued gently, it's this kid, Nishino-chan. Yes, but how did this take this? Lin Shan was shocked, he felt unable to stand still standing there at this time. The president of senior sister Ria smiled slightly and said softly, this child, no, this should be said that she is a fallen angel, the same kind of person you attacked you last night. Lin Shan immediately thought of a question. He quickly said, but how come Matsuda and Motohama can't remember her at all? Even her communicator number has become empty. That's because she used the ability to erase memories, the president of Lia's senpai said softly. The president of Lia's senpai gently continued, just like what I used for your parents to erase memories. Lin Shan was shocked at once. Indeed, when they had breakfast, his parents had some memories of the president of senior sister Lia's. Suddenly it became like the one I just met 0.4, all the bad memories before were gone. Lin Shan looked down at the two people who were smiling sweetly in that photo, and then smiled bitterly. He murmured, I thought everything was a dream, but I didn't expect it to be all real. The president of Lia's senpai waved her hand and said softly, the fallen angel has achieved her goal and left. Before leaving, all the memories and traces of the people around you and her were erased. What? Purpose? What exactly is Nishino Sauce's purpose? Lin Shan was stunned, and suddenly he remembered something. Is Nishino-chan just to kill me? The president of senior sister Ria nodded, and righteously said, yes, just to kill you. This is her true purpose. Chapter 385 Metamorphosis and Artifacts. The president of senior sister Lia's heard what Lin Shan said. She nodded and said righteously, yes, it is to kill you. This is her real purpose. Of course, the other party is to confirm whether there is any weapon on you that harms them. Hearing what the president of Lee Yasi senpai said, Lin Shan suddenly went back to the night when she was dating Nishino-chan in her mind, and she directly changed her spear to stab him. Seeing that Lin Shan was still unacceptable, the president of senior sister Lia's, she continued gently, because she confirmed that you were killed, she performed amnestics without any worries. Lin Shan remembered the last words Nishino Sauce said. He muttered. The last words Nishino Sauce said, if I want to procrastinate, complain about the artifact lodged on my body. At that time, Nishino Sauce said, what is the magical weapon? Yes, it is a divine tool that will allow you to be attacked. The divine tool is specially housed in the souls of a few people. The same divine tool allows people to have extraordinary abilities. On the other side, Lee Yasi's assistant Zhu Nai-sen sat there and began to explain to Lin Shan earnestly. It is said that many of the more than 24 great men who remain in the world have artifacts. The president of Lia's senpai then said, sometimes, there will be magical boarders who are powerful enough to make demons and fallen angels to boo and fear. Wow, what kind of artifact am I? Lin Shan muttered curiously. The president of senior sister Lia's smiled slightly and looked up at Lin Shan. She said softly, Lin Shan, you can try to raise your left hand now. Is this? Lin Shan followed the instructions of the president of Li Yasi and raised his hand. Yes, is that like this? Yeah, senior sister Lia's nodded. She raised her little finger against her chin, thought for a moment, and said, then you close your eyes and imagine that what you have is the strongest thing over there, your left hand. Suddenly, it's too embarrassing to say this kind of thing suddenly. Lin Shan immediately responded with a wry smile. Is he really going to do this kind of second-degree thing under the gaze of everyone around him? Lin Shan was a little embarrassed. The president of senior sister Rias did not allow Lin Shan to resist at all. She pouted her lips unhappily, and said squeamishly, be concentrated, Lin Shan. Advertisement, okay, then I'll give it a try, Lin Shan replied helplessly. Lin Shan stood there seriously and tried to gather his spirit. Concentrate, cough cough, Lin Shan started gathering there. The president of senior sister Lia's just sat there and gently guided Lin Shan. Yes, you have to concentrate and concentrate all your energy on your left hand. Lin Shan, who was still serious at first, concentrated hard, and suddenly heard the president of Lia's senpai say this, but was interrupted again helplessly. Lin Shan is not concentrating at all now, but holding his breath over there, making his face blush. Focus, focus, focus. Lin Shan tensed all over and held his breath, and finally couldn't catch his breath. He took a few deep breaths, then closed his eyes tightly and continued to concentrate. Concentrate, focus, middle. In the end, Lin Shan still didn't produce any artifacts, and sat there paralyzed all over. Lin Shan shook his head uncomfortably, and said in a choked voice, I'm so sorry, I really can't make it out, it seems that I am still too weak. Oh, well, it seems that I still can't take it too quickly. As the president of Lia's senpai said, she jumped off the desk over there. The president of senior sister Lia's came to Lin Shan gently and said with a smile, for you, it might still be a bit difficult. Lin Shan heard what the president of Li Yasi said, suddenly felt that he was really good and useless. Lin Shan gritted his teeth fiercely and said fiercely in his heart, no, I have to work hard to use the artifact by myself. Certainly, otherwise, it is estimated that he will be removed from such a wonderful occult research department. If you kick it out, the loss will be great. Suddenly, Lin Shan asked a little worried, are you making a mistake, senior sister? I don't have any artifacts at all. Advertisement. The president of Lia's senpai heard Lin Shan's question. After thinking about it, she said to Lin Shan earnestly, there's nothing wrong with this. Think about why the fallen angel Nishino-chan came to kill you. This has been proved by facts. But if that's the truth, isn't it amazing that an artifact boarder like me can live so big? Lin Shan is also right. He is so old. If he were a boarder of artifacts, he would have been cracked a long time ago. Why are these strange situations appearing when he is so big? The president of senior sister Lia's naturally knew that Lin Shan was going to ask this. She smiled slightly, and then she turned around and picked up another magic card from the desk. But then, the president of Lia's senpai smiled and snapped his fingers and said, yes, we are all the same. The president of Lia's senpai nodded 503 and said, when you were about to die, you summoned me with this magic card leaflet, so that you could get your life back. Oh. Lin Shan suddenly appeared behind a bunch of devil wings. Lin Shan was so thundered, he did not expect to become a demon. He even activated his demon wings. What shocked Lin Shan even more was that everyone in the entire occult research community unfolded their demon wings one after another, which made Lin Shan quickly enter the devil's horror nest by himself. Oh, why didn't you have any problems before? I don't know, maybe you were lucky, but I only know that when you were dating Nishino-chan, I used this. The president of Lia's senpai directly put the magic card. Liang showed it to Lin Shan. Oh, you all have it? Lin Shan was shocked. Lin Shan, you have been reborn as a follower of my superior demon, Lia's Gremory, the daughter of the Duke of Gremory. You are no longer the one you were in the past. You are now reappearing as my follower demon. In the world, you know now. What is this? The president of Lia's senpai finished speaking. Hoop. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. When Lin Shan heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. Suddenly behind her, a pair of demon wings spread out, directly shocking Lin Shan. When Lin Shan was a child, nothing strange happened at all. He was shocked. Yes, when I was about to die, it reminded me of Lia's senpai's long red hair. Lin Shan was stunned when he saw it. Chapter 386 to develop. Seeing everyone in front of Lin Shan, showing their demon wings. At the same time, behind Lin Shan himself, a pair of demon wings appeared. Lin Shan was so thundered, he didn't expect to become a demon too. He even activated his demon wings, and didn't think about any violations and feelings, but felt that he had the ability to fly. On behalf of everyone, the president of senior sister Lia's smiled and said to Lin Shan, please give me more advice, Lin Shan-kun. Really, I have also become a demon clan? That means I am no longer a human being, isn't it? Lin Shan was shocked. The president of Lia's senpai nodded there and responded, yes, the energy of the devil is to satisfy the demon contract of human beings to collect the corresponding price. Any condition of human beings can be met as much as possible, of course, there is no human in this year. Draw a magic circle to summon the devil, but use the communication device that summons the magic circle, which is this kind of magic card. It's just that these are all one-offs, so send this to those who might summon us demons. Oh, aha, it turned out to be like this, so are these flyers used to satisfy people's desires as magic cards? Lin Shan saw the magic card in the hands of President Lias. The President Lias smiled and nodded and said, yes. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan saw the President of Lia's senpai take out a large number of magic flyers. The President of Senior Sister Rias continued. Originally, these are all things that the Enchantress will do. Now let you get acquainted with it. In fact, every newcomer who joins will go through this to get acquainted with the process. Oh, so, let me scatter these magic flyers. Lin Shan didn't refuse, and he bent over and put a lot of magic flyers into his school bag. The President of Lia's senpai nodded with a smile, and said with a smile. Come on, you may also have your own servant. Oh, what, does my own servant follow? Lin Shan stood up in shock when he heard it. That's right, said the President of Senior Sister Rias, sitting on the sofa with Erlang's legs tilted up, and smilingly explained. It depends on your efforts. This flatbread painting fits Lin Shan's heart very well. Advertisement. Lin Shan suddenly smiled and said excitedly. The so-called servant entourage is the kind of order that can't disobey me, right? Yes. The President of Lia's senpai nodded with a smile. Lin Shan became even more excited. He saw his paws dangling in front of the President of Lia's senpai. You can do anything, right? Lin Shan's saliva was about to flow out. The President of Lia's senpai smiled and nodded. Yeah, if it's your servant, everything will be fine. Guru, Lin Shan swallowed with excitement in an instant, which made him feel energetic all over his body. Lin Shan immediately clenched his fists and shouted, Don't worry, I will work hard, hee. In an instant, Lin Shan quickly packed all the magic flyers into his school bag and shouted, Then I will go to work. Lin Shan, who had finished speaking, turned around and left. The President of Lia's senpai also handed over Lin Shan and gave him a communicator owned only by members of the occult research community. Before Lin Shan left, he remembered what the President of Senior Sister Lia's had just said, and asked him to meet in the occult research club every day to report on his work. Lin Shan nodded and left. When he came to the road, it was already evening outside. He looked up at the huge moon in the starry sky and muttered, Sure enough, the vision at night has been greatly improved. After finishing talking, Lin Shan rode his little pedal bike again and drove through the streetlights as he rode. He murmured, Those demons and angels, I thought it was a metaphor. I didn't expect all of this to be true. Advertisement. Afterwards, Lin Shan rode his bicycle faster and faster, and his body became much stronger than before. Now that I am a demon, and I can also have servants, I suddenly found that this day has become more interesting. Anyway, I will not be able to turn back into a human being, so let go of it, yo-ho. Lin Shan slid into the city streets on his bicycle. He started to work overtime tonight, distributing magic leaflets from the demons. Because of the eager excitement in Lin Shan's heart, he quickly distributed those huge magic leaflets. Of course, there was no other interference in this process. In the blink of an eye, the next day, Lin Shan came to the occult research club early. As soon as he walked in, he shouted excitedly, My flyers are all distributed. When the President of Lia's senpai heard it, she smiled and walked out of her exclusive bathroom. She said softly, Really, I didn't expect Lin Shan to work so hard, so there is just another job tonight, but you need to replace the cat sauce to complete it, because the cat sauce comes with 2 demons at the same time summoning appointment, so she can't go there at the same time, so I have to trouble you to replace the cat sauce. Yeah, this way, is this okay? Lin Shan thinks this is not very good. It is the work of Mao Zhang. He may not be very good when he goes. With that, Lin Shan turned to look at the cat sauce sitting on the sofa over there. She was still licking the delicious ice cream with her little tongue. The President of Senior Sister Lia's did not give Lin Shan a chance to object. She said softly, I will leave one of them to you. The mascot of the school here, Tachung Baiyan Cat Sauce, bowed to Lin Shan who was standing there and said, Please give me more advice. Ah, I'm the one who can advise me a lot, Lin Shan quickly replied. Li's good, then, Lin Shan excitedly said to the President of Lia's senpai. So speaking, I am finally officially a member of the occult research club, and I can complete the demon contract. Haha. The servant entourage is not far from me, hee. Lin Shan here gets more excited as he thinks about it. The President of Lia's senpai smiled and nodded, and said, Next, you can use the teleportation magic circle to teleport to your demon contract mission location, and after contact with humans, try to meet all the requirements of that human. Understood. What can be the problem? For me it is a small dish, ha ha. Lin Shan responded with a smile, but now he is very excited. The President of Lia's senpai nodded, and led Lin Shan to an underground teleportation space. She called Lia's assistant, Zunai senpai, and said to Lia's assistant, Zunai senpai, Go and start the teleportation. Magic Circle. Chapter 387. Do the task for the first time. The President of Lia's senpai called her assistant Zunai senpai over, and then said to Lia's assistant Zhu Dao no senpai, Go and turn on the teleportation magic circle. Okay, President. Lia's assistant Zunai senpai bowed respectfully, and then she came to the middle of the empty field. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan saw Lee Yasi assistant Zunai Senpai's arms slowly opened, and she was shocked to see her whole body blooming with red light, and then a huge bloody magic circle appeared under her feet. Oh! Lin Shan looked at him in shock, and the president of senior sister Rias next to him explained with a smile. This is the magic teleportation circle. In the future, you can use this teleportation magic circle to go wherever you want to go. There is no need for anything else. The transportation is very convenient. It's very convenient. It's too advanced technology. Lin Shan was shocked. He even wondered if he could use this teleportation magic circle to deliver express delivery. That's not a cool explosion. The president of senior sister Lia's didn't know what Lin Shan was thinking. She smiled and looked at Lin Shan, gently stretched out her hand and said, "Come on, stretch out your left hand, Lin Shan-kun." Oh, stretch out your left hand. Lin Shan stretched out her hand, and the president of senior sister Rias made a few gestures on Lin Shan's palm. After a while, Lin Shan was shocked to see a strange red 503 symbol appearing on his palm, which was probably a magic symbol. Lin Shan was surprised. He touched it with his hand. It didn't erase any feeling, but the red glowing symbol was there. The president of Lia's senpai smiled and said, "This is a magic engraving." "Oh, it's really amazing," Lin Shan said with emotion. The president of senior sister Rias said to Lin Shan earnestly, "This is the symbolic proof of the entourage of our Gremory family. In other words, if there is such a magical symbolic proof, it means that you are my person, and at the same time you can also borrow this magic voucher to use other related magic approvals, and naturally you will not be attacked by other fallen angels at will." The president of senior sister Lia's raised her head and continued to explain to Lin. "When you reach the entrusted human side, just do the same as just said. If you meet the other party's request, it will automatically take back the objects from the human body. There is no problem, right?" Lin Shan nodded with some understanding, and exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, hey, I will do it now. Am I going to this teleportation magic circle now?" The president of senior sister Rias smiled and nodded in satisfaction, and said, "It's a good recovery, then you go and try it. You can come back when you are done." "Okay, President," Lin Shan shouted, and then he walked towards the red teleportation magic circle over there excitedly. Advertisement Lin Shan couldn't do it with excitement. He walked and said, "It's really great, I finally got one step closer to my ambition." The president of Lia's senpai and the other members of the occult research community watched Lin Shan come to the middle of the red magic teleportation circle with open arms. Lin Shan's location, at this time, Lee Yasi's assistant Zunai senpai had already activated, and she withdrew. That is to say, Lin Shan was standing alone on the magic teleportation array, and she began to teleport. Buzzing. The sound of the activation of the magic teleportation array was heard around, and the light of the red magic teleportation array was getting brighter and brighter. Puff, in the end, a burst of light quickly disappeared, and Lin Shan was still there. Obviously, the magic teleportation just now failed completely. A lie. What is going on? Lin Shan was very proud to try to teleport the magic circle. He closed his eyes and teleported. But after a long time, Lin Shan didn't feel anything. Could it be that the transmission was successful? When he opened his eyes, he saw everyone looking at him with a bitter smile and disappointed expression. Why didn't they transmit? Lia's assistant Zunai senpai smiled and waved her hand when she saw this place. Oh, I didn't expect the transmission to fail. Oh, the school's mascot, Tachung Bayan Kitty Sauce, and the blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudu looked at each other dumbly, while the other smiled bitterly. The head of the CA club of Lia's has a disappointed expression on his face, holding his forehead in embarrassment. The president of Lia's senpai took a deep breath and smiled and said to Lin Shan, "Lin Shan." "Yes, can't I send it?" Lin Shan asked in a daze. The president of Lia's senpai nodded and said apologetically, "Yes, it seems that there is no way to send it." After Lin Shan heard this, he asked in shock, Then how'd I go?" The president of senior sister Lia's pursed her mouth, smiled bitterly, and said softly, "Then I have to trouble Lin Shan-kun and ride by myself." Let me go in person, okay." Lin Shan was speechless. He wanted to try the super fast ability to teleport the magic circle. He didn't expect that he could not teleport. This is not a pit. Lin Shan is very disappointed, but what can be done? Advertisement helpless Lin Shan had to ride his bicycle to the contracted demon summon position, and quickly pass by. Lin Shan along the way kept complaining and shouting, "Damn it, there is no devil who rides a bicycle to respond to the call, there is no one else except me." Lin Shan naturally wouldn't give up, he directly knocked on Lin Zi's door. After rushing along the way, Lin Shan finally reached the position where the contract demon was summoned. He looked up and saw the ordinary box building houses around him. "Isn't it right here? That's me." This trivial fellow frowned immediately. "It seems that this is not an affluent area." Lin Shan parked his car. "Oh, please wait a moment, isn't it you who summoned the devil?" How come it's a man?" Lin Shan hurriedly shouted to Lin Zi inside of the door, but there was no reply at all. "It's here, it's so dark, don't you know if the other party is asleep?" Substitution. As soon as the wretched fellow Lin Zi heard this, he immediately put out a sentence, and closed the door of the room unanimously. Lin Shan quickly came to the designated room location in the building, dong dong dong. As soon as Lin Shan finished speaking, he heard the door of the room slowly open, and then he saw a wretched guy looking at him. Lin Shan knocked at the door a few times and whispered, "Good evening, Mr. Lin Zi. I am the entourage of the demon Gremory, come to fulfill your wish. Lin Z, the wretched fellow inside, said softly. Where's there a demon knocking in? Lin Shan didn't see anything. He scratched his head apologetically and said with a smile. Ah, haha, hello, Lin Z is real. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lin Shan started to worry, but since he is here, let's go up and take a look. Helpless Lin Shan knocked on the other's door. Chapter 388 Contract. Lin Z, the wretched fellow in the room, said softly, where's there a demon who knocked on the door and came in? Isn't it right here? I am. Lin Shan shouted directly excitedly. Don't be kidding me. Lin Z, the petty fellow, continued to say in the room. No matter what time the cat sauce appears from the magic circle of this flyer, it is not at all that a guy like you wants to come in from the outside. This is Lin Shan's shortcoming, he was hit by the nail on the head. Afterwards, the wretched fellow Lin Z continued to shout in the room and said, furthermore, my name is Kitty Sauce, not you at all, please go back to me quickly. When Lin Shan heard this, he suddenly reluctantly squatted and shouted, if I can do it, I want to get out of the teleportation magic circle. What a sad thing I have to ride a bicycle late at night, on your side, woo-ah. After that, Lin Shan pretended to be poor and started crying in front of the trivial fellow Lin Z. This makes Lin Z, the wretched fellow in the room, not knowing what to do. Is it because the poor demon outside wants to cry non-stop at his door? Ming Ming Ming, Lin Z, the wretched fellow in the room, finally couldn't stand it. Lin Shan groaned over there. He opened the door angrily and said, I really can't help you. After Lin Shan heard this, he immediately stood up with a smile. He actually did this on purpose just now. Just behind the wretched guy Lin Z, he came to the other party's room. This guy's room looks very small, but it has all the internal organs. The most important thing is that almost all around his house are photos of two-dimensional girls, DVDs and games. It seems that this guy is a two-dimensional veteran fan. The wretched fellow Lin Z said in an angry tone, I am still rather shabby here, sit down. Oh, thank you, I'm so embarrassed. Lin Shan smiled apologetically. The wretched fellow Lin Z poured Lin Shan a cup of tea. Lin Shan quickly thanked you. Lin Shan glanced at him. Lin Z, the wretched fellow, indeed looks wretched. His body is thin and seems to be malnourished, and he wears glasses to cover up his lazy eyes. The wretched fellow Lin Z also sat down gently and asked, then, since you are here, do you have any special effects and functions if you were a devil? You should perform it for me in general. Special skills. Lin Shan wanted to say that he didn't know anything and didn't develop any abilities, but it would be too embarrassing to say that. Advertisement. Lin Shan smiled and asked, well, by the way, what kind of moves will Mao Zhang do? Yeah, she's easy to talk about this, he is just after cosplay, come to hug me like a princess. The petty fellow Lin Z said very proudly. After Lin Shan heard it, he suddenly had a black line on his face, and said angrily, that's not a devil, it's basically okay. Hey, you don't have any more eyes to see. Think about how such a small and exquisite little girl will hug my princess. Think about it if it is very shocking. How can the impact picture be not a devil? The trivial fellow Lin Z directly took out the cosplay school uniform that Kitty Sauce wore before from the side, proudly showing it over there and smiled. When Lin Shan saw this, sweat broke out on his forehead. Haha, there is nothing wrong with what I said. Lin Shan smiled awkwardly. At the same time, Lin Shan didn't need to think that Mao Zhang was wearing this cosplay school uniform, and he hugged the wretched Lin Z horizontally. Can you really do that? Lin Shan was puzzled. Lin Z, the wretched fellow over there, saw Lin Shan and didn't say anything. He turned his head and asked Lin Shan, what about you, what are your special skills? This. Lin Shan suddenly became embarrassed. He suddenly stood up from his seat, made a strange attack, and shouted, dragon, longbow. Nothing happened, just a strange action. Lin Z, the trivial fellow, looked silly. Lin Shan saw that it was useless for him to do this, and suddenly became frustrated. I'm sorry, I don't know anything, I am a cute new demon. Lin Shan responded pitifully to these. He was very afraid that the other party would directly drive him out of here. Then this task would be a mess. The trivial fellow Lin Z smiled. He gently stood up from his seat and said, you just made a Dragon Ball. Advertisement, for Flowers 0. How did you know? Lin Shan was stunned. Lin Z, the trivial fellow, snorted coldly, turned around and came to his bookshelf, bending over to take a look. Look at your grade, it should belong to the replay group, replay the old anime from the past. The trivial fellow Lin Z smiled and continued. People like us belong to the era of direct attack. That means you are out of date. After speaking, he opened his bookshelf and shouted, let's take a look, these are all my Long Kiju's first books. In an instant, Lin Shan saw this wretched fellow Lin Z's neat row of Dragon Ball comic books, a complete set of Dragon Balls. Point 0. Lin Shan was shocked when he saw this, but he still yelled unconvincedly, what are you proud of? How about the first-hand direct attack? What, you guys are not convinced yet? The wretched fellow Lin Z suddenly gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at Lin Shan. Lin Shan said angrily, I am also a reader who owns the novel version of the entire publication. Oh, cut, it's impossible for you to know. It should be said that you are not as good as seeing the exciting moment for the first time. the trivial fellow Lin Z said with a triumphant expression. What? I watched Lin Shan for a moment, and saw the trivial fellow Lin Z continue to proudly say. At that time, the next day after the broadcast every Wednesday, in order to have the ultimate heroic bomb, I and my friends collected the heroic spirits on the earth. You can't experience those bloody days. Cut. I also played in the park with my buddies, playing football and hide and seek with my breath. Lin Shan directly yelled unconvincingly at the end. He clenched his fist and continued. I still believe that the protagonist Sun Kong is the strongest cosmic warrior. You are wrong, the most powerful. I think Vegeta is the strongest. The trivial fellow Lin Z also yelled back. He continued to calm down a bit and said softly, of course it makes sense in a certain sense. Really? But I'm still Sun Kong's Dragon Wave moves. Lin Shan nodded happily. 4. Chapter 389 Artifact Opening. Lin Shan feels like Lin Z, the wretched fellow. Lin Shan nodded happily and said, oh, really? But I'm still Sun Kong's Dragon Wave moves. Yeah, I am also very happy to see Sun Kong defeating the evil cosmic invaders. It is really relieved. The petty fellow Lin Z suddenly laughed haha. Lin Z, the trivial fellow, immediately got excited with Lin Shan. He hugged a lot of Dragon Ball comic books and put them on the table. He said with a smirk, then we'll have a good chat. Let's just chat. Who is afraid of who? Lin Shan also showed a pretentious grin. The two began to confront each other over there like this, and for a moment they didn't know how long it had passed. Lin Shan was already alone on the street at night, muttering incessantly. It's 503. It's so late. As a result, the demon contract has not been completed, just over there. Discuss which Dragon Ball is the best. Hell, what did I do over there? Lin Shan was walking under the dim street lamp, and suddenly the surrounding atmosphere became much colder. What? Very bad breath. Lin Shan suddenly became nervous, and then he heard the sound of high heel footsteps coming from behind him, getting closer and closer to him. Is this familiar feeling Nishino sauce? Lin Shan turned his head to look at him worried and excited. He saw a tall figure deep in the darkness, because the place over there was dark and he didn't see too clearly what the other party looked like. It's very similar to the Nishino sauce, but it's a bit different. Lin Shan frowned. Then, after seeing Lin Shan, the other party was stunned and said, it's weird. Oh, what's weird? Lin Shan then saw clearly that this woman was not Nishino sauce at all. She looked different from the pure Nishino sauce, but the rather glamorous Oni-san type. She walked towards Lin Shan coldly, and said with a stern face, it seems that I didn't look at the wrong person, because I was ordered to eliminate the trace of me who failed to eliminate it. I didn't expect to know the goal so easily. My name is Caravana. Advertisement, I'm weird, you. After Lin Shan heard it, he suddenly became panicked, and the panicked bicycle was put aside. He tremblingly asked, you, can it be? The glamorous woman named Caravana narrowed her eyes and asked coldly, why, are you still alive? After speaking, Lin Shan saw this glamorous woman named Caravana behind him, A pair of black feather wings appeared. After Lin Shan saw it, his pupils shrank, and he said in shock, fallen angel. The fallen angel named Caravana on the opposite side asked coldly, you should have been killed by that adult. Why are you still alive? The glamorous fallen angel Caravana suddenly raised his hand and summoned a spear weapon with luminous energy from his hand. Seems exactly the same. Seeing the glamorous fallen angel Caravana projecting towards him with a glowing spear, Lin Shan dodges in fright. Because of Lin Shan's rolling moment, an icon appeared on his palm. When the glamorous fallen angel Caravana saw the red icon, he was shocked. What? How come this kid is the engraved coat of arms of the Gremory family? Release all here blessing. The glamorous fallen angel Caravana was shocked. At this time, she became extremely cautious. Of course, she wanted to make a quick battle now. Lin Shan was so frightened, he quickly backed up a few steps and said in shock, no way, am I going to be stupid again this time? Suddenly, the glamorous fallen angel Caravana here thought of something, and smiled slightly. It turns out that it's such a thing. You were saved by someone from the Gremory family. Transic said misunderstood that it was you who had gone away. The glamorous fallen angel Caravana suddenly waved her hand to summon her luminous spear energy weapon, and shouted excitedly. I didn't expect you to become a follower of the Gremory family now. So now you can't be kept, NS. Afterwards, Lin Shan was horrified to see the glamorous fallen angel Caravana leaping up and flying, and huge black wings spread out behind her. Advertisement. The glamorous fallen angel Caravana was in the air, dancing with her spear of light energy weapon, shouting, now I will send you to rest. Oh, Lin Shan screamed in fright. He cried out in his heart. Am I really going to be killed again? It's a fallen angel again. Do I have enemies with the fallen angel? How can they not move at all? Speaking of killing, these guys are so cruel. No, I will resist this time. I need to resist with strength. I can reach the power of this fallen angel guy. Suddenly, at a critical moment, Lin Shan remembered what the president of Senior Sister Rias had said to him. Focus on your left hand and imagine that you have the strongest existence in the world. Really? Lin Shan suddenly remembered in his mind that he firmly believed in Sun Kong's strongest Dragon Wave attack in the Dragon Ball anime. The president of Lia's senpai continues to reverberate in her brain, think about it. It's long bow, Lin Shan murmured and shouted firmly. The approaching glamorous fallen angel Caravana was taken aback. What are you talking about? Strength. Give me strength. Lin Shan's thirst for survival suddenly raised his left hand and stretched out towards the night sky. In an instant, Lin Shan couldn't believe that a huge green light appeared on his left hand. It was really green. Boom. The glamorous fallen angel Caruana who was about to approach was hit by a huge energy hammer, and the whole person flew out like a bullet. Oh! Lin Shan suddenly concentrated all his mental energy, feeling that it was not enough, and the demon wings behind him were also activated. The green light on his 0.4 left hand became stronger and stronger. Countless green lights scattered in the night sky, and several screams that directly attacked the fallen angel Caruana who was shaking in midair. Her equipment was directly burst. The glamorous fallen angel Caravana rolled in the air for several laps before stopping. She was shocked to see the purple metal glove on Lin Shan's left arm. She couldn't hide the horror and said, it turned out to be an artifact. This guy Lin Shan is amazing. He actually has an artifact, and a very cool artifact, a huge starry sky gem inlaid on the back of his hand, and he is constantly moving like a nebula. Wow! Lin Shan looked at his arm in shock. This is so cool and powerful. Just now Lin Shan felt the strong light that broke out just now and knocked out the glamorous fallen angel Caruana on the opposite side. Chapter 390 Chance Encounter. Lin Shan reacted from the shock just now, and quickly looked at the fallen angel opposite. When the cold and glamorous fallen angel Caruana saw that Lin Shan possessed the artifact, she did not dare to attack it. The glamorous fallen angel Caravana said viciously, it seems that before I kill you here, I need to tell that lord, I will come again. After that, the glamorous fallen angel Caravana turned and flew away, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Only the black feathers scattered in the air told Lin Shan that he had been killed again just now. Seeing that the other party had already gone far, Lin Shan finally relaxed and sat there paralyzed. Lin Shan then slowed down. No matter if he stayed here anymore, he quickly got up and returned to the occult research community. As soon as he came back, he asked the president of Senior Sister Lia's to tell everyone about the cool gloves in his hand. Is this the artifact? Everyone looked at Lin Shan's question in amazement. The president of Lia's senpai was surprised for a while, nodded and smiled and said, yes, this is a divine tool. Once it is activated, it can be controlled freely whether it is activated or touched. 24 Lin Shan heard what the president of Senior Sister Lia's said. He looked down at his cool gloves. Then, a burst of green light passed and Lin Shan's gloves disappeared. Huh, Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a wry smile, I'm still thinking about what should I do if it doesn't disappear like this. Li Yasi's assistant here, Zunai senpai, smiled and congratulated her. It's really amazing, Lin Shan-kun. Yes, is it? Lin Shan scratched his head and smirked. At this time, the president of Senior Sister Lia's, according to what Lin Shan said before, what she thought of. Hey, I really did a headache. The president of Lia's senpai sighed and said, her words let everyone see. Especially Lin Shan looked at the president of Lia's senpai with his stunned eyes. Lin Shan thought he did something wrong that made Senior Sister Lia's so sad. Advertisement. The president of Senior Sister Lia's said softly. You didn't die, but you were resurrected as a great demon and continued to exist. It can be said that you have eternal life. This matter is known to the fallen angels. Look, it's a bit difficult to deal with. Lin Shan heard that the president of Senior Sister Lia's said here. It really made him feel that the responsibility lies with him. Because of the resurrection of Lin Shan, the president of Lia's senpai was in a very difficult situation. I'm sorry. Lin Shan bowed apologetically. I think I will try my best to remedy it. The president of Lia's senpai is also a reasonable person, she said softly. This is also something that can't be helped, and it is already unavoidable. No one can predict the accident of falling angels. Listen carefully. Now, Lin Shan-kun. Well, I'm listening. Lin Shan nodded heavily. The president of Lia's senpai said with a serious expression. You must not fight with them alone now. They may have been prepared for you this time, and then you will be in a very dangerous situation. Okay, I see, President Lia's. Lin Shan bowed weakly and nodded. The president of Senior Sister Lia's didn't say anything. Lin Shan felt that he had made too many mistakes and felt that it would make everyone unhappy here. He had better withdraw and talk about it. Then, President, I'll go back first. Lin Shan said weakly, lowering his head. Obviously his mood was very depressed at this time. After speaking, Lin Shan left the occult research community under everyone's watch. Not long after Lin Shan left, Li Yasi's assistant Zunai senpai said softly next to him, President, is this a bit too much? If it is not strict, he may have problems with recklessness, and he will fall into a big somersault at that time. No matter how you say it, Lin Shan-kun is still a delicate hand, so he should be more serious and serious. This is good for him. The president of Lia's senpai said slowly, and then she turned her voice and looked into the distance with a serious expression. She lowered her voice and said softly, yes, how could I stand it, and the lovely servant was taken away by the fallen angel. As soon as tomorrow came, Lin Shan's alarm clock began to scream noisily again. Brother, get up quickly, it's already morning. Diddy, if your brother doesn't wake up again, you have to scratch your brother, chuckle. Lin Shan finally couldn't stand the noise, so he raised his hand and pressed the alarm clock down hard. In an instant the alarm clock stopped yelling there. Lin Shan was in the bed and shouted annoyedly. Well, I messed up last night. It looks like I need to work harder tonight. Lin Shan quickly got up after breakfast, picked up his school bag and walked towards the school. He carried his school bag and mumbled lazily as he walked. Hey, don't you know if the president is still angry? What should I do if he is still angry? Advertisement. Oh, it's really annoying. Lin Shan, who was walking lazily, suddenly heard a scream from a girl not far away. Oh ah! Lin Shan saw it quickly and saw a blonde girl in a white robe squatting there, rubbing her knees sadly. In an instant, the entire face of the blonde girl in white clothes was exposed in Lin Shan's eyes, and Lin Shan was stunned in an instant. The blonde girl in white clothes slowly stretched out her hand, dropped on Lin Shan's hand, and said softly, "Oh, thank you." Lin Shan looked around and saw no one. It can be said that very few people pass by here. Hey, it's not the time to talk about this, you have to hurry up to be strong. Oh, thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The blonde girl immediately stayed there. She suddenly found Lin Shan standing there, looking straight at her. Oh, she was just pulled up by Lin Shan, when a gust of wind blew over her, and her veil was blown off all of a sudden. Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, and asked, "You, who are you 507, who?" Immediately after that, Lin Shan was fascinated by the other's appearance. "You, are you okay? Did you bump into it?" Lin Shan asked concerned. "Hey, why did I fall? This." Lin Shan was so excited that he saw this poor blonde girl in a white robe, he quickly reached out. Super cute girl. Lin Shan sighed with endless emotion, he couldn't calm down for a long time. The blonde and white girl saw the black-haired boy in front of her holding her hand, she shyly squeezed. Lin Shan barely got the stars out of his eyes. Howl, this is the white spring among the white girls, this is simply the existence of super rare creatures. Chapter 391 Treatment. The blonde and white girl saw the black-haired boy in front of her holding her hand, she shyly squeezed. This. Lin Shan reacted at once, released his hand quickly, and shouted apologetically, "Oh, sorry." The blonde and white girl was shy about what else she wanted to say. When a gust of wind came, her veil was blown away. After Lin Shan saw it, he hurried to chase after him. "Look at me catching it." Lin Shan quickly took the veil of the blonde and white girl in his hand, and he was suddenly excited. "This prohibition is my ideal girl." Lin Shan continued to shout ecstatically, "This is just a blonde girl." When the blonde and white girl saw the black-haired boy Lin Shan take her veil, she stayed on top of her head with a smile, and said softly, "Thank you so much." "Oh, where? There is nothing left." Lin Shan smiled and scratched his head, standing there silly. Lin Shan is now thinking about how to get the blonde and white beautiful girl. Ahem, it should be said how to make friends with her, you have to quickly figure out how to get close, I think about it, and quickly think about it. Lin Shan just stood there and started racking his brains, thinking about topics. Lin Shan, who was completely inexperienced, finally said a word. "Well, Tenten is very angry today, right, he." After he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. This is exactly what the old lady of the neighboring neighbor said. At this time, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes whispered a little timidly. Lost, I'm confused, it just happened that you came here, it's great." With that, the blonde and white beautiful girl showed a red face. After that, Lin Shan walked with the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes. He let the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes follow him first, and let's go to the church near the school to have a look. In any case, the other party dresses up like a nun, maybe it's an outsider. Advertisement. At the same time, Lin Shan heard a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes saying that she was here on a trip. Traveling. Lin Shan scratched his head curiously, wondering how this beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes traveled here like Lu Kai. The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes waved her hand weakly and said, "Actually, it's not like that." "I don't understand." The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes smiled slightly and said softly, "Actually, I came to work in the church in this city." "Oh, it turns out that you are really a nun, no wonder you were dressed in a weird outfit, very strangely dressed." Lin Shan responded with a smile. At this moment they both walked towards the church building over there. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes smiled and said softly, "In fact, it's great to meet someone as good as you, it must be arranged by God." Don't say that. I don't believe in God's arrangements. In short, I prefer to help people." Lin Shan said with a thick-skinned smile. Of course he turned his head and muttered in a low voice, "Of course he likes to help beautiful women." Then Lin Shan got into thinking, and then the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes found out that Lin Shan didn't say anything, so she asked curiously, "What's wrong with you, Lin Shan-kun?" "Oh no, nothing, haha." Lin Shan scratched his head with a smile. In fact, they had introduced each other before. Unexpectedly, the name of this beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes is also very nice, called Asia. Lin Shan continued to walk forward. At this time, they passed a park location and heard the cry of a child coming from the park. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Asia, hurried over when she heard the cry of the child. After Lin Shan saw it, he quickly tried to stop the blonde and white girl Aisha and said, "Hey, that." But when he saw the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha had already ran over, he didn't say anything. Lin Shan also followed, and saw the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha squatting there, stroking the little boy's head with care, and gently asking, "Boys can't cry because of this little injury." "Yeah." The little boy nodded. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, something shocked Lin Shan happened. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Asia, gently put her hands on the boy's injured knee, and a fusion of holy light appeared between the hands of the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothing. Oh, Lin Shan was shocked when he saw that there still exists such a thing. Is this the legendary healing technique? Lin Shan was even more shocked to see that the boy's injured knee was slowly recovering. This is amazing. Can nuns know this kind of magical treatment? This is simply the existence of a natural nanny. Afterwards, the little boy's knee wound was completely healed here. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha said with a smile, "Okay, it's okay now, the knee injury is already healed." Wow, the little boy was also shocked. He moved his knee without feeling any pain. At this time, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, remembered Lin Shan. She turned her head apologetically and said to Lin Shan, "Oh, I'm really sorry, I just came to help without knowing it." "It's okay." Lin Shan looked deeply at the smiling blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha. She was like a little angel in the world. At the same time, Lin Shan continued to lead the road silly blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha to continue to the Holy See there, and at the same time he was thinking about the problem level that just appeared in his heart. That is to say, when the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Asia, used the treatment, his arms suddenly felt tingling, as if to remind him of something. "It's really weird, my left hand actually reacted." Lin Shan muttered in his heart. He turned his head and glanced at Li's Zhao, at the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha next to him. I continued to wonder in my heart. Then also say, there is something in the body of Asia in front of me that makes my artifacts respond. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha did not feel the strangeness of Lin Shan. She followed Lin Shan with a smile, and said softly, "Actually, are you shocked, because of the one I was just now?" "Oh, this is nothing, I didn't expect you to have such a great ability in Asia." Lin Shan responded quickly with haha. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha turned her head to explain to Lin Shan with a smile. "Actually, I have been talking about the healing ability in the Holy See since I was a child, and I often help people who are sick to restore their health, She turned her head and responded silently in her heart. She didn't dare to say anything. Yes, very wonderful ability. Chapter 392 Cult Minions. Lin Shan and the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Asiya, came to the church unknowingly. She immediately shouted happily, "Oh, it's there. Oh, there is only one church in this city, and it has been abandoned for a while." Lin Shan responded with a smile. He suddenly sensed something, which made him feel bad in an instant, and the cold sweat ran down. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha didn't notice anything. She was still smiling and thanked. "Oh, that's great, I am so grateful for Lin Shan-kun's help." Lin Shan swallowed, and said in a panic, But the abandoned church hasn't seen anyone staying there for a long time." "Really? That's a shame. Can Lin Shan-kun go to that church with me? I want to go to church." The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha turned her head and asked Lin Shan with a smile. Because the church that gave Lin Shan an ominous premonition just now made him unable to accept this beautiful invitation, he waved his hand and said, "Oh, no, it just happens that I'm still in a hurry, so I just left." "That's it, 507, did we separate like this? Please remember me, Lin Shan-kun." The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, said a little sadly and weakly, and then she let go of something with a deep breath. Lin Shan smiled softly and said, "Yes, I will remember." When the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha heard this, she grinned excitedly and said, "Lin Shan-kun, I met someone like Lin Shan-kun when I first arrived in the East. I was so lucky, I am really happy." "Oh, you are polite." Lin Shan smiled and scratched his head. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha bowed to the smiling Lin Shan and said thankfully, "Thank you very much. If you have time, please be a guest at the church. An appointment has been made." Okay, I remember, then I'm leaving." Lin Shan just nodded. Anyway, I don't know when to go to the church that makes him uneasy, so I can only delay it as much as possible. Goodbye. Advertisement. Lin Shan turned around and left. Behind him, the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha smiled and said, "Well, goodbye, Lin Shan-kun, CA." When Lin Shan was leaving, he turned his head and glanced at Asia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes. "In my heart," he said with emotion, "what a good boy." The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha has not turned around yet. She is watching Lin Shan. When she saw Lin Shan turn to look at her, she smiled and waved and said, "Oh, remember me?" "Yeah." Lin Shan nodded with a smile. Lin Shan soon returned to the academy and came to the Occult Academy Club. He told the president of Senior Sister Lia's what had happened just now. When the president of Senior Sister Lia's heard this, she showed a serious expression and said directly, "In the future, it is forbidden to have any involvement with those Western cults, let alone approach them." Why?" Lin Shan asked in a daze. Why did the president of Senior Sister Lia's say that the Western Holy See is a Western cult? The president of Senior Sister Lia's crossed her hands in front, and continued in a serious tone. "Western cults are a terrible scourge for us demons and humans. They are actually more demons than our demons, but they are hypocritical. It's just a skin of justice. In short, we have a hostile relationship with them. If you step on foot to contact them without authorization, it will rise to the contradiction between the Western cults and the demons, and it will be out of control at that time." After Lin Shan heard it, he shook his shoulders and replied, "So what? It was originally a hostile relationship. You don't understand this. I can't guarantee when you will eat one of their spears of light again." The president of Senior Sister Lia's told Lin Shan angrily. She was still sullen. "Walk around." Lin Shan was shocked soon, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Seriously? Lin Shan solemnly said to the president of Senior Sister Rias, so Senior Sister thinks may be wrong. Advertisement. The president of Lia's senpai leaned her back against the guardrail. She still hugged her arms in front, and gently explained, when you walk with the people of the Western Cult Vatican again, there must be an apostle nearby. Existence, especially the exorcists who belong directly to the evil Holy See in the West. Among them, the exorcists also have the existence of artifacts. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Well, that's you, as a demon clan, instinctively aware of danger. The president of Lia's senpai nodded helplessly, shaking her shoulders and said, it's a mistake, but it's a serious problem anyway, you should be careful. Hearing this, Lin Shan suddenly remembered that when the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha was releasing the treatment to the little boy, he saw a trace of strange and uncomfortable tingling on his arm. The president of Senior Sister Rias nodded. She was thinking about something seriously at this time. She was wondering why the group of Western cults suddenly sent people to their side. What conspiracy was she doing? The president of Senior Sister Rias gently explained. The demon with the essence of the exorcist is completely wiped out for its existence. There is no remedy. What a serious problem this is. The president of Lia's senpai squinted her eyes. She turned her head angrily and said to Lin Shan, don't you believe me? Would I lie to you? The president of Senior Sister Lia's saw Lin Shan thinking deeply here, and she interrupted directly and said, Lin Shan. Lin Shan looked up at the president of Senior Sister Rias, and asked, then when I was near the church, what was the reason for a sudden chill in my body? It seemed as if there was something terrifying. Oh, yes. Lin Shan reacted quickly and looked up at the president of Senior Sister Lia's. The president of Senior Sister Lia's saw Lin Shan's depressed look. She smiled and said, it's okay. I was also sorry before, and the words were a bit too heavy, so don't care too much. This weird operation made President Lia's senpai suspicious. Yeah, I see. Lin Shan nodded weakly, his face still a bit unsightly. Lia's senpai is wrong. The soul cannot be destroyed by annihilation, but it can be assimilated. The annihilation you said doesn't exist at all. At most, the person who died went to live in another world. Well, I don't mean that, I mean they are really so dangerous? Lin Shan waved his hand quickly in response. Chapter 393 Out of Control Demon. The president of Senior Sister Lia's saw Lin Shan's depressed look. She hid her mouth and smiled and said, it's okay. I was sorry before, and the words were a bit too heavy, so don't care too much. There, this is all Senior Sister. You are worried about me, afraid that I will have an accident. I am not so stingy. I also want to thank Senior Sister Lia's. The president of Senior Sister Rias nodded slightly and smiled. That's good. In short, you should pay more attention to it and stop being reckless. Okay. Lin Shan nodded heavily. After the president of Senior Sister Rias had said this, she gently turned and left. Lin Shan started to sort out the flyer magic cards that needed to be distributed just now, and muttered. Hey, how come I always feel like I'm always annoying Senior Sister Lia's? It seems I'm still too stupid. You need to pay more attention to your own safety in the future. Lin Shan, who was sorting out the magic card of the flyer, couldn't help but think of Asia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes. Because the president of Senior Sister Rias didn't let him continue to communicate with the Holy See of the Western Cult. He was a little disappointed and said softly, I'm sorry, Asia, maybe I will miss the appointment. When Lin Shan was wandering, a weak voice suddenly appeared behind him and said softly, the president is really too doting Lin Shan-kun. Oh. Lin Shan was directly frightened by the sudden appearance of Zunai senpai and backed up. Sister Zunai. When did you show up here? Senior Sister Zunai smiled slightly and said softly, don't worry, I won't tell the president. Lin Shan suddenly sweated on his forehead. This time he was fine, and Zunai senpai caught a pigtail. At this time, the door of the club opened again, and the president of Lia's senpai came in from the outside. After she saw Zunai at a glance, she was surprised and asked, Zunai, I thought you were going back, why are you? Well, I have actually been contacted by the Grand Duke. Zunai senpai turned her head to look at the president of Rias senpai with a serious face. Advertisement. The president of Lia's senpai frowned when she heard her arms folded in front of her. Where is Grand Duke? What the hell is it? Senior Sister Zunai said softly. There seem to be other demons scattered in this city, completely out of control. It's a bit troublesome now. Those demons that are out of control will basically become dispelled. That's how it turns out. People from the Holy See of Western cults have also come over. The president of Lia's senpai suddenly fell into deep thought. For the newcomer Lin Shan, the conversation between Senior Sister Zunai and the president of Senior Sister Li Yasi, he listened to it in the clouds and mists. He didn't know how to say it, so he could only sit there and listen in silence. Lin Shan packed his school bag and was about to leave, but was stopped by two senior sisters. Lin Shan had to wait for everyone to come together in the occult research community, and began to prepare to hunt the so-called out-of-control demons. Is this going to fight? Lin Shan immediately became excited. Everyone got together, because Lin Shan is a complete novice. He curiously asked Yudo Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy next to him. What is a lost demon? Isn't it the same as us? When the blonde and beautiful young boy Yudo Kiba heard Lin Shan's question, he seriously explained. Oh, those demons who are lost are basically out of control. They are very aggressive and cannot control their own thinking. It can be said that it will become very dangerous, and it is very harmful to the city. Well, that means those out-of-control demons will do whatever they want to harm ordinary humans? Lin Shan asked in shock. The blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudu nodded slightly. Yes, so, exorcism are carried out in multiple ways, and not only we will do this, and disperse those out-of-control demons who have scattered. After Lin Shan heard it, he felt it was not that simple. Then everyone began to follow the general information: Lia's senpai, Zunai senpai, the blonde and beautiful young boy Yudu Kiba and the cat sauce, and the newcomer Lin Shan, and 5 people used the teleportation magic circle to come to a remote place. The president of Lia's senpai looked at the abandoned round building in the distance, and she said softly, according to the report, the space-time demon who had dispersed seems to be relying on luring humans into this abandoned building, and then put the humans into this abandoned building. To devour it, it should be said to be eaten. What, eat it? This is too devil. Can you eat people? Lin Shan was shocked. Advertisement, for flowers 0, the president of Lia's senpai nodded, squinted to look at the dark round building over there, and said, yes, so we have to crusade and destroy it. This is our job tonight. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba also said in a serious tone, did the lost demon use the infinite magic power of the previous host as a medium to create this ugly enchantment? Then, the group of 5 of them came. Inside this abandoned circular building, Lin Shan looked curiously and found that many of the furniture was well preserved, and the ground was also very bright, there is not much dust. The president of senior sister Lia's, who was walking in the front, said with concern, Lin Shan-kun, you want to be close to us? 0. Oh, good. Lin Shan responded quickly. At this time, the president of senior sister Lia's asked Lin Shan again, Lin Shan-kun, can you play oriental chess? Oh, president, do you mean the kind of chess that protects generals? Lin Shan asked in a daze. Yes, now the 5 of us are in their respective positions. My position is a general in chess, you know? The president of Lia's senpai continued in a serious tone. I am the general, and there are other chess pieces, such as phases, rooks, pawns, guns, etc. The upper demon can grant these chess pieces characteristics to give his subordinates and entourages, so that they have their own pawn characteristics. Characteristics of chess pieces? What kind of chess pieces am I? Lin Shan smiled and asked. The president of Lia's senpai smiled slightly, and said softly, of course, we can call it the chessboard of the devil. Oh, why did you tell me this specifically? Is it necessary to let us all do our jobs and not move the chess line randomly? Lin Shan was stunned. He quickly thought of the trick. It is estimated that the 5-person chess set developed by Lia's senpai often played chess. The president of senior sister Lia's heard what Lin Shan said, and she turned her head to look at Lin Shan with experience. She nodded with a smile and said, yes, what you said is very correct. It is to tell everyone not to act rashly, and to arrange the formation according to the characteristics of the 5-person team, and jointly destroy the enemy. 4. Chapter 394 The Battle with the Out-of-Control Demons. Lin Shan immediately thought of the 5-person chess formation mentioned by the president of Li Yasi. Oh, that's easy to say, turn-based combat. Lin Shan knew it right away. In the past, he liked to play such Japanese turn-based games very much. He thought it was very correct. At this time, the president of senior sister Lia's stopped and turned his head to look at Lin Shan seriously. Lin Shan was taken aback, and asked, what's the matter, senior sister? Well, next tonight, Lin Shan-kun, you have to take a good look at what is called a battle between the demons. You should not interfere in the meantime, because it is too dangerous. The president of senior sister Lia's caringly told Lin Shan that there would be nothing to do with him this time. This makes Lin Shan feel a little uncomfortable. Is he so unpromising? Does he still need a woman to block in front of 5 and 7? Of course, he can't be too willful. He suppressed his arrogance and had to listen to the words of President Lia's senpai, and nodded and agreed. In any case, the overall situation is important. Suddenly at this time, the president of Li Yasi, Lin Shan, and everyone heard the school mascot Tachung Bayin Kinsauce in a serious tone. The other party is here. After a while, I heard a gloomy voice deep in the darkness, which came out coldly. Oh, it looks like something very unpleasant, and unpleasant smell has come here. Lin Shan here heard that he had goosebumps all over his body, because the voice was too ugly, and he was still weak in speaking. He really wanted to step forward and beat the guy who made such a disgusting noise. The owner of the disgusting and gloomy voice hasn't appeared in the darkness yet, and he continued to say coldly there, but it seems that it still tastes very delicious. It tastes so delicious. Advertisement afterwards, everyone's nervous nerves looked back and forth in this circular building, and the eerie and disgusting voice became sharp, and said, is it sweet or bitter? After speaking, the master of the disgusting and gloomy voice appeared directly from the dark corner. Oh, that's big, Lin Shan exclaimed in shock when he saw it. The guy who suddenly appeared in front of him, it should be said that he was a woman, was simply too big. Have you seen a giantess? She is almost the same. Of course she stands so tall and the figure is so big, but she just can't see what her lower body is. At this time, the president of Lia's senpai became extremely serious. She frowned and said solemnly, the devil who walks away is called a sin. After escaping from his palm, I took it away in order to satisfy desire. Regardless of the generation, it can be said that it is a completely degenerate existence. That kind of crime should be given 1,000 deaths. I will destroy you in the name of the Duke of Gremory's family. The president of Lia's senpai was there and pointed at the huge woman opposite with a small hand. After the huge woman heard it, she suddenly laughed coldly. Her laughter was even worse than a ghost. After she laughed for a while, she suddenly became extremely scrambling, and said coldly, "The really arrogant little girl, don't use the Gremory family to scare me. You don't want to think about what kind of existence I am. I want to use your blood to render your body the same color as your hair. Oh he." After speaking, Lin Shan was shocked to see that the huge woman began to charge up there strangely. Her movements were completely different from the normal demon clan's magical moves. It could be said that it looked even more weird. President Lia's senpai heard this and said solemnly, "Really, the more you are there, the more fashionable you can speak. It really works, but if you really fight, it will be soft. Foot shrimp exists." Lin Shan is here, but he hasn't come out of the shock. He murmured, "Hey, this is the runaway demon who has gone away. This is too crazy. It looks like a poor big sister who is mentally abnormal." Oh ha ha. The huge out-of-control demon criminal woman here began to be extremely terrified, and she saw a huge monster body creeping under her body. The hairy monster body looked like a terrifying beast torso. Oh, Lin Shan was so scared that he couldn't accept his big mouth. Just now, he said that he was a poor big sister who was mentally abnormal. Now he is a giant monster. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba smiled and said next to Lin Shan, "I said, the demons who are out of control will become extremely ugly with their whole body, and even their hearts will become even more crazy. I understand it according to normal thinking." Lin Shan heard this and said in shock, "Wow, it's a shame that she is a very good-looking big sister who turned into such a terrifying appearance." Advertisement, oh haha, Lin Shan just finished talking here, suddenly facing the huge out-of-control evil woman. A blood-red magic circle burst out of her body. It seems that the other party is about to release her magical attack. "Oh, wow, isn't that a magic circle?" Lin Shan said in shock. The attacking method of the huge out-of-control demon criminal woman was simply too special. Oh ha ha. The huge out-of-control demon guilty woman completely turned horrified and twisted over there, looking even more crazy. The magic circle in her body also began to vibrate and spin unpredictably, and then two red rays of light began to converge in front of her. Oh ha ha. The two red lights in front of the huge out-of-control demon criminal woman suddenly bombed everyone in a daze. Nani? So exaggerated? Lin Shan stared at it, but fortunately, the president of senior sister Lia's next to him hurriedly pulled Lin Shan aside. Similarly, members of other occult research clubs also avoided soberly, not at all. Lin Shan stood there in a daze. Oh, 0.4, Lin Shan didn't pay attention, and was attacked by the red light bomb with the arm around by the president of senior sister Rias. Zzz, numerous red light bullets were put on top of Lin Shan's head, and then they all landed on the wall behind them. Then everyone was shocked to see wherever they were hit by the red light bullets. It was quickly corroded by acid. Lin Shan was shocked to see, sweating on his forehead, and yelled in horror, "I am screaming, am I so scary? If I hadn't been rescued by Lia's senpai just now, I guess I would have turned into a pool of water. After thinking about it, I felt scared." Lin Shan shouted in shock, "It's really a monster." The president of senior sister Lia's said with a solemn tone to Lin Shan, "Next, don't be careless, Lin Shan-kun." "Oh, good." Lin Shan nodded. Chapter 395 Terrifying Power. Lin Shan here doesn't have to worry too much. The president of Lia's senpai hurriedly turned her head to Yudo Kiba, the beautiful blonde boy over there, and shouted, "Yudo, use your magic sword to attack that guy." Lin Shan quickly looked at the blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo, and saw the blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo raise his hand. A magic circle condensed from his palm, and a magic sword quickly appeared in his hand. His summoning magic sword moves are similar to the spear weapons summoned by the fallen angels Lin Shan encountered before, but with an additional magic circle process. The fair-haired young boy Kiba Yudo summoned the magic sword and leapt up to attack the huge out-of-control demon sin woman over there. He was so fast that Lin Shan saw that the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba suddenly disappeared from his eyes. What? Disappeared? This speed is too fast, my eyes can't keep up, Lin Shan shouted in shock. Li 24 Yasi senpai stood up gently, and she said gently, "Yes, it's because the speed of the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba is too fast, so you can't see it." Lia's senpai continued to explain. About Kiba Yudo, his job is to attack opponents in a straight line. His specialty is quick and accurate, and his strongest weapon is the magic sword, which can destroy everything. Magic sword. Lin Shan heard Lia's senpai's explanation here. The blonde-haired young boy Yudo Kiba is already in rapid motion, quickly showing two swords to the huge out-of-control evil woman. Lala slashed off the two huge claw arms of the huge runaway demon sin woman with 2 strokes. Afterwards, the beautiful blonde young boy Kiba Yudo gently retracted his sword and fell back to the ground, coldly watching the huge out-of-control demon sinful woman writhing in pain and crazily over there. This huge out-of-control demon criminal woman completely lost his most powerful attack weapon, the Devil's Claw attack. Lin Shan can now see that the blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo has ended his battle. He is very successful in amputating the opponent's arms and losing more than half of the opponent's battle. Next, will they come out to attack again? Advertisement. Lin Shan saw a white-haired school mascot Tachung Bai and Kitten Sauce slowly walking in front of the huge out-of-control demon guild girl, looking at each other coldly. Lin Shan saw this and hurriedly yelled, "Danger, Xiao Maozhong, don't stand in a dangerous place over there. Because of the thin body of the school mascot, Tachung Baiyin Kitten, how could it be such a huge monster opponent? Suddenly, as soon as Lin Shan finished speaking, he saw the huge out-of-control demon evil woman become more crazy, and her painful face became even more distorted. After the sound of Parala passed, Lin Shan was horrified to see a huge monster mouth opened under the beast-like body of the huge out-of-control demon sinful woman, which is countless times more disgusting and hideous than the zombie's mouth. The dense and sharp teeth make countless people shudder. If a person is bitten in it once, it is estimated that even bone residue will be left. Not down. Guru, Lin Shan can be regarded as frightened by the huge out-of-control demon evil woman who changes into second form. This should be the second form of the monster. The second form of the huge out-of-control evil woman, her face is no longer the same as the previous beautiful big sister. At this time, the huge out-of-control demon evil woman in the second form changed only horror and pure viciousness on her face. Her hoarse voice shouted, "Go to death, go to death. Be careful." Lin Shan raised his hand and shouted toward the school mascot, Tachung Baiyin Katsauce, who was standing in the front. The school mascot Tachung Baiyin Kittensauce seems to be standing there in a daze, standing still unmoved, just like Suicide, a huge out-of-control demon, sinful woman who did not care about the second form of change. The horrible blood in his mouth. Boom. Tachung Baiyin Kittensauce, the school's mascot, was swallowed by the huge mouth of the huge out-of-control demon guilty woman in the second form change. No. Lin Shan yelled in fright. He stood up quickly and rushed over angrily. The president of senior sister Rias stopped Lin Shan, who was rushing over, and said with a soft smile, "It's okay, don't worry." The cat sauce has been taken," Lin Shan said hurriedly. Advertisement. After the huge out-of-control demon sinful woman with the second form of change swallowed a prey, she began to laugh there. Ihaha, but she hadn't laughed long before she heard a loud sound from her mouth. Huh. The huge out-of-control demon guilty woman who changed in the second form couldn't laugh quickly. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan was shocked to see the huge out-of-control demon guilty woman in the second form trembling violently, as if trying to get rid of something. Oh! The huge monster woman screamed. Boom! The huge mouth below the huge out-of-control demon criminal woman who changed into second form was suddenly torn apart. Lin Shan was shocked to see the school's mascot, Tachung Baiyin Xiaoxiaozhong, standing inside with a relaxed face, holding the other party's huge mouth with his hands. Oh, 507 is too exaggerated. Is this the weird Lolita? Lin Shan was given to lay by the school mascot Tachung Baiyin Kittensauce, but he didn't expect that little one. There is such a great power hidden under the body. Fortunately, Lin Shan began to rejoice that he did not provoke the mascot of the school, Tachung Baiyin Kittensauce. Otherwise it is estimated that a single finger from Kittensauce can make him either abolished or crippled. Seeing Maozhong, the president of Senpei Lias responded with ease and smiled softly and said, "This is the ability of Maozhong, Castle. The position is also the appearance in chess, and the characteristics are quite simple, powerful and powerful. Super defensive power. Even at this level, it is impossible to hurt a single hair." Lin Shan still opened his mouth in shock over there, and he didn't get over for a long time. What made him even more shocked was still behind when he saw the school mascot Tachung Baiyin Kittensauce said confusedly, "These teeth are too in the way, throw them away." After speaking, the school mascot Tachung Baiyin Kitten-chan suddenly slammed his fists at the big monster's good teeth. Wow, countless bite-heeled teeth were shattered by the school mascot, Tachung Baiyin Kittensauce. In the end, the school mascot Tachung Baiyin Kitten-chan knocked out the entire body of the huge out-of-control evil woman with a fist. Chapter 396 Easily Beat. The huge out-of-control demon criminal woman directly lost her fighting power, and she screamed and collapsed completely. Oh! The screams kept screaming. Lin Shan's head was covered with cold sweat at this time. He snorted and swallowed, and saw that the small cat sauce gently swept the mucus on his lower body. Lin Shan murmured and said, "I've decided, and I have to be a little behaved in front of the cat sauce in the future. It's horrible. It's all monsters. One attack speed makes him invisible, and one attack defense is so powerful that he is so powerful. As for him, there is only a weak 5 scum." Just as Lin Shan was shocked, senior sister Lia's here spoke again. "Zunai, it's your turn." The president of Lia's senpai turned his head and shouted to the Zunai senpai over there. Lin Shan quickly looked over. He wanted to see what senior sister Zunai was this time. After hearing this, Zunai senpai nodded with a smile, and shouted squeamishly, "Yes, my president, it's my turn to attack next." Lin Shan saw her take a step forward. Senior sister Zunai smiled and walked to the huge out-of-control demon sinful woman. She looked at her with a kind eyebrows and looked at her. It was not easy to provoke the winner. She smiled and said, "Oh, what should I do? Ouch." Lin Shan was looking at senior sister Zunai here, when suddenly he heard a strange sound coming from behind him. He immediately turned his head and looked at it curiously. Suddenly I saw that the broken arm of the huge out-of-control demon sinful woman was actually moving. Moreover, the broken arm of the huge out-of-control demon criminal woman was about to attack the president of Rias senpai behind. Lin Shan immediately waved his hand to summon his dragon glove artifact and shouted, "President, be careful. Advertisement, sneak attack, let me die." Lin Shan flew directly behind the president of Lee Yasi senpai and swung the dragon glove artifact to attack. Boom! Lin Shan's dragon glove artifact directly wiped past the president of Lee Yasi, and directly blew the broken arm of the huge out-of-control demon Sin woman behind. The president of Leah's senpai was also shocked just now. She was already on the other side at this time, blinking her eyes to ease from the shock just now. The president of senior sister Leah's slowly thanked, "Ah, thank you, Lin Shan-kun." Lin Shan smiled and scratched his head at this time and said, "Oh, it's okay." He rushed over unconsciously when he saw you in danger. When the president of senior sister Rias saw it, she smiled slightly, and she stood up and walked towards senior sister Zunai here. Lin Shan was taken aback by her serious look. She didn't know what the president of senior sister Leah's was going to do next. She seemed to be very angry when she looked at her. It's true. The sneak attack was sneaky and almost hit by the other party, making everyone angry. The president of Leah's senpai said coldly, "Zunai, kill her for me." Lin Shan quickly turned to look at senior sister Zunai. When senior sister Zunai heard the order of senior sister Leah's, she immediately shook her body heroically, and shouted valiantly, "Sneak attack on our president. What a naughty bad boy, I need to train and educate him." After speaking, Lin Shan was shocked to see the countless dazzling electric arcs rubbed by Zunai senpai's hands. Isn't this the same as the storm girl? The whole body releases a powerful electric current. Lin Shan was shocked to see it. Senior sister Zunai was like a walking power plant. Lin Shan couldn't help but looked at his communicator and wondered if she could find senior sister Zunai to charge it for free. The president of Leah's senpai here gently introduced to Lin Shan. Zunai is the long-range in our 5-person chess array. With the existence of the turret, she can release a powerful current to destroy the enemy in the distance. Wow, what kind of pawn am I? When she stopped, the huge out-of-control demon guilty woman behind was already powered by a powerful electric arc and almost existed in one breath, foaming and paralyzing like a puddle of ooze. Lin Shan saw Zunai senpai slowly raising her hands with huge arcs and shouting, "Then take my million-volt attack." Advertisement Lin Shan couldn't help but shudder when he saw this, and suddenly felt, Li's Zhao, that he was too dangerous, because there was no normal guy in the occult research community, all of them were the same as BT. Oh, I'm still so energetic, looking at the tempting smell of grilled monsters. Senior sister Zunai smiled and licked and continued to cast her powerful electric arc, and said with a crazy laugh, "Oh haha, I don't know how long you can last as a cutie, it's really fun." Senior sister Zunai here saw the huge out-of-control evil woman who was still struggling on the ground. She immediately smiled and said, "Oh, I really have a lot of energy, so let me add it to you." The senior sister Zunai here is still there, ha 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 he smiled. The president of Leah's senpai nodded frequently, and said faintly, "Zhang Nai is good at using magic power to attack from a distance, and she is still the ultimate sadist, like to torture monsters and enemies." The president of senior sister Leah's smiled and said softly, "Of course you are my soldier, Lin Shan-kun." The president of senior sister Leah's immediately followed, and continued to introduce Lin Shan. In other words, now combining all the abilities of other chess pieces, senior sister Zunai is generally an invincible vice president, and she will eliminate those incompleteness. Enemy. Oh. From time to time, the huge out-of-control demon guilty woman still trembles, and bursts of black smoke come out. The president of senior sister Leah's here also saw that Lin Shan was a bit unwilling to watch. She turned her head gently and said to Zunai, "Zunai, Lin Shan-kun is still here today, you are almost restrained. Just a little bit." Haha, well, this is very appropriate. Lin Shan smiled and nodded without denying. Ah, ow. The huge uncontrolled evil demon woman was cooked as electricity directly, shaken up over there. When senior sister Zunai heard it, she immediately stopped the strong glare arc released by her hands dully, and reluctantly said, "Oh, can't you play it so soon? It's a pity toy, oh hee." She is still laughing. Lin Shan said in shock. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Boom. A powerful arc of dazzling light flew out from her palm, and directly fell on the huge out-of-control demon criminal woman opposite, and a painful scream emerged from the dazzling arc of light over there. Chapter 397 Rank Soldier. The president of senior sister Rias saw the painful half-dead appearance of this out-of-control demon monster. She walked over gently, and asked angrily, "Do you have any last words?" Oh the huge out-of-control demon guilty woman groaned non-stop over there. When she heard the question from the president of Leah's, she struggled for 2 or 3 times. The huge out-of-control demon sin woman slowly raised her head, shaking and saying, kill, drop me. As you wish, then you will be hunted by me, the president of senior sister Rias yelled stiffly, General. After speaking, Lin Shan saw President Leah's senpai slammed his hands together, then opened both hands, and a huge red magic circle appeared. Immediately afterwards, a black flame twisted like a snake from the inside, and quickly rushed towards the huge out-of-control demon sinful woman. Oh, with a scream, the huge out-of-control demon guilty woman was swallowed by the black flames, and disappeared in bits and pieces within a short while. Seeing that everything is over, the president of senior sister Leah's took back the black flame magic circle and gently said to everyone, "Okay, it's over, we can go back. Anyway, this mission 510 is to face a huge out-of-control evil woman. Now that the huge out-of-control evil woman has been completely wiped out, everyone has nothing to go back to the occult research community." Yes, President, everyone said in unison. Lin Shan was shocked. Is this done? Lin Shan quickly said here, that, the president of senior sister Leah's. What's the matter? The president of Senior Sister Lia's was taken aback and turned to look at Lin Shan curiously. Lin Shan frowned, pointed to himself and asked, "Senior Sister, what about me? What about mine? As your entourage, what is my position?" "I didn't say it before, you are a soldier," the president of Lia's senpai said with a smile. Soldier, can it be said that it is?" Lin Shan was stunned. The president of Senior Sister Lia's smiled and turned to look at Lin Shan, smiling slightly. "Yes, Lin Shan-kun, you are a soldier." Advertisement, haha, soldiers. Lin Shan stood there in a daze, and then the smallest position in chess appeared in his mind. Lin Shan complained in his heart, the lowest ranking soldier? No way. Each went back. Lin Shan still rode his pedals and walked slowly towards his home. If you want to have a servant, you have to be a superior demon, Lin Shan thought on the way back in his heart. He continued to ride his bicycle, thinking to himself, it's completely different from the president of Lia's, who was a high-level demon from the beginning. It's really like being a high-level demon, so you will get a lot of benefits. Hey, speaking of which, we reincarnated need strength to be recognized and get the opportunity to upgrade, otherwise there will be no future, just. Like I am a pawn now, and there is no pawn weaker than a pawn, isn't it just a discarded pawn that is thrown away at will? Thinking of Lin Shan here, he sighed and said to himself, oh, it seems that there is still a long way to go from the lofty dream. This time Lin Shan went out again to receive a demon contract assignment. Soon he arrived at the mission location. Lin Shan rang the doorbell, but did not hear any movement. At the same time, Lin Shan was taken aback by the situation in this family, because the lights were not turned on at night, so it was not time to go to bed and rest. Moreover, Lin Shan found that the door of the room at this mission location was all concealed. Lin Shan frowned and muttered, it's weird that the doors are not closed. How dangerous it is at night. At this time, Lin Shan saw the dim light in the innermost room lit up, and he immediately relaxed, because there is a light that there must be someone in, CA. Hello, good evening, I am the devil of Lord Gremory here, Lin Shan yelled happily towards the house. But there was nothing in it, so Lin Shan said again. Sorry, I'm here. After Lin Shan finished speaking, he raised his foot and walked in. When he stepped into this room, his whole body suddenly stood upright, and a sense of crisis rushed towards Lin Shan. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At that time, Lin Shan agreed. This time, the task that Xiao Xiaozhang received was the demon summoning task location where Lin Shan was standing. He lowered his head indifferently into thinking, if you just go back like this, you will be even more embarrassed to see the president of Senior Sister Lia's. Forget it, even if it's Longtan Tiger's lair, I'm going to make a break this time. Unfortunately, there was no sound coming from the room, which made Lin Shan more cautious. Lin Shan thought of this, gritted his teeth fiercely, picked up a wooden stick from the side as a self-defense tool, then turned around and closed the door. His face was very serious and yelled, excuse me, excuse me. This, it feels that there is a very bad premonition, similar to the feelings of the Western cult Vatican I have seen before. What a weird demon summoning contract mission, what happened? Lin Shan frowned, and a lot of cold sweat was forming on his forehead in a nervous mood. Shush, there is a real atmosphere here. Lin Shan smiled, he saw a candlestick lit on the coffee table, and a silent white-haired man on the sofa, his back facing with Lin Shan. Lin Shan agreed and began to earnestly complete the contract task of summoning the devil. Lin Shan naturally thought that the white-haired man was the target of the contract mission summoned by his demon, so he smiled and greeted him. Lin Shan walked in angrily, then he came to the door of the lighted room, looked inside and found no danger. It's a pity that the other party didn't answer anything. Is the other party deaf? Then, in my mind, I remembered what the president of Lia's senpai said to him, the call of the cat sauce has been repeated at this time. I have another task tonight. I ask you to go, okay? Lin Shan cautiously asked inside. Hello, are you at home? Now Lin Shan is standing at the contract mission site for summoning the devil and has not walked inside. At that time, the president of Lia's senpai said to him again, this time I have to complete the contract. If I fail to complete the contract task, it will make me very embarrassed. Don't live up to my expectations of you. At this time, Lin Shan still stood at the door and did not walk inside. He was thinking about what to do next, and what to do if there is any danger. This made Lin Shan very nervous and cautious at once. Chapter 398 Great Crisis because the white-haired man on the other side had been sitting on the sofa and did not move and did not answer. Lin Shan was stunned. He smiled and raised his foot to walk in, because except for the candle light, the rest of the room was completely dark. Therefore, when Lin Shan walked, he suddenly felt that he was stepping on something under his feet, making it sticky. Lin Shan was stunned for a while, and quickly reached out and touched the bottom of his feet. Lin Shan didn't feel anything at first, but when he took a candlelight and took a look, it turned out to be thick blood, which was human blood. Suddenly Lin Shan felt bad, and then he felt bloody smells in the air, and then he vaguely saw a lot of distortions in the dark corners of the room, which seemed to have been dead for a long time. What is this? Lin Shan couldn't stand it when he saw this, and felt his internal organs start to churn. Oh, Lin Shan covered his mouth and forced himself not to vomit. The strange white-haired man over there who has not spoken said at this moment, all wicked people must accept the punishment of death. This is a kind of purification. I am just an employee of a Western cult. For the sake of the Western cult, you can do anything, including purifying all dirty garbage. After that, the strange white-haired man suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Shan. He still had a weird tongue deep down, and he was simply a disgusting guy. Oh. Lin Shan took a step back in fright. He didn't expect that this guy turned out to be a lunatic with an abnormal mentality. In fact, the people on the Western cult side are almost like this, and they are basically mentally abnormal. At this time, the strange white-haired man stood up with a smile on his face, and said with a smile, "Oh, this is the devil classmate. I'm really lucky to meet him." He opened his arms as he spoke, bowed to Lin Shan with a weird smile and introduced. "Under my introduction, my name is the Lost Priest Fried Surzan, a young priest who belongs to a certain exorcism organization." Oh. What? Father? After Lin Shan heard this, he suddenly felt that the other guy was too weird, and he suddenly became very nervous. Advertisement normal people are fine to say, if you encounter a madman, it is hard to say, and ordinary people will be afraid. Therefore, just like the mental contagion of the Western cults, they make such terrible lunatics, making ordinary people too scared, for fear that they will kill them when they go crazy. This is not it. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried Surzan on the opposite side smiled, and looked at Lin Shan with cold eyes. He grinned to Lin Shan and said, "Hey, yes, of course I can be sure that I am not the kind of devil who was abandoned by the Western gods." When Lin Shan saw this guy finished speaking, both eyes became blood red, which was even more terrifying than a demon. Lin Shan was so scared that he took a few steps backwards and said shiveringly, "Then, what are you here for? You did those?" What he was talking about was that the family lying in a pool of blood over there, in general, was killed. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried Surzan smiled and said with his hands behind his back, and said indifferently, "Oh, I did it." Relying on the act of summoning demons as a human being is already against the teachings of Western cults. Naturally, it has to be completely cleaned up, and it clicks without hesitation, haha. When Lin Shan saw this guy, he was already like a lunatic with an abnormal mental state. When he talked, he would make all kinds of weird movements. In short, he was an abnormal guy. Immediately afterwards, the dehumanized and lost priest Fried Surzan rubbed his hands with excitement on his face, and said with a smile, "To get rid of the devil like garbage and the human beings who trade with the devil, we must all purify it. That's it. The work of the uncle of the Western cult." After speaking, the dehumanized and lost priest Fried Surzan put his hands in his clothes and suddenly took out two weird weapons from the clothes. Among them, the lost and dehumanized priest Fried Surzan actually held a luminous lightsaber in one hand, the standard weapon of light of the Western cults, and the weapon of the other demon. The dehumanized lost priest Fried Surzan's other hand is holding a very fierce thermal weapon. It seems that this guy has no room for two-handed weapons in order to eliminate and purify the opponent. This is simply double the firepower. For Flowers 0, Lin Shan saw the sword of light in the hands of the dehumanized and lost priest Fried Surzan, and said in shock, "What, the sword of light?" Ding dong. The answer is correct, but then, I will use the sword of light to insert into your chest, haha. Advertisement. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried Surzan suddenly smiled crazily on his face. In short, he was extremely bloodthirsty. He continued to wield his sword of light with great pride and shouted, "Hey, next, I will use a very handsome hot weapon headhunter to kill you and kill you directly." Haha. Ow. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried Surzan jumped directly towards the panicked Lin Shan and struck him with a sword. 0 Lin Shan hurriedly rolled to the side in a panic. Why'd I always go out to pick up the demon summoning contract quest and always run into boss level difficulty? The opponent was too fast, the sword just now almost knocked Lin Shan. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried Surzan was a little bit different at first, and then he smiled and said, "Unexpectedly, this little prey is still a bit agile, look at my next hot weapon." He said. Lin Shan's leg directly facing there is a hot weapon, bang. The bullet came out and directly hit Lin Shan's calf, oh. Lin Shan screamed and fell to the ground, clutching his injured calf in pain. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried Surzan saw that Lin Shan had lost his combat effectiveness at this time, and he blew the hot weapon launch port with a proud expression. My heat weapon is not an ordinary heat weapon. The bullets he shoots are all enchanted bullets secretly made by the exorcist. After he finished speaking, he shouted with a grinning face, "How does it taste? Isn't it cool? Haha." A-hole. Lin Shan endured the severe pain directly, turned around abruptly, and directly summoned his dragon glove artifact, which was a punch at the disgusting lunatic guy. But because of the distance gap, Lin Shan couldn't reach the Western cult lunatic guy. Instead, the dehumanized and lost priest Fried Surzan escaped with a smug look on his face. 4 Chapter 399 Misunderstood. Because of the distance gap, Lin Shan didn't reach the corner of the Western cult lunatic guy. Instead, he let the dehumanized lost priest Fried Surzan escape with a smug look. He grinned and said triumphantly, "Oh, you deserve to be a devil. You can summon such a magical glove. Is this your best weapon? Haha, it's too weak and too weak. You made me like this. The exorcism ceremony has become more vigorous, haha." Lin Shan saw this Western god lunatic guy, and he was still mocking him over there. Lin Shan gritted his teeth fiercely and leapt directly towards the dehumanized lost priest Fried Surzan. Oh. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried Surzan saw that this little prey was still so tenacious. He laughed and played with the little prey. May 10th 0. He saw Lin Shan rushing over with his red glove, and he avoided it very easily. Suddenly he smiled grimly and said, "It's like rubbish, it's terrible." His direct backhand was a sword of light that slashed at Lin Shan's back fiercely. Oh! Lin Shan's back was directly cut a very deep hole by the sword of light in the hands of the lost priest fried Susanoo, who was dehumanized, and a lot of blood flowed out. Lin Shan fell directly to the ground, struggling with pain over there. The dehumanized and lost priest fried Susanoo saw here waving the sword of light with disdain, and said, "Oh, look at these flashy boys, do you still want to defeat me? You can neck me now. Kakuzu didn't touch her clothes. It's most uncomfortable for a weak chicken like you to exist now." Lin Shan gritted his teeth and was about to stand up. Suddenly, the dehumanized and lost priest fried Susanoo behind him suddenly lifted the sword of light in his hand and slammed Lin Shan's body. Go down. Just as Lin Shan saw where the lost priest fried Susanoo, who was about to be dehumanized, was stabbed to death, a girl screamed. Advertisement, oh. The dehumanized and lost priest fried Susanoo immediately stopped the sword of light in his own hand, and he said angrily, "Oh, isn't this little assistant little Asia?" Lin Shan turned to look at the blonde and white-clothed beautiful girl Aisha, and found that she looked at the pile of bodies over there with a painful face, and her whole body was trembling non-stop. Yeah, Lin Shan wanted to stand up, and found that his body had lost its support, because his spine might have been stabbed by the dehumanized lost priest fried with a sword. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, covered her mouth, her pupils could not shrink, and her body was shaking. She shivered and said, this is... At this time, the dehumanized and lost priest fried reacted, and he smiled and said, "That's right, I have forgotten it. Now you are my novice, my lovely little assistant Xiao Aisha." He changed his voice and said coldly, "This is the work of our Western cults. Those who specialize in cleaning up rubbish. Just like this, all existences like this must be solved. Yes, of course, whether it is the existence of the devil or relying on the trash that believes in the devil. All the waste must be cleaned up. In short, as long as the world does not believe in our Western cults, all of them are foreign cults." Do you know? The dehumanized and lost priest fried said these cult words, and the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, suddenly couldn't stand it, and turned her head to say something. How come? She turned her head but saw Lin Shan lying on the ground injured. Iya! Lin Shan-kun. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha suddenly didn't know what was going on. Her brain was fragmented. Unexpectedly, Lin Shan-kun saw these pictures and saw that the Western cult she believed in was really evil. She felt very shame. No matter how you say it, Lin Shan is very clear and dark about the word fallen angel. How can I say that Lin Shan almost died in the hands of fallen angels several times? Lin Shan also saw the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha. Her whole face was shaking, unable to say too much, but weakly responded. It turned out to be Aisha. Advertisement obviously, the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha misunderstood something. Her simple head thought that those who died were all killed by Lin Shan. Devil! You killed these people. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha covered her mouth with a sad face and wept tears. She thought that Lin Shan was a very kind person, but she didn't expect it to happen. It is such a terrifying existence, the existence of a demon that kills ordinary people casually. Lin Shan-kun, I didn't expect you to be a demon. The dehumanized and lost priest fried sneered over there and said, "Oh, although it is a pity, little Asia, demons and humans are incompatible, let alone we are people from the Western cult, yes. This group of people who believe in demons is a deadly enemy. Without the protection of fallen angels, they can't survive, hee. Even now Lin Shan-kun has admitted that he is a terrifying murderous demon." The fair-haired and white-clothed beautiful girl Aisha was trembling all over. She was unwilling to accept this, but in fact she had already seen it, and the bloody over there was enough to explain everything. What? You two are actually acquaintances. When the dehumanized and lost priest fried saw this place, his face suddenly showed a frantic look, and he hated this warm picture very much. The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha, was covering her mouth, her whole body still shaking over there. On Lin Shan's side, he turned his head and said softly to the blonde and white-clothed beautiful girl Aisha, "I didn't want to lie to you, I just didn't want you to be harmed, so I had already decided not to see you anymore." What? Fallen angels? Lin Shan immediately became alert when he heard what the dehumanized and lost priest fried said. Immediately afterwards, she heard Lin Shan admit indifferently, "I'm sorry, I am a devil." The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha, trembling with her body, asked excitedly, "Why are you?" The lost priest fried, who is dehumanized, is very willing to watch this extremely refreshing sad picture. It makes his whole body very comfortable. He likes seeing human tragedies the most. Lin Shan also didn't realize that Axia, a beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, had misunderstood him, and he did not realize that he was now listed by Axia as an incomparable murderer of damn it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Why is this? The blonde and white girl Aisha covered her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down her eyes. Chapter 400 Crazy Cultist. Lin Shan is an incomparable shade of the word fallen angel. How to say Lin Shan almost died at the hands of fallen angels several times. Therefore, as soon as the dehumanized and lost priest fried mentioned the fallen angels, Lin Shan looked at him with fire in his eyes. The dehumanized and lost priest fried came to the back of the injured Lin Shan with a leisurely look, and then said coldly, "Then, now I'm not talking nonsense, it's time to complete our task as soon as possible." After speaking, the dehumanized and lost priest Fried raised the sword of light in his hand and placed it under Lin Shan's neck. Wipe off. Are you ready to die, boy? The dehumanized lost priest Fried continued with a vicious look. Even if you don't do a good job, I will kill. After that, the dehumanized and lost priest Fried flicked the sword of light 24 in his hand and slashed down at Lin Shan's head. Oh, yelled Axia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, and hurried over. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried saw the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha rushing to the front to stop him from trying to kill Lin Shan. Lin Shan was stunned for a moment and said weakly, Asaya, don't do this. After seeing the dehumanized and lost priest Fried, he immediately showed a disgusted expression on his face and said angrily, Hey, this is not true, you should protect the existence of this garbage demon. Father Farid, please forgive the devil, please let him go. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha stayed in tears and ran over without control. Save Lin Shan. As soon as the dehumanized and lost priest Fried heard this, his face was cold and he said in a serious tone, Do you know what you were talking about? This is equivalent to someone who is a traitor. Advertisement. Even if it is a devil, Mr. Lin Shan is a good person who has helped other people. Besides, Western gods will definitely not forgive these things. Even if we do something wrong, let's keep going wrong. Asia spread out her hands and tried to hinder the opponent to hurt Lin Shan. Aha! The dehumanized and lost priest Fried roared angrily, A-hole, don't be stupid again, since you're like this, then I will send you two together on Wangshen Road. After speaking, the dehumanized and lost priest Fried slammed his sword of light in his hand and attacked the beautiful girl in white and blonde clothes, Aisha. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha couldn't dodge and was directly hit by the other's light sword, and a lot of blood was sprayed from the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha's chest. Asia. Lin Shan saw that the blonde and white girl Asia was injured, and quickly wanted to stand up and fight the guy, but his body was already very seriously injured. Lin Shan was about to stand up, but immediately after the wound, the pain made him slumped on the ground again. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried didn't cut it very hard just now. He directly said madly and ruthlessly, You stinky woman, in the summer, did you have any bugs growing in your head? You stinky woman? The dehumanized and lost priest Fried angrily grabbed the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha by the collar, and lifted the injured blonde and white girl Aisha up. A-hole, don't touch Asia. Lin Shan gritted his teeth and insisted to stand up, but unfortunately he can't even protect himself at this time, so how about other people? The dehumanized and lost priest Fried doesn't care about Lin Shan over there. He stared coldly at the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha in front of him, and said coldly, Although the fallen angel sister told me not to hurt you, it seems to be the same. It's okay to train you directly, and it's inevitable to make you obedient. It's not hurting you. After speaking, the dehumanized and lost priest Fried turned over, lifted the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha, and threw it against the wall over there, and then used the sword of light to hold the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha's hands in place. Above the sword of light, Aisha, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, couldn't dare to move too much. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha screamed in pain. Lin Shan finally couldn't bear the other side's atrocities, so he ran and stood up. Asaya, I'll save you, Lin Shan yelled through gritted teeth. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried coldly looked at Lin Shan, who was lying on the ground again and crawling over here. Advertisement. He licked his tongue ruthlessly and said viciously, You dog men and women, it seems that you really have enough life, see if I can torture you, haha. He suddenly turned his head to look at the blonde and white clothed beautiful girl Aisha, and said disgustingly and tenderly, Don't worry, little Aisha, I will treat you well, and naturally I will leave you with a life, hee. Is this great, little Asia? The dehumanized and lost priest Fried said with a smirk on his face. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, was here. When she heard what the dehumanized and lost priest Fried said, she screamed in pain. Oh, no. A-hole, stop me. Lin Shan gritted his teeth and stood up slowly. 510. At this time, the dehumanized and lost priest Fried began to notice Lin Shan. He turned his head with a smile and said coldly, Oh, I almost forgot to watch a good show for free. This is not allowed, guest. Lin Shan said viciously, If you do anything to hurt Asia by yourself, I will definitely want you to die, let her go. Shush. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried suddenly retracted his sword of light, and asked with a sullen expression, Huh? What are you talking about? He retracted the sword of light, causing Asia, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, to lose the support hanging on the wall and fall directly from the wall. Oh. The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha, lay weak on the ground. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried suddenly picked up his sword of light and asked, Smelly boy, I think you are impatient with your life. Are you going to fight with me? You will die in great pain. His cruel voice horrified the beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha, who knelt there and cried, Lin Shan-kun, don't be like this. Just let me suffer the suffering. You hurry up, run away. There is really no chance of winning, Lin Shan said helplessly, gritting his teeth when he saw the situation. Chapter 401. Father Pervert. Lin Shan gritted his teeth fiercely when he saw the situation now, and said helplessly, But I can't see this situation and don't do something. Even if it is dead, I will try to stop the opponent, no matter what. Said that in front of the girl who sheltered me, there was no backlash at all. Lin Shan thought of this, and I smashed the calf of my hand, and rushed towards the dehumanized and lost priest Fried over there. On the side of the dehumanized lost priest Fried, he hadn't reacted yet, and suddenly he was hit with a fist in the face by Lin Shan, directly knocking him out. It hurts. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried, holding his swollen face, spit out blood and sat up. Ahem, bah. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said viciously, oh, that's really interesting. He stood up with a serious face, staring coldly at Lin Shan standing there, and continued coldly. I don't have any patience with you now. I want to see if human flesh is chopped into minced meat. Whatever it looks like, let me record this feat now. Oh, after the dehumanized and lost priest Fried finished speaking, he suddenly raised the sword of light and rushed towards the injured Lin Shan here. Oh ha ha. Seeing that the sword of light of the lost priest Fried, who was dehumanized, was about to slash down on Lin Shan's head. After Lin Shan saw it, he immediately stood there with his whole body swaying tightly. Oh. The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes behind Aisha was covering her mouth sadly, and she didn't dare to look at Lin Shan's situation. At this time, the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha had nothing to do. Similarly, Lin Shan closed his eyes and waited to die. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried grabbed the sword of light and slashed at Lin Shan's body, with a crazy laugh on his face. Oh haha. Just as the dehumanized and lost priest Fried laughed like crazy, suddenly a red light appeared on the top of Lin Shan's head, and a bloody magic circle appeared. Advertisement, Magic Array. The lost priest Fried, who was originally determined to kill Lin Shan, was shocked. Lin Shan was also shocked by the dazzling red light and opened his eyes, shouting, oh, magic circle. Go to hell. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried, regardless of whether the magic circle is not the magic circle, grabbed the sword of light and slashed fiercely toward the bloodlight magic circle that blocked him. Hey, suddenly a yellow-haired man holding a magic sword appeared in the red magic circle, directly fighting against the dehumanized lost priest Fried. When Lin Shan saw that the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba appeared from the blood-red magic circle, he immediately let out a sigh of relief, and his little fortune was saved. Lin Shan shouted gratefully, Yudo! The blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo proudly used his magic sword to resist the opponent's light sword. He relaxed and said to Lin Shan-kun, rest assured, we're here to help you. Immediately afterwards, a woman with long black hair emerged from the bloodlight magic array. She covered her mouth and said in surprise, oh, this is really amazing. After all, this is going to war, and it's killing you. Many people. She was shocked, but she didn't expect it to be so intense here. When Lin Shan saw Li Yasi's assistant Zhu Daonai Senpei, then Li Yasi's assistant Zhu Nai Senpei walked out of the bloodlight magic circle, and a small and exquisite white-haired girl appeared behind her. She said naively, it turned out to be an annoying exorcist. School mascot Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce. The strange force tank girl also appeared. Lin Shan was surprised, but I didn't expect everyone to come. In the end, it is estimated that Li Yasi is the last remaining student. Everyone is here, that's great. Lin Shan showed a surprised expression. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried, seeing Li's assistant Zhu Nai Senpei say these words, winked at him. Don't pretend, trash devil, what you have done is dozens of times more disgusting than I know. Advertisement. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried gave a vicious grin against the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba's words. He also smiled madly and said, wow, the devil team is here, it's a great honor for me. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried immediately shook his body with excitement, and said disgustingly squeamishly, okay, really nice little eyes, hot and so charming, people love it. She covered her mouth with a smile, and said softly, oh, such a weird item, even if it is basically a devil, it will choose the existence of this item. It's so fun. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried was on his side by the mighty stance on the opposite side, and he quickly jumped out of the battle circle back. After speaking, he gently waved the sword of light in his hand. Just now, he slightly confronted the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba on the opposite side, and he found that he was a bit on the same level with the other party. If so, it would be a disadvantage for him. NS. Then, the last person who appeared was actually the president of Senior Sister Lia's. She gently walked out of the scarlet magic circle and coldly looked at the dehumanized and lost priest Fried on the opposite side. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He went crazy over there again. It was not a normal person's understanding behavior at all. He went crazy over there and said, ah, is this love? People are going to melt away. Ray. This guy's mouth is really disgusting. How can this kind of garbage exist in this world? It is really a spectacle. The blonde and beautiful young boy Yudo Kiba waved the magic sword in his hand and said disdainfully to the dehumanized and lost priest Fried. This kind of disgusting and dishonest words can be said, and it does not seem like a serious priest. I can tell. When the dehumanized and lost priest Fried heard this, he suddenly showed a cruel grin. Wow, oh, that's not bad, such a passionate friendship that is so disgusting. What, I'm about to vomit, you are attacked, or does he suffer? Hey. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried thought of this and gently stroked the sword of light with his hand. He continued to look around the group of demons coldly, and said viciously, hunting bugs and demons like you is the greatest joy of my life. Leaders, hey, stand up obediently, let me kill, that's it. The smiling Miria's assistant Zhu Nai Senpei listened to the lost and dehumanized priest Fried, who couldn't spit out ivory, and suddenly showed a bright smile on her face. Yudo Kiba, the beautiful blonde boy here, smiled triumphantly. I'm really sorry, Mr. Exorcist. This young man is our partner, so naturally you don't allow you to hurt him. Chapter 402 Just a bunch of incurable lunatics. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried was going crazy over there. It was not a normal person's understanding behavior at all. He went crazy over there and said, "Hey, is this love? People are going to melt." Suddenly he showed a hideous look on his face, and said in a hoarse voice, "No, this is murderous." Then the lost and dehumanized priest Fried turned into a squeamish voice and said, "It doesn't matter, whether the murderous intent or the murderous intent is thrown out of the whole body, it makes people so excited, hee. The president of Lia's senpai here can't stand it anymore," she said in a cold tone, "then you just disappear, it's not good." Huh? The dehumanized and lost priest Fried was stunned. Suddenly he hadn't paid attention to the situation there, and a dark wave of light attacked him. Oh! The dehumanized and lost priest Fried was frightened by the dark light, and quickly rolled aside. The light wave of darkness just now was released by the president of Lia's senpai. The president of senior sister Lia's had a serious face and said softly, "The existence of a madman like you is simply tarnishing my noble spirit and soul. Your Western cults are like a group of mental viruses, and they are infected with no mental health. People, let them become lunatics just like you 510 are not doing evil, what is it? Eh? What do you know? Our Western cults are the existence of gods, and our Western cults are gods. All human beings have been killed by us, and they are all contaminated by our mental viruses, so what? Anyway, people all believe in Western cults. It's fine, I want to be crazy, isn't it great? Haha." The dehumanized and lost priest Fried here said like crazy. The president of senior sister Rias heard the stubborn sophistry of the other party, and shook her head helplessly. This is basically the case for all people who have been contaminated by the spiritual virus of Western cults, and it is impossible to treat their distorted spiritual solidification. They are just a bunch of lunatics who cannot be treated. She said softly, "My lovely servants don't want to be infected by your Western cult spiritual virus and become lunatics. They can't stand the love of your so-called Western evil gods." President Lia's senpai, Lin Shan, who was injured here, yelled excitedly. Unexpectedly, President Lia's senpai would still like him very much, which made his heart warm. Advertisement, oh. So surprised. CA. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried, who got up from there, froze there, and said with a grin, "Is this another amazing guy? It's too rude. Come up with such a strong move." He continued to spread his hands over there and said, yes, I love too much, so I did this. I'm sorry, there is something wrong with the way of expressing my love, hee. Obviously, the lost priest Fried, who is dehumanized, is showing weakness. He is saying that the things just now are his mental problems, and there is a problem with the way of expressing love. It seems that normal people can't really be too real with a madman, or else they are more real. May cause unnecessary trouble. The president of senior sister Lia's didn't care about the disgusting lunatic guy behind. She gently turned her head and asked Lin Shan with concern. "Is it all right, Lin Shan-kun?" Lin Shan lowered his head weakly, and said apologetically, "I'm so sorry, I've caused you trouble again. I was scolded by you just now, but I didn't expect to mess up again this time. I'm so bad." Me. What else Lin Shan wanted to say? The president of Lia's senpai gently stretched out his hand and pressed it on Lin Shan's shoulder, and said with concern, "Hey, it is so bruised, and it makes me so worried every time. The person who is sorry should be me. Actually, I am too. I didn't expect that there were exorcists who came to hunt and disperse demons. I should have noticed these problems before. I didn't expect that I would ignore the other party." This, senior sister. Lin Shan felt a lot warmer in his heart. The president of senior sister Rias continued to say with concern, "Just now, because there is a barrier outside, I didn't have time to notice this, I'm really sorry." The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha heard that Lin Shan-kun's companions are so concerned about Lin Shan, which made Aisha feel very sad and heartbroken. Why is there such a big gap between teammates and teammates? On the other side, the beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha, has never understood. On the surface of the Western cult, it promotes that everyone is friendly and help each other. Selfish evil exists, they lie, they cover up, they go endlessly to repent of all their mistakes, but advertisement they never recognize what they are wrong. This made the Asian girl inclining sad, and she shed tears of indelible sadness. She longed for these incomparably, longing to be loved by her companions, longing to be pulled by all her friends, longing that there would be no evil in the Western cult paradise, but those are just ridiculous dreams. The heaven of Western cults has long been full of cunning demons, and countless fallen angels have grown everywhere, which is ridiculous and funny. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha looked at Lin Shan and Lia's with longing eyes, but her appearance angered her companion teammate, the lost priest Fried. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried saw the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha lying on the ground, and went directly to the ground viciously, or kicked it viciously. Without a little pity or sympathy in his mouth, he was just kicking the abdomen of the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha. "FK. You stinky woman. What do you do on the ground like trash? You are a spitting stinky woman. Silly, listen to the gorgeous lies of our Western cults. You stinky women like to listen to the beautiful dreams of those Western cults, so, haha." The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha was dehumanized by the lost priest Fried, constantly jumping fiercely. Oh. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha has no ability to fight back when she is kicked. She can only be kicked in the abdomen by the other party. Who wants her to believe in a Western cult, then accept the evil baptism of the Western so-called religious religion? Bar. The dehumanized and lost priest Freed kept standing over there with the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha, and kept shouting, "Isn't you the job of setting up the enchantment just now? How did you do it? Why? Let them all find this place, you stupid women." Boom. Boom. Rui Shang, the beautiful girl in white and blonde clothes, Aisha for several feet in a row. Chapter 403. Is this a parting of life and death? Boom. Boom. The lost priest Fried kicked the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha several times in a row. The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha, lay there in pain and screamed, "Oh, ah." Lin Shan couldn't stand it anymore and quickly shouted, "Asaya, don't beat her again, B********. D. Lin Shan cares so much about the blonde and white clothed beautiful girl Aisha. The president of Lia's senpai turned her head to look at the dehumanized and lost priest Fried who was beating the woman over there. She squinted her eyes and said softly, "I have decided now." Boom. Boom. There was a continuous and fierce kicking sound, accompanied by the scream of the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha, "Oh, ah." The president of senior sister Rias continued to say coldly, "Never forgive the servant guy who hurt me, especially a disgusting bully guy like you. He is still hurting my belongings over there, really. It's unbearable." After Lia's senpai's president finished speaking, bursts of demon flames erupted all over her body, and her whole body exuded horrible, red magic power. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried hurriedly stopped kicking his feet. After going back a few steps, he said in a serious tone, "Wait a minute, the other party's power is a bit bad, rather, it's quite bad." At this time, the dehumanized and lost priest Fried has already begun to want to retreat, because here is gradually becoming a disadvantage for him. Just as he was about to leave, the school mascot here, Tachung Bayan Katsauce, said, "It seems that there is another fallen angel. It seems that rescue is coming from the enemy," and the school mascot Tachung Bayan Katsauce turned her head to look at the president of senior sister Rias. The dehumanized and lost priest Freed found himself coming to a powerful rescue at this time, and he burst into laughter suddenly. "Oh ha ha. Are you scared? This situation has completely reversed. I want to send you all on Wangshen Road, haha." The dehumanized lost priest Fried appeared above his head with a huge magic circle portal, slowly getting bigger and bigger. It seems that the other side's rescue is still great. Advertisement Lia's assistant Zunai Senpai here worriedly asked the president of Ria's Senpai, "President, what should I do next?" The president of Lia's Senpai held her hands in front, and coldly saw the magic teleportation formation unfolding above. She heard what Zunai asked, thought about it and said, "Now we are the first to protect the injured Lin Shan in the car. It's important, don't continue to consume other things here." After she finished speaking, she waved her hand and said to senior sister Zunai, "Zunai, you are now ready to open the teleportation magic circle." "Okay, President." Zunai Senpai nodded solemnly. It seems that they are going to retreat first. Lin Shan saw Zunai Senpai open the teleportation magic circle as soon as she raised her hand, but he thought it was wrong. The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Asia, hadn't said how to rescue it. The president of senior sister Lia's did not care about Lin Shan behind. She turned her head directly to the school mascot Tachung Bayan Katsauce, who was holding a large wooden box over there, and said, "Katsauce, now you will protect Lin Shan. Lin Shan-kun's safety is up to you." "Okay, President." The school's mascot Tachung Bayan Katsauce nodded and threw the large wooden box he was holding directly. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried is here, angrily provoking and saying, "Ha, you trash demons, how can you let you escape, you group, oh." Before he finished speaking, suddenly a large wooden box smashed towards him. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried was crushed on the ground by the big wooden box, and he shouted in pain, "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Here, everyone started to evacuate intensively. Lin Shan was still resisting the shackles of the Katsauce over there. He shouted sadly, "Asia, no, there is also Asia over there, President, please, bring that Asiatic girl with you." "There is no way to do it, don't forget, this magic circle can only send my followers and dependents." The president of Lia's Senpai said softly. She also wanted to save, but there was no time is up, even the Asiatic girl is not her entourage. Lin Shan couldn't believe it and yelled, "No, it's impossible, let me go, Asia." Now Lin Shan just wants to rescue the extremely poor blonde and white girl Aisha. For Flowers Zero advertisement at this moment, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, had an expression of infinite compassion in her eyes, smiled slightly, and she shed tears and waved goodbye to Lin Shan gently. "Ahole, let me go." Lin Shan strongly requested the strength of the Katsauce, but unfortunately, the Katsauce ended the horror existence of the power tank. Lin Shan could not shake the strength of the cat. At this time, Lin Shan was completely carried on his shoulder by Mao Zhang with one hand, and he looked very relaxed. Just letting Lin Shan slapping hard was useless, and it was not even a tickle. "Let me save Asia. Let go of me, Asia." Lin Shan struggled hard, but it was useless at all. Zero at this time, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, looked at Lin Shan with tears and said with a small mouth, "Lin Shan-kun, goodbye again, in a faraway place, goodbye, it will." "Asia." Lin Shan yelled heartbreakingly, but his voice flashed with the teleporting magic circle and Lin Shan and his companions just disappeared. Love. Lin Shan was taken back to the underground teleportation room of the Occult Research Club. Lin Shan was still fighting over there to save Asia. It's a pity that Lin Shan has suffered a very serious injury now, and there is no way to save anyone. If Lin Shan can go for treatment now, it is estimated that his life will not be saved even under such fierce resistance activities. The president of Senior Sister Lia's saw this, and said in a serious tone, "You should treat it well, and wait until you are cured before saying anything else. Be sensible." Lin Shan saw that this was the case, and stood there immediately lost. The president of Lia's senpai shook her head helplessly, and gently said to her surrounding entourage, "Now everyone has a good rest, and then discuss the general situation." "Okay, President." They left one after another. The president of Senior Sister Rias turned her head to look at Lin Shan, who was injured, and said helplessly, "Come on, let me treat you first, and see if your body is wounded everywhere, and you are still being treated by the saint." Light eroded wound. 4, Chapter 404 Too weak. "Come on, let me treat you well first, and see if your whole body is wounded everywhere, and it is still a wound corroded by the holy light." After speaking, the president of Senior Sister Lia's, like a virtuous wife, supported Lin Shan and walked slowly to the treatment room. Lin Shan at this time was like losing his soul, and the brain was blank and didn't know what he was thinking. The president of Lia's senpai sighed and did not continue to say anything. First heal Lin Shan's injured body before talking about other things. Bar. While the president of Lia's senpai gave Lin Shan treatment, don't say softly. This injury is special. It will take a while to complete before the complete treatment is complete. Oh, why isn't it different this time? Lin Shan asked curiously. The president of Lia's senpai nodded gently, and said weakly, "The 51-0, used by the lost priest exorcist is the sword of light, that is, the power of light. It is quite strong, so leave a lot of light elements on your wounds." Lin Shan couldn't help but smile wryly when he heard it. Isn't this ridiculous? It's ridiculous that such an evil person can use strong light energy. The president of Senior Sister Lia's saw Lin Shan say this, and she smiled softly. Maybe they exist like this. Light also represents destruction. No matter what, the devil is also a fire, right? Lin Shan felt that the president of Lia's senpai was very correct, and nodded in response. That's what I said. After a period of treatment by the president of Liyasi, Lin Shan felt a lot more relaxed and didn't feel too much tingling sensation on her body. The president of Senior Sister Lia's gently said to Lin Shan, "There are so many treatments today. After you take these medicines, you can take care of them." "Oh, okay, thank you Sister Lia's," Lin Shan said gratefully. Next, Lin Shan went to the outside hall of the Mysticology Research Association to have a round with everyone, and then Zhu Nai's senpai came to help Lin Shan slightly bandage the wound. Lin Shan asked curiously at this time, "By the way, the lost exorcist and the lost demon, isn't it possible that the state of being lost is more than just a demon?" Advertisement here. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba explained gently, "After the exorcist and priest are dispelled by the evil Western Vatican, many people will enter the dark pile and fall down in the servants and followers of the fallen angels. In fact, they are all almost the same." When Lin Shan heard this, he turned around and asked Yudo Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy. "Then, let you put it this way, is Asia of the same kind as the lost exorcist?" When the blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo heard Lin Shan say this, he immediately lowered his head and fell silent. His face became a little difficult to look at. In fact, he can be regarded as an existence expelled by the Western evil Vatican, and he hates the evil in his heart. Western cult. In fact, Lin Shan's question just now asked about the wound in Yudo Kiba's heart. It was simply sprinkling salt on the wound, so it was difficult for him to speak in silence. At this time, the president of Senior Sister Rias came out of the back room, sorted out her work clothes, and said softly, "Anyway, you are a demon, she is a servant of the fallen angel. This is a fact. You have to figure out the relationship." "But, President," Lin Shan wanted to say something, but felt bitter in his mouth and didn't say anything. Now Lin Shan feels that he is so weak, it would be great if he could be stronger. After that, Lin Shan looked desperate and returned home unknowingly. He was still annoyed in his mind that he hadn't saved Asia, and he was worried about it. In the final analysis, I am still too weak, not even a girl can be saved, I want to become stronger and stronger. Afterwards, Lin Shan woke up, sat up abruptly, and shouted, "Such a scholar shouldn't be weak anymore. If it is so weak, then I can exercise and become stronger, I'm going to exercise." Which, Lin Shan got off the bed, put on his clothes in a hurry, and went out to the park to start exercising. "From now on I will keep exercising, exercise," Lin Shan shouted while gritting his teeth while doing pull-ups with difficulty. After Lin Shan did a few, he was already sweating profusely, enough to see how weak he was. Suddenly at this time, Lin Shan felt a sharp pain from the wound at the back of his body last night. "It hurts." Lin Shan gritted his teeth and didn't fall from the top. He persisted there for a while. "Great, you have nothing to do." Advertisement. Lin Shan smiled and looked at the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha in front of him, and he was really relieved, as long as there is nothing wrong with this girl. Lin Shan rubbed his eyes and couldn't believe that Asia was standing in front of him without incident. Didn't she get bullied by the 0.4 side? Lin Shan took the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha to a nearby fast food restaurant, a restaurant specializing in hamburgers, French fries, and Coke. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha also felt Lin Shan's concern. Blushing and lowered her head, she didn't dare to say anything. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lin Shan was so angry that he couldn't do it. He was very annoyed and said, damn it, how can we save her from the dehumanizing and lost priest fried? During this time, she may also be lost. Asia may be being. Lin Shan-kun. In the end, Lin Shan couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground suddenly, excited. Lin Shan gently held the hand of the blonde and white girl Aisha to express how worried she was. Lin Shan also ordered a standard set meal with the blonde and white girl Aisha, including hamburger sticks, mashed potatoes, and Coke. Lin Shan gritted his teeth fiercely and rubbed the place where the tingling came from, which was the place where the lunatic priest used the sword of light to attack. A-hole, I still can't do it, it seems I can't rush, wait until the wound has healed a little bit and then work hard. In front of me, I really saw the cute-looking blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha, who was looking at Lin Shan with big eyes. She was still wearing the very shabby Western cult's kind of generous missionary costumes, and she looked like she was a 3-year-old child is wearing adult clothes, looking cute. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Lin Shan. Isn't that weak voice the voice of the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha? Huh? Did I have auditory hallucinations? Lin Shan couldn't believe it and quickly turned his head to look over. Lin Shan grinned happily. Asia. Immediately afterwards, as he sat there to rest for a while, pictures of the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Asia, being ravaged and oppressed by the dehumanized and lost priest fried, kept popping up in his mind. Chapter 405 Cruel Reality, The Fall of Countless Angels. Lin Shan smiled and looked at the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha in front of him, and he was really relieved. As long as this girl is safe and there is nothing to do, the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha is stared at by Lin Shan with a smile. Her face is hot and her head is bowed deeply. She doesn't know what she wants to do. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha lowered her head and looked bewildered. Lin Shan smiled and said, well, Aisha sauce. Oh, yes, it's here. Axia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, quickly raised her head to look at Lin Shan, and then she said softly, how'd I eat this? Lin Shan was taken aback by the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha. He didn't expect that this blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha saw this kind of food for the first time. She didn't know how to eat this kind of round bread. Lin Shan smiled. He stretched out his hand to open the wrapper of the hamburger and said, just eat like this, Princess Asia. Oh, 24. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, looked at her with her mouth open. Her small shocked eyes looked at Lin Shan's delicious food over there. This is such a way of eating, it's amazing, it's so convenient. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, was shocked, but she was so hungry that she felt that this kind of eating with her hands was just too suitable. She often eats like this when she sleeps outside. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, looked at her eyes brightly, and she quickly lowered her head and opened her hamburger, then gently picked it up and put it to her mouth. I'm moving. Asia, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, said softly, a little shy, then opened her small mouth and nibbled at the hamburger. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha then exclaimed excitedly, it's delicious. Seeing the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha, Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction, as if he had made the hamburger. After Lin Shan and the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha had a few bites of hamburgers, Lin Shan was relieved of the hamburger in his hand, and asked with concern. Compared to this, why did you show up in the park? After hearing this, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, suddenly changed her eyes to avoid Lin Shan's face. Advertisement. This made Lin Shan stunned. Is there anything unspeakable hidden in the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha? It seems that the group of Western cult guys are still playing some insidious tricks behind them. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha's eyes became uncertain. Afterwards, she thought of a better answer, smiled and looked up at Lin Shan, and then said softly, because it's time for a break, I want to take a walk in the city and have a rest, Is this true? Lin Shan began to doubt, wondering what exactly the blonde and white girl Aisha had hidden from her. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, lowered her head with a smile, and said silently, well, I saw Lin Shan-kun afterwards. I am very happy to see Lin Shan-kun again. Her voice was getting smaller and smaller, and she didn't know whether it was shy or sad. Lin Shan didn't want to see this continue. He directly shouted at Aisha, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes. Asia. Yeah, here, what's Lin Shan-kun? The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha quickly showed her pink face and looked up at Lin Shan. Lin Shan said softly, don't worry, I will protect you well in the future, I promise. Huh? The blonde and white girl Aisha immediately understood her, lowered her head shyly, and silently thanked Lin Shan over there. She nodded gently and muttered weakly, thank you, Lin Shan-kun. Thank you, we are friends. Lin Shan scratched his head with a smile and laughed openly. In fact, what he didn't know was that Asia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, might be the last to appear in front of Lin Shan-kun, and then she might be deprived of her life by the fallen angels of the Western cult. The blonde and white beautiful girl loves West Asia, but still endures the sadness in her heart and smiles and says to Lin Shan, okay. People listen to Lin Shan-kun. Oh, no, that. Then, during this period of time, Lin Shan accompanied the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, to have fun everywhere, and Lin Shan didn't feel anything in his heart. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan continued braggingly. But speaking of it, I used to sweep the nearby claw machine playground with Matsuda and Yuanhama. For a master like me, this claw machine is nothing short of a treat. A plate of. He looked relaxed, and said leisurely. What's the matter with this? I like it if I like it, and it's nothing. After all, it is good to be able to grab the claw machine when I go home. Lin Shan came over with a smile and asked, what's wrong, Asia? However, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, felt more and more bitter in her heart. What a happy time. She hoped to stop forever and stay with Lin Shan-kun forever. Unfortunately, the reality is always so cruel. Lin Shan was stunned, and saw the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha tightly next to the crane machine, with two big eyes staring directly at the Pikachu animal ragdoll in the window. Of course, today's full of good memories will always be kept in the heart of Axia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, and cherish it. By the by means she helped her catch a ragdoll of Pikachu beasts when she saw Lin Shan talking, and she immediately jumped happily. Clap your hands. Lin Shan smiled and shook his head, and directly escaped a coin from his pocket and stuffed it into the coin-operated doll machine, and started a leisurely remote control of the doll machine. Lin Shan smiled 510 and asked, do you like Pikachu beast dolls? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time Lin Shan was leading the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha to a fun place on the other side. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha seemed to have discovered something, so she hurried to trot over. As soon as she turned around, she was caught by Lin Shan. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha happily took the cute Pikachu animal rag doll in Lin Shan's hand, with a happy smile on her face, and she quickly bowed deeply to Lin Shan. Oh, no, nothing happened. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Asia, shyly denied something, and turned to leave here. Lin Shan smiled and took out the Pikachu animal rag doll from the retrieval port in the claw machine and handed it to the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, blushed immediately, and finally she lowered her head and surrendered and said, yes. Chapter 406 Contentment. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha happily took the cute Pikachu animal rag doll in Lin Shan's hand, smiled and bowed to Lin Shan, thanking him and said, thank you, Lin Shan-kun. Let me have my own the Pikachu beast rag doll. This Pikachu beast is the most precious treasure brought by my encounter with Lin Shan-kun. I will definitely protect it. Haha, it's okay, this is not a precious doll, don't worry about it. Lin Shan smiled and scratched his head. He was a little embarrassed to be praised by the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha. But Lin Shan came to feel it at this time. This is an opportunity to show himself in front of the cute girl. Why didn't he expect it before? He immediately smiled and scratched his head and said, come on, let's play one next, and you are guaranteed to get it. Lots of rag dolls, haha. The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha, followed behind with a sweet smile, and she said weakly and softly, yes, this encounter may be forever. Lin Shan seemed to have heard something, turned his head and smiled and asked, what did Asia say in the back? No, I didn't say anything, I just felt that today is my happiest and precious day. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha immediately responded with a smile. Lin Shan accompanied the blonde and white clothed beautiful girl Aisha for another stroll. There was nothing fun. The two of them found a place to rest on the other side. Lin Shan went to buy 2 cans of drinks. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, was still a little emotional in the back, maybe a little too plump, she kept sighing. Today is the first time I have had such a happy day since I was born. She gently took the drink that Lin Shan handed over, and it was the drink Lin Shan helped open. When she saw this drink for the first time, she was still worried about how to open it, thanks to the caring Lin Shan for helping her open it. Lin Shan saw the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha over there again, feeling so easily satisfied. Lin Shan smiled and said, Asaya, you really say everything is so exaggerated, it makes me feel embarrassed, in fact, I haven't done anything. After speaking, when Lin Shan raised his hand to drink a drink, a tingling pain suddenly came from the back of his arm. Oh, it hurts. Lin Shan hurriedly clutched his shoulder over there. Advertisement. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha suddenly came over with a worried look, causing Lin Shan to ask in a daze, Love, Aisha, what's wrong? He saw the girl Aisha gently raised her hand to touch the location of Lin Shan's injury and said softly, is it the injury at that time? Oh, it's okay. Lin Shan replied softly. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha took a deep breath and said softly, then I will help you heal. I have an artifact on my body to heal wounds, which can help other people's injured parts. Oh, really? Then let's go to a place with few people and try it. Lin Shan said with a quick smile. What the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha said just now made him feel that Aisha did not say anything wrong, she said. His body is really similar to the dragon glove artifact on Lin Shan's arm. It should be said that it is the energy fluctuation of the artifact. Soon the two came to the corner of the park where the traffic was very sparse. Lin Shan turned his back to the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha and leaped out his wounds. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha shed tears in sadness, and seriously began to raise her hands to treat Lin Shan's scars. Lin Shan suddenly felt soft sensations coming from the wound, and he recovered the wound feeling very comfortably. He looked sideways at Aisha, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes behind him. Her serious little expression made Lin Shan couldn't help but look fascinated. Although she is from the Western cult, she really started to be very cute. Lin Shan couldn't help but start to flutter in his heart. At this time, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, felt that her recovery was almost complete, so she looked up at Lin Shan and asked softly, Lin Shan-kun, I remember your leg was also injured. Ah, oh, yes, but that should be fine. Lin Shan nodded in embarrassment. Although he wanted to save face, in his heart, he was very willing to help him treat his calf fever, weapon wounds. Really, Lin Shan saw the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha like a qualified nurse girl, seriously treating the patient's pain. She bent down gently and placed her hands gently on Lin Shan's injured calf. Her hands emitted bursts of green and green light, shining on Lin Shan's calf, and the injured position quickly recovered. NS. It's so intact and so general, which surprised Lin Shan. Advertisement, wow. At this time, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, just put down her hands. Her treatment was completed so soon. She gently raised her head and asked Lin Shan, how do you feel now? Oh, it's so fast. This is amazing. Lin Shan stood up unbelievably and then began to move his body, and found that it was all healed. A little bit of the whole body was under vigorous exercise. Did not feel any pain. Omagas, did you pick up the baby? This is to get the girl like Asia into the team in the future, so you don't have to worry about the existence of the doctor and nurse. Lin Shan shouted with surprise in his heart. Oh haha, there is really no problem at all, and the legs are healed. Haha, that's amazing. Lin Shan quickly turned his head and smiled and looked at the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha, a bit embarrassed by Lin Shan's fiery eyes. Lin Shan said excitedly, it's really amazing, Asia, you have this ability. Jane is very popular everywhere. Oh, he. Li Dahao. When the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha heard Lin Shan's praise, she immediately raised her happy eyes. She is really happy now. She can help Lin Shan. As long as she can help Lin Shan, everything makes her feel like living is very meaningful. Lin Shan's body is now completely restored to normal. When I go back, I must talk to senior sister Lia's, and I must keep the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha. Lin Shan took a deep breath and slowed down the joy and excitement just now. He gently pulled the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha's little hand, and said seriously, now my wound is healed, then let's talk about it. The blonde and white girl Aisha nodded happily immediately. She really looked like she had a good chat with Lin Shan, to understand how Lin Shan was like. The two were sitting in this remote park without people passing by. Talking on the trail. Good, chapter 407 I recognized a sister. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, is like talking to Lin Shan, to understand how Lin Shan is. The two of them sat on this remote park path and talked about their thoughts. This is good, it makes the two of them seem to be in love. Lin Shan became a listener this time. The story of the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, has the most stories. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha gently said to Lin Shan, I was abandoned by my parents' patriarchal concept since I was born. Huh? I didn't expect Asia to be an orphan? Lin Shan was shocked. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha nodded gently, and continued, in a remote village, I appeared in a Western cult church over there. I heard that the old priest said I was crying at the door, and then I was there. I grew up all the time. Then when I was 8 years old, I saw the injured puppies get lost and walked into this church. With pity and sympathy, I worked hard and prayed for the dying dog alone. At that time, a miracle appeared. The dog miraculously came back to life and threw himself in my arms to act like a baby. After 513, a miracle appeared. People all know my ability, and soon I was taken to a taller church by a few senior followers of the Western cult, and it was strictly protected. And also ordered me to heal the ailments and scars of believers from all over the world. At that time, I was really happy that my ability could help others. Asia said, her voice became choked up, but she still said weakly, but one day, I met a man who was injured and fell down, but the person I met by chance turned out to be those Western evil gods. After I taught the demons, I was ruthlessly blamed and driven away by the followers of the Western cult and other people who helped me. They blamed me for treating the demons, and they said that it is definitely not a good ability to treat even the fearful demons, and then I was taught to harmonize by the Western evil gods. Isn't it ridiculous? This is indeed ridiculous, just as ridiculous as the current world. Both good and bad things are killed by a stick. It is like saying that I will let everyone principle the harmony and add the word of harmony to the warning. Content listed as a violation of harmony is directly blocked. This is normal. Everything in the world is double-sided. When blocking bad things at the same time, the good deeds of the other half will also be blocked, so just let them toss. Advertisement Lin Shan seriously answered Asia's words over there, and he agreed very much. After that, I was called a witch by everyone, a witch who healed demons. They said that anyone with the ability to heal even demons is a heretic, and a heretic who needs the gallows. After talking about what she had experienced, the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha exhaled a deep breath. It seemed that she had let go of a lot. Lin Shan heard that the blonde and white beautiful girl in Asia suffered so much from her young experience, and couldn't help but breathe in cold air. He didn't expect that the blonde and white beautiful girl in Asia had such a rough experience in her small grade. So it turns out that it was brought here by Asya, who had nowhere to go after the fallen angels? Lin Shan asked with some concern. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha nodded with a smile. Yes, but I have never forgotten the prayers to the Western Cthulhu and the gratitude to the Cthulhu. It was they who made me recognize the various kinds of Western Cthulhu. After seeing all their mistakes, it is precisely because of the wrong value of Western cults that we can become better, right? Yes, yes, he. Lin Shan agreed very much. Then he was stunned, thinking of the despicable nature of the fallen angels in his mind. He caringly asked the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha, but about the fallen angels. By the way, you have to be more careful, maybe the fallen angels didn't treat you so kindly. Well, I will pay attention, Lin Shan-kun. The blonde and white girl Aisha smiled thankfully, and looked at Lin Shan with grateful eyes. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, covered her mouth and smiled, and continued gently, look at Lin Shan-kun, if you know the future, would you still be happy? It's a bit difficult and very difficult, Lin Shan said in shock when he heard it. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha nodded slightly and said softly, my dream now is that everyone should live happily without war. Everyone is grateful for their living environment and their happiness. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha smiled slightly and said softly, forget it, for me, this world is my place of trial, and one day I will definitely become more to be perfect. If you encounter mistakes, you must correct them instead of constantly using beautiful lies to make up for those mistakes like Western cults. Many signs indicate this. The population has dropped sharply, and many young people have no children. Are they all foreseeing the terrifying hell scene in the future and are reluctant to have children? Advertisement, yes, it's not just a simple happiness. Living in the moment and cherishing every good time is very happy. After the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha said, she giggled over there. Lin Shan nodded and said, of course I'm happy, because I won't be able to meet those in the future. Hearing what the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes said so profoundly, Lin Shan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Is this why the world is getting more and more nonsense? You are such a little angel who fell to the world, Lin Shan said this sentence excitedly. Well, I firmly believe that you will succeed. Because of this, the world becomes more exciting, isn't it? Lin Shan smiled and told the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha. It's actually very simple. The blonde and white girl Aisha smiled and turned to look at Lin Shan. Lin Shan was stunned, nodded happily and said, of course I am happy. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, said gently and seriously, it is because of those people who have done such excessive things, but I can forgive them. It is because of my forgiving them that I met you instead, Lin Shan-kun. Let's take it now, Lin Shan-kun, are you happy? The blonde and white girl Aisha smiled and asked Lin Shan. Lin Shan asked in shock, how easy is this? It depends on what is going on. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha took a deep breath and gently said to Lin Shan. The future may be endless wars. Do you think life is happy now? Chapter 408. Is this the reason for the small population in the world? Lin Shan heard that the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha said so profoundly, which made Lin Shan couldn't help but fall into deep thought next to him. Is this why the world is becoming more and more nonsense? Many signs indicate this. The population has dropped sharply, and many young people have no children. Could it be that they all foresee the terrifying hell scene in the future and are reluctant to have children? Think about it, who wants to let his offspring live in that terrible hell and would rather not give birth? Lin Shan laughed and thought about it, and thought that his idea was correct. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha continued to say softly over there. I was thinking too much, my website just scared you. The main thing is not to think too much, just cherish every good time. Well, I see, now I will live a good life. Lin Shan nodded happily, because of the enlightenment of the little angel of Asia. His mood has improved a lot, and he has also become more relaxed a lot. Lin Shan turned his head to look at Aisha, a beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, and said seriously. Then you too, cherish every good time, grow flowers with my friend, read books, and chat. It's very good. What? Well, thank you, Lin Shan-kun. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha shed tears of joy and sorrow, and Lin Shan was quickly overwhelmed. Don't cry, did I say something wrong? Lin Shan asked in a hurry. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha smiled and shed tears, shaking her head vigorously over there. Aisha, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, was in tears at this time, turned her head and said softly, I am really happy because I have never had friends. Her tears made Lin Shan's heart hurt so much. Lin Shan got up and stood up, which made the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha startled, and asked with concern. Lin Shan-kun, what's the matter? Are you also despising me? Lin Shan turned around abruptly and looked at Asya, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, and said with a very serious tone on his face. Then let me be Asya's friend. By the way, we are now friends. Advertisement, oh. The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha, suddenly splashed tears in her eyes, and wandered around in her eyes. She watched Lin Shan's figure attentively, and she could see deeply in her heart. She would never forget what Lin Shan said at this time, and she would engrave it on her heart. Lin Shan smiled and turned his head to look at the blonde and white-clothed beautiful girl Aisha, and said with a smile. Look, we don't play together anymore, we chat together, and we are still holding hands, aren't they close friends? Well? Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan thought of something. He scratched his head and smiled and said, yes, the shabby thing is that although there are no friendship gifts such as flowers and books, is this not possible? The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha smiled sweetly, then smiled shyly, lowered her head, hugged her Pikachu animal rag doll tightly, and said excitedly, No, No, no. She was so excited that she shed tears. She wiped the tears lightly and choked and said, however, in this case, I will cause a lot of trouble to Lin Shan-kun. Lin Shan smiled slightly, came to the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha, warmly said, whatever demons are they, and nuns, you are my close friend in front of me, and I don't care about the others, woolen cloth. Well, I'm so happy. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, showed a warm and sweet smile. Lin Shan smiled and gently grabbed the little hand of the blonde and white girl Aisha. What was he about to say? Suddenly, a discordant voice came from the small pond behind Lin Shan, and said softly, I'm really sorry, it's impossible. Lin Shan suddenly heard this familiar voice, turned his head abruptly and looked at it, his pupils shrank in shock. West, Nishino sauce. It was daytime, so it was natural to see that it was very clear. The Nishinochan he saw was the black wings of a pair of fallen angels, not demon wings. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha was behind Lin Shan, murmured timidly, Lina-sama. Oh, what? Lin Shan turned his head in shock and looked at the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha. It turned out that the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha and Nishino-chan knew each other, and that was right. The mad priest said they followed fallen angels, they are the servants of fallen angels. Advertisement, purchase flowers 0. Lin Shan turned his head solemnly to look at the Nishinochan in the form of a fallen angel, which is now Rena's whose real name is called the form of a fallen angel. Sure enough, Nishino-chan is the fallen angel Linus. At this time, Linus, who was in the form of a fallen angel on the water over there, smiled slightly, folded her hands in front, and said with a cold face. I'll just say it, it turns out to be true, I didn't expect you to be true. Falling into a demon and stealing a living. A hole. Lin Shan directly picked up and kicked Renas in the form of fallen angels, kicking Renas in the form of fallen angels directly out of the universe. Of course, these are just YY in Lin Shan's mind. Renas, in the form of a fallen angel, stood gently on the water, and a little water ripples appeared from time to time. Her cold tone said to the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha. Asia, it's useless for you to escape now, or go back with me obediently. No. The blonde and white clothed beautiful girl Aisha returned to her absolute position. She continued firmly and said, I don't want it, I don't want to return to the place that hurt others. Lin Shan nodded and stood in front of the body of the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, protecting her. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha continued to breathe softly and said weakly, I'm sorry, I actually escaped from that Western cult. I've known this kind of thing a long time ago, it's okay. Lin Shan said comfortingly with a complete understanding, he didn't care about it, not to mention those disgusting Western cults were nothing. Oh, really? The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, immediately covered her small mouth with excitement. She didn't know what to say to express her gratitude. Lin Shan then said with a serious face, in any case, it is impossible for Asia to be with such unscrupulous Western cult guys. I agree very much. Lin Shan raised his finger to the opposite fallen angel Renas, and shouted, You, fallen angel Renas, I don't care what you have hurt me before, now you leave here for me. Otherwise, don't blame me, you're welcome. 4. Chapter 409 Dragon's Gloves Lin Shan raised his finger to the fallen angel form Renas opposite, and shouted, You, fallen angel Renas, I don't care what you have hurt me before, now you leave here for me, otherwise, don't blame me, you're welcome. Oh, it's true, like you, a dirty lower level demon, don't even think about getting close to me, is it okay? Renas in the form of fallen angels said to Lin Shan directly, making Lin Shan sneer again and again. He did not take Renas in the form of fallen angels seriously. Renas, in the form of a fallen angel, didn't think of herself as a green onion and continued to sneer over there, if you insist on getting in the way, hum. After speaking, she summoned a luminous spear as soon as she raised her hand, which was the spear of light used when Lin Shan was killed by her for the first time. May 13th, Lin Shan saw this, and the whole body of conditioned reflex suddenly tightened, and said viciously, The spear of light, it seems that there is going to be a tough battle next. Renas, in the form of a fallen angel, was timid when he saw Lin Shan there, and sweat broke out on his forehead. She proudly waved the spear of light in her hand, and said with a sneer, How is it? Fortunately, did you really want me to completely destroy you this time? At this point, Lin Shan suddenly shouted, Let's come out with the dragon glove artifact. A pair of dragon gloves appeared on Lin Shan's left hand immediately, arming it on Lin Shan's left arm. Renas, in the form of a fallen angel, was shocked at first, but then saw that Lin Shan was only equipped with a low-level artifact that was incomplete, and she burst into laughter and said, Oh haha, what I thought it was, it turned out to be just a crumbled low-level artifact. It seems that your full expectations have been lost in front of me, because I am not afraid of yours at all. Incomplete low-level artifact. What, low-level? Lin Shan suddenly realized the deeper information, the information about the artifact. Renas in the form of a fallen angel smiled coldly. Yes, this low-level artifact also has a name, called the Dragon's Gloves. This low-level artifact can only allow individuals to double their arm strength within a period of time. That's it, I am not afraid at all. This kind of low-level artifact can be said to be something that is everywhere on my side. What? The low-level artifact just doubled its power. Lin Shan learned more about his Dragon Glove artifact, and he also knew the real name of his glove. Advertisement Renas in the form of a fallen angel narrowed her eyes and said with great ease, It is said that your dragon gloves are dangerous, in fact, because the above said that, Because your dragon gloves have a very large development space, they must be destroyed. Let me waste a while and play such a boring game to coax you into a set. Really blind my hard work, now. Not anymore, this time I must hunt you down. The destruction is clean. Suddenly, Renes, in the form of a fallen angel, changed her voice and smiled and said softly to Lin Shan. I like you, please Lin Shan-kun to associate with me. After deliberately saying this mocking Lin Shan, Renes in the form of a fallen angel turned into her original Oni-san voice again, and continued to sneer and said, that's a lie to you. At that time, you were so awkward, it's easy to be fooled by me, but it is really a weak and funny existence, haha. It's so noisy, shut up. Lin Shan heard what Renes in the form of a fallen angel said about him. Renes, in the form of a fallen angel, snorted and said viciously, you want to beat me with this shit, don't be foolish. I advise you to obediently call out Asia and get out of here. Don't think too much about you, I definitely won't, Lin Shan said viciously, and he also raised his dragon arm to demonstrate to the opponent. Lin Shan-kun. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha hides behind, she is worried about Lin Shan. Lin Shan yelled fiercely, I can't protect even a friend, how can I do it? Oh. These words immediately made Asia, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, excited. Lin Shan continued yelling over there, move me, isn't it just to double the strength? Energy is strengthened. Suddenly this message popped up in Lin Shan's mind, what, a lot of power has flowed into the body. Lin Shan was about to think, who was talking in his mind, suddenly this way. Puff chuff, the spear of light of Renes in the form of a fallen angel flew directly over and inserted directly into Lin Shan's abdomen, immediately splashing blood. Advertisement, oh. The blonde and white girl Aisha was terrified. Seeing Lin Shan fell directly to the ground in pain, she trod over and stooped to help Lin Shan. Lin Shan-kun. Lin Shan-kun. Are you okay? The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, shouted with a sad face, that really means that this girl has a very good heart, and she didn't think too much. If you call her a more normal and shrewd girl, she would probably say, why is she so weak? She was stabbed to death with a spear before the game started. This is too bad. It's really terrible. Lin Shan lying on the ground directly feels ashamed. How can he lose his mind when he is in front of the enemy? And he didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. He was slammed directly on the ground with a spear from the opponent, and it seemed that he was going to die again this time. A beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha, held Lin Shan, who was full of pain and bleeding all over her body. Lin Shan clutched his bloody abdomen, gritted his teeth and looked at Renes in the form of a fallen angel. Renes, in the form of a fallen angel, smiled triumphantly and said, now you understand, the power changes from 1 change to 2 changes 0.4 but there is no difference, because you are too weak. If you are based on your own if it is very powerful, it will naturally exist twice, but a weak chicken like you is a weak chicken even if it gives you a tenfold bonus. Damn it. Lin Shan gritted his teeth fiercely. He knew that his physical foundation was too weak, and he had no means to check and balance each other. Even with him, he was simply too weak. He couldn't help but said cruelly in his heart, I must become stronger. Lin Shan just said this, and heard the beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Asia, beginning to release some green light. Huh? Lin Shan suddenly felt that the wound in his abdomen began to heal quickly. It turned out that the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Asia, was releasing green light therapy for him. Lin Shan's mental head slowly returned, and the strength of the whole body also recovered. Chapter 410 Weak Chicken Lin Shan quickly lowered his head to see the wound in his abdomen healed. Only then did I discover that it was the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha who was giving him green light therapy. Lin Shan's mental head slowly returned, and the strength of the whole body also recovered. This is too surprising. I didn't expect that the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Asia, has such a terrible recovery ability. Doesn't it mean that Lin Shan has an invincible existence with the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha? As long as she is injured, the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha can recover completely with 1 treatment. The more Lin Shan thought about it, the more excited he looked at Aisha, a beautiful blonde and white girl who released the therapy. Asia, thank you. Huh? Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, frowned when she saw this. He didn't expect that there would still be such a variable. If this were the case, it would not be easy to handle. At the same time, Renes in the form of a fallen angel also took a fancy to the healing power of the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes. The healing ring on the finger of the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, gently asked Lin Shan with concern. Lin Shan-kun, are you okay? Oh, it's okay. Lin Shan quickly turned to look at Renes in the form of fallen angels over there, and couldn't help thinking. Awesome, but my Asia is even more powerful, because of the green light of Asia. The treatment made my pain gradually disappear. Renes, who was in the form of a fallen angel, cast her eyes over there. The ability that Asaya has is exactly what she needs very much. What a good healing and restoration artifact, she immediately said in an impatient and serious tone. Asia, you'd better go back with me obediently. At this time, Lin Shan's wounds are all healed. This is simply amazing. Renes, in the form of a fallen angel, is now eager to get the ability of the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, to restore this artifact. That's too much, that guy's artifact is a garbage existence, and you are the existence that countless people desire. When the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha heard this, she stood upright in anger and said angrily, sure enough, you just want my abilities. You don't want to be friends with me at all. Advertisement Ren is in the form of a fallen angel heard this and suddenly snorted. HMPH, I don't care about that much. As long as you are willing to go back, I can keep the life of this male demon. If you don't agree, I kill him here now. After speaking, Renaz, who was in the form of a fallen angel, summoned her spear of light with a wave of her hand, and she was eager to move there. It only took one word from the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, to decide Lin Shan's life and death. Oh, now, the blonde and white clothed beautiful girl Asia was embarrassed. Lin Shan here recovered well, and he immediately shouted angrily, "Hole, don't make international jokes, I don't agree. Who asked you to give alms? Lousy is now beating you." Boom. Lin Shan only saw the fallen angel form Renaz on the opposite side suddenly jump up. There was no chance of backhanding at all, and the light spear of the other side fell towards him. Oh, it's too fast. Lin Shan saw the spear of light rushing towards him. He quickly pushed the blonde and white girl Aisha aside and shouted, "Asia, this is dangerous, you hurry and hide." Oh ah. The blonde and white beautiful girl in Asia was pushed away by Lin Shan before she could react. The spear of light fell towards Lin Shan. Seriously, this Lin Shan has a problem with his brain. Since the other party wants the ability of the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha, why not use the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha as a shield? The spear of light that fell with the opponent just now should not kill the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, but just kill him, so why did Lin Shan push away the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes? Lin Shan's sorrowful operation is a bit incomprehensible. Renaz, in the form of a fallen angel, was coldly watching her spear of light fall next to Lin Shan in the air. She squinted angrily and shouted viciously. Even dodged. It's not over. Advertisement Lin Shan was stunned. What else did he want to do? Suddenly the spear of light next to him suddenly exploded. Boom. Lin Shan directly blew out. Wow. Lin Shan screamed and fell out of a far position. His ability is simply too weak. At this time, the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha was pushed to the ground by Lin Shan gang. She saw Lin Shan was blown out directly for her. She immediately yelled in worry, "Lin Shan-kun." Lin Shan shook his body and stood up from there. There were a lot of bloodshot eyes at the corner of his mouth. He murmured fiercely, it's not exactly the same as the spear of light before, it can still explode. Boy, you don't understand this. If you say you are a weak chicken, you still don't believe it. Now I will tell you that the spear of light I used is exactly the same as the spear of light before. It's just a little trick. Renaz, in the form of a fallen angel, directly scolded Lin Shan coldly, saying that she couldn't help but shook her head, her heart filled with disdain. Renaz in the form of a fallen angel smiled slowly and fell next to the beautiful girl with blonde 517 hair and white clothes, Aisha. The spear was deliberately missed by me. Do you think I actually shot it? You really have the same IQ as a child, so easy to be deceived, ha ha. She changed her voice and said coldly, seriously, my spear of light can burst at any time, and can split the whole body, which means that I have been merciful to you just now. Oh. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha was shocked, covering her mouth. At this time, she dared not say anything, because it was not Lin Shan standing beside her, but Renaz in the form of a fallen angel. Yes, if your body was triggered to burst by the spear of light just now, the injury on your body would be too late to be treated by Asia's healing technique, and it would be turned into a pile of broken flesh. Oh, the blonde and white girl Aisha saw that Lin Shan was so weak. At this time, the blonde and white girl Aisha seemed to give up resistance, and weakly bowed her head and let the fallen angel form Renaz mercy. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha lowered her head and said dejectedly, I understand, Lord Fallen Angel, I am willing to leave here with you, please let him go. Chapter 411 Isolated. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha lowered her head and muttered dejectedly, I understand, Lord Fallen Angel, I am willing to leave here with you, please let him go. Renaz, who was in the form of a fallen angel, smiled immediately and said softly, isn't this all right, come on, I'll take you back. After speaking, Renaz in the form of a fallen angel came directly to the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha, and gently hugged the poor and weak blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha. Renaz, in the form of a fallen angel, smiled gently. What a good boy, after the ceremony tonight, everything will be over, and you will be free from all troubles and pains. When the time comes, you will enter the embrace of the Western Cthulhu forever, ha ha. Afterwards, Renaz in the form of a fallen angel turned his head abruptly to look at Lin Shan, who was kneeling there, gritted his teeth and stared at her. She changed her voice to the voice of Zayuzhang and said playfully, Goodbye, Lin Shan-kun. No way, Aisha. At this time, Lin Shan quickly gritted his teeth and stood up, and began to save the extremely pitiful and sad Aisha. To be honest, Lin Shan really has nothing to do with him, and he feels a little hypocritical now. When is the time to say such things? The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha, who was in the form of a fallen angel standing tightly in her arms, turned her head slightly to look at Lin Shan, and said softly, Farewell, Lin Shan-kun. Humph. Renaz in the form of a fallen angel suddenly opened her black wings and jumped up, disappearing from there in an instant. Lin Shan hatedly looked at the other party's its fallen angel form Renaz and took away the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha. He felt so weak. He directly slumped in the pond over there, hammering the water with his fist hatefully, and shouted with great annoyance. Why, I'm so weak. Lin Shan, a godless man, did not know when he returned to the occult research community. The school's mascot, Tachung Baiyin kitten sauce, is sitting there, wow, about to nibble on the egg tart in her hand. Papa. There was an extremely loud applause. Advertisement. The school mascot Tachung Baiyin kitten sauce was so scared that he stopped biting and turned his head to look over. I saw Lin Shan being slapped by the president of Lia's senpai, and the president of Lia's senpai said to Lin Shan, who was in a daze, I said it a few times before you understand it. It is forbidden to interfere with the affairs of the Western cult. Forget about her. You are now an entourage of the Gremory family. Don't think too much. Obviously Lin Shan was unable to save Asia just now. As long as he came back to seek the help of the president of Lia's senpai, everyone worked hard to save Asia. Lin Shan here heard this and said indifferently, Then you can get rid of me from the entourage, and then I will go alone. The president of senior sister Rias put her hands on her waist and said solemnly, It's impossible to do. Don't think too much about it. I know you are talking angry now. Lin Shan righteously said, I'm not just a pawn in chess, isn't it? I can throw away the pawn at any time. If a little pawn is eaten and thrown away, there is nothing serious. Shut up, please. The president of Lia's senpai directly interrupted Lin Shan angrily and continued to say those hurtful things with his head down there. The president of Lia's senpai took a deep breath and calmly explained to Lin Shan, Lin Shan, do you think that the pawn is the weakest pawn? The president of Lia's senpai sat on the sofa gently and continued gently. I should have said that the chessboard of the devil has the same characteristics as the actual chess. Oh, what are the characteristics of the soldiers actually? Lin Shan was stunned and asked curiously. The president of Lia's senpai said meaningfully, soldiers have a very large space for development. Although the soldiers have no freedom at the beginning, the more they show the power of the soldiers, the more they can be said to have. Get a stronger development space and degree of freedom, get it? Yeah. Lin Shan heard this, and indeed felt that the president of senior sister Lia's was very reasonable. The president of Lia's senpai nodded. She saw that Lin Shan could understand, and continued gently, as long as the soldiers go to the deepest part of the enemy line, they can be upgraded to other types of chess pieces other than generals, and they can even be as strong as possible. The combat power of the general. The president of senior sister Lia's gently raised her hand and touched Lin Shan's forehead, and said very firmly and seriously, Lin Shan-kun, the artifact is changed by the imagination of host, that is to say, there is nothing. Restrictively, the more you imagine that the artifact has more powerful energy, the more powerful the artifact becomes, and the artifact will definitely change in response to your imagination. It can't be said that they have exactly the same ability, but they are also comparable. As long as I, as the host, recognize that it is an enemy camp, that is to say, it's like the Western cult of the Holy See belongs to the enemy camp. Advertisement, she said softly with firm eyes. By the way, your artifact is an important key. After the president of senior sister Lia's said these words, she turned to look at Lin Shan seriously. At this time, things they did not know appeared, but Lin Shan did not know. Oh, my dragon gloves can double the power, right? Lin Shan's mood became energetic at this time. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He then said, I am from Nishinochin. Oh no, I heard about the attributes of my dragon glove from the fallen angel Renas. Lia's assistant Zhu Nai Senpai here quietly came to the president of Ria's senpai, and Fu Er whispered a few words. Well, in fact, your dragon glove still has a lot of potential waiting for you to tap. Lin Shan was shocked when he heard this, and murmured, Do you want, Li Dezhou, the power of the elephant? Lia's assistant Zhu Nai Senpai quietly opened the door and walked in from the outside, and then the school mascot Tachung Baiyin kitten sauce quietly came next to Zhu Nai Senpai, and the two whispered quietly. Afterwards, Lin Shan stood there thinking deeply. Mao Zhang didn't show any surprised expression, so she quietly returned to her seat. What did Lia's assistant Zhu Nai Senpai get? She smiled slightly, and then said a few words in the ear of Kat-chan. Lin Shan heard this and said in shock, Then just say that I can have similar abilities to everyone? President Lia's senpai smiled when she saw this place and didn't bother. Then I saw the school mascot Tachung Baiyin Xiaoxiaozhong and Li Yasi assistant Zhu Nai Senpai nodded. Chapter 412 still have to do with Lia's assistant Zhu Nai Senpai here quietly came to the president of Ria's senpai, and Fu Er whispered a few words. The president of Lia's senpai heard the whisper of Lia's assistant Zhu Nai Senpai, her face became serious, and she nodded. She turned her head to look at everyone who was quiet, and said softly, I have something urgent here, so let's go out with your sister Zhu Nai for a while. As for Lin Shan, don't bother him, let him think about it. Think about it. Yes. The school mascot Tachung Baiyin Katao-chan and the beautiful blonde boy Yuto Kiba nodded separately. After the president of Lia's senpai said this, he walked quickly ahead, and Lia's senpai's assistant Zhu Nai Senpai followed behind and left the room of the occult research club. The president Lia's senpai here hasn't taken a few steps yet. Suddenly Lin Shan behind him woke up and quickly turned around and asked the president Lia's senpai. President, I haven't finished the discussion here. Woolen cloth. The president of senior sister Rias didn't look back at Lin Shan. She didn't turn her head and said softly. Listen well, even after using the upgrade, the fallen angel is not weak enough to defeat him with a chess piece. Don't think too much about it. After speaking, the president of Lia's senpai and Lia's senpai's assistant Zhu Nai Senpai disappeared in one magic teleportation circle. The transmission between the two is gone, which makes Lin Shan not knowing what to do. Is it true that I just let the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha fend for themselves and leave it alone? This is absolutely impossible. Lin Shan's mind came up with the last beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha's cry of farewell, which made his heart sting. I will never do this and don't care about it. Lin Shan gritted his teeth fiercely and muttered silently in his heart. I didn't expect things to turn out to be like this. It seems that I can only rely on myself for this matter. After Lin Shan said these words, he lifted his foot and left the occult research community. Behind him, Kiba Yudu, a beautiful young boy with blonde hair, saw Lin Shan leaving. He quickly asked, "You are leaving, where must you go?" "Well, it's useless for you to stop me," Lin Shan directly responded in an angry voice. Advertisement. The beautiful blonde boy Yudu Kiba said in a cold tone. "CA, you will be killed by the other party." Lin Shan heard these words and turned his head seriously to look at the blonde and beautiful boy Kiba Yudo, and said softly, "Even if I die, I will rescue Asia. Although I wanted to say that you had a good sense of consciousness before, it seems that you are still too reckless now," the blonde Yudo Kiba directly said with disdain. What the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba said made the Katchan on the side look curiously. Lin Shan heard what the other party said about him, and immediately shouted in annoyance, "Shut up, Huang Mao's little white face, it's annoying to look at it with anger." Just as Lin Shan finished speaking, he suddenly saw the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba making strange movements, and he directly summoned his magic sword. Lin Shan asked in shock, "What are you doing? Organize me." The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba said with a smile, "No, I think, I'll help you too. I don't think those fallen angels are pleasing to my eyes." "What, you? Why are you doing this?" Lin Shan can't figure it out. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba waved his magic sword with a smile, and said triumphantly, "Didn't the president tell you that even if you use the upgrade mode, you can't beat the opponent, something? I think the two of us should be like this, it's okay." Yes. Lin Shan scratched his head and replied. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba continued to laugh and said, "The president has recognized that the western cult of the Holy See is the enemy camp, so that means that the enemy's enemy is a friend." "That's exactly what I said," Lin Shan nodded thoughtfully. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba continued earnestly, "Of course, we also want us to assist Lin Shan Junde in ordering. The upgrade mode, naturally including you, can be regarded as a leader in chess and cards." Lin Shan and the beautiful young boy Kiba Yudu came to the back of the school mascot Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce. The school mascot Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce also didn't say anything, so they just patted and raised their feet, kicked at the door of this western cult. Advertisement. The school's mascot, Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce, came to the gate of the western cult's church in a bewildered manner and muttered, "The other party must have noticed us too, so there's no need to cower and hide." When Lin Shan, the mascot of the academy, Tachung Bayin Cat Sauce, heard Lin Shan's question, she quickly put down the cake in her hand and murmured, "Just go with you too, I will become uneasy, so I also need to go." Afterwards, Lin Shan and the demonic trio came to the western cult church where the fallen angels were footed. Before they got there, they were made to stand there quickly by the murderous surroundings. Lin Shan wondered, "What's the situation? Why is it so murderous?" Lin Shan was taken aback. He quickly turned to look at the school mascot, Tachung Bayin Cat Sauce, and asked, "Cat Sauce, be careful." After he finished speaking with a smile, he turned his face and said solemnly, "Also, personally, I dislike fallen angels and those disgusting priests of western cults. I can say that I hate them very much." "Really? That's right." Lin Shan suddenly became nervous, and he couldn't believe it and continued, "Fortunately, we will come together. Otherwise, if I am alone, I might really have my life left here." Lin Shan was puzzled when he saw the beautiful blonde boy Yodo Kiba talking to himself over there, and his face became savage, so he didn't know what the beautiful blonde boy Kiba Yudo was thinking. Dang. The door of the western cult was kicked open, revealing the empty hall inside, and the surroundings were very quiet, and the whole hall revealed a weird atmosphere, and in the dark corners, many statues were damaged and unnatural. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba smiled and said, "It's okay, who told us to be companions?" The blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo smiled and said, "Let me tell you, maybe there are a lot of priests inside. Just wait for us to get into the set and hit the net. Do you think it's possible?" "What's wrong with you, Kiba? His face looks very ugly." At this moment, Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce, the mascot of the academy who was standing there, suddenly lifted his foot and walked inside. "Real or fake?" Lin Shan turned a bit at this moment. He quickly turned his head and asked the kitten next to him, "So does the kitten think the same way?" Chapter 413 Fierce Battle. The halls of the entire western cult church have a weird atmosphere. Although there are rows of benches that are very clean and tidy around, these benches are probably the seats used to confuse the people to believe in western cults. Immediately following the adaptation of the light, many statues can be seen in dim corners that are damaged and unpredictable. Lin Shan saw the dilapidated statues and murmured, "It's so cruel, it's a pity that there are so many statues and artworks." In any case, this is also some antique, although it is all carved from stone. Lin Shan fights with the beautiful blonde boy Kiba Yudu and the school mascot Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce. The demon trio slowly walked in. When they quickly reached the front stage of the church over there, a figure smiled, clapped and walked over. Papa, Lin Shan, the blonde and beautiful boy Kiba Yudu, and the school mascot Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce became more cautious, and the white-haired man who appeared stubbornly, because the light in the church was too dark to see clearly. "Who is it?" After a while, Lin Shan Dingxing took a look to see who the guy was, that is, the lunatic dehumanizing lost priest Fried. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried Selzen walked over with a weird smile. Hey, oops, we're seeing each other again. I'm so touched, I didn't expect us to be so fate. Lin Shan yelled fiercely. The dehumanized lost priest Fried Selzen, you fellow hurry up, let Asia go. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried Selzen seemed to not care about what Lin Shan said. He opened his arms and said with an admiring madness, for me, I would never expect that there will be a second meeting. The demon that arrives exists, if it is called past, I would go down with the holy sword to directly understand the sinful and humble life of the other party, because I am super. Level 1 powerhouse, as soon as they meet those dirty demons, they can't control it. Hey, a-hole, this guy really makes me unable to control the great power in my body, Lin Shan viciously yelled at the dehumanized and lost priest Fried Selzen. However, the dehumanized and lost priest Fried Selzen here didn't care about Lin Shan at all. I'm so excited, Advertisement. After speaking, the lost and dehumanized priest Fried Selzen suddenly put his hands in his arms, and then drew it out, and a light sword and a magic hunting heat weapon appeared in his hand. He grinned coldly and said, you guys who make me ashamed, these filthy and disgusting demons, really make me extremely excited. After finishing speaking, the dehumanized and lost priest Fried Selzen stretched out his disgusting long tongue and licked the demon hunting hot weapon tube, which seemed to be the behavior of a pervert lunatic. Lin Shan, Yudu Kiba, and the mascot of the school, Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce, are all tingled with hatred, and they all want to go up and kick this guy directly. Lin Shan trembled, and resisted not rushing up to beat up this disgusting guy. He gritted his teeth and asked, where is Asia? When the dehumanized and lost priest Fried Selzen heard this, he didn't know how to answer, and he turned his head strangely. Oh, are you asking the shit nun who was fascinated by the devil? If it were her, it is estimated that the altar is now in the underground altar ground, and it is estimated that it has been smashed by 8 pieces, The dehumanized and lost priest Fried Selzen said yin and yang weirdly. He suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Shan, the blonde and beautiful boy Kiba Yudu, and the school mascot Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce, playful. Continued to say, yes, it's underground. In the early stage, you have to go past me. Hey. Now that the other party has already said this, and he also took out his signature weapon, Lin Shan, the blonde and beautiful boy Kiba Yudu, and the school mascot Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce don't need to be hidden. Lin Shan shouted directly, come out, my dragon gloves. Magic sword. Yudo Kiba, a beautiful blonde young boy, waved his hand and summoned his magic sword. The school mascot, Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce, doesn't need any summons at all. She is very powerful in her own right. She picked up a bench from the side and shouted cutely, squash you. Kitty Chan threw the bench to the dehumanized and lost priest Fried Selzen. Purchase Flowers 0. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The school's mascot, Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce, was instantly angered by the lost priests Fried and Selzen, who burst out with powerful energy, and he madly picked up a large number of benches around and moved towards the dehumanized. The lost priest Fried Selzen madly shot past. Advertisement. Oh, haha. The dehumanized lost priest Fried directly laughed and dodged continuously, and the benches were all lost. Where are you? The dehumanized lost priest Fried has another magic sword that smashes against Kiba Yudu. Well, what a jerk, these guys. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried replied viciously. Suddenly at this moment, he seemed to find the situation above his head and quickly looked up. It is a pity that Yudo Kiba has stronger agility than him, and instantly a lost priest Fried, who turned over and clamored for the loss of humanity, rushed over. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried with sweat on his forehead looked at the school mascot Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce with annoyance, and said viciously, you are a little foolish, it's too much of a hindrance. You smelly fly is so annoying. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried slashed fiercely, resisting Kiba Yudu's magic sword. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried didn't panic at all. As soon as he raised his hand, he split the flying bench into 2 with a sword of light. It's broken, the other party's sensitivity is too high. The school mascot Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce was shocked. What? Little. After hearing the school mascot, Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce, she immediately became angry, and she was most annoying when others said she was so young. After the dehumanized and lost priest Fried finished speaking, he continuously fired magic hunting hot weapons toward Yudo Kiba, who dodged back and forth. Boom. Boom. 4. What? He said with an angry cleanser. It's really annoying, smelly flies. The lost priest Fried, who was dehumanized, saw Yudo Kiba slashing towards him with a flying wheel and a magic sword. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried dodged with difficulty and suddenly felt that he was struggling. Chapter 414 Upgrade Mode. After the dehumanized and lost priest Fried finished speaking, he continuously fired magic hunting hot weapons toward Yudo Kiba, who dodged back and forth. Boom. Boom. The continuous hot weapon fired. Naturally, the blonde and beautiful boy Kiba Yudu was not afraid of the opponent's magic hunting hot weapon at all. This makes the dehumanized and lost priest Fried even more suffocated. He can only say that he is not forgiving and angered and said, smelly flies that are annoying to look at, give me death. Kiba Yudu, a beautiful young boy with blonde hair, danced his body up and down extremely swiftly, and finally came directly to the dehumanized lost priest Fried, and struck him with a magic sword. Where is it? This time, he was caught by the dehumanized and lost priest Fried. Seeing this, Yudo Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy, immediately followed the dehumanized and lost priest Fried with vicious, May 17th, and coldly praised. Oh, that's not bad. HMPH, you are also very good. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried continued to respond with gritted teeth. So good, it makes me really want to kill you now. 1. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried said the demon-hunting hot weapon he had prepared before suddenly, and he watched it hit Kiba Yudo's forehead. Bang! With the launch of the magic-hunting hot weapon, the lost priest Fried, who was obviously dehumanized, pulled the trigger of the hot weapon without hesitation. But the lost priest Fried, who was obviously dehumanized, thought more about it, and saw Yudo Kiba at that moment in time. He slammed his body backwards and dodged a backflip. Lin Shan here was shocked when he saw it, and murmured. Unexpectedly, Yudo Kiba looks more than a handsome face, and his kung fu is also very good. The blonde and beautiful young boy Yudo Kiba dodged without danger, and the dehumanizing and lost priest Fried blasted his hot weapon viciously over there. The blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo swung his magic sword a few times and smiled calmly. Haha, I just warmed up just now, so now I'm starting to get a little real. Advertisement. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried suddenly appeared mad, and then he saw that the magic sword in the hands of the beautiful blonde young boy Kiba Yudo became extremely dark. It can be said that the entire magic sword has completely entered the stage of light absorption. Which skill? Lin Shan looked at it curiously, and muttered in his heart. FCK, does it look coaxing? Why not have a black hole that absorbs all the energy around it? Is it just looking at the black effect? This is too bad, got it. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried didn't panic at all when he saw such a magic sword. Instead, he became even more mad with his long tongue, and it was as nauseous as he seemed to be. Not to be outdone, the blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo rushed towards the dehumanized and lost priest Fried, and the two rushed towards each other one after another. Yeah, the sword of light collided with the sword of darkness. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan and the dehumanized lost priest Fried showed shocked expressions, because this place was the first time they saw the existence of this kind of magic sword. Because the dark magic sword in the hand of Yudo Kiba, the beautiful blonde boy, began to stretch out countless dark filaments and began to mix with the light sword in the hands of the dehumanized lost priest Fried. The dark sword and the sword of lights contending with the sword of light showed a complete defeat. The light sword in the hands of the lost priest Fried that caused the loss of humanity occurred. When the dehumanized and lost priest Fried saw this place, he shouted in horror. What is this? Why is my sword of light becoming unstable? The blonde-haired, beautiful young boy Yudo Kiba, who was holding the dark demon sword tightly, kept contending with the light sword in his opponent's hand. He sneered pretendingly with a relaxed sneer and said, My hand is the swallowing devil sword, the dark magic sword of light. When the dehumanized and lost priest Fried heard this, he gritted his teeth fiercely and yelled angrily. Yes, damn it, I didn't expect that you were also a user of artifacts. Lin Shan here was shocked and shouted. What, is this handsome guy Yudo Kiba also using a magical weapon? Doesn't he use a magic sword? The dehumanized and lost priest Fried saw Lin Shan suddenly rushing towards him with great agility, and there were countless magical defense formations automatically formed in front of him. What was going on? I said you were very annoying. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried shouted irritably. Advertisement. Lin Shan heard the words of the blonde and beautiful boy Kiba Yudo and immediately waved the dragon glove on his left hand and shouted, Give it to me. My dragon glove. Unleash your attribute bonus. Hey, Kitty Sauce just waved her little hand so gently, sniffed, and the bench flew out. Lin Shan here naturally dodges the bullets fired by the lost priest Fried, who is dehumanized, but he also waved the 0.4 gloves of the dragon on his arm and shouted, Dragon gloves, upgrade, fusion of all attributes. The blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo was also ready immediately. The kitten here saw that the dehumanized and lost priest Fried was about to launch an attack on Lin Shan. She directly raised her hand and picked up the bench and threw it towards the dehumanized and lost priest Fried. It's like this on his side, but he forgot the existence of Mahjong again. Does he think that two people are fighting against him? The dehumanized and lost priest Fried saw that he was becoming more and more disadvantaged. He heard Lin Shan's other moves over there, and immediately turned his head and raised the magic hunting weapon and pointed towards Lin Shan. The dehumanized and lost priest Fried saw Lin Shan rushing directly in front of him with a bewildered look. He naturally forgot to continue to use his own demon hunting weapon in amazement, and muttered in shock. True or false? Oh, this is not true, right? There is this kind of... The dehumanized and lost priest Fried hurriedly gritted his teeth and dodged, but still insisted on firing several bullets at Lin Shan in the gap. Why? What the hell is going on? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Seeing the opportunity, the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba yelled to Lin Shan quickly, Lin Shan-kun, just now. What was even more incomprehensible to the dehumanized lost priest Fried was that the magic hunting hot weapon in his hand had no effect, and countless rounds of bullets all fell to the ground without effect. Lin Shan gritted his teeth and rushed towards the dehumanized and lost priest Fried. If the dehumanized and lost priest Fried sees him going on like this, he must be at a disadvantage. He quickly turned over and broke away from the beautiful blonde boy Kiba Yudo, and jumped out of the circle and drew a distance. Chapter 415. The enemy retreats. The dehumanizing and lost priest Fried's attack just now was completely invalid. He saw Lin Shan rushing over with a bewildered look. He had already forgotten to continue to use his own magic hunting weapon in amazement. He murmured in shock, "Really? It's not true, right? There's this kind of..." The dehumanized and lost priest fried suddenly had an illusion in front of his eyes, as if he saw the silhouette of Kitty-chan and Lin Shan, and suddenly the two silhouettes overlapped. He hasn't finished yet. Lin Shan also yelled. Incomparably powerful attack power. Wow. Lin Shan's fist slammed into the pointed cheek of the dehumanized and lost priest fried, his entire head twisted to one side, and his chin was about to turn white. Weicha, the dehumanized and lost priest fried felt his cheek fractured. The dehumanized and lost priest fried shouted in pain, "It hurts." Oh? Wow. The dehumanized and lost priest 24 freed rolled several times in midair, directly hitting the wall of the Western cult church behind him. Boom. Immediately Dusty, the dehumanized and lost priest fried was no longer visible there, because he was almost beaten by Lin Shan with a fist. The dehumanized and lost priest fried was in the ruins over there, and he did not crawl out for a long time. Lin Shan stood there panting, dying with the dusty ruins over there. He could be regarded as a very powerful blow. Lin Shan said fiercely, "You dare to do such a rude behavior to Asia, and then I will let you all pay it back one by one. Of course, the previous one just charged a little interest, but it's also very sister-in-law, haha. Damn it, don't be kidding." At this time, the dehumanized and lost priest fried, pushed open the cabinet that was pressing on him, and stood up angrily. "Do not make jokes." Advertisement. The dehumanized and lost priest fried looked fiercely crazy. He slammed his hands into his Western cult robe, and with a violent twitch, the two luminous great swords were drawn out. Now his sword of light is stronger than before. That one is much stronger. He leapt viciously, dancing with two swords of light in his hands, and shouted in a hoarse voice with his big tongue. Don't be kidding, you are like rubbish. Wow. The dehumanized and lost priest fried had just jumped up and was about to attack Lin Shan, when suddenly a large dark cabinet in front of him hid his front door. Oh, bang dang. The dehumanized and lost priest fried was overwhelmed by the huge cabinet and fell to the ground. Apparently, behind Lin Shan just now saw that the lost and dehumanized priest fried wanted to attack. She immediately extended a helping hand and directly smashed a large cabinet toward the dehumanized lost priest fried. The school mascot, Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, patted it, watching the dehumanized lost priest fried, gritted his teeth and stood up again. Not a second after the dehumanized lost priest fried stood up, the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba, who was ready to go next to him, jumped up and attacked again. Oh, I was scared to death. The dehumanized and lost priest fried quickly dodged in shock, and was almost attacked by the dark magic sword in the hands of the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba. The dehumanized and lost priest fried became a little flustered at this time, and he jumped directly to a very high position for several consecutive leaps. He said viciously, "For me, I don't want to be killed by your disgusting demons, so it's better for me to go first." After that, the dehumanized and lost priest fried directly escaped a small round ball from his arms and threw it at his feet. Seeing this, the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba hurriedly shouted, "No, the other party is going to run away." After speaking, the blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo rushed over with his dark magic sword. "So, give you a taste, goodbye." The dehumanized and lost priest fried started directly before Yudo Kiba, the beautiful blonde boy, was in front of him. Puff! An extremely dazzling light radiated from the entire Western cult's holy sea in an instant, which was even more powerful than a flash bomb. Advertisement. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba rubbed his eyes. He finally saw his surroundings a little bit, nodded in response. "It's okay, anyway, let's go ahead and take a look." The three of them hurriedly walked into the dark corridor leading to the underground space, and soon they came to a large secret room with dim lights around, and a woman with dark wings turned her back to them. Lin Shan hurriedly turned his head to the blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo and the school mascot Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce and said, "Let's go down and take a look." "It's really damn it, let him escape." Lin Shan reluctantly waved the arm of the dragon's glove. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan came to the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba and asked, "How's it going?" Looking at Lin Shan, he felt painful again. It was not the solid wood podium, but the solid wood podium feeling the same, that pain. Lin Shan regained his normal vision, and when he saw the dehumanized lost priest fried, he escaped. The blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo and the school mascot Tachung Bayan Kitchen nodded separately in response. The school mascot, Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, slowly came to the front of the podium, raised her small fist 517, and yelled cutely, "Hey! Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running." "Okay." Tachung Bayan Kitten, the mascot of the school here, nodded and murmured, "Well, let's be careful. Lin Shan's eyes haven't recovered for a long time, and the eyes are all white." Dang. The school mascot Tachung Bayan Cat Sauce just blasted the solid wood podium into pieces of wood dregs with a light fist. I never thought that this little Western cult was hidden in the Holy See. It seemed that it was not for good things, that group of evil and disgusting Western cult guys. Yudo Kiba, a beautiful young boy with blonde hair, couldn't go there because he got closer, so he couldn't see the front clearly and fell directly to the ground. At this time, the school's mascot Tachung Bayan Xiaoxiaolu, Lin Shan, and the blonde and beautiful boy Kiba Yudo discovered a dark staircase hidden under the solid wood podium table which looked very concealed. Welcome, your arrival, everyone of the demon race. Advertisement chapter 416. So hateful. Lin Shan first entered, and then the blonde and beautiful boy Kiba Yudu followed in with the school mascot Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce. The three of them hurriedly walked into the dark corridor leading to the underground space, and soon they came to a large secret room with dim lights around, and a woman with dark wings turned her back to them. Welcome, your arrival, everyone of the demon race. Lin Shan immediately became excited when he heard it. This was the voice of Renaz in the form of a fallen angel. Immediately afterwards, Renaz in the form of a fallen angel turned her head to look at the three of them, and said to them with a bright smile, "It's late, what is it that is holding you up?" After speaking, Renaz in the form of a fallen angel suddenly turned sideways, and immediately let Lin Shan, Yudo Kiba, and the school mascot Tachung Bayan Kataojong see the situation of Asia. At this time, Asia was in a very dangerous situation. She was tortured by the fallen angel-shaped Linas, haggard, and her body was still in tattered clothes. The whole person was hanging on the huge cross over there. When Lin Shan saw this, he shouted sadly, "Asia!" The scarred blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha seemed to hear Lin Shan's call. She slowly woke up from her coma and slowly raised her head to look at Lin Shan. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha, who had no hope of vitality in her eyes, slowly became a little bit of vitality, and she muttered incomparably weakly, "Lin Shan-kun." When Lin Shan saw this, he couldn't control himself sadly and just rushed forward. "Asaya, wait, I will save you now." Lin Shan just walked a few steps forward. Suddenly the blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudu found the problem, and quickly reached out and grabbed Lin Shan, shouting, "Lin Shan, don't, be careful of the trap ahead." Ah! Just as Yudo Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy, finished speaking, suddenly a spear of light fell towards Lin Shan's position just now. Oh, Lin Shan and Kiba Yudu, a beautiful blonde boy, were instantly fluctuated by the explosion of the spear of light, causing them to fly far away. Lin Shan and the beautiful young boy Kiba Yudu hit the solid wall heavily behind their backs. Lin Shan fell weakly and sat on the wall, panting in pain. It seems that he was injured just now. Unclear. Advertisement. Fortunately, Lin Shan was pulled by the beautiful blonde boy Kiba Yudu just now. If he didn't pull him, it is estimated that the spear of light will directly string Lin Shan to the heart. Ms. Renaz, who was in the form of a fallen angel, saw Lin Shan and his companion were injured. It was equal to the loss of two opponents at once. But it's really a pity, the plundering ceremony here is about to end. As soon as I finished talking here, Asia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, screamed on the green cross. Oh! The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha screamed in pain over there. Lin Shan couldn't stand it anymore. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Lin Shan asked viciously, "What do you want to do to Asia? You disgusting B*************. Yudo Kiba here suddenly thought of something, and his face suddenly became serious. He murmured, "I seem to have thought of something. In this case, the purpose of this female fallen angel turned out to be to snatch away the nun's artifact." "What? Plunder the artifact?" Lin Shan and Xiao Maozhong suddenly looked at Yudo Kiba with surprised expressions, wanting to see from Kiba Yudu's face whether he guessed wrong. Such a cruel behavior should be done in this way, it should be inferior to God's law. Lin Shan saw Kiba Yudu's face extremely solemn, and it seemed that he couldn't run away. He immediately stared at Ms. Linas in the form of the fallen angel with great anger, and saw Ms. Linas in the form of the fallen angel with her small mouth and smiled coldly. "That's right, this is what I'm going to do, and it's almost over, next." Lin Shan yelled directly, "You ugly B**********, what will you do to love Asia? What will happen to her if the artifact is looted?" At this time, Asia was still screaming miserably over there. Ms. Linas in the form of a fallen angel heard Lin Shan's angry questioning. She didn't show any panic at all, she just smiled coldly. Advertisement. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, was tortured in a disastrous manner, and she kept screaming miserably over there. Ms. Linas, in the form of a fallen angel, said softly at this time, "Of course, the life of the owner of the artifact will also be deprived, hee." Oh. Finally, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, stopped abruptly. She hung there limply and motionless. Two incomparably beautiful green rays of light slowly appeared above her head. They were slowly drifting over there. Lin Shan shed tears when she saw it. Asia, she is dead. Ms. Linas, in the form of a fallen angel, saw that incomparably beautiful green light and showed a crazily brilliant demon smile. She stretched out her hand to reach the green light. With her cannibalistic greedy face, she doesn't care about any weak people's lives at all, she only cares about herself, her glory and wealth. Ms. Linas, in the form of a fallen angel, laughed wildly and frantically. "Look at that beautiful smile of the Virgin. It is the most noble gift given to Western cults by the heavens, it is so beautiful," hissing. With that, Ms. Linas, who was in the form of a fallen angel, greedily left, Li Dejiao, drooling. Finally here, all the hopes of Western cults, ahaha. Ms. Linas, in the form of a fallen angel, slowly borrowed her hands over there to dedicate the Western Madonna smiling artifact that was exchanged for the life of the blonde and white girl Aisha. This is very funny. The blonde and white girl Aisha is the real Western cult. Hope for it. However, for their own greed, they took the Virgin's smiling artifact as their own, so they directly obliterated the Western cult's blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha. What are they? They shot themselves in the foot by shooting a rock, which was very funny and sad. Ms. Linas, in the form of a fallen angel, was already fascinated by the beautiful smile of the Virgin in front of her. She went on frantically and said over there. Oh haha. This time is the power I have wanted for many years. As long as I have this artifact, I can get the love of adults. Haha. 11 NP Chapter 417 Go forward courageously. Ms. Linas, in the form of a fallen angel, was fascinated by the beautiful smile of the Virgin before her eyes. She continued madly and said over there. Oh haha. This time is the power I have wanted for many years. As long as I have this artifact, I can get the love of adults. Haha. After speaking, she stuffed the Virgin's smile artifact into her body. In an instant, bursts of green holy light radiated from her body, and everyone looked at her in shock. At that moment, the fallen angel with black wings felt that the other party was so holy. This is so ridiculous. As the dazzling green holy light dissipated, the holy appearance of that moment was restored to the form of the fallen angel, Ms. Linas, who originally existed as a succubus. She grinned and laughed loudly. Ow-ha-ha, what a powerful energy, so I can become a stronger fallen angel. At this time, she was radiating green light all over her body, and she was not so holy to express it, but rather a strange green light monster. Ms. Linas, who is in the form of fallen angels, has really become a super big boss now. She is very proud and continues to laugh and say, haha, now, let me give you this group of me to look down upon me. Let's take a look at the little cuties with a little bit of color. At this time, Lin Shan was already distraught. He yelled madly. Give me to death, a dead wife who cost $1,457. Lin Shan grabbed his dragon glove artifact and rushed towards the opponent. Suddenly, Lin Shan hadn't rushed out much, and there were many chicks in the darkness. They all dressed in dark ninja costumes and rushed towards Lin Shan. It seems that the other party has already planned to ambush. Those little ninjas who existed in black have only these two fierce eyes, and they kept shouting. Die, devil, destroy all demons. Ms. Renas in the form of a fallen angel smiled and looked at her masterpiece, shaking her body with relish to check her new body, and the more she looked, she felt extremely satisfied. On Lin Shan's side, sorrowfully rushed towards the little ninjas who looked like black ninjas. He became extremely fierce, and he didn't care about the life problems of those black-clothed ninjas. He immediately started to kill him to relieve the pain of losing Asia in his heart. Advertisement, go to hell. You scum. Lin Shan suddenly waved the dragon glove artifact in his hand, and directly flew out a little ninja who existed in black clothes. But one person is hard to beat everyone. Lin Shan didn't pay attention to one, and the other black-clothed ninja, Xiao Duo, jumped out. A knife in his hand slashed towards Lin Shan's back. At the moment, dang kang. The metal collided with each other with one sword after another. Unexpectedly, the blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yuto appeared directly behind Lin Shan, directly blocking the fatal threat for Lin Shan. It was to help Lin Shan get his life back. Of course, because the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba still had the dark magic sword in his hands at this time. The darkness on the dark magic sword instantly absorbed the luminous sword in the hands of the black-clothed ninja in the hands of Xiao Duo. The little boy who was a black-clothed ninja who was fighting against the beautiful blonde boy Kiba Yuto was taken aback, and his pupils shrank. Oh. What? Just when the black-clothed ninja who was fighting with the blonde and beautiful boy Kiba Yuto was in a daze. The blonde and beautiful boy Kiba Yuto would naturally not let go of such a good opportunity. Seeing the blonde-haired young boy Yudo Kiba slashed against the black-clothed ninja who was slashing with his sword. Oh. The little boy who existed in the black ninja directly killed Kiba Yuto, the beautiful blonde boy. This school mascot, Tachung Bayan Kittensauce, was not idle either, and he also got out and started to attack the little ninjas who existed in black clothes with her small fist. Hey. The school mascot, Tachung Bayan Kittensauce, looks so petite and cute, but in fact there is a terrifying power hidden in his body. Anyone who relaxes her will have no good end. It's a pity that before he fully pulled the trigger, suddenly the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba here galloped in front of him with a flash of shunpo, and a sword hilt directly hit the poor black ninja who exists in the abdomen. Even his magic hunting hot weapon was directly shot out. Advertisement, oh. This is several times more violent than Zhao Zilong's 7 in and 7 outs. Lin Shan swallowed heavily. At this moment, he felt that victory was in sight, and said firmly, I'm good, my teammates are great, it seems I have to work harder too. It can be seen how terrifying and frightening the little feet of the school's mascot Tachung Bayan Kitten just now. Before this poor black-clothed ninja had time to let out a scream, a petite white-haired little sister suddenly appeared in front of her, and she raised her foot directly and aimed at his stomach. Several black-clothed ninjas, Bod, hadn't reacted yet, and they were blasted out with a punch from the school mascot, Tachung Bayan Katsauce. Boom! The little ninja who exists in this poor black-clothed ninja can only hear the sound of drums from his stomach. What is this? Lin Shan's rush was incredible. He directly rushed several black ninjas into the air. He was almost like a tank incarnate. The school's mascot, Tachung Bayan Kitten, said softly with a little foot, Hey black. Lin Shan turned his grief into strength at this time, directly following his two companions, rushing to the group of black-clothed ninjas, shouting, I'm going to rush. Lin Shan's eyes were extremely firm, and he rushed towards Asia on the cross altar over there. Oh. The little boy who existed in this poor black ninja, his whole person flew out like a bullet, and his flight could scare the little boy who existed behind the group of black ninjas. Now, even the little ones with several black-clothed ninjas were knocked out. Ms. Linas, in the form of a fallen angel, snorted coldly when she saw Lin Shan rushing over, She looked at Lin Shan, who rushed up from below with a completely veiled attitude. Asia. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, Lin Shan was also shocked to see his two companions working so hard, and they started to shuttle back and forth unimpededly among the group of damn it's black-clothed ninjas. Everywhere is miserable. It's called Linlian. Ms. Lena's in the form of a fallen angel at this time, leisurely continued to watch over there. Anyway, they were only the remaining soldiers who could get to her side, and would not cause him any harm at all. This time, the few remaining black-clothed ninjas were frightened. One of the black-clothed ninjas directly jumped out of the demon-hunting hot weapon and shouted in panic. "A-hole, go to death." Chapter 418 Life is a Sea of Bitterness. Lin Shan rushed into the crowd. It was incredible. He directly rushed back into the air with several black-clothed ninjas, and they were so scared that they screamed and screamed indiscriminately. At that moment, Lin Shan was like a heavy tank. Anyone who touched and blocked his advancement would be knocked out. Asia. Lin Shan's eyes were extremely firm, and he rushed towards Aisha on the cross altar over there. Ms. Renas, in the form of a fallen angel, saw Lin Shan rushing over and snorted coldly. She looked at Lin Shan, who was rushing up from below with a completely contemptuous attitude. In her eyes, Lin Shan was a poor bug, and she was carried by her at any time. The hand pinches dead existence. Lin Shan, who was transformed into a tank, rushed directly in front of Ms. Lena's in the form of fallen angels. His gaze had been fixed on the cross behind Ms. Lena's in the form of fallen angels. Asia above. HMPH, Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, looked at Lin Shan panting coldly. She did not stop Lin Shan from slowly coming to the cross. Lin Shan looked at Asia with affection and muttered, "Asia." Ms. Renas, in the form of a fallen angel, coldly glanced at Lin Shan with sad eyes and said with a smile, "This is your reward for coming here. Take a good look at this soulless body, hee." After speaking, Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, snapped her fingers softly. Immediately after the body of Asia on the cross, it slid down directly from above. Lin Shan quickly stretched out his hands and gently caught the body of the blonde and white girl Aisha, and saw Aisha, who was not breathing at all. Lin Shan couldn't stretch it anymore. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and his whole body trembled suddenly. He wiped his tears vigorously, and the good man naturally did not cry easily. Advertisement. He gently stroked Aisha's messy hair, and said softly, "My poor Aisha, it's okay, you will definitely get better." Suddenly, Aisha, the beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes in Lin Shan's arms, slowly opened her eyes as if she had returned to light. "Lin Shan-kun." Lin Shan's tears flowed down uncontrollably in an instant, and said softly, "I'm here to pick you up, cheer up." Yeah, the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha immediately went into a coma again, lying in Lin Shan's arms like slime. Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, saw the two of them crying over there. She frowned and didn't care that all of this was caused by her. She didn't say angrily, "Then, this half-dead is not alive. I'll give it to you, hee." Gada gada. Ms. Lena's, in the form of a fallen angel, stepped on high heels, as if she was about to leave here. Lin Shan turned angrily to Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, and shouted fiercely, "Don't be kidding. You're like running away. Hurry up and bring back Asia's artifact." Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, burst out laughing when she heard it. "Haha. Are you telling a joke? It's already my belongings and you want me to spit it out again? It's impossible. Besides, I'm slow to carry out this plan secretly. How could it be so casual? Whatever, hee." Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, finished speaking very playfully, and then her face suddenly became ugly, and at the same time she raised her hand to summon her spear of light. With a cold tone, she grinned and said to the shocked Lin Shan, "It's a pity, you will be my scapegoat. But this is also very good, so that you two can disappear into this world together. This is a very loving little couple." After that, I saw Lin Shan look at Asia in his arms with indifferent eyes. Is he really going to accompany Asia to leave the world? In fact, that is also very good. In addition, Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, also summoned her signature weapon, the Spear of Light, which seemed to be very dangerous on Lin Shan's side. Point 0 Seeking Flowers. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Ms. Lena's, in the form of fallen angel, heard Lin Shan so infatuated with herself, which made her even more excited. Lin Shan was already frustrated at this time. His inner wound was already cut open by this woman, pierced with a single knife, begging. But at this time, there were still a lot of black-clothed ninjas around her, Xiaoya, who had been harassing her around constantly, which made her extremely anxious. She immediately transformed into the appearance of Nishino sauce, where she deliberately tortured Lin Shan and said, "Oh, noisy. It's just that I feel very troubled. People start to worry right away, but that's it. This woman is absolutely a snake Sasori woman. Oh, it seems that you are really innocent and innocent." Ms. Lena's, who is in the form of a fallen angel, is full of disgust at this time. In her eyes, Lin Shan is a rubbish existence and counts everything at all, not on. Seeing such a situation, Yudu Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy, sweats on his forehead and yells at Lin Shan. "Lin Shan-kun, hurry up." Lin Shan exhaled deeply and murmured with a sigh, "Hey, no matter how you say it, although you don't think of me as anything in your heart, I always think you were the first girlfriend in my life. I very much cherish the beautiful days of those few days." He quickly turned his head and shouted at the school mascot Tachung Baiyin Xiaoxiaozhang, Hurry up and eliminate the small soldiers around. Lin Shan-kun may be very dangerous. She continued to make fun of Lin Shan with a frenzied laugh and said, "Oh, when you see how nervous you are, it's so funny, haha." She continued coldly teasing. A man who doesn't understand women is very interesting to play. The school's mascot, Tachung Bayan Kiddensauce, hurriedly looked over and found Lin Shan sitting there with a lost expression. Not far from him was the spear of light in the hands of Ms. Linus in the form of a fallen angel. Ms. Linus, who was in the form of a fallen angel, immediately switched to her original fierce and vicious look, and said viciously, "However, I pretended all of those on purpose." Lin Shan here feels that incomparable tingling in his heart. He gently hugs Asia, lowering his voice and saying indifferently, "Originally, I wanted to cherish the beauty you left behind, but once you shattering those beautiful things twice, you are really cruel." On the other side, the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba saw Lin Shan's situation, and saw Ms. Linus in the form of a fallen angel. He didn't know what to say over there. Lin Shan sat slumped with an expression of no love in this life. There, remain unmoved. Chapter 419 Unstable Emotion. Lin Shan was already frustrated at this time. His inner wound was already cut open by this woman, pierced with a single knife. He lowered his voice very sadly, and muttered indifferently, as if he had exhausted his whole body to say it. I really like Nishino-chan. When I first dated, I even tried my best to plan to meet her, just to make the best two-person date. It's a pity, but a pity she never returns. Coming. Lin Shan was already crying over there. Ms. Linus, who was in the form of a fallen angel, just couldn't laugh, and said, "Haha, oh, it's really funny, it's really a very old-fashioned date." As soon as she changed her voice, she said in a cold tone, "Thanks to your showing off those ugliness, it makes me feel very interesting. I am almost boring to death." Lin Shan trembled and lowered his head, tears streaming down even more uncontrollably. Nishino sauce. In an instant, the innocent Nishino sauce instantly turned into broken glass, shattered and scattered in Lin Shan's heart. Ms. Linus, in the form of a fallen angel, snorted coldly. She put her hands on her waist again and said coldly, "Nishino, haha, that's just a name I chose casually to design to kill you in the sunset. Suddenly I think I'm quite affectionate." At this time, she was swaying her little hand in a playful posture. Ms. Linus, in the form of a fallen angel, lowered her head and looked at the extremely poor Lin Shan, smiling innocently, and said, "As a result, you didn't die well, so soon you got another blonde girlfriend, and you can make a girlfriend. You can also make an ordinary girlfriend. If you have to meet a girlfriend who has a magical weapon, this is not deliberately let me destroy it." After she finished speaking, she switched to the original Nishino-chan's voice and gesture, and said in a nonchalant manner, "It's too much, Lin Shan-kun. Did you invite her to the super irresponsible date again? Aha, but for this kind of little girl who grew up in the countryside, it's really very new, maybe it's already a small shoe." Lin Shan trembled all over, without saying anything. The Aisha in her arms was already extremely pale, her breathing became extremely weak, and her body became even colder. However, Ms. Linus, who is in the form of a fallen angel, is still chattering and crooking over there. She is completely teasing Lin Shan's patience and forcing Lin Shan to shoot her. Advertisement. She smiled and covered her mouth, and continued to sarcastically said, "Is it right?" She said something like this for the first time since she was born. "It's so funny, haha. Such a boring date is so ridiculous. Happy, do you think this is cheap? Haha." Linus. Lin Shan's anger broke out directly, letting out a loud roar. Ms. Linus, who was in the form of a fallen angel, counterattacked not to be outdone, and shouted with scornful disgust, "Smelly boy, you are rubbish, don't call my real name casually. My name can only be called by a cadre. It's really dirty to call you this kind of rubbish." Hearing Lin Shan here, he gritted his teeth fiercely, as if his teeth were crushed. A creaking sound. This guy is the real demon. Oh ha ha. Ms. Lina Nas, who was in the form of a fallen angel, kept grinning over there. She just wanted to give Lin Shan alive and vomiting blood. The more Lin Shan was angry, the happier she became happier. What a hatred is this, and it can only be said that Ms. Linus in the form of a fallen angel is just like a lunatic. To be honest, Lin Shan is really unlucky enough to encounter such a lunatic existence. According to normal people, he would have avoided far away. Of course, this is also Ms. Linus, who is in the form of a fallen angel, is too good at acting. She is a madman and can switch between multiple states of purity freely. Her pure appearance is so real, she can't see that there is an evil lion in her bones. Majesty Sasori exists. Ms. Linus, in the form of a fallen angel, felt that it was enough to play at this time, and she said coldly, "I don't talk nonsense now, just send you on the road." After speaking, everyone saw Ms. Linus, who was in the form of a fallen angel, suddenly lifted her spear of light and pierced Lin Shan's back. Ah! Lin Shan held the unconscious Aisha in his arms, and jumped directly from the altar over there. Just now, Lin Shan escaped the light of Ms. Linus in the form of a fallen angel. The spear. 0. Lin Shan, who was in the form of a fallen angel, ran away with a vicious expression of disdain. Lin Shan is still holding the unconscious Asya in his arms, so he runs a little slow, because if it is too fast, it is probably not good for the unconscious Asya. Just at the very moment, the blonde and beautiful young boy Yudo Kiba appeared, and continued to block the light knife that the black ninja existed. Advertisement. Lin Shan, who was running away, turned his head and saw that it was Yudo Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy, Yudo Kiba. Cut. What a rubbish. Kitten sauce. Mao Zhang didn't have time to say anything, she was struggling to attack the small ninjas who existed in the surrounding area. After that, the blonde-haired young boy Yudo Kiba swung his sword continuously to block the existence of the black-clothed ninja who was trying to rush through. Lin Shan smoothly embraced the unconscious Aisha and came to the entrance. He turned his head to look at the beautiful blonde boy Kiba Yudo and Mao Zhang. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba continued to shout anxiously, "I and Mao Zhang will stop you here, run away." Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The beautiful blonde boy Kiba Yudo suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Shan, and hurriedly shouted, "Lin Shan-kun, run away." Later, Xiaoya, who was in the black-clothed ninja on the other side, was also stalked by Kitty-chan. He yelled while swinging his sword, "Just leave it to us here, hurry up. If you keep delaying over there, we may not be able to get out." Suddenly, the small groups of black-clothed ninjas under the altar rushed towards Lin Shan who was running away. He saw the blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo and Mao Zhang standing behind 4.3 Lin Shan, helping Lin Shan block the attacks of a large number of black-clothed ninja like little guys. Law. The two black-clothed ninjas who existed directly jumped to the sides of Lin Shan, grabbed their swords of light and cut them down. Ms. Renas, in the form of a fallen angel, then said fiercely, "Next, I must torture you well, come on me, and stop that guy for me." Lin Shan struggled to avoid one, but the light knife that the other black-clothed ninja hacked over was no longer able to dodge. Chapter 420 gradually changed the taste. The beautiful blonde young boy Kiba Yudo yelled while swinging his sword, "Leave it to us here, hurry up. If you keep delaying over there, none of us may be able to get out." Lin Shan suddenly became very excited, what a good companion this is. "The kitten sauce here is also free," she said naively. "Get out of here." Lin Shan was stunned. He shouted anxiously, "But, this is not good for you. Quickly leave." "Lin Shan-kun, Yudo Kiba," a beautiful blonde boy, shouted with a little effort. Lin Shan saw that they were sacrificing their lives in exchange for Lin Shan to escape. Naturally, if Lin Shan continues to delay here, he is tantamount to dragging down the smooth evacuation of the blonde and beautiful boy Kiba Yudo and Mao Zhang. Now Lin Shan and Asia in his arms are cumbersome. I hate it. Why am I so weak?" Lin Shan gritted his teeth fiercely, turned around and left here as soon as possible. No matter what, they did this voluntarily, and sacrificed their lives for the safety of their teammates. Exchange. When Lin Shan was leaving, he said indifferently, "Kiba Yudo, Xiao Mao Zhang, you must call me when you go back. Lin Shan. I hope you will come back without problems. The appointment has been made." After he finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head to look at the two blonde-haired and beautiful young boy Yudo Kiba and Katao-chan. He glanced with tears in his eyes, and he turned around resolutely and left here quickly. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba also yelled firmly from behind, "Don't worry, listen up, I'm your companion too." Ms. Linus, in the form of a fallen angel, smiled coldly there, and then the dark wings behind her suddenly spread out, and it seemed that she was about to start catching the fleeing CK. Lin Shan hugged Aisha and came outside the Church of the Western Cult. He gently put Aisha on a long chair and quickly asked with concern, "Asia, you have to hold on. Going back. Isaiah will stay here for a while now. If it returns to normal, you will definitely recover." At this time, Asia was extremely weak, even she had hallucinations in front of her, and she couldn't see and hear what Lin Shan said. Asia just looked at the fresco above the church without looking, and muttered, "Lin, Mountain, Kun." Advertisement. Lin Shan shed tears in an instant, and tightly held Asia's cold hand, and said tremblingly, "Don't worry, I will always be with you. Let's have fun together. Me, even if time is not long." After Asia said this, she gasped for a few more breaths. Now she was about to extinguish the flame of life. She persevered, and continued slightly, "Yes, making friends, very happy, very happy." Lin Shan immediately shook his head, unwilling to hear these, pretending to be angry, and said softly, "What are you talking about? I will take you to many places to play." "Lin Shan, Kun, where are you? I'm so cold, so cold." Asia was already left with a breath at this time. "Seriously, it's really anxious. This Lin Shan is still whispering nonsense over there. Why don't you quickly get Asia to get treatment in the hospital, or quickly help Asia's mother smile artifact return?" It seems that the man is like this, he is always silly, but he stops working when he does the real thing. It can be said that Lin Shan now has a scumbag title for him. Lin Shan is still holding the dying Asian hand, crying constantly over there, showing that the cowardly is helpless. He was still crying so miserably, and he kept choking on his mouth and said, "I will take you to the mall, and the playground, and I will take the Pikachu beast to climb the mountain. Woo woo woo, there is still right, and that, think about it, Asia, right, I also want to introduce you to my buddies. Seriously, I really want to slap this hopeless Lin Shan forward and slap it over, which is endless and crooked. There are still a few breaths, and I can't even breathe a breath of stimulation by this Lin Shan. It's disgusting to hold someone's hand and not let go." Needless to say, at this time Lin Shan is still disgusting. My best friends are Matsuda and Motohama. Although they are a bit horny, they are both very good people. I will definitely be friends with Asia. Lin Shan's tears were streaming down at this time, and it almost became a river. Advertisement. I cried so much that my nose ran out, and I coughed when I looked at it. What made everyone even more incomprehensible was that Lin Shan cried and showed a weird smile, and continued, So Asia must get better and eat, drink and have fun with everyone. Eating, drinking, and having fun. Do people live for eating, drinking, and having fun? This is simply too superficial. People have to live to be valuable instead of being wasted like garbage. At this time, Asia was already pitifully suffocating, she couldn't hear any sound at all, and likewise she could no longer see any colors and reflections in front of her eyes. Asia, she is gone. But the guy Lin Shan still held Asia's cold little hand tightly and kept crying over there. Ooh, we will live like idiots. A voice murmured in the void. It's really speechless. Is this the 457-dimensional model commonly thought by young people in Japan today? Everyone lives like an idiot? Well, it is indeed the world. A common phenomenon among young people is the existence of waste wood that is mixed to eat and wait for death. It is a pity that it is garbage and waste wood if they all work hard. They must be able to create a sky that belongs to them, but unfortunately they are all tired of being blown up. They don't have the slightest spirit of struggle or persistence at all. They're pets raised by their parents from childhood, stupid pets, nice pets, fun pets. Void voice continued. Then, the selfishness of those parents has been under the control of the parents. Until they are old, they will regret it at the beginning, but it is a pity that everything is because of their selfishness. This young generation of garbage and waste wood world. Lin Shan is still crying over there. Doesn't he know that the beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Asia, has already left before? Love, West Asia. Lin Shan was aware of it, but he cruelly thought that the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha was still alive. Well, it should be said that selfishness has long been like this. Even if people are gone, they are not willing to admit that they are gone. Lin Shan was in such a state at this time. He looked at the cold blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha with tears and muttered. Why must I die? Chapter 421. It's still pretty in essence. Lin Shan was in such a state at this time. He looked at the cold blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha with tears and muttered. Why must I die? I'm speechless. It seems that Lin Shan caused this Asian girl to die so quickly. Void's voice said in astonishment. Lin Shan naturally didn't know what he did. He still thought that he had made no mistakes at all. In fact, he had already lost the precious time to save Asia during this time of crying and crying. Also, Lin Shan has been crying here. Why not hurry up and help his two companions? I said before, how to cherish my companions and thank them, but now it is fine. At this time, Lin Shan had completely forgotten the two companions of Yudu Kiba and Maojang. This guy is so bad-minded, very similar to the characteristics of the Japanese. Lin Shan, a big man, was already crying into tears at this time. How fragile it was. His spirit was already very chaotic once, and his mouth kept crying. Asaya is a gentle child who will treat as long as someone is injured, even a demon. Yeah, why don't you hurry up and find a way to treat her? Instead, you deliberately delay time here. Do you have any grudges? Then the other party dies, and then you cry happily over there? The voice of the void said that he didn't understand what the weird operation of Lin Shan was. Okay, then let the existence of the void even more shocked. Lin Shan actually hugged the General Asaya, venting his emotions and shouted, Hey, God, where are you? I'm right here, but you guys are crying and crying there. I really want to have a bad meal in the past. But your existence is simply hopeless. Are Japanese people all 3-year-old children? Are both rationality and spirit so fragile? The void voice murmured. Unfortunately, her voice was not heard by Lin Shan at all. In any case, Lin Shan still exists as a mortal. Although it is an upgraded point, it is still a mortal inwardly. Advertisement. Lin Shan hugged Asia's general and continued to scream, Don't take her away, please, please, please. Void's voice was so angry at this time. Where did she take it away? Mainly because of Lin Shan's problem. Suddenly at this time, the existence of the void thought of something and murmured, This is ignorance. Ignorant people generally don't know what mistakes they made or what mistakes they will make, so they will break into heaven. Defying a big mistake will also be ignorant, thinking that there is no mistake at all, and begging for resentment everywhere. In fact, all problems are the source. Because of their own ignorance, it's useless to say this. Lin Shan here is still complaining, and then he can't help crying out. She didn't do anything bad. Ooh, just want to find a friend. Ooh, yes, because I have become a demon? Is it okay if I become a demon? Because her only first friend in the world is a demon, so it's okay. Woo, Please. God. Void voice, shaking shoulders helplessly, seeing Lin Shan crying so miserably, she said. Hey, although this baby is so stupid and ignorant, it is essentially a disaster caused by ignorance. The original heart is still okay. All right. After the voice said something was done. But at this time, Ms. Linus, who was in the form of a fallen angel, suddenly came out lightly from the exit of the underground space over there. She naturally heard Lin Shan wailing in pain over there, and she said coldly, It's a rare picture. A demon actually confessed in the holy see of a Western cult. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lin Shan lowered his voice hoarsely, and asked fiercely, Where are Kiba Yudu and Kitty Sauce? What irritated Lin Shan's nerves even more was that Ms. Linus, who was in the form of a fallen angel, appeared on the tip of her finger with the signature green light of Asia's healing therapy, which was the light of the Virgin Smile artifact, and began to heal herself. After Lin Shan heard this, his whole body trembled violently, but he just didn't move. Is he afraid of death? Advertisement. Lena Lay. Lin Shan's hoarse voice looked at Ms. Lina's in the form of a fallen angel with incomparable pain. She began to sell badly in front of Lin Shan, who was extremely sad and anguished. Obviously, Ms. Linus, who was in the form of a fallen angel, was deliberately hanging about Lin Shan's worry and did not answer Lin Shan's question just now. Obviously, when she came out just now, she was violently blocked by the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba, but unfortunately she still did not stop her and let her out. A green light passed, and the injured arm of Ms. Linus in the form of a fallen angel had completely recovered, and even her damaged clothes had recovered as before. Ms. Linus, in the form of a fallen angel, walked gently to the bench on the other side and sat down leisurely, smiling and continuing. This joke is really not funny. For someone who is serious about love and justice, it should be directly rushed to fight this stinky lady desperately. Ms. Linus, who was in the form of a fallen angel, said that disgusting words, pretending to be extremely comfortable and happy, and said with a smile, "Oh, this way, my status as a fallen angel will become worry-free. Advance to the existence of the fallen archangel, hee hee." How can Lin Shan stand this? The brain nerves are beating violently, and now he can't wait to eat it. She shook her arms triumphantly to watch Lin Shan, who was holding 2 rows of tears. She smiled triumphantly and continued. For our fallen angels who have lost the divine bonus, this is really the supreme gift and artifact. It's a pity that Lin Shan didn't appear in any attack state at all, and he was still there holding the Asiatic body for a long time and didn't let go. Ms. Linus, who was in the form of a fallen angel, didn't care at all. She smiled and pretended to be a very cunning and innocent expression, raised her finger at a wound on her arm and shoulder, and said softly, "Oh, Lin Shan-kun, take a look here, take a look, here." When someone passed by on the way, he was suddenly injured by a blonde guy. Ms. Linus, in the form of a fallen angel, smiled gently and said, "Huh, how good is it? No matter how many injuries you receive, you can heal it. Oh, the great Lord Azazel, the adults will happily accept people as his family members and follow them, and work hard for you, he." He said that he was also in this Western cult church with his hands folded. I prayed. Chapter 422 Face reality sooner or later. Oh, the great Lord Azazel, the adults will happily accept people as his family members and follow them, and work hard for you, he. The prayers began. Lin Shan finally couldn't bear it at this time. I saw him gently put Asia's body back on the bloody red bench. He stood there coldly, looking at Ms. Linus in the form of a fallen angel. He said softly, "It's my A, huh, you little rubbish want to compete with me? It's simply overwhelming." Ms. Linus, who was in the form of a fallen angel, said viciously, but she did not make a move to get up at all, and she was still in a state of leisurely contempt. Look at the gloomy Lin Shan over there. Lin Shan continued to stand there coldly, lowered his voice slightly, and said hoarsely, "No matter the fallen angel or the devil, those have nothing to do with Asia." Speaking of Lin Shan behind, he yelled directly, "Ms. Linus, in the form of a fallen angel, saw Lin Shan getting so gloomy and cold, and the cold made her become a little serious. She stood up gently, and said with a smile, I said, these are the eyes of God. Yes, and then boarding the artifact to the human body, of course this is also their destiny, being hunted as prey 460. The same is true for you." Lin Shan's face became extremely distorted in an instant, and his hoarse voice was like a demon from hell. "Fate, Aisha just wants to live a peaceful life, is this also wrong? Is it also going to be killed? Do you just underestimate the humble existence?" Lin Shan, who was somewhat alienated, asked a lot of questions like crazy. Ms. Linus, in the form of a fallen angel, snorted and squinted her eyes. "It's impossible, don't think too much." Lin Shan twisted his face hideously, and roared hoarsely. "Why?" Advertisement. Ms. Renas, who was in the form of a fallen angel, cast her eyes down, lowered her head and played with the tips of her fingers, and answered softly. "How should I say? The existence of artifacts is too sacred for people, and the magical power and the existence of mysterious things will be scared. Of course, anyone wants to get artifacts, so if they just hide everywhere, they will definitely be caught sooner or later. Kill, only the strong in this world will not become a hunted prey. I think she is just calm. To live, bod, that is a foolish dream, it is impossible at all." In an instant, Lin Shan held his head unbearably, countless scenes reappeared, and the words that Asia had said to him were quickly played aside again. "Oh!" Lin Shan screamed and knelt there. At this time, his brain could not accept the reality, his mouth and other functional nerves had problems, his body was trembling constantly, and the sputum couldn't stop flowing down. Look! It was trembling and wriggling over there like a demonized beast. Ms. Linus, who was in the form of a fallen angel, didn't care about Lin Shan's mental breakdown at this time. She continued to laugh irritatingly and said, "There is really no way. Human beings in the Western world exist in this way. They are extremely selfish. Even if I don't kill her, others will kill her." Suddenly, Ms. Linus, who was in the form of a fallen angel, turned Nishino-chan's tone and said softly, "It's better to use it as someone else. Who doesn't like such a wonderful power, ha ha." Ms. Linus, who was in the form of a fallen angel, said these words, causing Lin Shan over there to faint like she couldn't stand it. He still murmured, "Obviously, all this is so beautiful, why has it suddenly become like this?" Lin Shan began to deny the world in his heart. I had to protect her well. Ms. Linus, who was in the form of a fallen angel, heard Lin Shan's muttering over there and smiled and said, "Ha ha, it's a pity, she is dead, it's not a question of protection or protection." Her voice suddenly became extremely cold and pointed towards Lin Shan, who was paralyzed there, and shouted ferociously. There is no ability to protect her. At that time, now, or even in the future, you have no ability, there is a rubbish. How could it be possible to protect her without embarrassment? What a ridiculous man's face, he said in a haphazard manner. Advertisement. Ms. Lina's, in the form of a fallen angel, changed her voice on purpose, pretending to be a man deceiving a woman. Oh, they will take good care of you. Oh, they really love you very much. You are my baby. I love and take good care of you. After saying that, Ms. Lina's, in the form of a fallen angel, directly vomited. Oh, it's disgusting. Then she tricked the woman into her hand with rhetoric, and then discarded it. It really makes me sick. In my eyes, you are just one. There is trash that scumbags are inferior to. In a critical juncture, it is not the first one who is most afraid of death to run first, cowering and hiding behind the woman. You are not a man at all. By the way, what about you? It is okay to deceive an innocent girl like this. For those of us who are in contact with men, what a man says is a big pig's hoof. Lin Shan here was said, hesitating and speechless, and his brains were all being spoken by Ms. Linus in the form of a fallen angel. Lin Shan gritted his teeth fiercely and said coldly, I know, so I can't forgive what I did, even I can't forgive you. Finally Lin Shan shouted directly. Huh. What a disgusting hypocrisy. I only knew that I was wrong when I pointed it out, and even replied that I was wrong. In the final analysis, the errors are incompetent rubbish. You are weak and timid. Ms. Linus, in the form of a fallen angel, lowered her teeth, looked at Lin Shan with complete disdain, and continued to say coldly, anyone like you can only stand and complain, and you don't deserve to have any teammates and girls. Friends, because you are so incompetent, you will kill all your teammates, family members and even your girlfriends sooner or later, which means you are the one who killed them. In the words of Ms. Renes, in the form of a fallen angel, Lin Shan, who had just stood up hard to stand up, was said to take a few steps backwards. It can be said that what Ms. Lina's, in the form of a fallen angel, said directly pierced Lin Shan. Yes, I always think that everything is so beautiful, everything is so harmonious, everything is so peaceful. I didn't expect that the truth behind everything is indeed the abyss of hell. The more Lin Shan thought about it, the more angry he became. Suddenly he remembered a sentence said by the red-haired senior sister Leah's. Chapter 423 started to be cruel to myself. The more Lin Shan thought, the more angry he became, and his whole body trembled. There is really no way, is it over? Suddenly he remembered a word that red-haired senior sister Rias had said in his mind. Your artifact can be imagined to produce corresponding changes in its effect. The more violent the imagination, the greater the power, then your artifact will definitely. Lin Shan seemed to catch something all of a sudden, his eyes lit up. To be honest, if his artifact is used well, that is the existence of pervert. It's just that, Lin Shan, this kid has not completely let go of his imagination. It can be said that his powerful ability is limited by his imagination. Lin Shan wanted to start at this time, lowered his head fiercely and looked at his hands, and shouted in bitter sorrow. Give back Asia to me. Pi. Lin Shan's left hand burst into light that made the world lose its color. It was so dazzling and frightening. In an instant, Lin Shan's left hand dragon glove appeared. Oh, Ms. Linus, who was in the form of a fallen angel, was slightly astonished when she saw this. This guy could still use the artifact to summon. He had used it once before. Just as Ms. Linus, in the form of a fallen angel, was still wondering, Lin Shan here directly screamed in sorrow and rushed over. Oh. Ms. Linus, in the form of a fallen angel, suddenly felt that there was a slight change in the artifact on Lin Shan's left arm at this time. She didn't want to try anything, she just turned over to the distance and jumped out of the battle ring. Ms. Renes, in the form of a fallen angel, smiled coldly. Didn't you hear clearly before? Your poor power can't defeat me at all, and now you are going to come and die? In that case, then I'm not welcome, However, Lin Shan couldn't listen at all at this time. He was full of brains to kill the vicious woman in front of the snake Sasori, and retrieve the artifact belonging to Asia, the smile of the Virgin. Oh. Advertisement. This time, Ms. Linus, in the form of a fallen angel, saw Lin Shan's attack become even more different. She directly opened her dark wings and turned into the air. Directly and easily attacked Lin Shan's dragon gloves. She hung upside down towards Lin Shan, frowning and said, the power has become a little stronger. Huh. There's more. Lin Shan gritted his teeth fiercely, turned around abruptly, and jumped to attack Ms. Linus in the form of a fallen angel above. It's a pity that he is still too weak, and Ms. Linus, who is in the form of a fallen angel flying in the air, summons two spears of light while directly holding both hands. Hey! Ms. Linus, in the form of a fallen angel, suddenly threw out the spear of light. Lin Shan's legs, who was unable to dodge, were directly inserted into the heart, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the legs. Zzz, lala. The spear of light directly inserted Lin Shan into black smoke. It seems that Lin Shan is going to be cold again this time. Could it be that Lin Shan came to die again this time? Does he really want to live? It seems that Asia's death has dealt him too much, making him want to go to another world with Asia? This is really unpredictable, but it is a pity that people like Lin Shan will not really be going to die. The timid and weak, he is still very afraid of death. If he can get rid of it, it is probably too. There is a strong man who is one of the best in the world, because he always thinks about things and does not dare to reach out his hands and feet, making him stumbling and unable to play him. The dragon's arm is in the strongest state. At this time, Lin Shan was sweating on his painful forehead, and his legs were trembling, but he still stood there with his teeth clenched. Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, smiled and said, "The light emitted by my spear of light is like a flame to the devil. It directly burns all your skin, flesh and bones. Light. It's a little touch and you'll get burned. The burning pain is extremely painful to the devil, haha." As she spoke, she fell gently from midair because she felt that Lin Shan, who was seriously injured at this time, would not pose any threat to her at all. Ms. Renas, in the form of a fallen angel, looked coldly at Lin Shan who was still contending with her spear of light. She trembled over there, making it extremely difficult to even stand. -0 seeking flowers. She smiled softly and said, "For a junior demon like you, it's too weak." Suddenly, Lin Shan at this time became sharper. Advertisement. Oh, he began to cheer himself up. His hoarse voice shouted angrily. How can this pain be compared to the pain of losing Asia? He didn't even care about the injured legs, let alone the black smoke coming out of his hands. Lin Shan here saw Ms. Lena's in the form of a fallen angel still laughing, begging. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect Lin Shan to become so fierce. No, it should be said that he is a lunatic like me, haha. Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, smiled slightly in her heart. Rinse. Pia. Lin Shan actually started to slowly pull out the spear of light stuck in his legs with his hands. As if she saw that Lin Shan had become much more mature than before, she was immediately relieved and laughed happily there, as if she had found something very fun, that is, shaping, starting from an uncarved jade embryo, slowly carved into very satisfying crafts. Lin Shan yelled fiercely. Lin Shan didn't seem to feel any pain at all, so he drew the spear of light from his legs, and raised the spear of light high, as if he was about to throw it out next. Huh? Ms. Lenas, who was in the form of a fallen angel, suddenly saw Lin Shan gripping her spear of light with both hands. 0. There is indeed a problem, because Lin Shan has not screamed a single scream from just now, which made Ms. Renas in the form of fallen angel frown, as if something was wrong. Lin Shan gritted his teeth fiercely and said in a hoarse voice, "So what's the matter, huh?" Haha. Lin Shan finally laughed madly. However, Lin Shan's whole body was trembling at this time, and a lot of blood came out from his legs. The cold sweat on his head had already told him that his brain was full of tingling pain, which made his body reluctant to do so. Chapter 424 Thunderclaw Form. Lin Shan shook his body in pain, gritted his teeth and insisted not to let himself fall. He stumbled a few times. This bit of pain is nothing at all. Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, smiled and said, "Oh, it's so pitiful to look at, so I want to take a pity on you." Lin Shan was about to throw up. Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, didn't care at all, and continued to laugh. It's really not bad. It's also very commendable that a junior demon can fight to the tragic level now. Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, raised her hand and snapped her fingers strangely after saying this over there. What? Lin Shan suddenly got cold. Suddenly he felt his body was filled with lead, becoming extremely heavy. Pump. Lin Shan slumped on the ground without support. He was shocked and said, "Why'd I have no strength all over?" In fact, that means you have reached your limit. Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, smiled mysteriously over there. She continued to laugh and said, "If you're just a junior demon, it's not surprising that you should have died a long time ago. I didn't expect you to be able to stay strong for so long. It seems that your body is still very strong and resistant to fights." Yeah. Lin Shan gasped out over there. Lin Shan suddenly gave up and lowered his head. At this moment, he didn't have any strength in his body. It should be said that his legs have lost consciousness, and he lost too much blood, causing dizziness, and he couldn't continue fighting. He slowly shaved his head and looked at Asia, who was lying there on the red bench, and muttered, "Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Will I never be able to defeat the opponent now? Is it really because I'm just a junior demon? Isn't it the reason for the existence of the devil?" Void Voice shook his head helplessly, and said softly, "It's not others who can't beat it, but you. If I were a demon king, it should be okay." Lin Shan finished speaking, slowly raising her head to look at Ms. Lena's in the form of a fallen angel. Advertisement. This caused Ms. Lena's in the form of a fallen angel to be over there for a moment. She folded her hands in front and frowned. Lin Shan slowly raised his head to look over the Church of the Western Cult, and muttered, "I am a demon for the time being, can you listen to my request?" Ms. Renas, in the form of a fallen angel, frowned and asked angrily, "When you were about to die, you were whispering there. What are you talking to yourself over there? It's really annoying. Is it because of excessive blood loss that the spirit has become abnormal? Haha." Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of the fallen angel behind, laughed directly. Suddenly she couldn't laugh again. Looking at the guy Lin Shan opposite in shock, he stood up again shaking his body. "FCK. Does this belong to Xiaoqiang from Immune to Death?" Lin Shan lowered his head, trembling and slowly stood up. He still kept muttering, "I beg you, all the mistakes are not mine. I have no mistakes at all. I don't want anything else." Ms. Lena's in the form of a fallen angel saw this. Her eyes shrank. How could this guy still stand up? How is it possible? This guy is a lie. How could he still stand up? Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, was completely shocked by Lin Shan who stood up. She saw Lin Shan swaying his body, rushing toward her as if he was a terrifying zombie who had lost his soul. Lin Shan, with his head down there, breathed out cold air, and the demon wings behind him suddenly spread out. His hoarse low voice was like hell, and he murmured, "So, please let me beat the snake Sasori woman in front of me." Ms. Renas in the form of a fallen angel took a step back in shock. She swallowed and said in shock, "It's impossible to stand up." Why did this guy stand up? The whole body is being lighted. It burns from the inside. Why on earth? There can be no demon that can relieve the corrosive power of light. It is absolutely impossible. Yes, unforgivable. Advertisement. After saying these words, Ms. Lena's in the form of a fallen angel suddenly felt that she was crazy. How can such a demon exist in this world is absolutely impossible. But you make me angry. Everything is so indifferent. Even my life does not matter. Lin Shan in the form of a demon slowly took a step forward. Without saying a word, a large amount of crystalline air came out of his mouth, causing the surrounding temperature to drop drastically. What is this? Consciousness is about to disappear. How can this guy know by himself? If according to the normal logic, it should be 4.3 and no one can know when his consciousness will disappear to shock. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Suddenly, her face became extremely hideous, and the bat-like healing face appeared on the side of the bat on the other side. Lin Shan roared. You guy is a lunatic. It's super painful, but these can't be compared with the pain in my heart. Ms. Lena's, in the form of fallen angels, saw Lin Shan like this, and she really couldn't make a difference. She stepped back several steps continuously, mainly because she seemed to feel that Lin Shan was becoming more and more dangerous in her heart. Well, it hurts. Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, looked terrified, and then slowly backed up. Lin Shan in the form of a demon slowly took another step forward, approaching Ms. Lena's in the form of a fallen angel step by step. It is very possible. Look at the Lin Shan kid now that has no protagonist taste. He has become a lunatic like Ms. Lena's in the form of a fallen angel. Lin Shan took a deep breath. He slowly raised his head and looked at Ms. Lena's in the form of a fallen angel coldly. The Void's voice said in a puzzled way, is this guy Lin Shan also starting to sell badly? What is this called? Ms. Lena's, in the form of fallen angels, felt that what she had previously thought was wrong. She didn't expect that Lin Shan who was opposite had such a self-abuse and pervert potential, and she would have to leave too much. Lin Shan at this time is completely dead. Lin Shan trembled his legs and murmured, well, now my consciousness is about to disappear. Chapter 425 One Punch to Fly. Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, was really confused when she saw Lin Shan like this. She went backwards several steps in a row, mainly because she seemed to feel that Lin Shan had become more and more dangerous in her heart. Lin Shan trembles violently all over here, not because of his weak body, but because of the violent high-frequency tremor that suddenly occurred in his dragon gloves. Suddenly, the dragon's glove on Lin Shan's left hand suddenly emitted a strong red light, and a huge change took place in an instant. The dragon's glove suddenly drilled an extremely sharp dragon claw, and a powerful wave of energy burst out around it. Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, was frightened by the scene in front of her, and shouted in horror. This fluctuation. It seems to be a middle-level demon. No, it is a middle-level demon or higher. She shook her head vigorously because she realized that she had missed her eyes. The artifact that Lin Shan possesses is not an ordinary artifact at all, but a more advanced existence. It wasn't her superiors who asked her to change her opponent. Lin Shan, what about Lin Shan's artifact is extremely dangerous. Now she can see it. Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, was so frightened that she took a few steps backwards, ready for a chance to escape. This is impossible. Your artifact, isn't it just a second-level crisis artifact? Why can it? Suddenly, she saw Lin Shan who had almost changed over there, and walked towards her with an extremely heavy gesture. Every time a foot fell, it was like stepping on her heart. Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, was frightened and panicked, and directly raised her hand to summon her spear of light. Go to hell. Ms. Lena's, in the form of a fallen angel, threw it at Lin Shan over there. Lin Shan here did not dodge at all, letting the spear of light fly towards Lin Shan's eyes. But the spear of light had already been inserted into Lin Shan's skull, and suddenly it was an inch in front of Lin Shan. Not only did it disintegrate. All the spears of light thrown by Lady Lena's in the form of fallen angels were all broken down into dots and disappeared. Advertisement. Ms. Lena's, in the form of a fallen angel, was frightened. She seemed to have seen a terrifying pervert big demon. She turned around in panic like a girl and flew away screaming. But she can't escape completely at this time because Lin Shan at this time was faster than her, and came directly to the front of the escape route for Ms. Lena's in the form of a fallen angel, which can be said to be like Shunpo. The extremely cold Lin Shan stared at Ms. Lena's in the form of a fallen angel. Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, was so frightened that she screamed. No, I am Nishino sauce. I am the strongest. Lin Shan, who had completely changed his appearance, lowered his voice and whispered hoarsely. The meaning of your existence is over and can disappear. After that, Lin Shan punched directly at the abdomen of Ms. Lena's in the form of a stunned fallen angel. Roar. Puff. Ms. Lena's, who was in the form of a fallen angel, was directly punched by Lin Shan. Her body turned into prawns, and a sonic boom appeared directly behind her. The pair of dark wings burst directly, and a large number of dark feathers scattered in the air. Ms. Lena's, in the form of a fallen angel, was hit directly by Lin Shan's GG. She didn't even scream, her eyes went out of focus and went into the unconscious, and fell from the air. I don't usually hit women, but for women like the snake Sasori, I can still punch her to wake her up. After Lin Shan finished speaking, his whole body seemed to have been extracted, his whole body was limp, and the demon wings behind him also retracted into his body. He and his body were almost falling down. Suddenly, one hand stretched over and held Lin Shan with one hand. You actually defeated the middle-level fallen angel by yourself, you are really amazing. It turned out that Yudu Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy, came out from the entrance below. He saw the scene just now. He was about to fall to the ground in a coma when he saw Lin Shan. He hurriedly appeared to support Lin Shan. Lin Shan was extremely weak at this time. He smiled bitterly and said softly, "Why are you out so late, handsome prince?" Advertisement. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba smiled and said with a little shame, "Well, actually, it was Rias Senpai who told me not to interfere. I hope you can understand." Lin Shan turned to look at Asia, who was lying there quietly, not breathing. Where did senior sister come from? Lin Shan found a problem. Senior sister Lia's, she? Why? Lin Shan frowned, suddenly feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart. At this moment, she was still a little angry, and she came to the comatose woman next to the fallen angel-shaped Ms. Linus, and as soon as she raised her hand, she picked up the fallen angel-shaped Ms. Linus. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The president of Senior Sister Lia's nodded and looked at Lin Shan with satisfaction. Just as the blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudu was supporting the extremely weak Lin Shan to take a rest, just as the president of Senior Sister Rias came in gently from the underground entrance of the Western Cult Church. Lin Shan could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard this. Fortunately, everyone was fine. President. Fortunately, everyone has nothing to do. It's a pity that Aisha, She just heard what the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba said to Lin Shan. She nodded slightly and said, "Kiba is right, because I believe you can defeat her." The blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo nodded with a smile, and he held the injured Lin Shan, and said with a smile, "Yes, thanks to the arrival of President Rias Senpai, I was saved." But then Lin Shan thought about it again, and sighed helplessly, and didn't care about anything, because the whole thing was because he was really too weak. Except of course, Aisha's poor girl. At this moment, Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce, the mascot of the Basement Academy, also came out. She was also injured a bit at this time, but there was nothing serious about it. The beautiful blonde young boy Kiba Yudo shook his shoulders and crossed his shoulders and said, "Come on, I'll help you go and rest. When Sister Rias comes back, you can ask her." Lin Shan was still injured at this time. He turned his head 460 to look at the president of Senior Sister Lia's at the door. She gently explained to Lin Shan how she came here, saying, "Because my personal affairs are finished, so I quickly teleported to this side, just to teleport the magic circle to the location of the underground lair. Of course I will watch when Yudo Kiba and Kitty-chan were fighting with those black-clothed ninjas. I went up to help." Chapter 426 Sharp President, so amazing at this time, the school mascot Tachung Bayin Kitten Sauce was still a little angry, because she was hurt by the fallen angel's entourage. Without saying a word, the cat sauce came to the side of Ms. Linus who was in the form of fallen angel who was in a coma. She raised her hand and picked up Ms. Linus who was in the form of fallen angel who was in a coma. Then, Mao Zhang came to the opposite of the president of Lia's Senpai and said softly, "President, what to do with her next?" Plop. The school mascot Tachung Bayin Kitten directly threw Ms. Renas in the form of a fallen angel next to the president of Lia's Senpai. Of course, this fall woke Ms. Linas in the form of a fallen angel. She woke up from the pain of a toothy grin, and she shouted weakly in her mouth, "Cough, I am, cough, I am the strongest." After that, Ms. Linas, who is in the form of a fallen angel, is about to resist and use the smile artifact of the Virgin of Asia to recover her injuries. Unfortunately, it was quickly stopped by the president of Lia's Senpai. The president of Lia's Senpai smiled and stepped on the neck of Ms. Renas in the form of fallen angels, and greeted gently. "When we meet for the first time, Ms. Renas in the form of fallen angels." Yeah, Ms. Renas, who was in the form of a fallen angel, slowly turned her head to look at the president of Senior Sister Rias, staring at her with gritted teeth with vicious eyes. The president of Senior Sister Rias didn't care about the hatred look of the other party at all, because she was going to cut off this fallen angel lady later, because she almost lost her very cherished follower Lin Shan. The president of Senior Sister Rias stroked her long red hair and said softly, "Hello, I am Rias Gremory. I am the next helm of the Gremory family. It's an honor to see you." Advertisement. Ms. Linas, in the form of a fallen angel, gritted her teeth and asked, Are you? The patriarch's daughter of the Gremory clan?" "Of course, I hope you will remember that although the time to get along is so short, it is also a meeting. Of course, your entourage who visited me and your fellow fallen angels, it has all been blasted into scum and dissipated by me." After speaking, the president of Lia's Senpai gently raised his hand, and 2 or 3 black feathers slipped from her hand. In fact, just before the president of Lia's Senpai came here, she said that she had to deal with some personal matters, but it was actually hunting down the fallen angel companions who were halfway through the fallen angel form Ms. Renas. Therefore, the president of Lia's Senpai took a lot of time, because the fallen angel companions of Ms. Renas, who are in the form of fallen angels, are still comparable to her Chihu, and one of them is the previous one wearing a top hat. Uncle Fallen Angel, and the Oni-san Fallen Angel, These two guys were both the existence who wanted to put Lin Shan to death. Now, the president of Senior Sister Rias has cleared all the obstacles for Lin Shan. It can be said that Lin Shan will not be attacked by any fallen angels in this period of time. Ms. Linas, in the form of a fallen angel, saw the black feathers that slipped from the hands of the president of Lia's senpai, and she immediately sensed whose feathers those black feathers were, and she naturally recognized it in a terrifying way. They may have kicked the steel iron plate this time, and their lives are ruined here. Oh. Ms. Linas, who was in the form of a fallen angel, was frightened. She was frightened by the sharpness of the president of Senior Sister Rias. She stared at the black feathers, knowing that she might it's bad luck and bad luck. The blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo gently said next to Lin Shan, President Rias, she is the red-haired killer G, and has the title of Annihilation G. Her unique ability is to make the enemy completely disappear from this world, completely annihilated. Suddenly the president of Senior Sister Rias discovered that Lin Shan's dragon gloves were different from the past. She was surprised and asked, Lin Shan-kun, you have a magic weapon, why? The president of Lia's senpai smiled slightly and said, your sister Zunai, she is cleaning the black feathers over there. There are too many black feathers scattered in that place, which pollutes the environment, so she left her to clean it. NS. B*********. D. My boss will not let you go, even if you are the daughter of the chief of the Gremory family. This is the real horror. The president of Lia's senpai is simply too powerful. This is what Lin Shan feels in his heart. Advertisement, annihilation level. Lin Shan frowned when he heard it. He looked at the president of Senior Sister Lias in shock, and said in shock. It turns out that Senior Sister Rias is so amazing. President, why didn't Senior Sister Zunai come over? Is she injured? The president of Senior Sister Lias snorted and said contemptuously. HMPH, so what? My Gremory family never fears enemies in any way. I was formerly a member of the Gremory family's follower Lin Shan by Tracy. From the beginning of the attack on that fallen angel uncle, I began to realize that your fallen angels may be restless. There are many fallen in this city under my jurisdiction. These words, the president of Senior Sister Rias, really shocked Lin Shan and the fallen angel-shaped, kingly, Ms. Renas. I did not expect that Senior Sister Rias was so strategizing. She would have stepped forward step by step. His calculations secretly sensed the surrounding dangers, and did not make the fallen angel enemy perceive the problem in the slightest. Lin Shan was a little excited at this time, not so indifferent, and gently bowed his head. He said sadly, I didn't expect Lia's senpai to be so good, but Asia is still dead. The angels seem to be planning something, so I have been monitoring you all the time. In fact, as long as we don't involve this, I will naturally ignore it, but you have already involved my follower Lin Shan. I will intervene to investigate what you want to do, but I didn't expect that you would really play it. Lin Shan excitedly asked the president of Senior Sister Rias, Senior Rias, have you been silently doing so much for me behind your back? At this time, Ms. Renas, who was in the form of a fallen angel at the feet of the president of Lia's senpai, said fiercely. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba turned his head curiously and asked the president of Rias senpai. Lin Shan looked down at his dragon's claw-shaped dragon gloves, scratched his head and said, I don't know when my artifact will become like this. Yeah. The president of Senior Sister Lias smiled and turned to look at Lin Shan. That's how it is. Yudo Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy, said in astonishment. Chapter 427 Lose a Memory. Lin Shan looked down at his dragon claw-shaped dragon gloves, scratched his head and said in wonder. I don't know when my artifact will become like this. In fact, Lin Shan's memory from the moment of his eruption seems to be hard to remember, and even how he shot Ms. Linas in the form of a fallen angel can't remember. There is no memory at all. That's weird. Who was Lin Shan at that time? No one can know. Lin Shan didn't have any memory for a long time, so he simply didn't think about it. The president of Senior Sister Rias was surprised to see this place. She suddenly thought of something, with a bright smile on her face, and said softly, the red dragon, it turned out to be such a thing. The president of Senior Sister Lias, she said that these are not to make Lin Shan worry too much. At this time, she saw Asia and felt that things could not be delayed. She turned to look at Ms. Linas in the form of a fallen angel lying on the ground, and said solemnly, Ms. Linas in the form of a fallen angel. Huh? Ms. Renas in the form of a fallen angel slowly raised her head with difficulty, and looked at the president of Senior Sister Rias. Is the trial of her next? She became very nervous at this time for 460. No matter who was at this time, she would behave very well. In fact, it was the fear of death, so the desire to survive at this time was extremely powerful. Lin Shan also turned to look at the president of Senior Sister Rias. He didn't know how Senior Sister would deal with this snake Sasori's vicious woman. It would be better to let her go, so that he was eating her with his own hands. In the matter of revenge, Lin Shan felt that he could do it by himself, and he didn't want to be interfered by others. But for the president of Senior Sister Rias, Lin Shan didn't want to violate anything, and could only watch it silently. The president of Lia's senpai nodded, and said softly, it can be said that it is completely wrong for your fallen angels to deal with Lin Shan's artifacts in the second-level crisis. Now I am not afraid of you. Let me tell you that Lin Shan's artifact is not simply a second-degree crisis. What? Ms. Linas, who was in the form of a fallen angel, was stunned. She was also a little skeptical when she started. It may be that her superiors made a mistake. She was still a little shocked when she heard the President Lias speak out with her own ears. Advertisement. The president of Senior Sister Rias, she continued gently. According to what you think, Lin Shan's Red Dragon Glove artifact, if activated and used, it will double the power of the host, right?
Huh, yes. Ms. Nas in the form of a fallen angel nodded silently.
But I can tell you clearly, Lin Shan's Red Dragon Glove's artifact is capable of doubling its power every 10 seconds, even allowing it to surpass the ability of the Demon King and the gods, and how much more it has. One of the annihilators of the 12 gods that stimulates the use of characteristics.
The president of Senior Sister Rias directly and seriously told Ms. Linas, who was in the form of a fallen angel, the magical abilities of Lin Shan's Red Dragon Glove artifact.
Ms. Renas in the form of a fallen angel heard this, her eyes shrank and she took a cold breath. Ms. Renas, in the form of a fallen angel, took a glance and said in shock, "This is too terrible. This is a second-level crisis. This is simply a crisis of the Red Skull. One of the annihilators of the 12 gods. Qilong Emperor's Glove artifact." At this time, Ms. Linas, who was in the form of a fallen angel, was already in a state of collapse. She murmured in shock. That is, it is said that it can, and it can even be a god. Guru, Ms. Renas, in the form of a fallen angel, continued, shivering. Even gods, a terrifying artifact to annihilate. At this moment, she was trembling all over, and she couldn't believe it and shouted, "No, no, there will never be this kind of rubbish, Junior Demon." The president of Senior Sister Rias smiled coldly. Bod, no matter how powerful it is, it takes time to increase strength. The gloves of the Securite are not an all-powerful annihilation artifact. Of course, it should be said. If used well, it is a strategic artifact. No, Ms. Linas, in the form of a fallen angel, was horrified at this time. She had already realized the seriousness of the problem, because her contempt and arrogance had made an irreparable mistake. It seems that you have already realized your problem. This is the fundamental problem of your fallen angels. You always underestimate the precious people and things around you, and let them all become enemies. Your actions have created countless terrible things. The enemy, isn't it very sad? Advertisement. The president of Lia's Senpei directly coldly reprimanded Ms. Renas in the form of fallen angels. This is the problem of the fallen angels to which Ms. Renas in the form of fallen angels belongs, fresh blood. Ms. Linas, in the form of a fallen angel, was already white on her face at this time, and her whole body felt desperate as if she had entered an endless dark continent. This matter is no longer the horrible problem faced by one of her fallen angels, but the entire fallen angel family may be annihilated. Afterwards, Ms. Linas in the form of a fallen angel suddenly looked at Lin Shan over there, and she opened her mouth to beg for something. The president of Lia's Senpei here did not ask her for a chance at all, and said directly, "Now you, Ms. Renas in the form of a fallen angel, are ready to disappear from this world." Ms. Linas, in the form of fallen angels, feels that this is impossible. If this continues and she cannot let Lin Shan forgive her, then the entire fallen angel family may directly face a huge disaster. Suddenly at this moment, the voices of the president of Lia's Senpei, Lin Shan, and Ms. Linas, who are all fallen angels, were taken aback. Lin Shan-kun. Oh. Lin Shan here for a while, looked at the degenerated man-shaped Linas over there in shock. It should be said that it was Shiechin. Renas switched to the appearance of Nishino-chan. The tone of her speech was the same as before, and she was squeamish and cute.
Nishino-chan was full of regret. She pleaded. "Please, Lin Shan-kun, please forgive me for the words I said in the past, but those are all the accusations I made as a fallen angel and the orders from my superiors. I was forced to do this."
Shinye-sauce, you, Lin Shan wanted to say, don't say it. Lin Shan's heart has been ravaged over and over again by the Ziyuzhang in front of him, and now his heart is almost dead. However, Lin Shan still relented and didn't say it, he was too emotional and hopeless. The Nishino sauce turned into Linas. Seeing Lin Shan didn't say to forgive her, tears flowed down her eyes suddenly, and she began to pretend to be pitiful. Chapter 428. Slowly bitter. The Nishino sauce that Renas had turned into tears was already crying, and she pretended to be pitiful in front of Lin Shan. Everything she did was ordered by her superiors. This made Lin Shan a little annoyed, but he quietly wanted to hear what trick the snake Sasori woman wanted to play. Of course, everyone around did not say anything, watching quietly how this self-righteous disgusting woman performed. It can be said that everyone is watching the scene of the Nishino sauce that Linas has transformed. The Nishino-chan transformed into Linas wiped her tears, and said softly, "Look, as evidence of our date, I have not carried this all the time, throw it away." After speaking, she gently raised her wrist to reveal the bracelet Lin Shan gave her before. This bracelet is Lin Shan's dating gift to Nishino-chan when she was dating her. What a wonderful memory. Lin Shan suddenly started to feel softened again, his eyes softened a little, and he quietly watched the Nishino sauce transformed by Linas. The Nishino sauce that Renas had transformed into tears flowed down, as if she didn't need money. She cried and continued to say softly, "Lin Shan-kun, you haven't forgotten it, you bought this bracelet for me." Yeah, Lin Shan's heart suddenly became sore, he murmured. Why are you still carrying this kind of thing?" The president of Lia's Senpei here coldly looked at the Nishino sauce that Renas had turned into, and she started to get a little angry, and she didn't know if it was caused by the jealousy. Lin Shan took a deep breath, lowered his head gently and said nothing. The Nishino sauce transformed by Linas cried and continued, "Because this was given to me by Lin Shan-kun, and I can't put it down anyway, because you gave it to me." Lin Shan heard this, lowered his head and slowly walked towards the Nishino sauce transformed by Linus. Ah, ah. Lin Shan looked down at this time of Lenneth into Nishino sauce, whole body shaking. Yan will not do. The Nishino sauce that Lena's turned into was a pitiful little woman, and she looked at Lin Shan with a sweet smile while shedding tears. Advertisement. Suddenly, Yudo Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy, realized something was wrong. Maybe Lin Shan might betray the possibility. He quickly said to the kitten next to him. It's a bit uncomfortable. Let's get ready for battle quickly. Yeah. Tachung Baiyin Cat Sauce, the school mascot, also felt that Lin Shan's condition was a bit wrong at this time. She seemed a little unpredictable, so she simply nodded. The blonde and beautiful young boy Yudo Kiba and the school mascot Tachung Baiyin Kitachan reached a tacit understanding, and they began to lean towards the president of Rias Senpei. However, Yudo Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy, was about to be next to the president of Rias Senpei, when she suddenly saw the president Rias Senpei gently raising his hand to stop him. This made Kiba Yudo, a beautiful blonde boy, startled, and couldn't help but worry again, because the gesture made by the president of Rias Senpei was to tell them not to intervene. In this case, the president of Rias Senpei may be facing a great crisis, but he did not expect that the president of Rias Senpei still can let go, and still thinks that Lin Shan-kun may still have a chance to save. Hey, when Yudo Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy, thought of this, he couldn't help but shook his head. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba stopped and stood there quietly looking at the president of Rias Senpei. Then, he turned his head and looked at Lin Shan-kun and the snake Sasori fallen angel woman. Of course, he remained vigilant at all times. He was wary that Lin Shan suddenly turned back because of the temptation of the snake Sasori fallen angel woman. This is also true, possible. Because Yudo Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy, has a relatively simple understanding of Lin Shan, he doesn't spend as much time with Lin Shan as the president of Rias Senpei and Lin Shan. It seems that the president of senior sister Rias is still relatively confident in Lin Shan. Maybe this is a kind of test she puts on Lin Shan. Indeed, the president of senior sister Rias at this time was testing whether Lin Shan was really a follower worthy of her love. If he really turned back, there would be no way. Of course, she still wanted to see such a situation happen in her heart. She couldn't help but squinted at the Nishino sauce that Lin Shan and Renas had formed on the opposite side, and prayed that Lin Shan would not do that. As for the president of Rias Senpei, she didn't show any affection at all, because she hated the Nishino-chan that was turned into by Linus in front of her. To seduce my lovely and powerful servant, it's damn it, obliterate. Annihilate. The president of Rias Senpei finally yelled out loudly. A blood crystal-like horrible ball of light condensed directly into her hand. The light ball attribute is directly horrible, don't want it. Advertisement. Lin Shan directly wanted to lift his foot and leave, but the soles of his feet were like being locked by countless chains, and he couldn't move the slightest. Zero. Hey, who is the blame? You can also blame you for being a fallen angel on the side of the evil Western cult. Lin Shan silently mourned for Xie Zhang, who slowly waved goodbye in his heart. He then heard the scream of Ziyuzhang behind him, and a dazzling red light broke out behind Lin Shan, slowly returning to normal.
The Nishino-chan transformed into Lena's was suddenly restored to the original form of a fallen angel. She yelled with a grin, "No, I will scream."
Lin Shan was trembling all over at this time, gritted his teeth fiercely and said, You have not understood until now. You have disappeared in my heart now, completely disappeared. This is you can't blame others if you do it one-handedly. At this time, the Nishino sauce transformed by Lena's was still looking at Lin Shan pitifully, and said in a very clever tone, Please, Lin Shan-kun, forgive me this time. The Nishino-chan that Reina's turned into was directly frightened by the president of Rias Senpei, and she took a cold breath, and her face was extremely frightened. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. -0 Seeking flowers. The whole church became quiet all at once, a lot, begging. He sighed heavily and said solemnly, President, please, it is best for Asia to wake up. At this time, Lin Shan's whole body is the same as petrochemical, and his heart is in incomparable pain. In fact, he is still reluctant to give up, but there is no way. It's a pity that the president of Rias Senpei walked over quickly and came directly to the Nishino-chan transformed into Renas, looking at the Nishino-chan transformed into Renas extremely coldly. After speaking, Lin Shan turned around silently and looked at the president of senior sister Rias with a firm look. Oh, don't, Lin Shan-kun. The Nishino sauce that Renas turned into was a trembling pleading, and she reached out to grab Lin Shan's clothes corner. Chapter 429 Lost Forever. The whole church became quiet all at once, a lot. Lin Shan seemed to let go of his heart in the end, and suddenly sat on the ground feebly. The countless chains that prevented him from moving a step just now disappeared without a trace, because those chains were Lin Shan's last bit of reluctance and souvenirs for Nishino-chan. A burst of red energy burst out from behind Lin Shan, and countless black feathers wiped past him. Lin Shan saw the black feathers scattered in the air, and there was endless bitterness in his heart, and his tears were almost dry. Why should he have to bear all this alone? Lin Shan seemed to hear a distant call. Well, can you associate with me? Please associate with me. What a young voice. It will disappear from this world forever and can't be heard anymore. 463. She disappeared forever. Tingling, a pleasant voice rang. The voice pulled Lin Shan's thoughts back. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice, and he saw where a bunch of soft green rings were floating. Isn't that the virgin smiling artifact of Asia? Lin Shan muttered in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan saw the President Lia's Senpai's president stretched out her hands and slowly followed the two green light rings. The president of Lia's Senpai turned her head to look at Asia, who was already breathless, and said, "Give her back this virgin smile artifact, so maybe she can wake up." "Really?" Lin Shan asked softly in disbelief. Of course he thought that the senior sister was just deceiving him kindly, but he still couldn't help but think about it. Advertisement. The president of Lia's Senpai smiled slightly, and then nodded heavily. She handed Lin Shan the artifact of Our Lady's Smile, and Lin Shan said thank you softly. Lin Shan came to Aisha, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes who had been sleeping there forever, and gently brought her the magical artifact of the Virgin Smile, which originally belonged to her. Lin Shan couldn't help but feel sorry, and of course he couldn't help being grateful to the president of Lia's Senpai. He remembered that his waywardness had caused such a big crisis for everyone before, and he couldn't help but feel ashamed and said, "President, I'm really sorry for you. I said so much before and made the president and senior sister lick the trouble with everyone. These are all me's fault." As he said, Lin Shan's voice became trembling, his nose was sour, and tears flowed down uncontrollably, and he choked up and said, "But, unfortunately, I failed to protect Asia." The president of Lia's Senpai sighed and said softly, "It's okay, you just lack the experience of being a devil. You haven't completely let go of yourself. No one will be fortunate to blame you, because of you, correct?" When Lin Shan heard this, tears began to flow down again, flowing on the lovely cheeks of the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, slowly sliding down. But, Lin Shan cried miserably over there. He couldn't accept that he had lost the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha. The president of Lia's Senpai persuaded over there and said softly, "I think of a secret technique. Although it is unprecedented, it is still worth a try." "Huh? What is it?" Lin Shan wiped his tears vigorously, then turned to look at the president of senior sister Rias. The president of Lia's Senpai smiled and took out a strange potion bottle from his pocket, looking very small. She asked gently, "Look, this is it. What do you think it is?" "Huh? Does this look like a chess piece?" Lin Shan was stunned. He saw the bottle in the hands of President Lia's Senpai, which looked very much like a small chess piece. She just looked down at the strange medicine bottle of chess pieces in her hand, and murmured, "This nurse nanny chess piece is indeed a special chess piece, and it does not belong to the chess card, because the nurse is a demon that shelters and recovers. There are still no such cheating pieces in chess and cards, so they are classified as special pieces. Well, just after the processing over there, I sent it over." Lia's assistant Zunai Senpai responded with a smile. Advertisement. The president of senior sister Lia's smiled and nodded, and said seriously, "This child's recovery ability is very suitable for our nurses to follow the chess piece." "Huh? Senior sister Zunai, are you back?" Lin Shan was stunned. Seeing that it was senior sister Zunai, Lia's assistant, he asked with a bit of relaxation in his heart. The president of Ria's Senpai nodded, and asked Kiba Yuto and Katao-chan to move the deceased blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha to a spacious place, because the next thing is to start to treat the blonde and white beauty. The girl Aisha casts the transformation demon magic circle, which naturally requires a relatively large and spacious place. Suddenly a red light appeared behind the president of Lia's Senpai. It turned out to be the bloody magic teleportation array of their demon race. Oh, it turned out to be that way, so this time Lia's Senpai is going to transform Asia into a demon. This immediately made Lin Shan excited and asked hurriedly.
The president of senior sister Rias smiled and held Lin Shan, and said to him seriously, "Don't worry about this, don't worry about it, don't take it too seriously. I will let this nun reincarnate into a demon first, and then see if she can be qualified to serve as our nurses in 4.3.
Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Yeah, Lin Shan nodded excitedly and hurriedly asked again, "President, what shall we do next?" The president of senior sister Lia's smiled and waved to Lin Shan and said, "You should go to the side and rest first. You are still wounded now. What are you excited about?" After a red light passed, Ria's assistant Zhu Daonao Senpai slowly appeared from the magic circle. She smiled and saw the chess piece taken out by the president of Ria's Senpai. She was slightly surprised and said, "Unexpectedly, the president would use a special nurse pawn." "Thank you, president, and thank you for saving Asia." Lin Shan was directly excited about kowtow to President Lia's Senpai. Lin Shan cried and laughed excitedly when he heard this. "Haha, senior sister, please hurry up. I really hope that Asia will get better in my heart." Lin Shan hurriedly said his heartfelt thoughts. In Lin Shan's eyes, apart from the president of Lia's Senpai, the one who gave people the most intimate feeling was Lia's assistant Zhu Nai Senpai. As for the president of Lia's Senpai, she naturally knew that it was Lia's assistant Zhu Nai Senpai who came back. She didn't reveal any surprised expressions, and didn't turn her head to ask Rias's assistant Zhu Nai Senpai. Lin Shan seems to see some hope over there, and what else does he want to ask? Chapter 430. Everything is well, everything is grateful. The president of Ria's Senpai nodded, and asked Kiba Yuto and Katao-chan to move the deceased blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha to a spacious place. Because the next step is to start the transformation of the demon magic circle on the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha, naturally it is better to need a larger and spacious place. After everything was done properly, next, the president of Lia's Senpai began to show the conversion magic circle to the dead blonde and white beautiful girl Asia. The president of Leah's senpai slowly opened her arms, and then said with a serious face. I gave this order in the name of Leah's Gumongli. Your name is Aisha Akito, and your soul is reshaped in Wanwan realm, become the servant of 10,000 realms. Afterwards, the voice of President Leah's senpai became more and more hollow, as if her voice could be heard echoing in the entire space. As the restorer of the 10,000 realms, come back with a brand new witch life. The surrounding blood energy became more and more intense, and then all the blood gathered on the 10th piece of the chess piece that the president of Ria's senpai had placed on top of the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha. The chess piece of the special nurse nanny instantly turned into a dazzling red light and melted, slowly penetrating into the interior of the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha and merged into one. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha's body turned red and disappeared. Seeing that the demon conversion process had been completed, the president of Leah's senpai immediately lowered her arms and exhaled deeply. Lin Shan saw the president of senior sister Leah's relax all of a sudden. He hurried over to ask, President, has she completed the conversion of Asia? Hush, be quiet, don't scare her anymore. The president of senior sister Leah's quickly glanced sideways at Lin Shan fiercely. Lin Shan was so frightened that he covered his mouth and didn't dare to breathe out. He stared tightly at Aisha, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes lying there. Then I was shocked to see that the smiling artifact of the Virgin Mary, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, glowed with a green light. The green light also entered the body of the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, and it seemed that the green light had also merged with the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha. Advertisement. Not only Lin Shan was surprised, everyone around was very curious looking at the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha. In fact, everyone was worried about whether the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha could wake up. At this moment, when everyone was extremely worried, the blonde and white girl Aisha's shoulders trembled. The blonde and white clothed beautiful girl Aisha slowly opened her eyes, and she unexpectedly saw the surrounding scene again. She couldn't believe it. Lin Shan excitedly watched Axia, a beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, opened her eyes and woke up, and even sat up. Asia? Lin Shan asked with excitement, reaching out his hands and gently supporting Asia. Asia was stunned, and said in surprise, what's the matter, didn't I die? At this moment, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, was thinking about what happened to her and how she came back to life again. Lin Shan looked at the president of Leah's senpai very happily at this time, and said with a smile, President, Asia has woke up. Well, I saw it, I got excited about it. The president of Leah's senpai turned over Baikugan angrily. In fact, she was too happy in her heart. She found another follower. Of course, it depends on whether the follower is still willing to follow her. If not, then I had to bye-bye. The president of senpai Leah's who nodded her head, she looked at the blonde and white clothed beautiful girl Aisha, and said seriously, Don't think too much, I just need the power that can heal even the devil, so I let her reincarnate. After hearing this, Asia, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, understood a little bit. She turned to look at the president of Leah's senpai and glanced at Lin Shan next to her, and saw Lin Shan's tears full of excitement. Lin Shan looked at the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha silently, and was already excited to say nothing. The president of Leah's senpai said something softly on this side. This girl, let you protect it from now on. After all, Lin Shan-kun, you are a senior demon. After the president of Leah's senpai finished speaking, she turned around and left without interrupting him. Yeah, okay. Lin Shan smiled and nodded, pretending to have understood. Isn't this exactly what he wants? Advertisement. Lin Shan and the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha looked at the back of the president Leah's who was leaving. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha understood what this time. She turned her head to look at Lin Shan, and muttered, Lin Shan-kun, me, am I? Yeah. Lin Shan didn't say anything, he couldn't do it with excitement. He grabbed the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha's little hand, and didn't let it go for a long time. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, was taken aback for a moment. Oh, what's the matter? Lin Shan-kun. Lin Shan finally felt the warmth from the hands of the blonde and white girl Asia, and he sighed deeply. Let's go back, Asia. This is what he felt most wanted to say to the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha. Everything was so fortunate that the help of the president Leah's senpai made the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha come alive. Without the president of Leah's senpai, it is estimated that Lin Shan would have lost the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha forever. 463 Lin Shan couldn't help but feel endless gratitude to the president of Leah's senpai. Li Yasi's assistant Zhu Nai senpai saw that Lin Shan and Asia had such a good relationship, she couldn't help being happy for them. Well, I didn't expect Lin Shan to have an entourage. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba said sourly. Of course he was just joking on purpose. The school mascot Tachung Bayan Kinsas also smiled and said nothing. In the early hours of the morning, how Lin Shan went home, of course I remember clearly, and naturally he took Asia to go home very happily. Now, the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha is regarded as Lin Shan's sister. Of course, before returning home, Lin Shan asked the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha like this. She is Lin Shan recognized as the younger sister. Later, Lin Shan's family and parents accepted it very happily, and arranged a room for the blonde and white girl Aisha, so that the blonde and white girl Aisha lived in Lin Shan's house. Lin Shan's parents didn't say anything at all, and they welcomed the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha. Especially Lin Shan's mother laughed like a flower. and directly held the little hand of the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes. Chapter 431 I am a superhero. The family welcomes the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha to live here, especially Lin Shan's mother laughed like a flower, and directly held the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha's little hand. This made Lin Shan a little speechless and directly said that he went to sleep in the room. No, as soon as it was early in the morning, his wonderful alarm clock rang again. Diddy, Oni-san shouted from the alarm clock, Diddy, I'm up, it's morning, hurry up, get up. Diddy, little bad guy, I'm getting up soon. Pop, Lin Shan finally raised his hand helplessly and slapped off the alarm clock. After Lin Shan got up, he moved towards the occult research club of the academy because he suddenly wanted to talk to the president of Lia's senpai. Lin Shan quickly opened the old door of the occult research community and respectfully shouted, Good morning. Oh, the president. Lin Shan soon saw the president of senior sister Lia's sitting alone drinking tea. The president of senior sister Lia's also looked at Lin Shan with a smile, and at this time she gently put down the teacup in her hand. She smiled happily and asked, Oh, it came right, how is your injury? Lin Shan was relieved a lot at this time, because last night he was treated by a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha, with the virgin smile artifact. Lin Shan nodded easily and said, Well, thanks to the healing power of Asia, it is completely healed. After he finished speaking, he gently sat on the sofa opposite the President Lia's senpai, and looked at the President Lia's senpai with a grateful expression. I didn't expect that the chess piece as a nurse would come in handy so quickly. The President of senior sister Lia's smiled slightly, she is very relaxed now. After the President of Lia's senpai finished speaking, her voice changed. It's so practical to understand why those fallen angels need the artifact of her virgin smile so much.
Advertisement. At this time, Lin Shan asked at the beginning, President, me.
The President of senior sister Lia's was stunned and asked curiously, Look at Lin Shan-kun, what's the matter, just talk about it. Lin Shan nodded, raised his head to express the doubts in his heart, and asked softly, Do we have devil pieces equal to the number of chess cards? Yes, that's for sure. The President of Lia's senpai smiled slightly, and then she lowered her head and drank tea. She probably knew what Lin Shan wanted to ask. Lin Shan's small eyes began to roll, a little unpredictable, and asked softly, So, there will be 7 or 89 soldiers like me. Oh, you continue to say. The President of senior sister Lia's, who pretended to be a circled face, looked up at Lin Shan. Lin Shan nodded, and continued with a little embarrassment. But I think, if the competition increases, then that. Lin Shan couldn't speak with a wry smile just when the President of Lia's senpai's gaze looked dull. He was embarrassed in his heart at this time, and he smiled bitterly 2 or 3 times, and he couldn't bear it anymore. Lin Shan smiled bitterly and waved his hand and said, I was just making a joke, don't mind, the President, I made a little joke. The President of senior sister Lia's naturally knew what Lin Shan was thinking in her careful eyes. She raised the corner of her mouth slightly and gently put down the teacup in her hand. Lin Shan suddenly snorted and looked nervously at the President of senior sister Lia's. The President of senior sister Lia's started to sit there a little more formally, looking at Lin Shan seriously. She said righteously, My soldier, Lin Shan-kun is the only one. Oh, really? So what to say? Lin Shan's face was a little flattered, in fact, he was already excited and ecstatic in his heart. Why is this ecstasy? Because Lin Shan is a big man, look at it, in this occult research club, there's already a guy like Kiba Yudu, and he can be regarded as a wolf in this group of cute little sheep. The less the better. Advertisement naturally. Lin Shan became very excited, because in the entire occult research community, he and Kiba Yu are the only one to fight. If there is one more master, it is estimated that Lin Shan will be a little unhappy.
Sitting alone with a group of lovely senior sisters, it is even more heavenly than heaven.
At this time, Lin Shan was really flattered, and he couldn't believe it, put down his hands and looked at the President of Lia's senpai tightly, and once again seriously confirmed what the President of Lia's senpai said to prevent him from suddenly misheard. Seeing that Lin Shan didn't quite understand, the President of Lia's senpai, she stood up gently, and then explained. When converting humans to demons, the devil's chess pieces are consumed according to the ability of the reincarnated person. The number is also different.
When talking about this, the President of Li Yasi senpai had already come to Lin Shan's side.
Lin Shan was stunned and muttered. Lin Shan just wanted to continue thinking about what. The President of senior sister Rias continued gently, It seems that you still don't understand. Let me put it this way. I have only one of the artillery carts and horses and the bishop of the castle. A question? Yes, I did have 8 pawns and chess pieces left before, so let's put it this way, in order to summon you to transform you into a demon, you need to spend a whole 8. All pawns and pawns can be used. Now Lin Shan could understand it. He was shocked and asked, Oh, so, the senior sister president, what you said is, did I use up 8 pawns by myself? Yes, after I learned about this, I decided to let you be my entourage. The president of Lia's senpai smiled slightly, and she naturally smiled with relief, in order to make Lin Shan turn into a demon but spent all her pawns and chess pieces. Naturally, it was very successful. Of course, this process also failed.
Fortunately, there was no failure. Hey, the chess pieces consumed.
Lin Shan heard this and used so many pawns and chess pieces for himself, so he was shocked. Wow, Why did I use so many pawns and chess pieces? The president of Lia's senpai smiled, of course, because the more devil pieces you use, the more potential you have. This is a very rare piece of clothing. Lin Shan understood now, his eyes suddenly lit up. It turns out that he is an extremely rare hero character. Doesn't it mean that the president of Lia's senpai draws a card with a golden hero like him? The president of Lia's senpai smiled, and continued to take a deep breath and firmly said, "It seems that you understand, yes, because of your rarity, the existence of extremely rare followers, naturally, I can't lose your bet. All the pawns and chess pieces come to convert you into a demon, of course, mainly because our Lin Shan-kun has the hand of the Red Dragon Emperor, one of the annihilators of the 12 gods. It is very worthwhile to consume so many pawns and chess pieces." Chapter 432 Become the Strongest Soldier. Lin Shan understood, his eyes suddenly lit up. It turns out that he is an extremely rare character attribute. Doesn't it mean that the president of Lia's senpai draws a card with a golden hero like him? Wow, haha, I didn't expect me to be such a powerful existence, Lin Shan said excitedly with a smile. The president of Lia's senpai smiled and continued to take a deep breath and said firmly, "It seems that you understand, yes, as you think, it is because of your rare hero attributes and extremely rare followers that you naturally let me I can't lose you. I bet on all the pawns and chess pieces to convert you into a demon. Of course, it's mainly because our Lin Shan-kun has the 12 gods. The gloves of the Red Dragon Emperor, one of the destroyers, is very worthwhile to consume so many pawns and chess pieces."
Hearing Lin Shan here, he hadn't calmed down for a long time. He lowered his head and looked at his left hand, and muttered, "Gloves of the Chelong Emperor, one of the annihilators of the 12 gods."
The president of Ria's senpai smiled and nodded, and said softly, "Yes, I am the red-haired princess of annihilation. You are the gloves of the Sekiryute Emperor. Red is a perfect match for red. We can be said to be it's a match made in heaven, ha. Oh, the president of Senior Sister is so right, ha. Lin Shan nodded a little embarrassed, blushing not to look at the president of Senior Sister Lia's standing next to her. 463, the president of Senpai Rias, Yoshimasa then said, "Since you exist because my words consume all the pawns and the devil pawns, then you will aim for the strongest pawn in the future. Don't let me down. Cross out so many pawns and devil chess pieces, of course, if you can do it, then you are my cutest servant." Lin Shan heard the encouraging words uttered by the president of Li Yasi. He suddenly became silly and happy. The strongest soldier, it makes me very excited to hear him. This time I have taken a step closer to my dream. Lin Shan's smile suddenly turned into a big flower, which looked extremely cute. The president of Senior Sister Lia's saw Lin Shan so happy, she smiled and blew a big kiss to Lin Shan, and shouted encouragingly, "This is my reward for you, you must change strong." Advertisement, wow, President Senior Sister, I will work harder, humph. Lin Shan instantly turned into a little calf and was screaming and fighting over there. The president of Lia's senpai smiled and raised her hand and said lightly, "Oh, if this, bod, loves you, if you can't be the strongest soldier, I will be given to you by the newcomers. Look, I will be very embarrassed by then, even if you have to become stronger, you will also have a light on your face, and then you can be in front of the newcomers in the academy. It's bear." Lin Shan nodded happily, like pounding garlic, and kept silly and haha over there. Suddenly at this time, the door of their academy occult research club room opened. A beautiful girl in white clothes with long blonde hair, Aisha, walked out squeamishly, muttering shyly, "Yeah, Lin Shan-kun." The appearance of the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha suddenly made Lin Shan's brain sober. He quickly turned his head to look at the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha, and said in surprise, "Huh? Aisha? Yes, you are also a demon, I almost forgot, ha.
Lin Shan naturally loves Asia a bit, so he didn't bother Asia.
It seems that Asia is not a student in the Royal Academy. How did Asia come from? Afterwards, Lin Shan was shocked to see that the blonde and white girl Aisha was wearing a uniform from the Royal Academy. Immediately afterwards, Axia, a beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, hurriedly folded her hands in prayer and said, "Oh, my Lin Shan-kun, please forgive my sinful heart."
The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha held her head sadly, and squatted there for a long time without getting up.
When the president of Lia's senpai saw this place, he smiled and said, That's of course, you forget that you have become a demon now, and you put your hands together in an analysis of prayer and said those Western cults will definitely have negative punishment reflexes physically. The president of Senior Sister Leah smiled beside him and said, I helped Asia make up for it. Now Asia is also a student in the Royal Academy. Advertisement. Well, it's nothing. Anyway, everyone is my lovely entourage, so naturally they're all together. The president of Senior Sister Leah's smiled and nodded. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha is not shy. I don't know what to say, she squeezed happily and said weakly, so, when I think of it, Leah's senpai. No, Leah's the president of the Senior Sister is very beautiful. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, suddenly had her stupid head thinking about what to start, and she hurriedly said to the president of Leah's senpai with gratitude. Thank you, President Leah's senpai's help, so that I can be in Lin Shan. Kun goes to school and class next to him. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha rubbed her hands very nervously. Well, look at that Lin Shan Kun will definitely like Sister Rias too. Wow, then Isaiah, you can study hard. Lin Shan exclaimed, nodded seriously and caring to Asia. Anyway, if you don't learn, you can at least learn something. What are you talking about, Asia? Lin Shan suddenly couldn't figure it out. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha screamed and hugged her head and squatted there, rubbing her head vigorously over there, which seemed to be very painful. Oh, Asia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, just finished speaking. Suddenly her whole body trembled like an electric shock. People's head suddenly hurts, severe pain. Lin Shan got up and looked over, worried, and asked quickly, oh, what's wrong with Asia? Is it okay? No, I don't know what to say. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha was very panicked, because this place was also her first time to come, and even the weak personality that made her tender is here. The classical and elegant place is even more restrained, and the whole body trembles nervously. Lin Shan asked in surprise. This is not right. Why are you a student costume of the academy? You don't seem to be a student either. Suddenly, the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha became cute again. She shook her long blonde hair abruptly, and said reluctantly, oh, what did I just say? Lin Shan-kun wants to like Lia's senpai? No, I can't think about these things. Chapter 433 Happy Day. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha heard that the president of Lia's senpai said that she was already a member of the demon race, and naturally she could not use those Western cult behaviors. Oh, I'm so pitiful, it turned out to be like this. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha instantly sat there, her whole body shrank into a small blonde ball, looking so pitiful. Lin Shan heard the explanation from senior sister Lia's, and he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, it's okay, it turned out to be like this, it's not a big deal. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, was a little disappointed and said softly, hey, yes, I am already a demon now. What's wrong? Do you regret it now? The president of senior sister Lia's asked with a smile. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha first smiled and shook her head, looked up to the president of Lia's senpai and said seriously, no, I actually want to thank Lia's senpai, because of the help of Lia's senpai.
Can let me live. In fact, for me, no matter what form it is, as long as I can meet Lin Shan-kun like now, I will.
Very happy, said the beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes. Aisha, her hands clasped together, were obviously grateful and excited. Lin Shan saw that the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha said these words so sweetly, he scratched his head in embarrassment and said sillily, no more, then let's live together. Welcome to the blonde and white beautiful girl Love West Asia joined our cult research community. Haha, thank you, I am also a student. The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha, shook her body happily. The president of Lia's senpai smiled and said softly, speaking of it, have I done a lot of work? My father has also participated in the operation of this Royal Academy, and it depends on this relationship to help. Asia got a quota, and now everyone is slowly forming a whole law, haha. Yeah. Axia, a beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, nodded happily, her eyes full of gratitude. Lin Shan also smiled and nodded in agreement with the president of senior sister Lia's. He said seriously, I will work hard to become the strongest soldier next time. Then you come on. The president of senior sister Lia's hid her mouth and smiled. The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha, also smiled. It was the morning of a happy day. Kacha. The door of the occult research community was opened again, and slowly walked into the two classmates. Hello everyone, now I seem to be late. The blonde Yudo Kiba smiled and opened the door, followed by the school mascot Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce. Advertisement. The school's mascot Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce also waved his hand and said in a weak voice, good morning, President, good morning, Senior Lin Shan. La. The back room of the occult research club was also opened at this time, and Lia's assistant Zhu Nai Senpai really pushed a small cart and walked out slowly with a smile. She laughed and said, oh, everyone is here right now, come on, now let's welcome our newcomers to join the occult research club, let's have a happy welcome party, I will make delicious pastries, okay. Oh. Lin Shan was shocked to see a huge strawberry cake on the dining trolley pushed by Li Yasi's assistant Zhu Nai Senpai, and he didn't feel much about it in an instant. Lin Shan asked sourly, why didn't I have this welcome ceremony when I joined the occult research club? Thank you everyone. Axia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, covered her small mouth happily and couldn't jump over there.
Everyone also laughed and laughed. The president of Lia's senpai turned her head to look at Lin Shan, who was upset, and said with a smile, Lin Shan-kun, you are a big man, but you want to be the strongest pawn and devil chess piece, how could it be possible with it's better than the little girl who loves West Asia?
Oh, I just did it on purpose. Lin Shan scratched his head in embarrassment, a little embarrassed. Lin Shan scratched his head and stood there in silly fun. Suddenly at this moment, Lin Shan seemed to have seen something. In the distance, above the tree Kwanzi outside the window, there was an extremely gorgeous big bird sitting directly at their occult research community. Lin Shan frowned after looking at it for a while. Maybe he was a little worried. In fact, he didn't think anything. It was just a good-looking bird. He turned his head and celebrated with everyone. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha joined the occult research society. -0 seeking flowers. Next, nothing happened for a leisure day. Almost forgot, The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha was taken care of by Ria's senpai. That the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha took the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha back to the life of the occult research community because her life was still a bit inconvenient. Here comes the district. At this point, Lin Shan didn't say anything, so he nodded his permission. Soon the next morning, Lin Shan came to the school's occult research club building and opened the door. Advertisement, squeaky. Lin Shan opened the door of the occult research community and walked in. Hello everyone. No one answered. Lin Shan was stunned, scratching his head and looking for it, but didn't see anyone there.
Huh, it's weird, where did everyone go? Lin Shan, who couldn't help it, sat leisurely on the sofa and suddenly saw the fruit on the coffee table. Try it first.
Wow, Lin Shan chewed happily, his mouth full of sweetness gave him endless energy. Yes, not bad, delicious and replenishing physical fitness. Lin Shan laughed and ate another one. Suddenly at this time, Lin Shan seemed to hear a woman's voice coming from the back room. Listen carefully, it's the blonde and white beautiful girl Asia humming in the back room. Huh? So Aisha is in the back room, I thought there was no one in the club. Lin Shan sneaked over curiously, wanting to see what Asia was doing. He had just arrived at the door of the back room when suddenly a sharp pain came from behind his head. Bang dang, the intensity of the knock on the head just now was simply too great, and it was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Oh, Lin Shan suddenly covered his head, even hurriedly trying to get his head cracked. It hurts. Begging, chapter 434 downfall. Just now, Lin Shan was going to sneak a peek at what Asia was doing in the back room.
Suddenly, the mascot of the school, Tacheng Baiyan Kitten Sauce, was hit by a big lobster with a headache and brain split. I was almost knocked stupid.
Lin Shan rubbed his head vigorously. It hurts. A weak voice behind him said grimly. Senior Lin Shan with a smirk on his face is sneaking around here. There must be nothing good. Lin Shan clutched her head and quickly turned her head to see that it was Tacheng Baiyan Kitten Sauce, the mascot of the school. She was carrying an oversized steamed lobster in her hand. Apparently Lin Shan's head was knocked by the big lobster in the hands of the school mascot Tacheng Baiyan Cat Sauce just now. It's terrifying. The mascot of the school, Tacheng Baiyan Cat Sauce, is honored by everyone in the school as the little, 467, Cat Sauce. Lin Shan didn't dare to provoke the strange force tank girl Kitty Sauce. He hushed up and pretended to be stupid and said, it turned out to be Kitty Sauce. You were here. I didn't do anything just now. Lin Shan scratched his head silly. The door of the back room behind him opened, and the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, stretched out her head curiously and looked over. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha was stunned for a moment, and then curiously said, Oh, it's Lin Shan-kun Sr., people are listening to songs inside. Oh, Lin Shan was startled. He quickly turned his head to look at Asia behind him. The mascot of the school here, Tacheng Baiyan Kitten Sauce, even fell into the ground and said, You, the senior, just secretly depended on what you were doing. It was like a disgusting voyeur. Oh, it's not like that. Lin Shan waved his hand quickly and denied that he was what a pervert mad, he was just curious. I didn't think about it at all. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha heard what the kitten said, she was taken aback, and muttered. What, Senior Lin Shan-kun wants to peek at me? No, no more, I just went to the side to see that I just passed this doorway, haha. Lin Shan said, wiping cold sweat on his forehead. Advertisement. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha recognized her mistake. She apologized and said, I'm really sorry, I'm causing trouble for everyone. I wanted to take care of it before everyone came. It's not very convenient for me to live here, yeah. With that, the eyes of the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha began to burst into tears. I'm so sorry. Lin Shan and Mao Zhang suddenly felt softened when they saw a weak young woman like Asia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes. Mao Zhang looked at Lin Shan fiercely, making Lin Shan stunned for a while, and I don't know why Mao Zhang was still fierce. Lin Shan found out that he should apologize. He quickly apologized and said, No, it's okay. Besides, it's more convenient for Asia to live here now. Bed together is on campus, and I often interact with Sister Leah's. It's good. Lin Shan didn't know what he was talking about, he just made a haha to talk nonsense, anyway, he just said it in the past. After hearing this, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Asia, nodded slightly and said softly, Well, the president of Senior Sister Rias said that she would help me find a good place to live before going to school. Oh, that's it, that's good. Lin Shan played haha, wiped his forehead sweat fiercely, and left here as if he ran away. Anyway, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Asia, was very lucky that she didn't care about anything. As for the cat sauce, she didn't say anything, anyway, she was not a victim, but she still looked at Lin Shan running away from the back, turned her head and whispered to the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Asia. After a while, everyone gathered for a meeting in the Occult Research Club. At this time, the president of Senior Sister Leah's was sitting in her office, raising her hands and resting her chin, and said softly, Now we have to prepare for the morning special training, mainly because Lin Shan needs to come to the morning special training. Lin Shan scratched his head when he heard it, and asked, What special morning training? Do we devil have a morning run? It's actually the same, mainly because before, when I was fighting the fallen angels, I understood that your abilities need to improve your basic physical abilities, at least if you can get a larger power bonus. The ability to easily defeat opponents. The president of Leah's senpai said to Lin Shan earnestly. Advertisement. After Lin Shan heard it, he was stunned for a moment, and then hello nodded thoughtfully in response. Oh, it's like that. In fact, it's pretty good if this is the case, so let's take special training in the morning. At this time, the president of Senior Sister Leah's saw that Lin Shan agreed. She smiled and sighed with relief. She mainly thought that Lin Shan would be lazy and reluctant to agree. The president of Senior Sister Rias smiled and continued. For the morning special training, I will pick you up before 5 o'clock in the morning.
Huh, before 5 o'clock? Does it need to be so early? It's too early.
Lin Shan was shocked when he heard the words from the president of Senior Sister Leah's before 5 o'clock. At that time, the sky hadn't completely lit up. The president of Senior Sister Leah's saw that Lin Shan seemed a little reluctant to hear the time. She smiled and said, don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Oh, that's it, then all right, I get it. Lin Shan nodded right here, and then he heard the president of Senior Sister Leah's tell him. It's not too late now, you should send out our occult research club flyers now. Yeah, good president. Lin Shan nodded respectfully and turned around to leave the occult research club. The president of Leah's senpai nodded slightly and smiled and said, okay, be careful on the road. Yeah. Lin Shan hummed, waved goodbye to everyone in the occult research community and left here. 4.3. Not long after Lin Shan left, the president of Senior Sister Leah's here turned to look at Aisha, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes sitting on the sofa over there, and said softly, Asia.
Yeah, right now, Aisha, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, immediately turned her head to look at the president of Leah's senpai, and said with a serious expression on her face.
The president of Leah's senpai thought for a while and said, next, about your next boarding matters. Oh, Asia, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, immediately firmed her big ears, sounding seriously. The president of Leah's senpai smiled when she saw such a lovely Asia, and he said, you will know it by tomorrow morning. I won't tell you now. Oh, Asia, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, she doesn't understand why the president of Leah's senpai smiles so mysteriously? Chapter 435. Need exercise. It arrived in a flash. The next morning, it was the same dee-dee alarm sound as always. At the same time, another alarm girl came from the alarm bell. It seemed that Sister Bingjiao was coughing and saying, ahem, that, it's already morning, that, please get up quickly, hoo-hoo, get up soon, hoo-hoo. Lin Shan was tortured by this sick voice, and he quickly woke up angrily. Yeah, really. Lin Shan raised his hand anger and stopped the alarm clock. Then he found that it was a little different from the past time. He raised his eyes a little to look at the time, frowned and said angrily, well, what, why is it only 4:30? Lin Shan lowered his head slowly and was about to go to sleep again. Suddenly, an electric current passed through his mind. Oh. Lin Shan sat up abruptly. Broken. Today is the morning special training that the president of Senior Sister Rias said. Lin Shan hurriedly got up. Lin Shan's parents were all worried about Lin Shan's hurried abnormal state. My child, what's the matter? Why do you get up so early? Is this the sun coming out from the west? It's so rare. 10. Lin Shan's mother asked wonderingly. Lin Shan looked at the time. It was almost the appointed time. Mom, I left beforehand. Lin Shan didn't say anything. He ran to the hallway, put on his shoes and went out.
This can make Lin Shan's parents stunned. What happened to this child?
Lin Shan was afraid of his parents being worried, so he said directly, I'll talk about it when I come back, I'm going to exercise. In a blink of an eye, Lin Shan disappeared. It didn't take long for Lin Shan to arrive at the park location agreed with the president of Li Yasi, but he rode his bicycle all the way. Lin Shan was there panting, but he was exhausted. Advertisement. He soon saw the president of Senior Sister Leah's looking at Lin Shan with a smile. She was wearing a standard red sportswear at this time.
She was still sitting on the park bench there, waving at Lin Shan.
Company, president, I'll pass now. Lin Shan hurriedly rode a bicycle to the president of Leah's senpai, but the president of Leah's senpai stood up and said with a smile, come on, I'm riding the bicycle. You will get off next. Let's run. Lin Shan was taken aback for a moment, but there was nothing left. Who told him to agree to some morning special training before? This is simply cheating. Lin Shan nodded helplessly and said, okay. The president of Leah's senpai smiled and took Lin Shan's bicycle and rode it on easily. She pretended to be serious, like a trainer, shouting, run quickly, what are you doing stupidly standing here? Okay, I'll run now. Lin Shan didn't dare to refute anymore, and ran directly in this park. Behind Lin Shan is the president of Li Yasi senpai, riding a bicycle with a smile, and constantly urging Lin Shan to be too slow. Don't run like an old grandfather, quickly straighten my waist and lift my chest, and don't give me a sick person anymore. The reprimand from the president of Senior Sister Rias made Lin Shan gritted his teeth and started running seriously. He kept murmuring I want to be the strongest soldier king. I want to be a powerful devil. Hey, Lin Shan was running in front of him, and the president of Li Yasi was riding a bicycle very easily in the back. From time to time, I heard Lin Shan mumble in front. Hey come out unexpectedly. The demons belong to the physical force. Don't complain to me. Run quickly for me. I will never allow my entourage to be so weak. The president of Lia's senpai, just behind Lin Shan, did not give an angry speech. Lin Shan quickly yelled in discomfort. I will work hard. He was already sweating profusely at this time. I didn't expect Lin Shan to be so weak. The president of Lia's senpai could not help but shook his head when she saw this place, and soon they came to a playground. Stop it and change to another activity. The president of senior sister Lia's slammed the brakes directly, and shouted to Lin Shan, who was running silly in front of him. When Lin Shan heard what the president of Li Yasi said, he almost slumped down there. Woo, I finally don't have to run. Advertisement. Lin Shan bent over, pressing his knees with his hands over there. He felt his body was filled with lead.
And his legs were shaking uncontrollably. It seems that it was too hard, Lin Shan said in an angry heart. Bite, I didn't expect that the president of Lia's senpai will torture people, it's dying.
Lin Shan stopped moving in that place, and the president of senior sister Lia's walked over angrily. He slapped Lin Shan on the back fiercely, smack. Oh, it hurts. Lin Shan straightened up in fright, and turned his head pitifully to look at the president of senior sister Lia's. The president of Lia's senpai said angrily, it's so weak, it's not over yet, come over to me quickly. What are you doing, senior sister? Lin Shan asked with a bitter smile on his face. What are you doing? Of course, sit-ups. The president of Lia's senpai turned over Baikugan, and 467 raised his finger to the rubber mat on the other side of the playground. Lin Shan was helplessly pressed there by the president of senior sister Rias and started doing sit-ups. Lin Shan, who had been doing this for a while, directly surrendered and shouted, I'm tired. Of course, the president of Lia's senpai is not willing to let Lin Shan go like this. She directly encouraged her and shouted, listen, in the face of the world of the demon race, the power of the devil has the absolute right to speak. If you are too weak, you will definitely be eliminated, so quickly sit up for me. But this is really tired, can it gradually increase? Lin Shan said bitterly. The president of senior sister Lia's naturally disagreed, and she said angrily, Lin Shan-kun, you can work harder, especially in a situation like yours, it is absolutely impossible. Hey, okay, huh? Lin Shan gritted his teeth and started doing sit-ups again. Seeing Lin Shan doing it again, the president of senior sister Lia's nodded and said with satisfaction, well, listen well, the stronger your ability and your basic physical strength, the more meaningful it will be.
I know. Lin Shan was already doing sit-ups with a grin.
11. 12. The president of senior sister Lia's smiled and watched. Lin Shan's physical strength was good, but he was too lazy. Chapter 436 The First Morning Training. When Lin Shan was doing sit-ups while gritting his teeth, suddenly the president of senior sister Rias patted Lin Shan on the shoulder. Lin Shan was stunned, and looked at the president of Lia's senpai in confusion. The president of senior sister Rias said softly, okay, let's take a break now, you are really too weak, I am afraid that if you increase the intensity of exercise next, you may faint later. Then you go to the academy and tell the newcomers bad things about me. How can I say bad things about you, Lia's senpai? Lin Shan responded haha. Now Lia's finally let Lin Shan go. Lin Shan stood up with a grin, and quickly found a park chair to sit down and rest. At this time, the president of senior sister Lia's began to look around, stunned Lin Shan, and asked curiously, what's the matter? It's really weird. It stands to reason that this time should be coming soon. The president of Lia's senpai looked anxious and worried, looking at Lin Shan's liking. Lin Shan, like the president of senior sister Lia's, asked worriedly, senior sister, who are you talking about? I saw it. The president of Lia's senpai looked at a figure on the street over the park and ran over quickly. Lin Shan turned his head and looked over and saw the familiar figure with long blonde hair.
Oh, why is she here too? The figure with long blonde hair coming over there is the beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha. At this time, she put on the previous robe again, and while running, she waved to them and shouted, sorry, Lin Shan-kun, I'm late. People really.
Lin Shan was stunned. At this time, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, was already close to her, and she saw the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, who seemed to have a basket on her hand. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan and Lia's senpai were shocked to see the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha, and they suddenly became squeezed while running in a hurry. People, really pump, the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha fell straight forward and lay on the ground. Lin Shan and the president of Lia's senpai were shocked by this beautiful girl in white and blonde, Asia, is too stupid. The president of Lia's senpai was also shocked, and asked wonderingly, is the child's floor too low? Advertisement, where do I know? Axia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes not far from them, stood up while rubbing her aching knees, and muttered, oh, why did you fall?
This is simply the scene when Lin Shan and the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha met for the first time. At that time, the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha fell to the ground because of the low ground, and now it reappears. Lin Shan couldn't stand it anymore, and hurriedly came to the blonde and white clothed girl Aisha and took her hand, and asked softly, it's okay, Aisha. Yeah, it's okay, The blonde and white girl Aisha giggled apologetically. In fact, her knees really hurt. When Lin Shan saw the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha fell down, he was still holding the hand-carrying basket and asked curiously, what's in it? Oh, let me see if it is broken. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Asia, quickly remembered the breakfast porridge she had brought back to Lin Shan. Seeing that the insulated bottle inside was intact, she let out a breath of relief. Luckily it didn't break.
The president of Senior Sister Leah's here smiled and raised her finger to the park bench, and said, "You two come here to sit down." The three of them were sitting on the benches in this park. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, looked at Lin Shan excitedly, and gently took out the breakfast porridge she made for Lin Shan from the basket. Nah. Axia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, handed it over. Lin Shan took a look, smiled and said, "Thank you so much, Asia." Lin Shan took it and opened it to drink. Hee, it's okay. Axia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, covered her mouth and smiled happily. Lin Shan took a few sips and asked curiously, "Asaya, why are you here? It's not because I came here to watch me exercise and deliver breakfast porridge, right?" "Well, the president of Leah's senpai asked me to come." The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, smiled slightly, and she turned to look at the president of Leah's senpai next to her. Lin Shan suddenly wondered when she heard that, why the president of Leah's senpai wanted to call the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha over. "President Leah's senpai, why did you call Asia too?" Advertisement, Lin Shan asked curiously, but the president of Leah's senpai here did not know what she was thinking, and did not answer Lin Shan's words at all, and looked straight ahead. This made Lin Shan take a few more glances at the president of Senior Sister Rias, and asked carefully. "Oh, hey." The president of Senior Sister Lias recovered, she smiled and looked at Lin Shan. Lin Shan was confused, and asked curiously, "What's wrong with you, Senior Sister President?" Nothing more, now you have finished drinking, then you can set off with Asia." The president of Senior Sister Rias laughed and said to Lin Shan and the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha. She probably meant to directly let Lin Shan and the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha have a good exercise. You can say it was a special training for the two of them. Lin Shan was even more puzzled. "Hey, where are you going? Will Asia also exercise with me?" No more. Actually, I have more important things to do. Let's go quickly." "President, what's wrong?" The president of Senior Sister Lias smiled slightly, her mysterious smile made the monk Lin Shan confused and completely confused. Helpless Lin Shan had to listen to Wang Zhao, the arrangement of the president of Senior Sister Li Yasi, and take a step.
But then the president of Senior Sister Leah said, "In fact, the place we are going next is Lin Shan's home."
Huh? Why? Lin Shan was surprised. He looked at the president of Senior Sister Rias next to him with shocked eyes. What is this president thinking in his heart? Should he take a peek at the comic book hidden under his bed? This is an assault? Check it? Thinking of this, Lin Shan broke into a cold sweat on his forehead, and quickly vetoed out. "No, my house is very messy." The president of Leah's senpai covered her mouth and smiled. "Haha, there is nothing. It looks like you are nervous, as if you want to discover your little secret."
Lin Shan was speechless, and finally under the coercion of the president of Leah's senpai, he had to lead the president of Leah's senpai and the beautiful blonde and white-clothed Aisha back to their doorstep. Chapter 437 It's Okay, a family reunion.
Lin Shan was speechless, and finally under the intimidation of the president of Leah's senpai, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. He led the president of Leah's senpai and the beautiful blonde and white-clothed Aisha back to their doorstep. Lin Shan was always worried all the way, scratching his head and thinking hard there. Why is this? Is it to grab my braid? It won't be that way. Lin Shan screamed vigorously in his heart. Lin Shan turned his head awkwardly to look at the president of Senior Sister Rias, and asked with a trembling voice. "Really, do you really want to do this?" The president of Senior Sister Rias hid her mouth and smiled. Of course. Smack. Lin Shan straightened his face uncomfortably. Baby feels bitter. At this time, the three of them were still standing at the door and did not walk in. When they were about to walk in, Lin Shan suddenly found the problem because there were many more cardboard boxes beside his house. What are these? It's weird. The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha, lowered her head and said shyly. "Well, those are people's daily necessities. I didn't expect there to be so many 467. Hey, are your women's things so horrible?" Lin Shan turned his head in shock to look at the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha. "I never expected such a well-behaved blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha to have so many big cardboard boxes. This is absolutely impossible, unless..." Lin Shan turned his head and asked the president of Senior Sister Rias in a low voice, "These are from Asia. What the hell is going on, President Rias?" The president of Leah's senpai smiled awkwardly and said, "Yes, from today, Asia will live in your house." Advertisement? What? Don't be so serious. I thought you let the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha live in the club before. Why did you get it back? Lin Shan couldn't figure out what the president Leah's senpai wanted to play. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha here repeats exactly the same as last time, smiles and bows gently and says, "Haha, please take care of me, Lin Shan-kun." Lin Shan was speechless again by the cuteness of the blonde and white girl Aisha. The president of Senior Sister Lias smiled when she saw this place, and said softly, "I actually asked Asia before where she would like to live in, so she said she wanted to live in your home. There is no alternative." "Company, President, you and Asia suddenly said that, I really can't do anything." Lin Shan directly bowed his head in frustration and gave in. Good men don't fight women. Axia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, smiled and squinted her eyes, not happy. The president of Leah's senpai was helpless and smiled bitterly. She stretched out her hand in a doting manner and touched the blonde hair of the beautiful blonde in white clothes, Asia. Time flies so fast, in desperation. Lin Shan finally led the two beautiful girls, Asia and the president of Lia's, into the house. At that time, Lin Shan's parents liked it very much, but when the president of Lia's senior sister said that the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha would stay here for a long time, Lin Shan's parents were still a little shocked. Lin Shan's father said in surprise, "This girl is going to stay at home for a long time." "Wow, I agree very much." Lin Shan's mother was very excited and very agreeing with this as before. Lin Shan nodded gently and admitted, "Yes, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Asia, will stay at home for a long time, and then I will treat her as a younger sister." Yes, they're your children, Dad." The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha greeted Lin Shan's father with a smile, and bowed to her. Lin Shan's father still didn't react a little bit, mainly because suddenly there was a girl who made him happy that he didn't know what to say. "Advertisement," he stammered and continued inquiring. "If you find a homestay, there should be better than a family like ours. Should your child consider it and see if the conditions of our home are better? It made you suffer." The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha shook her head with a smile, then nodded and said seriously, "I am willing to do so, because Lin Shan-kun is my benefactor, so I naturally want to live in his home and repay him well." Lin Shan didn't know what to say, so he just sat there pretending to be stupid. When the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha said that he was a benefactor, he was stunned and turned his head to look at the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha, and saw the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha lowered his head shyly and looked like he is very serious. It seems that he is not so casually said. Lin Shan's parents here heard the blonde and white clothed beautiful girl Aisha say her benefactor. "Benefactor? How did this kid become your benefactor?" "Well, my parents have been gone since I was a child. I came here alone from abroad. It is Lin Shan-kun who has been silently helping me.
It is the person who has let me take care of me the most.
Therefore, if I only think of Lin Shan if Kun is there, I can get through with peace of mind. If it weren't for Lin Shan-kun, I would be very worried." The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha can be said to be a heart and soul, of course. Her character is also very firm. As long as she looks for it, she must do it. Lin Shan was so excited all of a sudden. "I didn't expect this girl like Asia to be so grateful for the graphic report." "Asia," the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha continued to lower her head and said weakly, "but if you find it troublesome, I can quit." That's impossible." Lin Shan smiled. Lin Shan's mother heard the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha say so. She quickly glared at her wife next to her, and then hurriedly said with a smile, We didn't say no. Our family has another. It's not that there are no vacancies, it's just that." "Huh?" Lin Shan suddenly felt a little bad foreboding, and he quickly looked at the two elderly people. Lin Shan's mother was worried, and at the same time she squeezed and didn't know what to say. The father of Lin Shan next to him took a look at Lin Shan in an angry song, and murmured, "It's shameful to say it, my Lin Shan. It can be said that he is extremely energetic, and it is not good to be afraid that he will bully you at all times. That's it." Yes, I just want to say this." Lin Shan's mother nodded vigorously directly beside. Lin Shan heard his mom and dad say this to their son. Chapter 438. New transfer student Lin Shan suddenly burst into a lot of cold sweat on his forehead, and quickly turned his head to look at the president of Lia's senpai and the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha. He was so embarrassed that he quickly turned his head and clenched his fist, shouting fiercely to Lin Shan's parents. "How can you say this to your family? At least you have to say it behind your back." Seeing Lin Shan's family members, President Lia's nodded with a smile, and said softly, "Yes, then this homestay is over. Next, I have another one. If the bride is practicing, pack it up and accept it if possible." The two elders opposite were shocked. "What? Bride, practice? Even Lin Shan, who was next to him, was shocked and quickly turned to look at the president of Lia's senpai. Lin Shan scratched his head and asked wonderingly, "New, bride practice? What stuff?" The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha, was also surprised and looked at the president of Lia's senpai. Should the president also live in? No one can think of this person present. "Yes, you heard that right, it's the bride practice." The president of Lia's senpai nodded again, confirming directly. When Lin Shan's parents heard this, their hands fell together in an instant, and tears filled their eyes. Dad Lin Shan said to his wife excitedly with tears in his eyes, "Oh, my child, at that time, I saw that my son had that kind of virtue. I thought I would never see the face of my grandson in my life. Oh, I never thought, old lady, am I dreaming?" Lin Shan was so thunderous, he quickly looked at Lin Shan's father in shock. The mother of Lin Shan also nodded with tears. "Wu Ming, the child is his father, so do I never thought that such a hopeless child could find such a satisfied daughter-in-law." Lin Shan couldn't listen anymore, and he stopped shouting, "Hey, give me enough to stop, don't think too much, why am I boring?" He was a little angry inside. Advertisement. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha also heard the problem. She clasped her hands together and said excitedly, "Two elders, your child is not a worthless person. He is very promising, you should treat it well, Lin Shan." "Oh, I'm so touched." Lin Shan's mother heard this, but she didn't expect to have such a good child. She quickly turned her head and said to Lin Shan's father, "My child, his father, look at how good this child is. It is like a little angel child. Let's take her and raise her as a girl." Oh haha, yeah, haha, we are willing to take in the 2 female classmates of Lin Shan. It is best to let us take in, the longer you live here, the better, haha. Lin Shan's father said it's not enough to be excited. He was so excited that he didn't know what to say. In short, he and his wife are not happy today, which is happier than the new year. The president of senior sister Rias heard the slight smile over there. Lin Shan next to him looked at his mouth, shaking his head in shock, and muttered. Hey, this pair of parents it's like a daughter-in-law wants to go crazy. Don't you like it? The president of senior sister Lias turned her head and squinted her eyes, and asked directly pretentiously. Lin Shan quickly waved his hand in denial and said, well, I must be very happy to like it. As for the president of senior sister Rias, she stopped talking to Lin Shan. She quickly turned to smile at Lin Shan's parents and said, it's really great, thank you very much for the acceptance of the 2 elders. After speaking, the president of Lia's senpai hurriedly bowed to thank you. Oh, Lin Shan was shocked to see the president of Lia's senpai being so polite, and the family she called so smooth, it was too scary. Lin Shan squinted his eyes when he saw this. It seemed that these 2 girls had planned for a long time. The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Asia, also bowed happily and said, thank you, the 2 elders' family members will be very well behaved. Hee. The president of senior sister Lia's sat there and laughed. Lin Shan's forehead sweat ran down, swallowing hard, and asked worriedly. Well, I just had a question, can the senior sister tell me? Huh? What's the problem? The president of senior sister Lia's smiled and turned to look at Lin Shan. Huh? Senior sister president, what's the matter with you? Advertisement. Because he saw that the president of Lia's senpai suddenly became serious, he looked up to the ceiling and mumbled softly. Where is the bride? It can be said that in the first class, the teacher called Asia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes. Could it be that the president of Lia's senpai also went through this bride's practice? Lin Shan felt dry and quickly picked up the tea on the coffee table and drank his throat, then took a deep breath and asked, well, what is the difference between a bride's practice and being a bride? Isn't it the same? One night, Lin Shan could be said to have insomnia. What turned over and over was that he couldn't sleep. In the end, I don't know how long it took. Lin Shan still couldn't overcome the sleepiness and fell asleep without knowing it. Next, the president of Lia's senpai stayed with the blonde and white-clothed beautiful girl Aisha, and they also stayed for dinner with great enthusiasm. After the meal, the president of Lia's senpai and the beautiful blonde and white-clothed Aisha had some things to bring, so they went back first. Lin Shan saw the president of Li Yasi sitting next to him, and even his eyes became a little blurred. It seemed that she had entered a memory. Let's take a look, talk more. Lin Shan blamed himself. Soon the next day, Lin Shan, the blonde and white girl Aisha, the president of Lia's senpai and other members came to the Royal Academy early. Will it be that B******D? Lin Shan suddenly felt uncomfortable, and then he did not dare to continue to ask more deeply, because he was afraid that the president of Lia's would be angry directly, then he would be miserable. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lin Shan scratched his head awkwardly, smiled bitterly and asked about this. In fact, after asking, he felt extremely regretful. Point 0 Seeking Flowers. Welcome to the new transfer student, and ask her to introduce herself to everyone. Today is quite special. Is the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha belong to a new transfer student? Her study period was arranged in a classroom with Lin Shan. As soon as the teacher raised his hand, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, walked in. Her cute and well-behaved appearance immediately made the friends in the class happy, and they couldn't help feeling agitated. Begging. Chapter 439 Jealous of all boys in the class. Welcome to the new transfer student, and ask her to introduce herself to everyone. As soon as the teacher raised his hand, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, walked in. Her cute and well-behaved appearance immediately made the friends in the class happy, and they couldn't help feeling agitated. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, said softly. Hello everyone, my name is Aisha Alito. Please take care of the areas where I have not done enough. After speaking, Asia, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, bowed politely to the students in the whole class. Because the cute and invincible blonde girl from Asia, the blonde and white girl, really made the other male students in the class cheer, and the whole class couldn't control the cheers in an instant. The only one of them sitting there quietly pretending to be okay is Lin Shan. 467. Among them, Lin Shan's 2 hurt friends shouted more happily. Among them, the bald monkey Matsuda jumped up, clenched his fists in excitement, and shouted, "Wow, blonde little beauty." The bald monkey Matsuda saw the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha, his eyes were straight. The 4-eyed boy Motohama next to him also glared his eyes, pushed down his eye sockets excitedly, and shouted. The measurements exploded. The upper circumference was 82, the middle waist was 55%, and the lower waist was 8.5. That's it. Lin Shan smiled bitterly at the wolf howling of the boys around him and leapt for joy. He muttered in his heart. Well, I didn't expect Asia to come to my class. The bald monkey Matsuda continued to cheer loudly and enthusiastically. Wow, you are a perfect girl. Lin Shan saw the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha quickly became a part of the girls in the class. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Well, listen well, I didn't expect that the blonde and white girl Aisha would still choose my class. Lin Shan smiled bitterly, just as he relaxed. Suddenly everyone heard the blonde and white girl Aisha smiling and introducing to everyone. Well, I am now staying at Lin Shan-kun's house. Boom. What? All the boys in the class looked at Lin Shan fiercely. Advertisement. The four-eyed boy Motohama and the bald monkey Matsuda immediately ran to Lin Shan's side. One clasped Lin Shan's arms tightly, and the other pulled Lin Shan's collar tightly. Oh, Lin Shan was directly bound by these two damaging friends. The bald monkey Matsuda gritted his teeth and grabbed Lin Shan's collar and shook it vigorously. He asked with no anger, "What's the situation? Why are you under the eaves of a house with a blonde girl?" Ah. The bald monkey Matsuda said that in the end it was a roar and vent. The four-eyed boy Motohama, who clasped Lin Shan's neck, asked viciously behind his back, "Why do such lucky things only appear in front of you? Why do you have such a beautiful girl under your conditions? People don't accept it?" Lin Shan directly broke free and shouted, "This is not my decision to control, don't think too much." Really, so angry, the bald monkey Matsuda shook Lin Shan's body vigorously in anger. The four-eyed boy Yuanhama fiddling with Lin Shan with a sad look, and asked, "Who decides that? Hole, Ming Ming Ming." Then, Lin Shan at this moment looked at the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha over there, and couldn't help but smile sweetly in his heart. Lin Shan didn't care what these two damaging friends did to him. He looked at the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha, and said softly in his heart, "It's great, it seems that Aisha is getting along with everyone, very good." Lin Shan just looked at the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha over there and chatted happily with the other female classmates. At this time, one of the female classmates asked with a displeased expression, "Hey, is there a lock on the door of your room in Asia?"
Huh, Lin Shan was stunned when he heard that. What did the female student ask? Why is there a lock on the door of the room?
The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha heard the female classmate's question. She nodded and said with a smile, "Yeah, there are." The pink-haired female classmate on the other side also said fiercely, "Also, when you take a shower and go to the bathroom, you have to check the surroundings intensively." Advertisement. Why do you want to check? The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, asked in a puzzled manner. She hadn't understood at all about the terrible things they had about Lin Shan and the two bad friends. "It's a silly girl, don't you know? Maybe some camera will be installed and it will take a picture of you." The female classmate on the other side also said fiercely, and looked at it with an unkind look. Lin Shan overhears. So Lin Shan quickly turned around and looked elsewhere, pretending not to listen to the whispers between them here. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, was even more confused. She scratched her head pitifully, turned to look at the female student, tilted her head and asked, "The camera? What is that for?" The female student said quietly and irritably, "You don't know about Lin Shan's despicable behavior, he is very wretched." Oh, Asia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, she held her small mouth first, and then she was relieved. When Lin Shan here saw this, he suddenly shouted out of anger, "I said you bastards, don't let my Asia guard me." It's a pity, it's useless to say these, because the blonde and white girl Aisha needs to be with the female classmates, but the group of female classmates with broken mouths tend on instilling Lin Shan into the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha is a bad idea, kid. Lin Shan was defeated by them, so he just shut up and said nothing. Soon after school was over, Lin Shan rode his bicycle. Behind the seat was a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Asia, and walked through the 4.3 cool breeze in the evening. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha's long golden hair was flying behind her, while Lin Shan was pedaling her bicycle vigorously. It's so comfortable wind. The beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, Aisha, couldn't like it in the back. Lin Shan rode a bicycle in front and smiled and said, "How is it? Are you tired today? Are those people in the class annoying you?" The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha suddenly smiled and shook her head and said, "I'm not tired, everyone in the class is very kind, as are Lin Shan-kun's friends Matsuda and Motohama. Very enthusiastic." "Oh, what did they do to you?" Lin Shan almost broke when he heard that he didn't catch his breath. He was extremely worried. These are the two damaging friends he is most worried about. Chapter 440. Better than me? Lin Shan heard Aisha say that his two hurt friends were so enthusiastic, and immediately asked uneasy, "Oh, what did they do to you?" Lin Shan almost broke off at the time and didn't catch his breath. He was extremely worried. These were the two bad friends that Lin Shan was most worried about. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, sat behind the bicycle and said with a smile, "Say what kind of gentleman's party will be held next time, and then you will invite me to participate or something." Just ignore that, so it doesn't matter if it's boring. Lin Shan directly sighed with relief. Yeah. Axia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, nodded with a smile. Everything was relatively quiet and stable. Lin Shan didn't notice that a small stone on the road happened to be pressed up by his bicycle. Boom. Seeing the bicycle sway suddenly, it was about to fall. "Oh!" Lin Shan yelled as he was holding the handlebar of the bicycle, but the bicycle jumped just now. Asia, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, also screamed in fright from behind the car seat. "Oh!" After Lin Shan corrected the 10 bicycle hard, he quickly turned his head to the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha behind the seat and said with concern, "Oh, I'm sorry, is Aisha okay?" Lin Shan also slowed down at this time. He was worried that he would run into a small stone later, which would be really dangerous. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha was behind. When she heard Lin Shan's question, she shook her head slightly and said, "No, it's okay, I'm okay, haha." She also resisted saying that she was okay. In fact, the moment she jumped up, she felt that her flesh was knocked on the metal seat, and it was almost half separated. "Oh, it's okay, just grab me, of course I will slow down." Lin Shan smiled and sighed. Fortunately, there was no problem with Asia. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, groaned because she suddenly felt a little cold. Lin Shan immediately turned his head and looked at him nervously. The blonde and white girl Aisha smiled and looked up to meet Lin Shan's eyes. Then the blonde and white girl Aisha asked curiously, "What's the matter, Lin Shan-kun?" Advertisement. Lin Shan heard the question from the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha. He quickly turned his head in embarrassment, looked at the road ahead seriously, and said with a smile, "Ah, nothing. Okay, let's go to the next place. Well, see if there is any in that place." "Okay, Lin Shan-kun." The blonde and white girl Aisha smiled happily. On the other side, the president of Lia's Senpai was thinking about things at the desk of her occult research club. I don't know how long she had been thinking about it. At this time, the door of the occult research community opened, and Lin Shan walked over with the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha. Lin Shan has become much more relaxed now, because there is a beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha who is not tired of doing anything, and quickly sent out the leaflet of the occult research club. He smiled and came to the opposite of the president of Lia's Senpai, and said respectfully, "President, we are back." The president of senior sister Rias continued to sit there without moving. Lin Shan scratched his head when he saw this, and muttered in a low voice, "Huh. It's strange, what is Lia's Senpai thinking?" She didn't answer. Lin Shan took courage and asked a little louder, "President?" "Wow." The president of Lia's Senpai reacted immediately and turned to look at Lin Shan with a smile. She smiled apologetically. "I'm really sorry, I was in a daze just now, you two have worked hard." The president of Lia's Senpai turned her head to look at the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha and said with a smile, "Asia." "Yes, yes." The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha nodded weakly in response. The president of senior sister Rias stood up directly, and then she said more formally, "Tonight, I want Asia to complete the first demon contract mission tonight." Advertisement, the first scene. What is it? The blonde and white girl Aisha didn't understand at all, because she was not a demon before, and now it is the first time to hear of the existence of such a demon contract. Lin Shan knows better. When he heard that the president of Lia's Senpai said that he would let the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha complete a contract task called by the devil, he immediately showed a surprised expression on his face. Lin Shan quickly asked, "Is it a bit premature in this case, President?" "No, in fact, I think it is better to familiarize Asia with it." The president of Li Yasi smiled and responded to Lin Shan's words. Lin Shan scratched his head and turned to the blonde and white-clothed beautiful girl Asia, and said, "The contract task of demon summoning is to transfer from the magic teleportation circle to the contractor, and then complete the contractor's request to complete the process of completing the task. A contract task called demon summon." The fair-haired and white-clothed beautiful girl Asaya listened to it in the mist and was completely confused, but she was so cautious when she saw it, her little heart jumped violently, and she was at a loss as to what to do next. Lin Shan turned his head and asked the president of senior sister Lia's, "Asia has only been a demon for a few days. If she goes, I really feel a little worried." The president of Lia's Senpai smiled slightly without saying anything. But the assistant to the president of sister Rias, Zhu Nai-sen, came over from behind, smiled 470 and said, "This is no problem at all." "Oh, why?" Lin Shan asked curiously. He knew that it would take a while before he could go out and do his own tasks. Lin Shan turned to look at Li Yasi's assistant Zhu Nai-senpai and found that Li Yasi's assistant Zhu Nai-senpai was walking over with a plate of brewed tea. Li's assistant Zhu Nai-senpai gently continued, "Based on my observations in this paragraph, I found that as a follower demon, the demon energy she holds is second only to me. This is really gratifying. At that time, I think the perception is wrong." "Really? Is Asia so powerful?" Lin Shan was shocked, unable to believe that the tender blonde and white girl Aisha was even more cowhide than his master.
The school mascot, Tacheng Bai in Kitten Sauce, also knew about this, so she didn't say anything. She lowered her head and nibbled her snacks. It can be seen that she also acquiesced in this.
Among them, Lin Shan couldn't believe it. The president of Lia's Senpai smiled with her hands on her hips, and explained where she said, Actually, it is mainly Aisha's demon pawn as a nurse nanny. It is itself a full play of its strength, so Aisha is fully capable of this. Point. Even she has the ability to recover, which is simply the strongest skill in the contract mission of the demon summoning. Chapter 441 Unknown Taste. The president of Lia's Senpai smiled and looked at Asia with her hands on her hips. He explained in earnest there, "Actually, it is mainly Aisha's devil pawn as a nurse nanny. It is itself fully utilized, so Aisha is fully capable of this point, and even she has the ability to recover. It is simply the strongest skill for the contract missions summoned by the devil." The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha heard that the president of Lia's Senpai praised her so immediately, she couldn't be happier. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba, who was sitting on the side, said with a smile when he heard this, "This is amazing, little sister Asia." The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, was immediately shy. She lowered her head timidly and said softly, Where? Lin Shan heard the corners of his eyes jumping right beside him. "What's this?" The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, is more important than him, but then I don't care about it, because no matter how strong the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes is, Aisha, she has always been her own subordinate entourage. Although it is a good thing to say, why is there a feeling in my heart? Does this mean that men are inferior to women in terms of magic? No, if only to talk about experience, I should take it to the next level. Asia must be up to me. Come to protect, not Asia to protect me, eh? Lin Shan stood there, cheering himself vigorously in his heart. Oh, what do you think of Lin Shan-kun? Axia, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and white clothes, looked at Lin Shan with a worried expression on her face. Lin Shan naturally supported him and said with a smile, of course I am going, I support this. The president of senior sister Lia's heard Lin Shan's words. She turned to look at the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha and asked, what do you think is going on, Aisha? Oh, no, nothing. I listened to the president of the senior sister, please let me complete the task. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha quickly responded in a weak voice. Lin Shan here suddenly thought of something. He quickly patted the table and said to the president of senior sister Rias, President. Huh? What's the matter? The president of Lia's senpai and the beautiful blonde and white-clothed Aisha looked at them cleanly. Lin Shan said directly and confidently, let me complete this task. I need to become stronger, please. Huh? Lin Shan-kun, let me do this. The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, didn't know what was going on, but she still rushed to accept the task. Maybe this task is not good.
Advertisement. Lin Shan smiled and turned his head to the blonde and white-clothed beautiful girl Aisha, and said softly, Asia has not been familiar with the place for a few days. You need to be familiar with it. If you get used to your current life, you won't eat it before.
When the president of senior sister Lia's heard this, she shook her head helplessly and said to Lin Shan softly. Don't regret it. Lin Shan was stunned when he heard that. He patted his chest vigorously and shouted. How is it possible? I will finish this demon summoning contract task. You are here waiting for me.
After speaking, Lin Shan hurriedly left the house.
The president of Lia's senpai couldn't even yell. In the end, let Lin Shan go helplessly. Then he just didn't come back crying. In fact, the president of Lia's senpai was just for Lin Shan's good, but Lin Shan had no idea that the next contract task of demon summoning he was going to complete was very scary. The president of senior sister Rias thought of this and couldn't help but start praying to Lin Shan. Lin Shan here has absolutely no idea what he will face next. He is now riding his bicycle cheerfully towards the mission location called by the devil. Lin Shan, who had been riding a bicycle for a while, was halfway through the task, suddenly felt a little uneasy. Lin Shan frowned and slowed down his bicycle. He murmured, it's weird, how come I suddenly feel very upset? Is there anything terrible? The thought of the summoner is a dangerous person. If you do, my heart will become more uneasy. It's really a difficult task. Later, Lin Shan couldn't help but think of the pitiful appearance of the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha. She is such a weak and tender girl. If she encounters a very disgusting demon summoning contract task, such as the demon summoner, it is very disgusting. The kind that can't walk when you see a little beauty. It's just suffering. Even Lin Shan's worried mind came to the scene. The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha screamed helplessly, and a disgusting guy was walking towards the blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha. The disgusting guy continued to smile and said, well, this beautiful devil is too much for my appetite. Will it obey me no matter what conditions are required, right? Ow. The screams of the blonde and white girl Aisha echoed in Lin Shan's mind. Advertisement. Lin Shan saw many girlish flower patterns on the door and the smell of girly in the air, which made him feel relieved all at once. As long as it's a girl, it's better than the elders. Is it Zhao's? Lin Shan smiled happily, because his previous demon summoning contract tasks were all elders. Meow meow. What's the situation with Meow? Talking seems to be extremely crude. I'm here, please come in, meow meow. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lin Shan murmured in his heart. Although I know that I am worrying too much, I don't know what will happen next, I don't know at all. Lin Shan adjusted the collar of his clothes, and then rang the doorbell of room 206 dressed up as a girl. Bah, once, Lin Shan's head was knocked hard, and he didn't dare to move all of a sudden. Did he hear it wrong? The main reason is that Lin Shan already felt a completely unusual scent in his heart, and even the scent of the girly perfume just now didn't fragrant, and he became disgusted. Lin Shan's whole body was like a firewood at this time, and he was about to leave here step by step without daring to move. Oh, it's a nightmare. Those unsightly images directly caused Lin Shan to frown. Lin Shan was about to take a deep breath and wait, when suddenly he heard a rough, squeamish voice coming from the door. Lin Shan gritted his teeth in worry, and quickly rushed towards the location of his contract mission. Ding dong, it didn't take long for Lin Shan to arrive at an apartment building. He stopped the car and came to the innermost house on the second floor. This house was the last sixth house on the second floor. Chapter 442. Sorry to ask you to cross to Otherworld. A rough man's voice came from the room. Lin Shan felt a totally unusual scent in his heart, and even the scent of the girly perfume just now didn't fragrant, and he became disgusted. Kajiji, just as Lin Shan was about to leave, room 206 was opened directly. Suddenly a light shone from the room, and Lin Shan was so scared that he didn't dare to move more. Of course, he was still scared to Doxine. Because under that light is a huge, burly muscular man. What is even more terrifying is that he is still wearing a kawaii Lolita costume, and he is also tied with a beautiful oversized pink bow. The super developed and thick arms are also covered with girl lace wristbands, which is too pervert. What makes Lin Shan even more unable to look directly at is that this guy is too slender. His eyes are dead fish eyes, a huge pig nose, and an oversized sausage mouth. Omaga! Lin Shan frantically complained. Lin Shan was shocked by the huge bear-like muscular man in front of him and couldn't speak. The huge, burly, muscular man looked at Lin Shan with his eyes drooping and said with his extremely rough voice, "Welcome to Meow Meow." Lin Shan didn't know what to say. His eyes had been polluted by this super disgusting guy 470 and blinded. The huge burly muscular man didn't care at all. He directly made extremely squeamish movements. He lifted his thick muscular legs and raised his victory gesture. Another big burly hand akimbo his hips, making the signature gesture of a little girl standing sideways. He shouted wildly, "I am Mailodin Meow." In an instant, Lin Shan here saw the extremely horrible figure of muscular ribs, and he turned his eyes and fainted. Meow! Lin Shan exploded directly on the spot, foaming at the mouth and falling to the ground. Because the visual impact was so violent, I thought it was a cute girl, but turned out to be a terrifying muscular uncle, who looked like a European grizzly bear. Advertisement. Lin Shan stood up quickly, looked at the huge burly grizzly muscular man in front of him in shock and swallowed hard. Guru, then, did you summon the devil's entourage or something? Lin Shan tremblingly just finished asking. The huge burly grizzly muscular man on the opposite side slammed his foot, boom. Lin Shan was so frightened that he was frightened, for fear that this huge burly grizzly bear muscle man would collapse the building, when he stepped on it. Lin Shan dodges quickly. The huge burly grizzly bear muscular man is here, but he didn't care at all. He was completely like a little girl and said, "Yeah." Lin Shan heard the weird voice of this huge and burly grizzly muscular man, and almost didn't make him angry. The huge burly grizzly muscular man showed a pitiful appearance and said softly, "Meow, I am called the devil's meow if people have a wish." Ha! Lin Shan shuddered all over. The huge burly grizzly muscular man in front of him was simply terrifying. The appearance is a terrifying huge burly grizzly bear muscle man, inside is a Lolita's heart. This terrible drop is simply too shocking and terrifying. Lin Shan immediately followed, and was shocked to see the huge burly grizzly bear muscular uncle slamming his hands together in prayer, crying with his huge face, and shouting sadly, "Brother devil, meow. I hope you will make the huge burly big grizzly muscle uncle Mei Lu Dan Meow has turned into a magical girl." His horrible look almost made Lin Shan thunderous, and he saw this huge and burly grizzly bear's muscle uncle Mei Lu Dan Meow's serious look. Lin Shan bowed his head helplessly, and said apologetically, "Hey, I am helpless, but please cross to Otherworld or something. This should completely make you a beautiful girl." Meow, people have tried it, meow. The giant burly muscular grizzly bear uncle Mei Lu Dan Meow said directly to Lin Shan without evasiveness. After Lin Shan heard it, a lot of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Then he turned his mind and said with a wry smile, "I have tried it, haha, but there are still many ways to travel, such as drilling into a well or something." Advertisement, Mr. Devil. I'm so sad. The giant burly muscular grizzly bear uncle Mei Lu Dan Meow stepped on his foot in a hurry, shaking the whole building. Lin Shan was so scared that he trembled and backed away a few steps. He quickly shouted, "Yes, I'm sorry, I made you sad, I'm really incapable, I'm really sorry."
Lin Shan apologized and bowed again and again. Uncle Mei Lu Dan Meow, the giant burly muscular grizzly bear, really has nothing to do when he sees Lin Shan, Mr.
Devil. He put his hands together in pity, and the uncle's voice said with squeamishness, "Then please give Mr. Devil to the giant burly muscular grizzly bear. Lu Dan, meow magic power, meow." Lin Shan surrendered with a wry smile and said, "Oh, you are magical enough now, haha." When the giant burly muscular grizzly bear uncle Mei Lu Dan Meow heard this, he immediately clutched his big face and started crying. Wow, tears burst out of the face of the giant burly muscular grizzly bear uncle Mei Lu Dan Meow, which scared Lin Shan to the point. Lin Shan watched in shock as the giant burly muscular grizzly bear uncle Mei Lu Dan Meow continued to cry and shout. The giant burly muscular grizzly bear uncle Mei Lu Dan Meow really needs magical power, meow, ooh. His cries were getting louder and louder. Lin Shan was so scared that he hurriedly coaxed him and said, "Oh, please calm down. If there is noisy here, it will be bad for neighbors, or go inside, The giant burly muscular grizzly bear uncle Mei Lu Dan Meow heard Lin Shan say that he would enter his little boudoir, and instantly he spread his huge palms happily, and said with a smile, "Aha, you will make me a magical girl. Meow, meow." Lin Shan was directly defeated, and he lowered his head and said apologetically, "Well, at least I can talk to you. It seems that you are also more serious, hee." "Wow, really, welcome." The giant burly muscular grizzly bear uncle Mei Lu Dan Meow directly ran into it. What is even more frightening is that this giant burly muscular grizzly bear uncle Mei Lu Dan Meow stepped on it. It's still the bubble shoes that doo-doo screams. The giant burly muscular grizzly bear uncle Mei Lu Dan Meow ran into his boudoir like this, and then, shocked by Lin Shan, he ran back again. To be honest, Lin Shan just talked about it, he really didn't dare to step into this horrible room. Fortunately, the giant burly muscular grizzly bear Uncle Meilu Dan Miao ran back, still holding a notebook in his hand. She had a look of excitement. His excitement was so distorted and terrifying, it was like a big-headed ghost that came out of hell. Chapter 443 expressed disappointment. Lin Shan turned around annoyed and left here, and on his way back. Lin Shan lowered his head irritably, and muttered, "Annoying, the sun is so strong, so let's skip class and go to sleep." Lin Shan found a lounge in the academy, and then lay there slowly falling asleep. I don't know how long it has passed before Lin Shan woke up slowly. At the beginning, Lin Shan didn't pay attention, but he couldn't help seeing that the president of Senior Sister Lia's was sitting there looking at him with a smile. Oh, Lin Shan was so scared that his soul came out, he quickly sat up. President Lia's senpai. When someone is sleeping, when they wake up suddenly sitting next to you alone, they will be scared to death. Of course Lin Shan saw that it was the president of Li Yasi senpai, Li Ma Shu, breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, I woke up, Lin Shan-kun." The president of Lia's senpai smiled and said. "Ah, no, how did you find me, President Lia's senpai? When did you come next to me?" Lin Shan has no impression at all. "Oh, I've been sitting here, but I have been waiting for you for a long time. Of course, I haven't been here for long." The president of Lia's senpai stroked her long red hair. Lin Shan was stunned when he heard that, and asked, "Oh, that, but the president of Senior Sister Lia's, are you coming to me for something?" "It's nothing, just come to see Lin Shan-kun sleep," the president of Li Yasi Senior Sister said very playfully. Apparently she said this deliberately to make Lin Shan happy. Lin Shan naturally did not believe it. Do you still want to sleep now?" Advertisement. The president of Senior Sister Lia's smiled and asked. He saw Lin Shan still lying there still, which made her feel uncomfortable. "No, I'll get up right now." Lin Shan got up quickly, but he didn't want to be watched by President Lia's going to bed anymore, and even he could see that President Lia's was not on his face. "You." Anyway, the president of Senior Sister Lia's looked straight at Lin Shan, which made him feel awkward. The president of Lia's senpai straightened up, and did not jump on the side of the bed and looked straight at Lin Shan. She sat up gently, and then said, "Actually, I just came here to ask you to do me a favor." "Oh, let me just say it, what is it?" Lin Shan shook his shoulders and asked with a smile. The president of Senior Sister Rias said seriously, "Okay, then go and sign a demon contract with me. You can't fail this time." "I'm sorry, but I still let the president of Senior Sister Rias worry about me." Lin Shan heard that the president of Lia's senpai said that. It turned out that it was the president of Lia's senpai who was worried about helping Lin Shan find a new demon summoning contract task for him. This time, I might find a more relaxed one. At the same time, the president of Lia's senpai also waited for Lin Shan for a long time, which made Lin Shan feel very sorry, so this time the contract task that the president of Lia's senpai said, Lin Shan did not think much about it, nodded and agreed. "If you don't agree, it will hurt the kindness of President Rias senpai." After Lin Shan got up, the president of Li Yasi took Lin Shan and used her magical teleportation array to prepare to take Lin Shan to another place. The president of Lia's senpai quickly activated the scarlet magical teleportation circle around him. Lin Shan looked at the red magical circle under his feet and quickly raised his head to look at the president of Lia's senpai. Lin Shan asked, "President Lia's, are you going now? Are you going with me?" At this time, the president of Lia's senpai had her hands on her hips and her face was tugging. She cast a glance at Lin Shan. He said softly, "Didn't I just say that? This time I am going to follow Lin Shan-kun as a supervisor to Ma, remembering that I am up to you." "Oh, I simply failed." After Lin Shan heard this, his head fell into frustration. He then cheered up and said, "Well, actually, if you let the president of Lia's senpai together, you might not fail. In that case, I would have completed a task, Advertisement, you're starting again." The president of Lia's senpai shook her head irritably. At this time, the companions also came, among them, the beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, hurriedly shouted in cheers. "Come on, Lin Shan-kun. We are all waiting for you." The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha is so good, he encouraged Lin Shan when she first came. Lin Shan reacted immediately and shouted with a smile. "Well, I will come on, Aisha." Lin Shan talked about this sample. He came to the humanoid armor and samurai costume, looked up and down and didn't feel anything. Buzzing, the voice disappeared and the surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet. "Oh, wow." Suddenly the samurai armor in front of Lin Shan stood up. -0 seeking flowers. Lin Shan looked around, except for a samurai costume over there, the other rooms are not too glaring. This time, the president of Lia's senpai's idea is to help Lin Shan complete this demon contract mission as soon as possible and then go back as soon as possible. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Huh? Did the portal reach the Sengoku era? Lin Shan wondered, because the surroundings are all decorated in the Sengoku era, and the whole room is simple and simple. How does it look like an ancient daimyo room? Lin Shan hasn't reacted yet. The bloody magic circle under his feet emits a dazzling light, and then pressure and other harsh sounds come from his ears. It's weird. This is a bit like an ancient room. There are so many Sengoku era equipment everywhere, and the strategic map is really weird. Lin Shan responded with a smile. In short, with everyone's encouragement, he would definitely be able to complete the task. The president of Leah's senpai didn't say anything, she just stared straight at the samurai armor and smiled meaningfully. Here, Yudu Kiba and Maojong nodded encouragingly to Lin Shan, and said to cheer. Lin Shan was so scared that he went back several steps, thanks to the president of senior sister Rias, who blocked him from behind, otherwise he might fall to the ground unsteadily under his feet, begging. At this time, Leah's assistant Zunai's senpai stood upright and shouted, "Okay, the president and Lin Shan-kun are both ready. Now the teleportation magic circle is charged, and it can be teleported at any time." "Oh. Then let's go." The president of Leah's senpai said directly to Leah's assistant Zunai's senpai without stopping. She is also a busy person anyway, and now she just took a moment to give Lin Shan. At this time, Lin Shan had already closed his eyes tightly in fright, but the scent of sakura flowers spread into his nose from outside. Lin Shan quickly opened his eyes. Chapter 444. See also the wonderful contract task. Lin Shan was frightened and went back several steps. Thanks to the president of Leah's senpai who blocked Lin Shan from behind, otherwise he might fall to the ground unsteadily under his feet. The president of Ria's senpai was completely unmoved and looked at the samurai armor with a smile.
Lin Shan was frightened, but then he heard a tender girl voice in the samurai armor. "Ah. Is it Mr. Evil Domo?"
Huh? Lin Shan was stunned for a moment. He never expected that a weak little girl's voice could be heard in such a scary samurai armor. Lin Shan cautiously looked at the other side wearing a full-body samurai armor and even a samurai mask. He cautiously asked, "Well, take the liberty to ask, are you a lady?" "Hi, yes." The girl in the samurai armor mask nodded. "Oh, you're 4 or 70, is too scary," Lin Shan asked in shock. The girl in a samurai armor mask raised her hand and opened Shikai, saying, "My name is Susan, and I am an international student who is looking forward to Japanese documents." Sister Susan in a samurai armor mask said this, which made Lin Shan a little confused. Lin Shan curiously raised his finger to Susan's armor and asked, "But what is your outfit for?" "Oh, I'm sorry, it's late at night, I will feel dangerous, just dress like this to take precautions." Sister Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, said at this time, her body was still shaking, as if she had made a very big mistake. Lin Shan felt helpless when he saw the Susan girl in a samurai armor mask like this. He smiled bitterly, saying that he couldn't say that it was too serious. At the same time, Lin Shan curiously saw that Susan's armor with a full-body samurai armor mask had big curly long blonde hair behind the helmet, which was indeed Western enough. It stands to reason that the voice of Susan in a samurai armor mask is not too old, and her long hair and big curly blonde hair look very lively. Lin Shan smiled bitterly and said softly, "Well, you are indeed a little strange now." Advertisement Sister Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, heard Lin Shan's soft words, and she immediately became excited. The president of Leah's senpai and Lin Shan saw that Susan, who was in a samurai armor mask, put her hands in front of the mask, and said softly, "But, I didn't expect Mr. Devil who came here to be it so tender and tender, it's great." As soon as she changed her voice, she said sharply, "If a terrible demon appears, I will use this ghost Marukuniju, and I have to pull it out." "Oh, hello." Lin Shan took a step backwards in fright. The Susan girl in a samurai armor mask husky and shouted, "Pull it out." With a grin, the katana from her waist was pulled out directly, and a cold light almost broke Lin Shan's stomach. Fortunately, Lin Shan took a step backwards, otherwise, he might be given to GG by the summoner here before he completes the task. "Oh, it's already pulled out." Lin Shan shouted in horror, staring closely at the terrifying katana in the hands of Susan's sister who was wearing a samurai armor mask. Sister Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, saw that she was a little gaff. She bowed quickly and apologized and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Grin, Sister Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask all over, put the terrifying katana back into the scabbard. Lin Shan sighed heavily. The president of senior sister Leah's next to her smiled and said, "Then we can start now." "Huh? What started?" Susan girl in a samurai armor mask asked in confusion, and then she was nervous and shouted in horror. "Ah, are you going to eat me?" "No." Lin Shan saw Susan who was hurriedly waving his hand to stop the full-body samurai armor mask and continued to draw his sword. With sweat on his forehead, he quickly stopped and said, "Wait, we are just here to help you fulfill your wish just now. There is no other intention, just to help you." "Oh, that's it, sorry, Mr. Devil." Sister Susan in a samurai armor mask bowed again. Lin Shan's mind became haggard by the Susan girl who was wearing a samurai armor mask. How did this head survive? It's amazing. I was shocked, I was afraid of this and that, I have not gone crazy to grow so large, this is not what ordinary people can do. Susan, a full-body samurai armor mask, quickly adjusted herself, and then invited the president of Leah's senpai to do it with Lin Shan, and she went to make a few cups of old Japanese green tea. Advertisement. The president of Leah's senpai also closed her eyes helplessly, pretending not to hear anything. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Sister Susan in a samurai armor mask gently put the brewed ancient tea in front of Lin Shan. Looking at the ancient formal tea drinking etiquette, Lin Shan was taken aback. Lin Shan whispered helplessly, "You are the scariest one." Susan, who was in a samurai armor mask all over, stopped in fright, and then she screamed and waved the samurai sword in her hand. After Lin Shan heard it, sweat burst out on his forehead with a smile, and asked weakly, Awa, is it such a simple thing? Lin Shan was on the road, and he was helplessly muttering over there. It's really troublesome. Why do my demon summoning contract quests exist like this kind of weird guy? I really don't understand. In the dark, the three of them headed towards the school of Susan's sister who was wearing a samurai armor mask. Seriously, Lin Shan was afraid of killing a school janitor halfway out and not letting them in. Woo, can you go with me to the university where I went to take some notes? Susan, a girl in a samurai armor mask, said excitedly. She also covered her eyes with her hands to show that she was very sad. Lin Shan picked up the green tea and asked curiously, "That Susan girl in a samurai armor mask, what is your wish?" Suddenly, the Susan girl in a samurai armor mask suddenly straightened her body and shouted, "The school building in the middle of the night is horrible, it's horrible," screaming. 4.3 This, it's too shameful. Look at how scared this girl looks. That school is simply a failure. Can't you put on a street light at night? Originally speaking violently, he cried irritably at last. Woo, wang wang. Sister Susan in a samurai armor mask was walking when she heard a barking sound in the distance.
Oh, go away, ouch, ouch, there is no way, the other party is the contractor summoned by the devil. Chapter 445 Be terrified.
Susan, who was in a samurai armor mask all over, stopped in fright, and then she screamed and waved the samurai sword in her hand. Oh, go away, ouch, ouch, Sister Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, waved her katana frantically. Lin Shan, who was walking behind, was almost cut to the top of her head by the katana of Susan who was wearing a samurai armor mask. Oh, what's the matter? Lin Shan stepped back in fright and asked hurriedly. Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor and mask, heard Lin Shan's call, and she relaxed a lot. She turned her head apologetically, looked at Lin Shan, choked weakly and said, "Hug, sorry, this town is terrible at night." The sister Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor and mask, said all of these slowly crying voices, which is too courageous. Lin Shan directly annoyed and said, "So you are the scariest existence." Lin Shan can be regarded as being tossed by the Susan girl in the full-length samurai armor mask in front of him, making him nervous and nervous. Of course, he is most afraid of the Susan girl in the full-length samurai armor mask in front of him. I was afraid that Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor and mask, got nervous, and took the katana directly to break him. After being led by Susan's sister Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, the three of them could be regarded as bringing back the textbook of Susan's sister Susan who was wearing a samurai armor mask. Lin Shan was almost tired and fell on the ground, mainly because of mental exhaustion and transitional tension, which directly made him exhausted. Sister Susan in a samurai armor mask was very happy to return to her Sengoku-style residence with her textbook, and respectfully bowed to the presidents of Lin Shan and Lia's senpai. Well, thank you very much, help. Lin Shan nodded, then smiled and waved his hand and said, well, let's go first, bye. After Lin Shan finished speaking, he turned around and left with a smile. He couldn't help but look at the president of Lia's senpai with small eyes to see if the president Lia's senpai had a very satisfied expression on his face. Advertisement. He glanced at the president of Lia's senpai and found nothing, but saw that her face was calm, and immediately let Lin Shan lower her head in disappointment, and muttered. Hey, it seems that we still have to continue to work harder. Work hard. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan smiled and remembered the agreement between the president of senior sister Rias and him. Lin Shan suddenly showed a bad smile on his face. Oh, I finally fulfilled an agreement with the president of Lia's senpai. Lin Shan smiled and put his hands together before raising his foot to leave. Lin Shan smiled and walked towards the magic teleportation circle opened by the president of Lia's senpai. Suddenly, Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor and mask, stood quietly behind Lin Shan. That, Lin Shan was frightened by her voice. Oh. Lin Shan quickly turned around and jumped far away. To be honest, she was almost scared to death by Susan who was wearing a samurai armor mask just now. He is now accustomed to the wonderful costume of Susan, who is full of samurai armor masks, but what he is afraid of is that Susan who is full of samurai armor masks suddenly draws a sword and is terrified. Lin Shan shivered in cold sweat and asked, what are you going to do? Sister Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, saw Lin Shan's fierce look. She was embarrassed and squeezed, a little shy and weakly voiced, then, I still have a wish that I want to realize. After Lin Shan heard this, he was stunned and said with a wry smile, that is a bit difficult, and I can only send one wish. Lin Shan thought it was like this. Suddenly the president of senior sister Rias, who had not spoken behind him, nodded with a smile and said, well, it doesn't matter. Oh. Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, immediately laughed happily when she heard it. As for Lin Shan, he turned his head to look at the president of Lia's senpai with a bewildered look, and said in shock, Why, President Lia's senpai? Because I am also here to complete the demon contract mission. Your mission is completed, and there is mine. The president of Lia's senpai smiled directly and said the problem. Hearing what Lia said, Lin Shan at this moment burst into tears. Advertisement, Ming. I didn't expect to have this kind of operation. It's too sad. Lin Shan pretended to be sad and wept. The president of senior sister Rias was also unambiguous, and directly took the pitiful Lin Shan aside, and had a serious conversation with Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask. Let's talk, what is your next wish? The president of Lia's senpai smiled and asked Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask. Sister Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor and mask, sat very well behaved at this time, and the president of senior sister Rias also sat opposite her and looked at her. The Susan girl in a samurai armor mask lowered her head and said weakly, people like him so much. Huh? Do you like being a boy? The president of Lia's senpai asked curiously.
The Susan girl in a samurai armor mask lowered her head very shyly, nodded weakly, and the mosquito voice responded. Yes, I am too late to get acquainted with the relationship between the relationship, he is a very handsome man of 470.
Her voice is not as loud as Lin Shan's grunting voice here, and the president of Lia's senpai is annoyed by Lin Shan's grumbling over there. She directly said to Lin Shan angrily, if you want to cry, get out of there and cry, don't hinder me from doing things. Wow, Lin Shan couldn't stand it directly. The trotter came to the distance and squatted down into a pitiful ball. He whispered in an angry voice, woohoo, it must be a scumbag with a face like a Sengoku. A fellow like a military commander. The president of Lia's senpai shook his head irritably and stopped taking care of Lin Shan. She turned her head gently and said to the Susan girl in the samurai armor mask, if it doesn't work, you can just make him like you. The Susan girl in the samurai armor mask gave a hum and said weakly, if I can, without demon power, I hope it is normal to like people. I want to use my own efforts to make him like me. Well, that's great, we won't bother each other with demonic power then.
The president of Lia's senpai smiled and nodded. In fact, she had other plans in her heart. Even if she used the demon power, she didn't tell the Susan girl in the samurai armor mask in front of her that it was the same. Chapter 446. A love letter is not a challenge letter.
The president of Lia's senpai smiled and nodded. In fact, she had other plans in her heart. Even if she used the demon power, she didn't tell the Susan girl in the samurai armor mask in front of her that it was the same. All you need to do is not to let the Susan girl in the samurai armor mask know about it. Even if she discovers it in the future, it will be a thing of the past. But Lin Shan here heard the request made by the Susan girl in the samurai armor mask, frowned, and said angrily, if this is the case, then there is no need to let us do it, you go directly. Just try to make the other person like you. Huh? Lin Shan, this guy. The president of Li Yasi senpai suddenly became angry again, and directly raised his hand to face the back of Lin Shan's head with a skull collapse. Boom, oh, it hurts. Lin Shan immediately straightened up. He squatted with his head around, looking even more pitiful. Oh. The president of Lia's senpai gave Lin Shan a brain collapse. She turned her head and smiled and said to Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, okay, then how about you confess to him directly?
This is what I just said. Lin Shan muttered bitterly.
Sister Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, heard this and went to confess her, which made her extremely fragile heart tighten again. She shook her hands quickly, and shouted nervously, completely reluctantly. Well, that kind of thing. How can I suddenly ask me to do it? This is absolutely impossible. I definitely can't say it. Yeah, I'll be there to faint. Sister Susan in a samurai armor mask is like an ant on a hot pot, pulling around indiscriminately. Obviously she is terrified, and obviously she must be unable to say it. Sister Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, grunted in pain over there. Oh, people will faint due to lack of oxygen in the brain. Lin Shan here was stunned. He didn't feel sorry for himself anymore. Then what should I do? Lin Shan was thinking about it, and suddenly a paper picture appeared in his mind. Just when the Susan girl in a samurai armor mask danced at a loss, Lin Shan murmured over there, well, yes, just write a confession letter. Advertisement? Oh, do you want to write a letter? Susan, a girl in a samurai armor mask who was still dancing over there, stopped suddenly. She looked at Lin Shan and said with a shocked look, can I write a letter?
President Lia's senpai heard this, folded her hands in front, and said with a smile, yes, writing a love letter is also good, I recommend this.
Sister Susan, who was in a samurai armor mask, became excited when she heard it. She hid her mouth and said with a smile, love letter. Yes, love letters. The way to convey your heart in words is also very nice and comfortable. The president of Lia's senpai smiled and continued to whisper the devil in the ear of Susan's full-body samurai armor mask, saying that Susan's full-body samurai armor mask was tickling her heart. The Susan girl in the samurai armor mask didn't think much. She straightened up. She clenched her fist tightly and shouted, well, I know, I want to try it. Dang, it is easy to see that the Susan girl in the samurai armor mask has quickly ran into the back room, and then took out the 4 treasures of the paper, ink, pen and inkstone. This thing shocked Lin Shan and the president of Lia's senpai. This is such an ancient thing. This girl actually has this thing. Is she going to write love letters with a brush like in the Sengoku era? Lin Shan and the president of Lia's senpai both looked directly at the Susan girl in the samurai armor mask over there in shock.
Lin Shan was shocked and watched Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, picked up the brush and started to write very impartially.
She said in the mask with a small mouth, until the waiter is right, there is no time to wait, please wait. This girl actually wrote about those things from the Sengoku period. Lin Shan was shocked, but the president of senior sister Lia's next to him smiled and said nothing.
Lin Shan couldn't listen anymore. He solemnly said over there, that can only be a weird article. I can't convey anything at all.
Yes, isn't it okay? Susan girl in a samurai armor mask heard what Lin Shan said, and she stopped there immediately. Seriously, she can only write these things. If you ask her to write other things, really can't write anything. Those words that Lin Shan said also caused the president of Lee Yasi, who was sitting over there, to get up. She frowned and looked at Lin Shan directly, and said angrily. Advertisement, huh? Really, I really don't feel relieved. Lin Shan curled his lips, completely disapproving in his heart. The president of Lea's senpai smiled and explained. The important thing is not the form, but the mind, do you understand? Lin Shan clicked his mouth and murmured. Can that heart be passed on to the other party? I think it's very vague. What if the other party can't see what it means? Don't worry about this, I repeat, the point is not the form, but the mind. It's the mind. As the president of Lea's senpai said, what appeared on her face, she turned her head and looked in the other direction with a long thought. Lin Shan, who didn't know what the president of Lea's senpai was thinking, scratched his head, looked at the bewildered-faced senpai, and frowned and said, Senior senpai, what are you thinking? The president of senior sister Rias did not answer Lin Shan. Zhao's sister Susan, who is wearing a samurai armor and mask here, has written her feelings. She happily put down the problem, blew the watermarks on it, and said happily, I have written it. That's not bad. Lin Shan turned his head and suddenly saw a picture that shocked him. The Susan girl in a samurai armor mask actually tied her love letter to a bow and arrow. It's not the Sengoku era now. Lin Shan exclaimed in astonishment. What you wrote is a love letter, not a challenge letter. Love letters are sent with bows and arrows, this is too ridiculous. People, do they like this? Let's be more formal. Susan girl, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, suddenly lowered her head weakly, and replied shyly. Lin Shan suddenly failed and lowered his head, hey. Oh heaven, who can save me? Why did I run into such a weird customer? This is already pretty good, what do you care about? Chapter 447 Such a dreamy scene. Seeing that Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, used a bow and arrow to convey the love letter, Lin Shan was directly defeated by the opponent's determination. Lin Shan wailed in his heart. God, who can save me? Why did I meet such a weird customer? Hey, who told the other party to be the customer of the demon summoning contract quest? Lin Shan replied helplessly. The president of Lea's senpai hit her mouth and laughed non-stop beside her. As soon as this task was carried out until the early hours of the morning, the three of them were in the outdoor square at this time. Fortunately, there are not many passers-by now. Otherwise, they must be taken as a cosplay performance by the masses. It's so terrifying, this breaking task is so difficult, and it can be done abruptly from the evening to the early hours of the morning. Because after successfully issuing a challenge letter to the opponent with the help of the magic of the president of Lea's senpai, no, it was a love letter from Susan in a samurai armor mask. Lin Shan didn't sleep well in the poor night, but the president of senior sister Lea's here slept very comfortably. Lin Shan stared at the panda's eyes at this time and looked straight ahead. His mind was full of groggy 473. He just wanted to quickly complete this smashing task and go back to sleep. Sitting there next to him is Susan, a full-body samurai armor mask. She is dressed in a samurai armor costume from the Sengoku era, and on the other side is the president of Rias senpai. What is even more exaggerated is that behind the three of them is a row of battle flags from the era of Sengoku daimyo. A row of battle flags fluttering in the wind looked very repulsive. At this moment, a mother and daughter passed by. The little girl was very curious when she saw the situation here. She murmured and raised her finger to Lin Shan, and asked, Mom, what's that? Hey, don't watch it, I'm going to school now. Her mother directly reprimanded the little girl in an angry manner, and quickly left here. After Lin Shan saw the mother and daughter leave, he immediately let out a deep sigh of relief. He grimaced and said uncomfortably, Hey, what are you doing, why? At this moment, the president of senior sister Rias suddenly said, It seems to be here. Advertisement, what? It's coming. No, Lin Shan quickly looked at the entrance of this square in shock, and really vaguely saw a Bai Kankan figure approaching. Sister Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor and mask, also let out a surprised cry, Oh, people are so excited, how can it be done? The president of senior sister Rias calmly said, My lord, it's okay, please stay calm and see what the other person's mind is. Sister Susan, who was in a samurai armor mask, nodded slightly. Her heart was throbbing at this moment, and she felt that her heart was about to jump to the position of her throat. Lin Shan, the president of Lea's senpai, and Susan, who was wearing a full-body samurai armor mask, saw a thin and tall Western armor guy approaching, and they were covered in helmets and couldn't see what this guy had looked like. Oh, no, is it also a costume fetish? FCK, it's so tiring, right? Are you both playing cosplay? Lin Shan screamed right there, and then Lin Shan saw a bow and arrow sticking above the head of the Western armored warrior. Also, no way, didn't this kill anyone? Lin Shan turned his head in shock to look at the Susan girl in a samurai armor mask, and hurriedly raised his finger to the Western armored warrior of the other party and said, Miss Susan, your bow and arrow are directly inserted into his helmet. Oh, yes, people have thought a lot. Susan girl in the samurai armor mask directly hugged her hands in front, and responded with a weak voice. She shook her head again, as if she had done something wrong, and said softly, People, I really can't think of any way, other than the way of issuing the battle book. They're very stupid, that's it. Oh, this really makes me speechless. Lin Shan was speechless, he almost didn't catch his breath, and almost backed away. He turned his head to look at the ferocious Western armored warrior over there, walking with heavy steps. Is the other party here to ask the guilt? There is such a thing. Lin Shan was shocked, and said to his heart. What kind of magic operation is this? This is really too dreamy, why can't I touch it? She stood there gently, motionless. Advertisement. Lin Shan didn't understand at all. Of course, he felt the surrounding air suddenly agitated, even the wind was violent. A gust of wind blew the grass and made a grin. At this time, Susan girl in a samurai armor mask stood there with her hands folded, panting. She didn't dare to say a word now. What is this going to do? Is it going to draw a knife? Immediately after the president of Lia's senpai said nothing, Lin Shan directly pulled Lin Shan to the side, and directly left the time and space for the two people to face with Susan and the Western armored samurai who were full-body samurai armor masks. Lin Shan wondered to the president of senior sister Rias, and asked gently, senior sister, but, is that a mistake? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Because the surrounding areas suddenly became full of murderousness, even the surrounding cold made Lin Shan shiver involuntarily, with murderous aura.
She looked at the Western samurai whom she liked with tears in her eyes. She didn't know what to say, and she couldn't describe her excitement.
Lin Shan turned his head to look at the white and brilliant Western armored warrior on the other side. The two of them looked straight at each other over there, standing there motionless. Oh. Susan girl in a samurai armor mask was so scared that she felt that she was about to faint due to hypoxia in her brain. Suddenly at this moment, the bright white Western armor warrior gently raised his hand to his chest and bowed. The Susan girl in a samurai armor mask couldn't help trembling with excitement, and said in ecstasy, he read it, then what does he mean? Would you like it or not? I'm so worried. At this time, the sister Susan, who was wearing a full-body samurai armor mask, also saw the white Western armor samurai, and her eyes were straight. Guru, Lin Shan couldn't help but swallowed nervously, his eyes staring straight at the opponent. Lin Shan did the same. Looking at the existence of these two strange flowers without turning his eyes, he couldn't help but mention it in his heart. Just as the Susan girl in the samurai armor mask was about to collapse, suddenly the white Kankan Western armor warrior over there made a deep and steady voice and said, I've read your letter. Chapter 448. The first contract task. Sister Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, looked at the Western samurai she liked with tears in her eyes, and she didn't know what to say. The Western armored warrior here suddenly opened his arms, and made a steady voice from his helmet, and said softly, it's a very beautiful challenge book.
Oh, the Susan girl in a samurai armor mask instantly covered her face mask and stood there excitedly. It is estimated that under that face mask is extremely happy and excited, the face of the earth.
The Western armor warrior continued with his steady voice, saying, I was shot in the helmet by the letter-flying arrow when I was unexpectedly negligent. This is really amazing letter-flying arrow. Sister Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, heard this, and she suddenly became very nervous up. How come, I'm just Ishan thinking about archery, digging well Kun. Lin Shan heard what the Susan girl in a samurai armor mask said. He covered his face uncomfortably, without a face to see people, and murmured. Hey, I feel my brain cells are dead, it's going to be crazy. Unexpectedly, this Western armor warrior was called Diajing Kun, which is really strange. Lin Shan's weird behavior of these two people is defeated. Now Lin Shan can say that Susan is not optimistic about the full-body samurai armor mask. This time, he may be rejected by the Western armor samurai Doug Kun. Lose. When Lin Shan was not hopeful, suddenly the Western armor warrior over there Doug the Well Kun said nervously, well, if I can, I really want to date you. Wow. The president of Lia's senpai here responded directly and smiled. Lin Shan was also shocked afterwards, staring at the side with wide eyes, and cried out in shock, huh, no, is there such a show? Sister Susan in a samurai armor mask, she wrapped her mask mouth excitedly, excited. Lin Shan was shocked afterwards. He saw the Western staggered warrior digging the well Kun walking a few steps forward, and grabbed the hand of Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, and the two faced each other. This picture is a bit too magical. One is a Western armor samurai, and the other is a full-body samurai armor mask Susan from the Sengoku era. Sister Susan in a samurai armor mask said excitedly, oh, digging well Kun, people are so happy. Advertisement, Susan. You are so beautiful in the wrong armor. Western armor samurai digging well Kun, a Sister Susan living in a samurai armor mask, two cosplay couples are actually there. Susan, who was wearing a full-body samurai armor mask, immediately squeezed like a little woman in the arms of the Western armor samurai digging well Kun metal. Sister Susan, who was wearing a samurai armor mask, said softly, there, Diajing Kun's by Kankan armor is also so strong and hard. Lin Shan saw that he was covering his face here, and he felt that his five senses were broken. What is this and what? A pair of Eastern and Western armors are in love together. The president of Lia's senpai here smiled. She likes to see this kind of happiness the most. Ha ha. Afterwards, the Western armor samurai dubbed the Well Kun and the Susan girl in the samurai armor mask were both loving partners, and even took a photo of each other and gave it to Lin Shan, but Lin Shan was not warmed up yet. The very warm sunset photo of the two armors was taken by the president of Lia's senpai. The president of Ria's senpai smiled and looked at the Western armor samurai digging Well Kun in the photo, and Susan's sister in the samurai armor mask all over, and said with satisfaction, it's a couple that matches like a picture, and it is good for others, envy it. After Lin Shan heard this, he shook his shoulders and said, yes, yeah, in a sense, they're indeed very well matched and perfect couples. The president of senior sister Lia's looked up at Lin Shan and asked softly, "Now, Lin Shan-kun." Huh? What? Lin Shan was stunned and turned to look at the president of senior sister Lia's. The president of Ria's senpai, she looked down at the Western armor samurai digging well-kun and the happy picture of Susan in the samurai armor mask, and muttered. "You feel like this and live with the person you like. What will happen?" "Does this still need to be asked?" Lin Shan was stunned, and continued with a wry smile. No matter how you say it, isn't this very happy? Isn't people living for happiness and happiness? Point zero seeking flowers. Yes, for happiness. Advertisement. The president of Lia's senpai lowered her head and murmured. She didn't know where her thoughts had drifted. It seemed that she was a person with a story. Lin Shan didn't ask much, maybe the president of senior sister Ria's was thinking about the person she likes. Lin Shan watched silently for a while, the president of senior sister Ria's, he didn't bother for a while, but then he said softly, moreover. The thoughts of the president of Lia's senpai were pulled back by Lin Shan's voice, and she looked up at Lin Shan. Lin Shan smiled and said, "If you don't like to socialize, that's something you absolutely shouldn't do, because in the end it's a painful thing for a lifetime. Kind of greater happiness." When Lin Shan said this, everyone could not help but come to mind, as well as the Nishino sauce that he could not forget for a long time. Oh. There is more. Lin Shan suddenly felt that he had said too much, and it is better not to say too much. Lin Shan smiled and scratched his head, and said with a wry smile. "Oh, look at what I'm talking about, I'm so sorry, hee." The president of senior sister Ria smiled slightly, nodded and said, "Well, there is nothing. I think what you said is very good, thank you for saying so much to me." Suddenly, Lin Shan, under the glow of the setting sun, felt that the president Lia's senpai in front of him became so beautiful. Lin Shan couldn't help but was fascinated by watching over there. The president of senior sister Lia's looked up just in time to see Lin Shan's gaze, smiled and said, "What's the matter, is there something on my face?" Nothing more." Lin Shan quickly looked away with embarrassed eyes and avoided. The president of Lia's senpai hit her mouth and smiled, then she put down her hand and said seriously, "But then again, Lin Shan-kun, didn't you have something to say before?" "Oh, that's right, I almost forgot." Lin Shan reacted quickly. Begging, chapter 449. There is a story hidden in everyone's heart.
Fortunately, the president of Lia's senpai reminded me that I almost forgot important things.
"Oh, that's right, I almost forgot." Lin Shan reacted quickly, and he suddenly became extremely nervous. The president of Lia's senpai smiled, and said, "Let's go back and talk about it, now in this big court, do you want everyone to know that you are a demon?" "Oh, that's right, let's go back to the occult research club." Lin Shan responded impatiently with a smile.
The president of Lia's senpai smiled and saw that there was no one around. She opened the magic teleportation circle with a wave of her hand. Lin Shan and the president of Lia's senpai left the square in a flash.
Back to the occult research community, everyone is here at this time. The president of Lia's senpai and Lin Shan greeted everyone, and Lin Shan enthusiastically came to the president of Lia's senpai with a smile and inquired. The president of senior sister Lia's here approached Lin Shan with a smile and said, "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten our previous agreement." "Wow, really? Haha, that's great." Lin Shan was so excited, because the previous reservation was to upgrade Lin Shan and make him stronger. The president of senior sister Lia's smiled directly and gently hugged Lin Shan under everyone's shocked gaze.
"Now, even if I give you an encouragement and compensation," the president of Lia's senpai said softly. Lin Shan suddenly felt a little overwhelmed and said, "Well, everyone has seen it."
What do you see?" The president of senior sister Lia's hid her mouth and smiled, and she said to Lin Shan in a serious tone. "Remember, I have to cheer next time, my lovely Lin Shan-kun." "Well, I see, I will definitely work hard." Lin Shan nodded heavily and said. Lia's assistant Zhu Nai's senpai watched in shock and muttered in her heart. "Lia's, are you going to start to walk out of that shadow?" As for Lin Shan, being encouraged by the enthusiasm of the president of senior sister Ria's, he immediately made his whole body excited. Where is this an upgrade? This was originally a powerful buff of cheering and encouragement. Lin Shan was very happy, no matter what, he knew that the president of Li Yasi senpai was regarded as an official Ghana as a member. Advertisement, Lin Shan couldn't help but sighed, and then he apologized to Lia's assistant Zhu Nai senpai, Yudo Kiba, and Mao Chan apologetically to alleviate the embarrassment just now. The next step is to say goodbye to everyone and go back to their own homes.
Lin Shan was so sleepy that he didn't sleep well last night, so he went home quickly and fell asleep.
On the way back, Lin Shan remembered what the president of Lia's senpai said to him and the beautiful girl Asia in the blonde and white clothes before leaving. Lin Shan couldn't help but laughed, because the president of senior sister Lia's said that their task of handing out flyers is over, that is to say, there is no need to continue the task of handing out flyers. At that time, Lin Shan was stunned and asked curiously, "Oh, why?" The president of Lia's senpai stood up gently at that time and said to Lin Shan, "Didn't I say that before? Although the flyers were distributed as part of spiritual practice, the distribution of flyers was originally the job of the enchantress." "Oh, it turned out to be the job of the envoy. Does that mean that there is no need to distribute flyers?" Lin Shan asked excitedly. The president of Lia's senpai changed his sentence, "Then you need to find out the envoys that belong to you first, and wait until tomorrow."
Oh, it turned out to be like this. At this time, Lin Shan laughed happily when she heard the president of senior sister Leah's say to find out their own envoy.
The beautiful girl in blonde and white clothes, Aisha, was curious to see Lin Shan giggling over there behind the car seat. She asked softly, "What's the matter, Lin Shan-kun?" "Oh, it's nothing, haha," Lin Shan said hurriedly. Soon the next day, Lin Shan and the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha came to the occult research community at the prescribed time. Lin Shan is very excited today, because if he can have his own ambassador. At that time, there are some tedious things, and they are directly handed over to their own envoys, which is simply cozy and comfortable. The president of Leah's senpai saw Lin Shan and the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha coming over, so she stood up and said to everyone, "Everyone comes to this spacious place." Yeah. The three companions, Yudu Kiba, Naojong and Zunai senpai, walked over. In fact, they had said before and introduced Lin Shan and the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha to the enchantress. 0. Advertisement. The first person who summoned the envoy was the president of Leah's senpai. Lin Shan saw the president of Leah's senpai gently raise his hand, and a round pink little bat monster was summoned. The president of senior sister Leah's said softly, "This is my ambassador, Lin Shan-kun has seen it before." "Eh? I've seen it?" Lin Shan was puzzled. The president of Leah's senpai smiled and snapped his fingers, and saw that the little pink bat enlightenment over there began to grow and grow slowly, and after a while, a beautiful girl appeared in front of her. "Oh ha! I really seem to have seen it somewhere." Lin Shan looked at this strange cosplay girl very familiar. Then, Lin Shan suddenly thought about something, and asked in surprise, then, was the girl at that time you?" The little beauty Shimo, the president of Leah's senpai, didn't answer anything, and turned around with a bright smile and changed back to the little pink bat. Lin Shan suddenly sighed and bends down when he saw this. He was really impressed by the strange operation of the president of senior sister Leah's.
It seems that when Lin Shan encountered danger for the first time, he had already been spotted by the envoy of the president of sister Rias and asked the president of sister Rias to save him. The president of Leah's senpai smiled slightly. She turned to look at Leah's assistant 4.3 Zunai senpai and said, "Next, it's your turn to introduce." "Haha, okay, president." Leah's assistant Zunai senpai said with a smile, and then she gently raised her finger to the ground.
After a burst of green magic circles appeared, Lin Shan saw a little one-horned kid appearing in front of him. Leah's assistant Zunai senpai smiled slightly and said, "Look, this is my ambassador." Lin Shan said in shock, "Senior sister Zunai is actually a little devil?" Yeah, he is very well behaved." Lee Yasi's assistant Zunai senpai said with a slight smile. After Lee Yasi's assistant Zunai senpai finished speaking, the school mascot Tachung Baiyin Cat Sauce was next to Lin Shan, and said softly, "My envoy is called Xiao Bai." Chapter 450. A large crowd of people come to the door. "My envoy is called Xiao Bai." Oh, Lin Shan turned to look at the envoy of the school mascot Tachung Baiyin Cat Sauce. Lin Shan discovered that the envoy of the school mascot Tachung Baiyin Kitten Sauce was lying in the arms of the school mascot Tachung Baiyin Kitten Sauce. It turned out to be a cute white kitten. This is really in line with the image of the cat sauce. I didn't expect that the enchantress was also like a cat, and it made people feel like reaching out to tease the cat. At this time, Lin Shan looked at the blonde and beautiful boy Kiba Yudo, and saw the blonde and beautiful boy Kiba Yudo smiled and raised his hand just about to say, "About my envoy."
Lin Shan smiled and waved his hand directly, and said with a disregard of, "Well, I don't need to read about you, hee." When the blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo heard Lin Shan say this, he helplessly said, "Oh, it's really cold, just don't watch it."
The president of Senpai Leah's is here, explaining to Lin Shan and the beautiful blonde and white girl Aisha. The demon is also the most basic existence function for the devil.
Every demon has one or more. The existence of a messenger is basically to assist the devil to complete the intelligence transmission, detection and tracking abilities.
The blonde and white beautiful girl Aisha is here, and she asks with a dazed look, "Well, what do you need to do to get these envoys? I really want a cute envoy." Then we have to go personally. The president of Leah's senpai was just halfway talking, and suddenly the door of their occult research community was knocked on by an outsider. What surprised Lin Shan most is this place. Who will knock on the door? Now everyone in the occult research community is here, and no one else is outside. It's weird. Who could it be? Lin Shan scratched his head and muttered in wonder. Lin Shan saw the president of Leah's senpai, Zunai senpai, and everyone looking towards the door. Advertisement. The president of Leah's senpai said softly, "Come in." Crack, crack. The door of the occult research community opened. Before the gate was opened, Lin Shan vaguely saw many people standing in the doorway, but from their clothes, it could be seen that they were all students from the Royal Academy. Afterwards, Lin Shan was shocked to see a group of girls coming in. The girls with glasses were also headed by them. They looked very heroic and squeamish. In short, they felt that they were not ordinary family girls. Lin Shan is not familiar with the Royal Academy. Although he has been here for a while, there are too many students in the Royal Academy. It is absolutely impossible for every student to know one side. The leaded glasses Yingshi girl didn't bow and said softly, "I'm sorry, I'm bothering you." Lin Shan was shocked. He quickly asked his companions next to him in a low voice in surprise, "Oh, who is this big man? Well, why did they suddenly come into our occult research club? What are they here for?" The blonde and white girl Aisha also asked Lin Shan with a look of worry. How did Lin Shan know?
Leah's. Assistant Zhu Nai Senpei said gently and solemnly. The one who walks in the front is the student president of the Royal Academy who has taken Sona Senpei, and next to him is the student council vice president Tsubaki Daxia, so that's it.
This group of people who appeared are all members of the student union gathered here. Lin Shan heard Lee Yasu's assistant Zhu Nai Senpei talking about this. He was shocked, and he didn't dare to breathe. At this time, a little yellow-haired boy from the student union opposite said with a chuckle, "Senior Lias, didn't you mention our affairs to this newcomer? Although I think Mingming is also a demon, but I can't notice it. There are also some problems." Lia's assistant Zhu Nai Senpei whispered slightly, "Of course there are." "Oh, it's almost." Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shishilong just remembered that there is indeed this rule. Kang Na, the president of the Yingxi Student Union, gently continued, "So, Lin Shan, a new member of the Occult Research Club, doesn't know us. It's natural." Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The president of Senior Sister Rias didn't say anything here. Her goal fell on the Heroic Student Council President Kangna, and the Heroic Student Council President Kangna understood it here. On the contrary, the president of Senior Sister Rias did not reveal any nervousness. Instead, she asked the Heroic Student Union President Kangna very easily, "You have touched all the members of the student union, is there something?" The Occult Research Club here and the student union on the other side, all the 7th and 8th people, instantly filled the air with a breath of solemnity. The president of Senior Sister Lias also stretched out his hand to introduce Lin Shan, and said with a smile, "This is my soldier Lin Shan-kun, and this is the nurse and nurse Aisha Akuido." Lee Yasi's assistant Zhu Nai Senpei smiled slightly and said, "The real name of this Heroic Student Council President Kangna is Kangna Sidi, who belongs to the Sidi family of the Demon family. It can be said that she is the next post of the Sidi family, master of the house." "Please enlighten me, Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shishilong, I didn't expect that you were also a soldier, and we are still in the same grade," Lin Shan said with surprise. Lin Shan looked at each other cautiously, wondering what the president of the Royal Academy Student Council brought them to do. Could it be that they came to smash the scene?
The Heroic Student Union President Kang Na-wei said, "I heard that you have added new followers to the Mystery Research Club, and our side has also added servants, so I got together to say hello to you." Lin Shan here suddenly remembered something, and immediately said in surprise, "Ming, I remembered, you are not Huang Mao, who recently joined the student union as the secretary of the student union. You seem to be from the 2nd grade C class." The Heroic Student Union President Kang Na nodded here and said, "Yes, the student union secretary Huang Mao Shishilong is a soldier who just joined the student union." "Huh? What do you mean? Are there other demons in the Royal Academy?" Lin Shan turned his head in shock to look at Lia's assistant Zhu Nai Senpei. The Heroic Student Union President Kang Na said to the little Huang Maoshi behind her, "Student Union Secretary Huang Maoshi, you forgot our regulations. We in the Occult Research Club stipulate that they do not interfere with each other." After Lin Shan heard this, he frowned, and replied in an angry voice, "What? What do you mean by servant? I'm not a servant, not even Asia." Chapter 451 Compete. I heard that the newcomer Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shishilong was also a pawn in a demon pawn. Lin Shan said with surprise, "Please give me your advice, Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shishilong, I didn't expect that you were also a soldier, and we are still in the same grade." Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shishilong shook his head helplessly, sighed and said, "Well, yes, for me, the same type is still true for one of the trio of you. It's shameful, it hurts my dignity very much." "Yeah. What are you B***** D talking about, you guy?" After Lin Shan heard this, he immediately yelled to the Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shishilong. Of course he also looked at Lia's nervously, Senior Sister President. Lin Shan was afraid that he would say something so recklessly that the president of Lia's senpei could not end, but he was relieved when he saw that the president of Lia's senpei did not do anything to stop him. Now that it is so natural, Lin Shan let go. He rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was about to do it once. After seeing the Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shishilong, he immediately showed a proud expression, with his hands on his waist, and said with a smile, "Oh, it looks very energetic, do you want to do it? Even though I have just become a demon, but don't underestimate me. I have consumed the 4 pawns of our president to successfully accept me as a pawn." The Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shishilong is extremely proud of this, but he didn't know that Lin Shan had consumed all the 9 pawns and devil chess pieces of the president of Lia's senpei before he exchanged it, and he will surely shock them. Big teeth in one place. Standing in front of them, the heroic president of the student union, Kang Na, heard the Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shishilong say that, and he couldn't accept it. She directly turned her face to the Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shishilong and said, "Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shishilong, don't say it, you may not know Lin Shan, but according to the legend, all the pawns and the devil chess pieces were replaced before they were changed. Come on, oh. What?" Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shishilong looked at his chairman in shock, and continued to say in surprise, "Really? A pawn and a devil chess piece, this is too scary." Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shishilong immediately admitted to the public. Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shishilong then looked at Lin Shan in shock and muttered, "I really can't believe it. Such an unambitious guy would consume so many soldiers and devil chess pieces, it's incredible." Advertisement. Lin Shan immediately said, annoyed when he heard it, "You guy is too trembling." The heroic Student Union President Kang Na pushed her glasses, and looked at the opposite President Lia's with a smile.
She said softly, I'm so sorry, Lin Shan-kun, and Asian schoolgirl, if you can. She said these words all at once, still smiling. This made Lin Shan stunned. Does this guy have any embarrassing requirements? Does the newcomer have to toss and toss a few times? Lin Shan frowned and didn't say anything. He continued to hear the heroic student council president Kang Na smiled and said, if you can, as the rookie devil, we are getting along with each other in a friendly manner. Let's discuss it together a little bit, hee.
Hee the wool, I just came to the door to pick things up. Lin Shan groaned in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything.
The president of Lea's senpai here narrowed her eyes. She didn't say anything, because she knew what was going to happen next. Looking back at the heroic student union president Kang Na, she suddenly turned her head to look at the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong and said solemnly, Shi Lang, do you know? Oh, I see. Student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong nodded with sweat on his forehead. It seems that he is also a bit resistant, and he can only bite the bullet and agree. The heroic president of the student union, Kang Na, nodded and said softly, say hello to each other first. Yeah. Student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong nodded, and walked over to the occult research club on Lin Shan's side. Then he stretched out his hand and shook hands with the doctor and nurse Aisha. It's nice to meet you, please take care. The blonde doctor and the beautiful nanny Aisha immediately smiled very politely and shook hands with the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong, and said, please take care of it. The blonde doctor and the beautiful nanny Aisha shook hands very politely, but what this guy did next made Lin Shan very annoyed. Lin Shan saw the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong, this guy firmly grasping the little hand of the blonde doctor and the beautiful nurse Aisha. Advertisement student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong said with a stern smile on his face. After that, the student's secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong is still very dishonest in his hands. He touched the little hands of the blonde doctor and beautiful girl Nixian. Lin Shan couldn't stand it anymore, and his whole body trembled in anger, and he flew up and kicked the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong. Oh! The blonde doctor and the beautiful girl nurse Aisha was taken aback and quickly dodged. However, the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong was directly kicked aside by Lin Shan, and he immediately looked at Lin Shan fiercely. He rushed to Lin Shan and looked straight at Lin Shan. As for Lin Shan, he is not like him at all. His eyes are looking elsewhere, completely pretending that nothing happened at all, nor is he half of it. Student union secretary Huang Mao, Zhao Hao, Shi Shilong gritted his teeth viciously and grinned coldly. He suddenly grabbed Lin Shan's hand. But how could Lin Shan let this guy succeed? He just flipped his hand and grabbed the hand of the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong, who was directly behind him. Lin Shan suddenly laughed and shook the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong's hand. He laughed and said, haha, Shilong, it's better to see once, please take care of me too. Let's talk about you. If you dare to attack my Asia, I will really kill your Shilong classmate, hee. After speaking, Lin Shan stretched out his handshake and began to squeeze hard. Student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong, who was directly gripped by Lin Shan's handshake, grinned and squeezed his whole body like an electric shock. He gritted his teeth in pain and stood there stomping straight. Oops, this is how I welcome lovely girls like you. Chapter 452 gradually changed student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong, who was directly gripped by Lin Shan's handshake, grinned and squeezed his whole body like an electric shock. He gritted his teeth in pain and stood there stomping straight. At this time, the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong is completely at a disadvantage, but the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong still has a way. He suddenly raised his hand, and when he suddenly dropped his hand, he switched the inferior handshake posture, coming. Next, the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong took the advantage, and Lin Shan suddenly became a disadvantage. This shocked Lin Shan. I didn't expect the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong to have a good hand. Now it is finally the turn of the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong to exert his strength. He shook hands violently and pressed Lin Shan in a tooth-for-tooth manner. Oh! Lin Shan was directly grinned by the strong handshake of the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong, but he also insisted on not letting himself scream, because a scream is simply too bad shelves. It was the turn of the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong to start to be proud of Lin Shan.
He laughed at Lin Shan, who looked painful, and said, oh ha ha, you want to enjoy the blonde beautiful girl alone, don't dream. You guy is worthy of being a well-known pervert beast-coon. You are simply shameless.
What? I actually said that I am a beast. Look at my strength. Lin 273 Shan directly turned around and shook hands vigorously towards the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong. I'm trying hard too. Squeak. Suddenly the two of them began to compete with each other violently.
Of course, this is the long-standing bond between the two campus organizations of the Occult Research Club and the Royal Academy Student Union. The contradiction is actually not caused by Lin Shan and the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong, but has existed a long time ago. A bit.
Lin Shan and the student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong were there, and there was no one to bother them. They continued to squeak and compete with each other to see who frothed and foamed. Seeing this place, President Lias smiled helplessly and murmured, Bite, there is really no way, this is really troublesome. Oh, Bea, it's the same on your side, there are always so many troubles. Kang Na, the president of the Yingqi Student Union, finished speaking in an angry manner, and gently stroked her short hair. Lin Shan directly gritted his teeth, sweating profusely and competing with the nasty guy opposite. In short, it is absolutely impossible to lose to this student union secretary Huang Mao Shishilong. Advertisement: the secretary of the student union here, Huang Mao Shishilong, can't get better there, sweating on his forehead, and sneerily saying to Lin Shan, "Hey, as soon as I join the debut, I'm allowed to have the enchantress. I heard that you are still handing out flyers. It's really pitiful." Lin Shan gritted his teeth viciously. Unexpectedly, he was underestimated by this stinky boy in front of him. Lin Shan directly shouted at the student union secretary Huang Mao Shishilong, "Classmate, don't underestimate me. I was just allowed by the president of senior sister Lia's to have an envoy." You don't have it yet." Student union secretary Huang Mao Shishilong was also swollen with anger. Lin Shan even retorted and shouted, "Are you not without? You don't have one. You don't have one?" Suddenly the two of them were there, and they were about to be pinched up. The heroic student union president Kang Na heard Lin Shan say that he also allows envoys. She was taken aback and asked the president of senior sister Lia's, "Hey, are you there too?" The president of Lia's senpai smiled and nodded, and said softly, Yes, the plan is for next week." The heroic student council president Kang Na heard what the president of senior sister Rias said. She folded her hands in front, raised her hand and dragged her chin, and said softly, "But he only accepts summoning once a month. How to do it?" After she finished speaking, she looked at the president of senior sister Rias with a sneer. It was obvious that she actually had this plan long ago. It can be said that they came here for this matter. Unexpectedly, this heroic student union president Kang Na would be so insidious and cunning. When the president of senior sister Rias saw that the heroic student council president Kang Na said, she knew it in her heart, but she didn't expect it to be like this. She gently said to Kang Na, the president of the Yingxi student union, "Then, the next step is to use strength to determine the outcome in a fair way, right? This is what you planned, right?" Advertisement: hey, there. Kang Na, the president of the heroic student union, waved his hand and smiled. In fact, that's what she thought in her heart. The heroic president of the student union, Kang Na, "Now here's the contest that the president of Lia's senpai said, which is tantamount to her horror." She immediately said with eyes wide open, "It's not bad that the outcome is decided." The president of Lia's senpai nodded, and said softly, "Yes, the winner can get the right to go to the summoning." "Well, that's not bad. I can accept the strength evaluation game of both sides." Kang Na, the president of the Yingxi student union, explained directly and confidently. The president of Lia's senpai smiled and waved his hand, and said, "Just think so. First of all, this is a way to deal with it when we both appear at the same time without permission."
"That's what I said, haha." Kang, the president of the Yingxi student union, smiled over there. After thinking about it, she continued gently, "Furthermore, for you now, your body is very important." "What?"
"Huh?" The president of senior sister Lia's, when she heard the words of the heroic student council president Kang Na, her face suddenly became cold, very sharp. It seems that the heroic president of the student union, Kang Na, directly said that the weakness of President Lia's senpai was painful, and naturally made the face of President Lia's senpai very unhappy. The president of senior sister Rias said coldly and solemnly, "HMPH, it has nothing to do with this, so don't worry about it." But the president of Lia's senpai changed her voice and said with a strong smile, "By the way, Sangna, as a high school student, let's decide our victory or defeat by sports duel." At this time, Lin Shan and the student union secretary Huang Mao Shishilong had already let go before. They both looked at their respective presidents in shock. They did not expect that the battle between them had developed into a team showdown. "What?" Lin Shan muttered in shock. "Wow, where is this going to be played? Are you going to fight off the court?" "Oh, what will be the duel?" Huang Mao Shishilong, the secretary of the student union next to him, stared at the stars, and rubbed his fists over there. Chapter 453 Bidu officially started. Lin Shan heard what Lia's senpai said. He frowned and mumbled, "Wow, where is this going to be played? Are you going to fight off the court?" "Oh, what will be the duel?" Student union secretary Huang Mao Shishilong next to him was staring at the stars and was already wiping his fists over there. In a blink of an eye, Lin Shan was shocked to see all the members of their occult research club and the Royal Academy Student Union coming to the tennis plaza of the academy. So the next step is the tennis match between the two teams. The first to play is the president of Lia's senpai and her assistant Lia's senpai Zunai, while the other team is the heroic student council president Sona, with the vice chairman of the student union, Chunheim Jinra. The tennis match is a 2-on-2 match. There is no such thing as Lin Shan and the student union secretary Huang Mao Shishilong. The other members can only watch the shouting spectators outside the tennis court. Lin Shan excitedly yelled at their president Lia's and Zunai senpai, "Come on, president, Zunai senpai." Student union secretary Huang Mao Shishilong next to Lin Shan also shouted in excitement, "President, please win the victory." On the other hand, in the arena of the tennis match, the first serve turned out to be the president of Lia's senpai. She was holding the netizen and squinting at the opponent. The president of Lia's senpai gently said to Zunai senpai, the assistant of Lia's, "Zunai, this victory or defeat is going to be true." Lia's assistant Zunai senpai immediately nodded seriously and responded, "Hi, president."
"Then, I'll be on it now, Kangya." The president of senior sister Ria sneered to the heroic student council president Kangya, who was opposite.
The heroic president of the student union, Kang Na, also smiled vigorously and shook the tennis racket in her hand and said, Blow, it's no problem at all, just come. If that's the case, then I'm not welcome, huh? The president of Leah's senpai was here. She threw the tennis ball abruptly, and directly used the tennis racket again. Bang! The yellow tennis ball flew directly towards the heroic student union president Kang Na on the opposite side. Advertisement, but fortunately, the vice president of the student union in front, Genra Chunji, saw first. She rushed over directly. Hey, the vice chairman of the student union, Chunji Jinra, waved the tennis racket in his hand and smashed the tennis ball back directly. Boom! Here it is Ria's assistant Zhu Nai senpai's turn. She is ready to play a decisive goal. Lin Shan was so excited when he saw this, he said with a smile, although I really hope that the president will win quickly, but now I really want to keep fighting like this, hee. After Lin Shan finished speaking, the four-eyed boy Motohama next to him leaned in and said with a surprised look, wow, it's a beautiful scenery, oh ha ha. Hee. Lin Shan also laughed, but when he turned his head, he suddenly looked at the four-eyed boy Motohama and the bald monkey Matsuda, who were two bad friends, and was instantly caught by the four-eyed boy Motohama and the bald monkey. Matsuda was shocked by the shamelessness of the two of them. The four-eyed boy Motohama and the bald-headed monkey Matsuda were looking happily over there, one person, one telescope, and their saliva flowed out. Lin Shan shouted in shock, hey, can you really be somebody? The bald monkey Matsuda said with a smile on his face, hey, the seniors of our Royal Academy are so beautiful and beautiful, especially when playing tennis, it is a beautiful landscape, hee. After speaking, he smiled and continued to look through the binoculars. The four-eyed boy Motohama next to him put down his binoculars and turned his head to look at Lin Shan, and said with a smile, how can this kind of thing not spread to the whole school at the speed of light? This is simply a way of making profits, and I haven't sold many binoculars yet.
FCK, you are so shameless as to have no margins. Lin Shan was shocked and tender.
Afterwards, Lin Shan was about to dislike these two shameless guys. He suddenly heard cheers around him, and he quickly looked at the tennis battlefield. Wow! Lin Shan saw the president of senior sister Leah's suddenly fall back to the ground. Just now, she jumped up and hit the tennis ball hard. Lin Shan excitedly held the guardrail. Wow, all the senior girls' tennis skills are all professional players. The bald monkey Matsuda waved his hand over there and shouted, no, it's not that simple. The elder sisters of our Royal Academy are all hidden gods. Advertisement, hey, the heroic student union president Kang Na turned around and easily returned the tennis racket that had flown over. The beautiful blonde boy Kiba Yuto rubbed his nose and smiled lightly, spoon. Agree. Lin Shan, the four-eyed boy Motohama next to him, and other male classmates shouted in agreement. Lin Shan felt that his ears were almost deaf. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The mascot of the school here, Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, thought of something, and gently said to Yuto Kiba next to him. In this way, there is no way to use magic. Therefore, no other students around them dared to stand with them.
With her movement, the female fans of the student council president Kenya who were surrounded by heroic spirits suddenly screamed, ah, the president is so mighty.
The blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yuto and the school mascot Tachung Bayan Kojimao watched the tennis matchup between the seniors.
Boom. The blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yuto is standing next to the school mascot Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce.
They are characters who never dare to provoke, especially the school mascot Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, but the whole royal school the tank exists in the park that the boys are afraid of. When she waved her tennis racket, she immediately evoked a large number of male classmates around Lin Shan cheering, oh, Sister Zhu Nai, so pretty. Boom bang, at this time, on the battlefield of the tennis match, the tennis ball flew back and forth. The beautiful blonde boy Yuto Kiba began to look at the more and more people around him with a worried look, and muttered. Really, there are more and more people around you unknowingly. Yeah. The school mascot, Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, just gave a faint hum, and she continued to watch the tennis balls flying around. WHH, the tennis ball flew towards the occult research club. Among them, Leah's assistant Zhu Nai Senpai did not panic at all, and she waved her tennis racket very easily, boom. -0 seeking flowers. This place is more popular than before. It can be said that the entire periphery of the tennis court is surrounded by the students of the Royal Academy. It can be seen how terrifying the charm of those seniors is. Chapter 454 Getting Outrageous. The blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yuto heard the school mascot Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce said, because there are too many ordinary students in Zhou Guowei to use magic at all. The blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yuto didn't think so. He rubbed his nose and said with a smile, I don't think there is anything to worry about. Don't forget that our president Rias has the ability to amnestics. At that time, it's enough to just erase the memory of all the students in the school. Oh, that's what I said. The school mascot, Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, was very right when she heard the blonde and beautiful boy Yuto Kiba said. It seems that she is too worried. The school mascot, Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, did not continue to take care of the blonde and beautiful boy Yuto Kiba. She began to look seriously. On the tennis court, the heroic president of the student union, Kang Na, was suddenly hit by the Leah's Senior Sisters Club with a long kick and scored a beautiful point first. After seeing the heroic student union president Kang Na, she felt a little angry, and took the new tennis ball thrown to her by the referee without annoyance. She raised her hand over the yellow tennis ball. The heroic student union president Kang Na said with a chuckle, Hey, just now our student association gave you humility, and then we will get serious and eat my CD whirlwind ball. Everyone saw the heroic student union president Kang Na suddenly throwing up the yellow tennis ball in his hand. Kang Na, the president of the British Student Union, slammed a big spiral tennis racket and slapped the fallen tennis ball fiercely. Bang! In an instant, the yellow tennis ball turned into a weird ball trajectory that twisted and flew back and forth in the air. Seeing this weird ball, President Lias calmly shouted, "It's too naive, let's see my Gremory smash back." Originally, the president of Lia's senpai was about to think that she had caught the whirlwind ball from the heroic student council president Kang Na, and laughed happily. Boom! The president of senior sister Rias caught up. Advertisement. But suddenly, the president of Lia's senpai noticed that the ball sent out was deviated, instead of flying towards the predetermined position, but directly flying towards the outside of her own field with a turn. Oh! The president of Lia's senpai directly exclaimed in surprise, because she clearly felt the whirlwind ball played by the heroic student council president Kang, which turned out to be a whirlwind with a miniature magic circle. The ball! Most people can't see the magic burst in such a fast moment. The president of senior sister Rias realized that she had just lost a goal, and the female referee raised her hand and shouted, 15-30. Lin Shan outside the tennis duel field heard this, and immediately clasped the guardrail tightly and shouted uncomfortably, "Damn it, why has it become like this?" The student union secretary Huang Mao Shishilong, who was next to him, immediately became very proud. He directly unfolded his student union flag and shook it vigorously and shouted, "Oh ha ha ha, you deserve to be our guild leader," once again defeated the other party.
Yuto Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy outside the tennis duel, saw this with sweat on his forehead, and said with a wry smile, "Hee hee, it seems that all the magic is still being used." The school's mascot, Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, was also on the sidelines, nodded righteously and said, "Yes, is this a bit too much? It's the magic ball, it's amazing." The audience and classmates all around suddenly exclaimed. It was simply amazing. The weird ball just now caused the president of senior sister Lias to lose a ball. When the blonde and beautiful young boy Yuto Kiba heard the words of the Royal Academy students behind him, he smiled and spread his hands, and said to the school mascot Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, It seems that they have misunderstood. They thought it was a magic ball." The school mascot, Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, tilted his head disapprovingly and muttered, "Isn't it good to have such a peaceful misunderstanding? I don't have to explain anything to their muggles." She softened her red hair and said softly, "This is my competitor, but in the end I will definitely win, ha ha." Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The president of Lia's senpai stood there and didn't care that she was completely at a disadvantage. She smiled and looked at the heroic student council president Kangya.
So when the school mascot Tachung Bayan Cat Sauce heard Lin Shan's question, she stood alone in a circle, holding the extremely broken tennis racket in both hands. Advertisement. After that, the heroic student council president Kang Na directly broke out with an extremely strong fighting spirit all over his body. Now it's good, right in the middle of the boss of senior sister Lia's, and in an instant the two Royal Academy female elders began to compete. Lin Shan was unable to see exactly what happened because of the chaotic scene before. After finishing speaking, the president of Lia's senpai suddenly turned cold and glamorous, and don't be very serious when she said her words. At this time, she was like a female general who thought she was galloping on the battlefield, shouting proudly, "My magic ball has 800 styles, 0. Because everyone is also an ordinary person, how could it be possible that compared with the two pervert, the president of Lia's senpai and the heroic student council president Kang, the two teams have become more and more popular. Mao Zhang is probably aware of the situation after a fierce battle. However, the heroic student council president Kangna, who stood opposite, saw that the president of Lia's senpai suddenly lifted the tennis racket and pointed at herself. She didn't panic at all. It's our love for war. Then, as the school's mascot, Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, said, at the time when the game was the hottest, the two tennis rackets of the heroic student council president Kangna and the president of the school sister Lia's were all shattered. It was over that neither side won nor lost. Next, it was extremely tragic, and Lin Shan was directly terrified, and the students in the surrounding Royal Academy also screamed in terror. The leading teachers of the Royal Academy came and started to quiet everyone and control the environment here. Next is the 4.7 president of Lia's senior sister and the heroic student council president Kang. They cleaned up the mess. They couldn't erase all the memories other than the members of the two teams, which means that they did not remember what happened just now. What magic showdown that can't be understood by normal people. The president of Lia's senpai, she doesn't know what to do. The occult research club on Lin Shan's side was instructed by the president of Lia's senpai, letting Lia's assistant Zhu Nai senpai return first. He asked the cat sauce next to him. Because of the loss of a goal, the president of Senpai Rias, the president of the student union who knew the heroic spirit, Sona, used magic power to cast a miniature orbit-changing magic circle on the yellow tennis ball. Chapter 455 Tranquility Before the Storm. The school mascot, Tachung Bayan Cat Sauce, heard Lin Shan's question, and she stood alone in a circle, holding an extremely broken tennis racket in both hands. The school mascot, Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, glanced at Lin Shan, lowered his head and said in a naive way, "As for the final result, there has been no decision on the outcome of the score, so maybe next it's a team battle." Huh? Team game? Lin Shan was shocked. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba smiled and nodded and said, "Yes, for this, our president, the president of the student council, and the past sister Chu now are discussing what to do next to the student council. Well, it is estimated that there will be no results for a while." It's almost night now, why haven't they come back? Lin Shan became a little worried. As soon as I finished talking here, I heard that the door of their occult research community was creaked open. Oh, Lin Shan and everyone hurriedly looked over, and saw the president of Lia's senpai and Lia's assistant, Zunai senpai, both of them walking in with a smile. Lin Shan hurriedly asked curiously, "Next, is it a team game? Is it a must?" "Of course." Senior sister Lia smiled and continued, "It's a team game. The game has been decided before, it's dodgeball." "Dodgeball? I don't know how to do it." Lin Shan didn't understand at all. The president of Lia's senpai smiled and walked over and said, "The dodgeball team's game time is tomorrow night. Go home early and rest." "Yes, we will work hard." Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Shan still scratched his head and looked at everyone, but he was very grateful for everyone's help. The blonde doctor and the beautiful nanny Aisha also thanked him and said, "Really, thank you very much." Advertisement, everyone, it's really great, I will work hard. Lin Shan also nodded excitedly. Soon Lin Shan and the blonde doctor and beautiful girl nanny Aisha returned home. Tonight, the president of Lia's senior sister said that we should let everyone rest well and replenish their energy until tomorrow to overcome the student union. Demons. Lin Shan was already lying in bed after dinner, but he couldn't sleep over and over again. He didn't know whether he was excited or excited. In short, he couldn't sleep. Lin Shan really couldn't sleep and got up, then quietly put on his shoes and went outside, but then he found that there was still light in Asia's room, so he came to the door of Asia's room curiously. Lin Shan raised his hand and knocked on Asia's room and said, "Are you asleep, Asia?" It didn't take long for the blonde doctor and the beautiful nanny Aisha to open the door of the room and smiled and said, "Lin Shan-kun, I'm not asleep yet, please come in." Lin Shan took a deep breath and said softly, I just can't fall asleep. I'm sorry to come over and disturb you." "Oh, it's okay, people can't sleep a bit too." The blonde doctor and beautiful girl nurse Aisha responded with a slight smile. Lin Shan nodded, and then he thought of something and said, "I said Aisha, do you have needles and threads there?" "Huh? Needle and thread? What are you going to do?" After hearing this, the blonde doctor and beautiful nurse Aisha frowned and tilted her head. It wasn't Lin Shan who wanted the girl's needle and thread to do what he did. Don't worry about it, please bring it for me." Lin Shan said with a smile, without saying what he was going to do. The blonde doctor and the beautiful nanny Aisha put her mouth down. Lin Shan was so mysterious, she turned around and passed the needle and thread to Lin Shan without asking anything. Lin Shan smiled and took the needle and thread and left. After returning to Lin Shan's room, he never came out, and he didn't know what he was doing. In a blink of an eye, it was the night of the next day, when everyone in the occult research club was exercising in the gymnasium. Advertisement Lia's assistant Zunai senpai helped Asia press her legs to prevent her legs from spraining during the event. She said softly, because there are two more opponents, the referee was invited to play. Lin Shan was also pressed by the school's mascot, Tachung Bayan Cat Sauce. Of course he was also taken aback, why it was cat sauce, and then he didn't pay attention. But then, Lin Shan regretted why the school mascot Tachung Bayan Cat Sauce helped him press his feet. Lin Shan was more comfortable being pressed by the cat sauce. He laughed and let go, then turned his head and said to the president of senior sister Lia's, "President, I haven't played dodgeball for a long time. No, I know how to play, because I was still a primary school student at that time." At this time, the president of Ria's senpai was the blonde and beautiful young boy Yudo Kiba, and the two were doing standard dodgeball moves, and threw the volleyball around. The president of Lia's senpai smiled and caught the volleyball thrown by Yudo Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy, and said, "It's actually a use of volleyball. It's very simple, because hitting the target is considered a winner, so the rules are more important. The simpler the better. As long as the opponent hits the body, even if it loses the game, even if we choose the gym, it is also good to prevent other 277 outsiders. The people who came into the game disrupted our game. It was not like yesterday that the Muggle students directly caused me and Kangna to erase so many memories, and we were exhausted." After speaking, the president of Ria's senpai throws the volleyball in her hand to Yudo Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy. The blonde Yudo Kiba smiled and took the volleyball thrown by the president of Lia's senpai, and said with a smile, "Now Asia should also learn it right away." After finishing talking, the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba looked at the situation of the beautiful blonde girl Aisha, and it was still a bit difficult to see there. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba shook his head with a smile, and threw the volleyball to the president of Ria's senpai. As for the beautiful blonde girl Aisha, it is Ria's assistant Zunai senpai who takes care of her, and she and Aisha follow the movement of splitting their legs with big legs. The blonde beautiful girl Aisha was sweating profusely by pressing her legs into the big splits, and shouted in pain, "Oh, it's really not working, my legs are about to break." Work harder, it will be all right soon. Li Yassi's assistant Zunai senator said with a smile, and when she finished speaking, she continued to press down on the back of the blonde beautiful girl Aisha. Aisha made another screaming sound. Chapter 456 The Battle of the Stadium. Try harder, it will be all right soon. Lia's assistant Zunai senpai said with a smile. After she finished speaking, she continued to press down on the back of the blonde beautiful girl Axia, causing Axia to scream again and again. "Oh, it hurts. It doesn't work." Asia painfully slapped the wooden board of the gymnasium with her hands, but her screams were of no avail. Instead, senior sister Zunai worked harder. Don't forget senior sister Zunai's abusive characteristics. Isn't that right? When sister Zunai, assistant to the president of Rias, heard the screams of Asia. She suddenly smiled brighter and pressed more vigorously. Lin Shan looked here, but it was painful. He murmured, "Wow, this is what it is. Does it take such a hard work? Why not let me press the legs of Asia? It will be very gentle, hee." Huh? The school mascot Tachung Bayan Cat Sauce is here. When she was pressing Lin Shan's legs, she suddenly saw Lin Shan didn't even try to do leg-splitting exercises, and she was still there. He has a smirk on his face. The school's mascot, Tachung Bayan Cat Sauce, always treats Lin Shan as a bad man in his heart. Naturally, he thinks that Lin Shan must be thinking about something bad, which is simply too bad. Yeah. The school mascot Tachung Bayan Xiaoxiaozhang frowned, and the anger came up. As for Lin Shan, he hasn't noticed the ferocious expression of Tachung Bayan Cat Sauce, the school mascot who helped him press his legs behind him. The school mascot Tachung Bayan Cat Sauce doesn't care about Lin Shan anymore, just press it hard. Ah, 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 Lin Shan's screams resounded through the gym in an instant. And it was still at night. Suddenly several classmates from far away were walking. Suddenly they were trembling with the tragic screams, and they quickly ran away in fright. Back here, Lin Shan was clutching his waist and legs. He came to the side awkwardly and gently took a piece of Yowking from his school bag and attached it to himself. The school mascot here, Tachung Bayan Cat Sauce, found that there was a large stack of strange white cloth strips in Lin Shan's school bag, and she immediately took it out curiously. Advertisement, what is this? The school mascot Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce held it in his hand and unfolded it, and found that the 3 characters Wei Yan Leon were embroidered on the long cloth strip. Headband, Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, the school mascot, said in shock. Lin Shan also saw it at this time, and then he patted his head and said with a grin, "Well, this is made by me in Asia." Lin Shan distributed all the 3 long white cloth strips embroidered with Wei Leon to everyone. The beautiful blonde boy Yudu Kiba took over the long white strip of cloth embroidered with 3 red characters of Wei Leon, frowned and said in amazement, "Hey, I didn't expect Lin Shan-kun to make this." Li Yasi's assistant Zunai Senpei also took it over, smiled and looked down at the long white cloth with 3 red characters embroidered with Wei Leon, and said, "Oh, it looks great. It seems that everyone is very united." Lin Shan saw that everyone liked it very much. He smiled and scratched his head and said, This was done overnight." He turned to look at the president of Lia's Senpei, who was shocked and said, "Did you two sleep well?" Lin Shan scratched his head and said seriously, "You and Zunai Senpei have worked so hard for us." Today, there are also 2 companions, Xiao Maozhong and Kiba Yudu, who also came to help. This makes me and Asia feel sad, so we have to make at least a little contribution, in order to do something useful for everyone. This is a piece of my heart in Asia. Be willing. The president of Senior Sister Lia's heard this and looked at the long white strip of cloth embroidered with the 3 red characters of Wei Leon in her hand with a smile, and she was definitely a little excited in her heart. This can be regarded as a precious gift from Lin Shan. The long white cloth embroidered with the 3 red characters of Guai Leon is made by Lin Shan, but the name of this Guai Leon is. The president of Senior Sister Rias smiled and asked, "Who came up with this strange name?" I came up with it." Lin Shan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. In fact, he originally wanted to embroider it according to the name of the Occult Research Society, but found that the number of words made the cloth strips not long enough and it consumes a lot of red lines, and there is no alternative but to simplify and shorten it. After thinking about it, the name of the Occult Research Group was shortened to Guai Leon, abbreviated as GLI. Advertisement. This is indeed a lot of grades at once. Is there a tall one? Of course Lin Shan didn't feel it at the time. He was only trying to shorten the number of words in the occult research community. He never expected that his small move would make it a long time in the future that the occult research community has been studying Wei Li research outside the name. Now, Lin Shan here sees that everyone is so serious about holding the 3 long white cloth strips embroidered with Wei Leon in red and saying nothing. Lin Shan became a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and asked. No, the president of Senior Sister Lia's shook her head with a smile and said seriously, "It's very delicate, Lin Shan-kun. It's just that, we think this is a bit expensive." A bit reluctant to wear it on the head. "Oh, I feel a little embarrassed suddenly. What kind of blame is there?" Lin Shan blushed and scratched his head. Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, the mascot of the school here, also gleamed in his eyes and looked at Lin Shan with a smile. Shan-kun can still think about Jiao producing such a good thing. It's really great. Lia's assistant Zunai Senpei was also there, nodded excitedly, smiled and said, "Then all of us wrap this weird cloth on our heads. Let us unite Ishan and work hard." Yes. Everyone nodded with laughter, and excitedly picked up their own 3 long white cloth strips embroidered with Wei Leon and wrapped them around their heads. When they were about to wrap the long white strip of cloth embroidered with the 3 red characters of Guai Leon, suddenly the door of the gymnasium opened and heard the voice of the heroic student council president Kang Na. The heroic president of the student union, Kang Na, yelled to the president of Senior Sister Rias, "I'm really sorry, I have kept you waiting for so long." Lin Shan and the president of Rias Senpei, Zunai Senpei, Asia and Yudo Kiba, everyone looked over there. That, is the headband a bit too rustic? So you guys. Chapter 457. Isn't it like this in the past? Standing at the door, the heroic president of the student union, Kang Na, toward the president of Senior Sister Rias, shouted incomparably clear. "I'm so sorry, I've kept you waiting for so long." Lin Shan, the president of Lia's senpai, Zunai senpai, Asia, and Kiba Yuto, everyone looked over there. In an instant, I saw the heroic president of the student union, Kang Na, leading a group of 8 members of the student union toward him. All of their heroic appearances are so energetic, it seems that they are really bad people. And they are also wearing very neat sportswear, it seems they are going to have a big fight tonight. Furthermore, the stadium was banned tonight, and no outsiders or ordinary muggles came in to interfere with their game. Then it can be said that every person on the scene may be let go, and they are impatiently rubbing their hands and may use magical abilities to defeat their opponents at any time. Soon everyone in Lin Shan hurriedly put on the headband, and they all became very united. This is also the difference between them and the student union members. Number 277 headband cloth strips are all student union members. Everyone has their own countermeasures, and each stands in its own place, because it's a dodgeball. Lin Shan became a dodge member standing in the middle of the field. Because each pair had 4 dodge members, Lin Shan's side was Lin Shan became a dodge member, as well as the president of Lia's and the president of the senior sister. His assistant Zhu Nai Senpai and the school mascot Tachung Bai Cat Sauce, 4 of them appeared on the stage. The remaining offensive members from the outside are these 2, the blonde doctor and the beautiful nanny Aisha fights against the blonde and the beautiful boy Kiba Yu. Suddenly, Lin Shan's teammates on their side are really weak, the blonde and beautiful boy Kiba Yuto and the blonde doctor and beautiful girl nanny Aisha. Ding! There was silence around, and the air was filled with an extremely solemn chill. Lin Shan here couldn't help but swallow deeply, Guru. Just as Lin Shan calmed down a bit, suddenly a blue-haired woman from the student union suddenly started to serve the opponent. Advertisement Lin Shan doesn't know what the other party's name is, so let's call her blue-haired girl for the time being. The blue-haired girl looked very powerful. Her eyes shone sharply, grabbing the volleyball in her hand and aiming at the school mascot Tachung Bai Kitten Sauce she had seen before, because the school mascot Tachung Bai Kitten Sauce looks relatively weak, very bully. Ho ha! Look at my vibrating ball. The blue-haired girl slammed the volleyball at the school mascot, Tachung Bai Cat Sauce. The volleyball thrown by the blue-haired girl this time was specially processed by her. The ultra-high-frequency vibrating ball makes it impossible to see where the volleyball is, but it is swinging back and forth. If Lin Shan is called to pick it up, it is probably abolished. This is too scary. Lin Shan shouted in horror. The school mascot, Tachung Bai Kitten Sauce, was also unable to reach out to catch the shock volleyball that came over suddenly, because it was impossible to determine where the shock ball was. Oh! The school mascot Tachung Bai Kitten Sauce exclaimed. At this time, the vibration ball had reached her eyes and hit her clothes in front of her. In an instant, the vibration volleyball directly touched the school mascot. Tachung Bai Cat's clothes were shattered by the shock. The school's mascot, Tachung Bai Cat Sauce, would be eliminated without returning any mobile phones. Lin Shan was shocked to see this. They're simply unfavorable here. Hey, it's going to be dangerous now. Lin Shan wiped his forehead with cold sweat. The referee here saw that the school mascot, Tachung Bai Kitten Sauce, did not catch the volleyball that fell from her, and naturally determined that she had lost the game and entered the peripheral offensive player. Bea, out. The referee raised the red flag and shouted. The school mascot Tachung Bai Cat Sauce shook his head helplessly. After Lin Shan saw it, he was also very shocked. He never expected that Guai Tank Girl Cat Sauce would be the first to be hit and eliminated. Little Cat Sauce, Lin Shan looked at the strange Force Tank Girl Cat Sauce with a worried expression on her face. The president of Lia's senpai slammed her hands up, pretending to be relaxed, and said, "Small, don't worry." Advertisement, wow, the extremely strange volleyball turned into a blue sphere in an instant, and rushed towards the president of Lia's senpai. The president of senior sister Rias, she looked up at the heroic student council president Kangna, her sharp eyes slammed into the heroic student council president Kangna's eyes, and the heroic student council president Kangna couldn't help but stunned. Lin Shan yelled anxiously. Be careful. In an instant, the clothes of President Rias senpai's whole body were twisted by the shock of the airwave. The president of Lia's senpai raised her eyebrows, and her vicious expression appeared. It seemed that she was going to be serious. Although the president of Rias senpai's hands touched the volleyball infused with the magical sai thrown out by the vice chairman of the student union, Shinra Tsubakahime, her hands began to explode continuously from that moment. Suddenly, the vice president of the student union, Chunji Jinra, continued to bless the volleyball magic with one hand and shouted, "Look at me, sigh of remembrance." In volleyball, the opponent came first to attack, and the vice chairman of the student union, Chunji Jinra, had her turn to get the volleyball to attack. Kangna, the heroic student council president of the enemy camp, saw that the president of Lia's senpai actually caught the volleyball injected by the magical sai of remembrance. I caught Chunji's volleyball with the magic of reminiscences and sais. It's amazing. Puff. Just as the president of Lia's senpai caught the volleyball injected with the magical sai thrown by the vice president of the student union Jura Tsubaki with both hands, the whole stadium made a muffled sound instantly, showing how powerful that force is. Lin Shan raised his hand and caressed his heart, murmured, "I'm dear, are you guys playing dodgeball? Why didn't you play with me in the past?" Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After speaking, the school mascot Tachung Bai Kitten Sauce turned around and went to the outer position to stand. Huh, the vice president of the student union Genra Chunji snorted coldly. Her next target is the president of Lia's senpai. The school mascot, Tachung Bayan cat sauce, lowered his head to look at his crumpled clothes, and said in a naive way. No problem. Next, I will become an offensive member of the periphery. Next, for Lin Shan's side, it's a bit trickier. The president of Lia's senpai sighed deeply. Similarly, Lin Shan was so scared that his heart finally fell. It was horrible. Chapter 458 Terrible Project. The president of Lia's senpai, she raised her head to look at the heroic student council president Kang Na. The sharp eyes slammed into the eyes of the heroic student union president Kang Na, and the heroic student union president Kang Na couldn't help being stunned. The president of senior sister Ria sneered and said, "Who do you think I am? Don't underestimate me, but I'm going to get serious." After the president of Lia's senpai finished speaking, she just threw the volleyball that she had just caught without injecting any magic into it. Lin Shan was stunned when he saw it, and wanted to remind the president Lia C. senpai. Suddenly he saw the volleyball thrown by the president of Lia's senpai, and a huge bloody magic circle appeared around him. A bloody light flashed through the eyes of the president of senior sister Rias, and the volleyball was directly injected into a bloody magic circle in the air. In an instant, the volleyball galloping in the air suddenly mutated into a black dragon wave, roaring towards a female member of the student union. Hey! A female member of the student union was also a small roll deliberately. She was stunned for a moment, and even brought black dragon wave towards her, and just like the president of senior sister Rias, she caught it with both hands. But this female member of the student union thought too much. The president of senior sister Rias was a black dragon wave, too underestimated. The president of senior sister Rias also naturally smiled coldly. Everyone saw that a female member of the student union had just touched the volleyball that turned into a black dragon wave with her hands, and she bounced out. Oh, I hate it. I lost like this. I'm really unwilling. A female member of the student union was protecting her body with her hands. It's a pity that everything is over. The evasive member who failed to push out the inner circle became the outer attack member. Then the black dragon wave volleyball disappeared and fell directly into the hands of an enemy female attacker. She threw it directly at Lin Shan and shouted, "Lin Shan-kun, I attacked you." Lin Shan was staring at the girl who was attacked by high longbow volleyball over there at this time, completely unaware of the situation behind him. Advertisement. But thanks to Lee Yasi's assistant to the president, Zhu Nai's senpai jumped up and came directly behind Lin Shan to catch the volleyball attacking Lin Shan. Fortunately, the offensive volleyball did not bless any magic. If blessed, it is estimated that Lin Shan may be eliminated. Lin Shan suddenly felt a cold wind behind him. Oh, Lin Shan just reacted, yelling and turning his head to look over. Lia's assistant Zhu Nai's senpai caught the offensive volleyball at this time and smiled and said to Lin Shan, "It's a good time. Lin Shan-kun can't be so careless." Lin Shan immediately bowed apologetically and shouted, "I'm sorry, I just lost my mind. I'm sorry senior sister Zhu Nai. Thank you senior sister Zhu Nai for her help to withstand the volleyball. Well, pay attention next time. If you are not careful, you may be attacked." Lia's assistant Zhu Nai's senpai playfully patted the volleyball with a smile. Hey! After Ria's assistant Zhu Nai's senpai, she turned her head abruptly and shouted at the student council members. Next, let Ria's senpai attack. After speaking, Lia's assistant Zhu Nai's senpai threw the volleyball in her hand to the president of Ria's senpai. The president of Lia's senpai took over the volleyball from her assistant Zhu Nai's senpai and said with a sneer, "Hey, I will attack more fiercely next." In an instant, the flames in the entire gymnasium measured 4 times, and the screams and screams of violent storms continued. It was really noisy. Sigh of memory finally reached the highest peak. The vice president of the student union, Chunji Jinra, broke out in the entire gymnasium. Asia is okay. She won't be attacked by this horrible volleyball when she is on the periphery, but Lin Shan, who is still attacked by magic volleyball in the middle, is so scared that she sweats profusely and said with a grin. This is already unclear what kind of game it is. Is this going to be demolished? It's horrible." So scared Lin Shan quickly turned around and ran away, but the terrifying magical volleyball behind him kept chasing behind him. Lin Shan ran back and shouted screaming. Why, keep chasing me." Advertisement. When the president of senior sister Lia's saw this, she hurriedly shouted, "Lin Shan-kun, hurry up and dodge." The back and forth attacks of these violent magic volleyballs almost made the whole stadium begin to falter. Indeed, Lin Shan became panicked, because the horrible offenses of the heroic student union president made Lin Shan even more frightened. It is good to be defeated, but the feeling of being attacked by magic volleyball is extremely uncomfortable. No, Lin Shan heard the heroic student union president Kang Na suddenly exerting a magnificent move over there, yelling, "CD flow burst projection." Lin Shan and the blonde doctor and beautiful nurse Aisha were horrified to see that magic volleyball was like a cannonball. It directly smashed through the windows of the gymnasium, flew to the starry sky, and disappeared in a flash. Even Lin Shan saw waves of ground targeting. Fortunately, they were still well measured. Otherwise, it is estimated that the entire stadium is full of pits and pits like a war ransacked. "Nani? Don't play like that. This is over," Lin Shan screamed in fright. "Yeah, I see." Kang Na, the president of the Yingqi student union, nodded directly, holding the volleyball in both hands and staring at Lin Shan, who was panicking. In an instant, the magic volleyball blessed by the sigh of memory was directly resisted by the president of Lia's senpai, and the magic volleyball almost knocked down the gymnasium. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shan saw that the magical volleyball thrown by the heroic student council president Kang directly turned into a twisted noodle back and forth. Where's volleyball? Point zero seeking flowers. The blonde doctor and beautiful nanny Aisha was so scared that she held her head in her hands, and said in tears, "Oh, it turns out that dodgeball is such a terrible competitive sport." Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong directly shouted to the heroic Student Union President Kang Na, "President, let's get rid of Lin Shan first, he belongs to the weakest of them." After Lin Shan heard it, he dodged at a right angle and ran to the other side, but the terrifying magical volleyball was like a tracking missile, which flew over Lin Shan's asterisk directly. Spoon. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running, of course. Lin Shan was lucky enough to persist until now, which also made the yellow-haired boy among the members of the student council on the opposite side very angry. 12 NP Chapter 459 I always like to turn men into prawns. That terrifying magical volleyball is like a tracking missile, directly following Lin Shan's A. No, I can't dodge it at all, Lin Shan screamed. After that, Lin Shan really couldn't help but lay on the ground all of a sudden, and the terrifying magical volleyball directly wiped his A asterisk and flew over. It was really breathtaking. Lin Shan breathed out a little, and suddenly saw that the terrifying magic volleyball turned a big circle and rushed towards him. What? Ow, no. Lin Shan quickly got up, pulled his leg and continued running. Oh, Lin Shan was tortured by this terrifying magical volleyball and began to circle him, which made Lin Shan tortured completely ignorant of east, west, north and south. As the star turned towards him, he didn't even know how this terrifying magical volleyball was going to attack him, so he could only catch the blind and start running. When Lin Shan was about to turn around and escape, suddenly that terrifying magical volleyball appeared in front of Lin Shan and directly hit Lin Shan's lower part. Dang! Hit the key very simply and loudly. Oh, everyone was breathing cold as they watched, and they all felt pain for Lin Shan. It was too miserable. Lin Shan directly lost his mobility in pain. He rolled on the ground like dried shrimps and became painful. He couldn't even scream out. Yeah, Lin Shan clutched the vitals. The severe pain directly made Lin Shan dizzy, and his brain was full of severe pain. It's over. Everything is over, it's over. Lin Shan lay there like a godless shrimp, his body trembled, and a group of girls didn't dare to look at them. The red-haired senior sister Liz crossed her hands in front and looked at Lin Shan lying there in shock. She didn't expect the other party to be so cruel. As for Lin Shan, he only felt that he was going to die. Suddenly a hand was gently applied to his head, and he said gently, "I will treat Lin Shan-kun with the smile of the Virgin. Let me see the wound." Advertisement, huh? Oh, Asia, it's not possible. Lin Shan was shocked in his heart. The blonde doctor beautiful girl nurse Aisha is such a simple girl, a cute and innocent girl is so cute. She actually, cough. Lin Shan was so scared that he sat up with a cold face. Now he is playing, and he no longer thinks about distracting thoughts. He clutched the painful place, shyly shook his head and continued. Girl, I will get better on my own soon, I don't need to use your artifact to treat it. He resisted the pain and pretended to be okay. Yan tremblingly stood up, and said with a strong smile, Look, is it okay? Oh, but if that's the case, are you really fine? Look at Lin Shan-kun's forehead is swaying a lot. The blonde doctor and the beautiful nanny Aisha said with a worried look on her face, and she looked straight at Lin Shan's painful position. This made Lin Shan dodge Aisha's gaze and hurriedly said in shame, It's really okay, haha, my body's recovery ability is still good, I really don't want to help me. After hearing this, the blonde doctor and beautiful nanny Aisha said in a very pure and weak voice, Then there is no way. The school's mascot, Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, said naively next to him, Well, there will indeed be unspeakable scenes, so let's stop it. I think so too. Lin Shan scratched his head with a wry smile, and then he turned his head and said thankfully to the blonde doctor and beautiful nurse Aisha, Thank you, Aisha's kindness, really don't need it. Yeah. The blonde doctor and beautiful nanny Aisha nodded a little disappointedly. The president of senior sister Liz nodded here and said, Then Lin Shan-kun, please take a good rest now. Yeah, okay, thank you, the president. Lin Shan nodded, and then he was helped by the blonde doctor and beautiful nurse Aisha, and came to the side with a grin to rest. The president of Lia's senpai turned around and said to everyone who was still able to fight, Everyone, remember that we are fighting for revenge for Lin Shan-kun being attacked to the point. We must work harder to defeat the students in the student union. The assistant to the president of Rias, Zunai senpai, heard that the president of Rias senpai, she immediately brought in the character, raised her hand and clenched her fist, and shouted righteously. Well, you can't let it. Lin Shan-kun sacrificed so unexplainably. Advertisement, yes. We want to avenge the wasted Lin Shan-kun, the blonde Yudo Kiba also said with a heavy tone. This made Lin Shan, who walked aside, suddenly became bitter. Lousy is it so weak. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong was directly like slime, squatting on the ground with vital parts, shaking a few times from time to time. In an instant, the violent volleyball appeared directly on the key part of the Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong, which was almost the same as the part where Lin Shan was injured before. The school mascot Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce saw this guy and murmured, Then you. The school's mascot, Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, also said in a naive way, of course. 0. When Lin Shan heard this, he turned his head angrily and shouted at these guys. I'm not dead yet. Really, it's like I've really passed away. It's numb, hissing, and it hurts. Lin Shan's teammates were sighing for Lin Shan's sacrifice. But her meow eyes were looking back and forth, as if looking for prey. Boom. Lin Shan finished speaking angrily, and continued to slowly leave the battlefield in the middle. The first to get the volleyball offense was the school mascot Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, and she stood there motionless with a harmless look on her face. The dodgeball battle here will continue. When the female referee saw that everyone was ready to take their place, she picked up the whistle and blew it directly. Plop, during this period, there was no sound at all, and he suddenly appeared on the poor student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong. The student union secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong was directly hit and turned into a big shrimp. After that, the school mascot Tachung Bayan Kitten let out a soft hey. The volleyball in her hand was directly distorted and transformed into a bullet because the speed of 4.7 was too fast. Buzzing. The whistle at the beginning of the dodgeball game finally sounded. At this time, a guy who was good or bad, first said proudly, "Come on." Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong was trembling all over, and he didn't dare to move. The terrifying volleyball hit made him feel that every bone in his body was chapter 460 win. The president of Senior Sister Lia's saw the Student Union Secretary Huang Mao Shi Shilong directly like slime, squatting on the ground with vital parts, which is regarded as the other party's loss. She let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Oh, it seems that you are the only one left. Realize it, President Kang Na. Kang Na, the president of the heroic student union here, didn't realize what was wrong. She still smiled coldly over there and said, you think too much, Lias, now the victory and defeat has just begun. Time is up. Buzzing. Suddenly the female referee here shouted directly, and then blew the dodgeball. The game ended. Huh? The heroic student council president Kang looked at the female referee in the timetable next to her in shock. It was indeed the end of the dodgeball game. Buzz. The whistle sounded at the end of the game, and now the advantage of dodgeball on the court is obvious. Lin Shan got the voice, because Lin Shan's teammates were left on the court with Lia's senpai President Ten and Lia's president assistant Zunai senpai, while the student council member on the other side was only left with one. The heroic president of the student union, Kang Na, stood firm there, and all her teammates were sacrificed. Hearing this, Lin Shan happily jumped up hand in hand with the blonde doctor and beautiful nurse Aisha next to her. We did it! Lin Shan shouted cheeringly. The blonde doctor and beautiful girl nanny Aisha also jumped and shouted happily. You won, hee. The president of Senior Sister Lia's here didn't have any room to react to the heroic student council president Kang, and he smiled and said, well, then let's do things as agreed. Let's find out first. The summoning contract is a demon. The heroic president of the student union, Kang Na, heard this and shook his head helplessly. It was now a foregone conclusion. She said softly, of course, hey, although it is a pity that we did not win, we still have a good time. Of course, I wish you success in the contract. Well, I'll write more. The president of Senior Sister Lia's responded with a smile. Advertisement however, she saw the heroic student union president Kang Na suddenly turned her head to look at herself, and said with a smile, however, if it is not this kind of leisurely game but an assessment of the level of competition, I will definitely not lost. Oh, I see, you are the best. Senior Sister Leah smiled and filled her hands, but when she changed her voice, she also responded with a serious voice, of course, if it's really a level assessment game, me too, I can't lose to you, childhood sweetheart, but it must be a long time ago. The heroic student union president Kang Na shook her little shoulders, and said with a smile, that's what I said, so this time it's hard for you. No matter how you say it, your side will be the main force of our demon camp in the future. What? After speaking, Kang Na, the president of the heroic student union, turned and left with a smile. Of course, the poor student union secretary Huang Mao Shishilong was also carried away from the gym by their student union members. Lin Shan stood there silently looking at the back of them leaving. He seemed to have heard something just now, that is, what the heroic student council president Kang Na said to senior sister Rias about an evaluation level game. Assess the game? What is it? Lin Shan muttered in wonder. The president of senior sister Lia's came to Lin Shan gently and said with a smile. You are still a newcomer now, you will know in the future. Oh, that's how it is. The president of senior sister Rias exhaled deeply and yelled. Now we have succeeded, then let's go back to the occult research club to celebrate tonight. Zunai, you go and prepare the ingredients. Lin Shan and Kiba Yudu, a beautiful young boy with a blonde hair, cheered directly when they heard it. They really like gatherings or something. Oye, the dinner is clear, Yudu Kiba yelled happily. Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce, the mascot of the Snack Goods Academy next to it, yelled. Finally there are a lot of delicious foods. The group of 6 returned to the occult research community to celebrate their small victory. Advertisement at this time, the assistant to the president of Rias, Zunai Senpai, had already brought out a lot of food and red wine for celebration. The president of Sister Lia's was ready when she saw it, and she lifted up the red wine to everyone and said, everyone lifted it up. This time we beautifully defeated the student union. Our occult research club finally won back a victory. President, haven't you won before? Lin Shan asked quickly, but then he felt that he was a little too talkative, so he hurriedly covered his mouth and gave himself a few shots. I'm sorry, I talk more. Lin Shan apologized to the president of Lee Yasi and apologized to everyone. What a joyous atmosphere of celebration. Lin Shan couldn't be happy with a word. The president of Lee's senpai glanced at Lin Shan angrily and said, you are also true. In the past, our number of people was too big. Of course, they will win repeatedly, but now it's different. So those in the past are in the past, and we are now moving towards a more glorious tomorrow. Aura. Ola. Everyone cheered and clinked glasses happily. Lin Shan also turned to smile and touched the glasses with 280 people one by one, and everyone drank happily.
The president of Leah's senpai took a sip of red wine and exhaled a deep breath of bad breath. She felt that she was relieved a lot at once.
She pursed her mouth and smiled. Well, in fact, this is all thanks to everyone. We have won today's victory, and we will win more times in the future. Yeah, but elder sister, that, Lin Shan wanted to say something. Suddenly everyone cast cold glances, all wanting to eat him. In particular, the talking eyes of the president of Leah's senpai directly held back what Lin Shan was about to say. Lin Shan was so scared that he lowered his head like a little quail. It should be said that it was a babbling little milk dog. He murmured, ahem, I didn't say anything. The beautiful blonde boy Yudu Kiba next to him gently picked up the long white headband with 3 red characters embroidered with Wei Lian in his hand, and said to Lin Shan, actually, you were hit halfway and left the field, but you gave it to Lin Shan. Everyone made this headband, but it has boosted everyone's morale a lot. This can be regarded as Lin Shan, you have done a lot. Senior sister Zunai, assistant to the president of Rias, also nodded with a smile. Ah, yes, this is also the credit of Lin Shan-kun. Chapter 461 Start preparing to catch the servitor. Senior sister Zunai, assistant to the president of Rias, also nodded with a smile. Ah, yes, this is also Lin Shan-kun's great contribution. I'm really embarrassed. Lin Shan stood there silly scratching his head. The blonde doctor and beautiful girl Nanny Aisha said with great joy, Lin Shan sees Kun as the best. In fact, part of this headband is also attributed to Aisha. Lin Shan hurriedly took credit for the blonde doctor and beautiful girl nurse Aisha. In any case, this long white headband with 3 red characters embroidered with strange Leon is also available. Not a person's credit. The blonde doctor and the beautiful nurse Aisha shook her head with a smile, and said softly, but this long white headband embroidered with 3 red characters, Lin Shan-kun had also come up with the business idea. If it weren't for Lin Shan-kun, I don't know how to make an idea, will I? Haha, this is what I said. Lin Shan laughed a little embarrassedly. The school mascot Tachung Bayan Kitten Sauce also nodded with a smile. She is the least talkative of everyone, because her mouth is full of delicious food, and she is busy stuffing her mouth vigorously. Lin Shan was laughing silly, and the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba beside him took Lin Shan's hand excitedly, and said with a smile. I see, I'm very good at talking. Now help you get back to the scene. Do you want to thank me? Although you are not a handsome guy, but I still help you in front of you. Do you think about it? Why repay me? Oh, let go. I'm a straight man. I don't like handsome men. Lin Shan hurriedly withdrew his hand, but was still pulled by the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba with a smile, which made Lin Shan weep uncomfortably. Suddenly Lin Shan's important treasure drew everyone's laughter. Everyone happily ate food and drank fine wine, celebrating their small victory in the competition with the student union. Each has no concept of time anymore. The president of Leah's senpai here uses magic power to clear her drunkenness, smiles and looks at everyone who is a little drunk, and shook her head helplessly. Advertisement. The president of Leah's senpai waved his hand and released the magic circle so that everyone gradually sobered up, and everyone's drunkenness was almost eliminated. The president of Leah's senpai said to everyone, don't delay business because of alcohol. Yes, we have to look for the summoning to be the envoy. Lin Shan shuddered and quickly got up from his seat. Sister Zunai, the assistant to the president of Rias, nodded her head with a smile, and said softly. Well, we really can't delay the time. If we quickly catch the demon, it will be considered a real victory. The devil is our reward for this competition. Yeah. The school mascot Tachung Bayan Kitten nodded immediately. She absolutely didn't want to suffer a loss. If she suffered a loss, it is estimated that she would not be able to sleep all night. Oye, let's catch the envoy. Lin Shan responded with an excited smile. The president of Leah's senpai nodded over there, and said to her assistant Zunai senpai, then let's go over now. Okay, president. After Leah's president assistant Zunai senpai finished speaking, she opened her hands to activate the magic teleportation array. The blonde doctor and beautiful girl nurse Aisha heard this, and suddenly became a little nervous, because she was not ready yet. She asked weakly, do you want to go now? Of course. The president of Leah's senpai gently explained, if it weren't for the full moon night, it would be hard to see the summoning. Summoning? What is it? Lin Shan asked curiously. At this moment, they were already standing on the magic teleportation array. The president of Leah's senpai can enter the teleportation mode at any time. When she finally teleported, she smiled and told Lin Shan and said, it is the existence of summoning that communicates with the ambassador space, and you will know it by then. In an instant, they came directly to a strange place in the activation magic teleportation circle of the president of Leah's senpai. Lin Shan looked up and found that it was very strange here. There were weird trees growing everywhere, and they all emitted bursts of red light, and the control was also filled with magic. Advertisement. This place seems to give Lin Shan an illusion that it is not the world before. This place? It's weird, Lin Shan said with a glance. Everyone looked at it too, but they didn't reveal any surprised expressions. Of course, the blonde doctor and beautiful girl Nanny Aisha also showed a shocked and scared expression. In any case, she was the first time like Lin Shan to come to this scary place. The assistant to the president of Rias, Zunai Senpei, heard Lin Shan's question, and she explained with a smile. This is the place where the ambassador is summoned. The blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudu also stretched his fingers around and smiled relaxedly and said to Lin Shan, "Don't worry about it. This place is still very safe. Basically, our previous ambassadors are also obtained here. Of course, there are also times of failure, depending on your luck." Yeah. Tachung Bayin Kitten, the mascot of the school, nodded over there. After she said that, she took out a piece of candy from her pocket and ate it. "I will forget to recharge my body." Lin Shan still looked at the weird trees around with a little worry and muttered, "Seriously, I always feel as if something pops out at any time, which makes people so uneasy." At this time, Lin Shan also sweat on his forehead, and the blonde doctor and beautiful Nanny Aisha next to him naturally couldn't get better there. She looked at her surroundings with worry and fear, and tremblingly pulled the corner of Lin Shan's clothes, with money, and said softly, yes, it is good for people here, so I'm worried about it." They had just finished talking. Suddenly a man's voice came from deep in the weird forest, shouting at them, "Caught it." Oh. The blonde doctor and the beautiful Nanny Aisha screamed in fright. She clung to Lin Shan's clothes and seemed to be too frightened to let go. Lin Shan also shivered in fright, yelling in that direction, "Oh, who, come out for me." Lin Shan and the blonde doctor and beautiful girl nurse Aisha were very scared, but everyone behind them did not panic at all. At this moment, Lin Shan heard a creaking sound from above the weird tree pole not far from them. Lin Shan quickly looked up and saw a guy dressed like a traveler, standing on the tall branch poles incomparably cool, looking down at them contemptuously. Chapter 462 Water Spirit. Lin Shan quickly looked up and saw a guy dressed like a traveler. The guy was standing on the tall branch poles incomparably cool, looking down at them contemptuously, really wondering how that guy got up. Did it fly up, demon wings? I saw the traveler-like guy shouting very arrogantly, "I am the expert of the summoning envoy you are looking for to take the lead." Summoning's expert? The scum machine? Lin Shan looked up at the red-haired traveler guy above, and at the same time, he found another problem at this time, that is, the expert named Summoning's expert got his head. G's hair turned out to be the same blood-red hair as Rias Senpei. Is it a relative of Rias Senpei? This made Lin Shan a little skeptical. This is still very possible. Expert? Dreg's machine? The blonde doctor and beautiful girl Nanny Aisha here also covered her mouth and laughed vigorously. Who could call such a weird name? It's so funny. Summoning expert Zatoji heard that the following two little ghosts actually laughed at his name, and shouted angrily, "Hole, my name is Zachuji, not a Dreg's machine. I am really mad at me." Lin Shan thinks that joking is also necessary to have a head, not too much, he quickly said apologetic. "Oh, sorry, uncle, just now you were too far away from 280 and I had a bad ear, so I heard it wrong, sorry, hee." "What, uncle? Is my age so old?" Lin Shan, the expert of the psychic demon, Tachitoji, was screaming on the red tree trunk with impoverishment again. The magician expert got to the head and finally took a deep breath. He felt that the task was still important. He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, next, tonight is also very beautiful, the full moon. It's best for catching the demon to play. If I want to catch any demon can catch 100%, okay for me, that's a catch." At the end of the speech, the expert of the magician and demon made a triumphant gesture, which was indeed a bit twitchy. Advertisement Lin Shan was shocked and stared at him. In fact, he looked at it deliberately. This shows that this guy is very powerful. The catching demon can be 100%, bragging, Lin Shan muttered in a low voice. The assistant to the president of Li Yasi, Zunai Senpei, heard Lin Shan's whisper. She immediately smiled and covered her mouth, and said softly, "He is a well-known expert in grasping magic, Bea." "Really? Wow." Lin Shan exclaimed in shock, but his face didn't fluctuate at all, because he was given to Lei Qing by this weird summoning expert. Just when everyone was shocked, the summoning faculty expert here raised his head and raised his hand. He laughed and said, "Haha, okay, what kind of faculty do you want? Tell me, I will help you caught. Is it strong, fast, or poisonous? More cunning?" When Lin Shan heard this, he blushed with excitement and said, "Wow, then is there a kawaii envoy? It's a cute beauty type." Cut it all. Summoning ambassador expert Zatoji shook his fingers completely and looked down on there, and continued to say disdainfully, "That's why laymen don't understand these ambassadors." That's nonsense. If I understand, I won't be here." Lin Shan suddenly pulled his face and muttered unhappy. When the blonde doctor and the beautiful Nanny Aisha heard this, she immediately liked it. Summoning brought the magic expert to come to the side to let everyone appreciate the luminous lake. He said to Sister Zhang, "This lake is the magic lake, and there is a kind of lake called Wen. Tiny's water spirit enchantress. This kind of water spirit enchantress's characteristic is water magic power, which can increase the healing and purification effect." The blonde doctor and the beautiful Nanny Aisha heard that summoning expert Tachitoji agreed, and she immediately shouted with a smile, "Oh, thank you, summoning is great for Tachiji. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Everyone showed their surprised expressions. The assistant to the president of Rias, Zunai Senpei, said in surprise. Wow, this is just like a scene in a magic book. Advertisement Lin Shan here was also excited, turning his head and saying, wow, that's great, then can I get this kind of water spirit too? I can tell from the name that this water spirit envoy must be very awkward, pretty. Lin Shan, who had finished talking, is right there, YY is flowing out of her mouth. Oh, so there is so much knowledge. Lin Shan was immediately surprised when he heard this. He has learned it today, so after listening carefully, he fell into deep thought about choosing which kind of enchantress would be more suitable for him. The blonde doctor and the beautiful nanny Aisha here with her hands folded excitedly and asked the expert summoning to take the lead. Well, hello, the expert summoning, I also want a cute servitor. Lin Shan couldn't stand it anymore, looked viciously at the summoning enchanter expert and gritted his teeth and said, you guy, you are wearing colored glasses. The summoning expert here, Tang Tuji, said to the newcomer Lin Shan with disdain. It's only if you have to be useful and powerful. This is the most reasonable way to make up for their own defects. The blonde doctor and the beautiful nanny Aisha was so happy wherever she was. She jumped around and followed the summoning enchanter expert to take the lead to find her cute enchantress. The summoning magician expert Zatoji led him to a strange place. This strange summoning magician forest still has such a strange lake, and the lake illuminated by the moonlight emits bursts of fluorescence. The extremely beautiful lake makes everyone feel too magical. FCK, is the treatment so bad? Lin Shan was immediately taken over by this summoning enchanter expert. This guy is completely a bad guy, and he agrees with everything when he sees a beautiful woman, but it's his turn to postpone all kinds of things. It's just a guy who won't refuse to see a beautiful woman. In other words, is this also the charm of the blonde doctor and the beautiful nanny Aisha? I immediately fascinated the guy summoning, the expert of the magician, Zhantoji. Oh, he. Suddenly, the expert summoning enchantment expert Zatoji fluttered up there, and being praised by the cute little beauty was simply too useful. In an instant, Lin Shan saw that the summoning magician expert hit the head and suddenly turned into a pig brother. He grinned and said, well, I see, he. Chapter 463 almost blinded Lin Shan is over there, water is flowing out of the mouth. Lin Shan's heart was already full of water fairies at this time. The water fairy must be exuding transparent fluorescence all over her body, and she looked so holy, her whole body was as soft as water. Lin Shan shook his body and said with a smile, oh, it can be used as a portable cutie, cough cough, although I have bold ideas, I don't want to think too much. Lin Shan pretended to be affirmative and quickly wiped his saliva and returned to his normal state. He had just returned to normal, when the beautiful blonde boy Udokiba suddenly exclaimed, oh, look at what's happening on the lake. Huh? Lin Shan immediately glared at him and stared intently. Summoning, the expert in summoning, sees that the fluorescent lake is blooming more intensely. He immediately shouted excitedly. Oh, it seems that Shui Ling Wendini is about to show up, I'm going to be ready, NS. Oh, it's coming out. Lin Shan looked at the past nervously, and his mood became extremely excited again. Soon there was a figure shadow slowly rising from the place where the fluorescence was the brightest. It turned out to be from the back. Looking at the long hair and uneven figure, Lin Shan suddenly thought it was a beauty. Suddenly, the water spirit Wendini suddenly turned his head back, revealing huge scary muscles in an instant. Oh, just like a big bull, showing his muscles over there. Lin Shan, who was still smirking smirkly, directly froze on his face. Lin Shan grappled his mouth in shock, sweat and black lines on his forehead, and his heart felt uncomfortable.
What is this? This is the water spirit Wendini that male JS has eaten too much.
This is horrible. You can become a male bodybuilder model. Advertisement, however, the summoning envoy expert behind Lin Shan laughed and said with a smile, this is the Wendini water spirit deity. Lin Shan, who was shocked by the big bull, who is generally not male and female, waved Lin Shan again and again. He stepped back and said disgustedly, no, it looks like a fitness muscular man who is here to take a bath. What? Looking at the so-called Wendini water spirits standing there, still panting, with fierce faces, it is horrible that normal men are reluctant to choose this kind of existence.
Summoning caused the magic expert to get to the head and jokingly said, oh, good luck boy, this Wendini water spirit is a super rare species. Look at that piece of head and see that super attack power energy. It is almost full, a sense of security.
You want you to keep it, I'm not blessed to accept this kind of existence. Lin Shan quickly waved his hand and refused. Afterwards, Lin Shan held his head in pain, tears streaming out of uncomfortable tears, and shouted, it's not good, I don't want it. This is not the water spirit of the healing system at all, but the horror muscle system, what's super rare, it's almost 1,000 miles away from the original one. The summoning enchantment expert scratched his head and said next to him, well, Wendini water spirit is originally from the beauty department, don't you want it? Ming Wu Wu, where is the beauty department? I think your concept of beauty has deviated a little bit by 1,000 miles. After Lin Shan finished speaking, the whole person fell soft and said indifferently, the appearance of the Wendini water spirit is basically the existence I don't want the least. Oh, that's the case. Even if the recruiting fails this time, let's go to the next place. Summoning shook the shoulders of the magic expert to make head and shoulders, and said with a pity.
He turned around and led everyone in the other direction.
Lin Shan was frustrated at this time, unable to accept the horrible picture just now. The blonde doctor and beautiful nanny Aisha next to him looked at Lin Shan so pitifully, she felt distressed and comforted. The blonde doctor and beautiful nanny Aisha said softly, "But, that Wendini water spirit girl still has clear eyes, she must be a kind-hearted water spirit girl." Lin Shan couldn't accept it immediately. With a low face, he lowered his voice and said solemnly, "Please don't call the horrible sweaty man just now a girl." The summoning enchanter expert Takiji is leading everyone forward. Suddenly he stopped, and Lin Shan behind him almost met the summoning demon expert Takiji in front. The summoning enchanted the magic expert to head to the base station. Lin Shan was stunned. What's the matter? Advertisement. Wait, everyone is quiet. Summoning made the magic expert take the lead and replied solemnly. -0 seeking flowers. The summoning expert Zatoji nodded in front and said softly. This is the fairy dragon, a young dragon that can produce blue thunder and lightning. The late mature body is very powerful, and it is a dragon belonging to the thunder element system.
Such a cute little guy immediately fascinated the blonde doctor and beautiful nanny Aisha.
Oh, so cute. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Of course, the assistant to the president of Rias, Zunai Senpei, was behind, and said sourly. Oh, it's a pity that I now have a servant, this young dragon that releases blue thunder and lightning. Still a bit more suitable for me. Spoon. Yeah, that's right. Lin Shan immediately became curious. The surrounding area was the same as the Scarlet Forest where they had come before. There was no peculiar change at all, nor did he see any mountains, lakes or anything. When Yudo Kiba, the beautiful blonde boy behind, heard this, he was surprised and said, Ow, this is a pretty high-level spirit dragon. Lin Shan said in shock, Huh? Is it a young dragon? What a weird dragon. On the tree trunk high up in the front, there is a little animal with wings sitting at the end. It is a little blue, and it has gathered eyes and big eyes. It is very beautiful, and it looks a bit like the western dragon looks like a pair of dragon wings behind him. Asterisk. 0. Huh? Did it appear again? Oh, the blonde doctor and beautiful nurse Aisha saw it in surprise. The little guy here seemed to be standing there looking for some prey, making a burst of awe, and suddenly turned his head to look to the other side. Oh, what? Lin Shan looked at it curiously. Everyone behind him was surprised and looked in the direction of the summoning magician expert's head and fingers. Everyone was wondering what summoning expert Zatoji had discovered. The summoning expert Zatoji suddenly raised his head to look at the tall scarlet bush, excitedly raised his finger to the branch over there, and lowered it down. The voice said, Look over there. She watched attentively, smiled and said, Well, this is also the first time I have seen such a young dragon. The president of Lia's Senpei also cast his eyes excitedly. Chapter 464 Almost blinded Lin Shan is over there, water is flowing out of the mouth. Lin Shan's heart was already full of water fairies at this time. The water fairy must be exuding transparent fluorescence all over her body, and she looked so holy, her whole body was as soft as water. Lin Shan shook his body and said with a smile, Oh, it can be used as a portable cutie, cough cough, although I have bold ideas, I don't want to think too much. Lin Shan pretended to be affirmative and quickly wiped his saliva and returned to his normal state. He had just returned to normal, when the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba suddenly exclaimed, Oh, look at what's happening on the lake. Huh? Lin Shan immediately glared at him and stared intently. Summoning made the magic expert get to the head and saw that the fluorescent lake surface bloomed more intense fluorescence, and suddenly he excitedly shouted, Night 80 inches. Oh, it seems that the water spirit Wendini is about to show up. Oh, I'm going to be ready. Oh, it's coming out. Lin Shan looked at the past nervously, and his mood became extremely excited again. Soon there was a figure slowly rising from the place where the fluorescence was the brightest. It turned out to be from the back. Looking at the long hair and uneven figure, Lin Shan suddenly thought it was a beauty. Suddenly, the water spirit Wendini suddenly turned his head back, revealing huge scary muscles in an instant. Oh, just like a big bull, showing his muscles over there. Lin Shan, who was still smirking smirkly, directly froze on his face. Lin Shan grappled his mouth in shock, sweat and black lines on his forehead, and his heart felt uncomfortable. What is this? This is the water spirit Wendini that male JS has eaten too much. Advertisement This is horrible. You can become a male bodybuilder model. However, the summoning envoy expert behind Lin Shan laughed and said with a smile, This is the Wendini water spirit deity. Lin Shan, who was shocked by the big bull, who is generally not male and female, waved Lin Shan again and again. He stepped back and said disgustedly, No, it looks like a fitness muscular man who is here to take a bath. What? Looking at the so-called Wendini water spirits standing there, still panting, with fierce faces, it is horrible that normal men are reluctant to choose this kind of existence. Summoning caused the magic expert to get to the head and jokingly said, Oh, good luck boy, this Wendini water spirit is a super rare species. Look at that piece of head and see that super attack power energy, it is almost full. A sense of security. You want you to keep it, I'm not blessed to accept this kind of existence. Lin Shan quickly waved his hand and refused. Afterwards, Lin Shan held his head in pain, tears streaming out of uncomfortable tears, and shouted, It's not good, I don't want it. This is not the water spirit of the healing system at all, but the horror muscle system, what's super rare, it's almost 1,000 miles away from the original one. The summoning enchantment expert scratched his head and said next to him, well, Wendini Water Spirit is originally from the beauty department, don't you want it? Ming Wu Wu. Where is the beauty department? I think your concept of beauty has deviated a little bit by 1,000 miles. After Lin Shan finished speaking, the whole person fell soft and said indifferently, the appearance of the Wendini Water Spirit is basically the existence I don't want the least. Oh, that's the case. Even if the recruiting fails this time, let's go to the next place. Summoning shook the shoulders of the magic expert to make head and shoulders, and said with a pity. He turned around and led everyone in the other direction. Lin Shan was frustrated at this time, unable to accept the horrible picture just now. The blonde doctor and beautiful nanny Aisha next to him looked at Lin Shan so pitifully, she felt distressed and comforted. The blonde doctor and beautiful nanny Aisha said softly, but, that Wendini water spirit girl still has clear eyes, she must be a kind-hearted water spirit girl. Lin Shan couldn't accept it immediately. With a low face, he lowered his voice and said solemnly, please don't call the horrible sweaty man just now a girl. The summoning enchanter expert Takiji is leading everyone forward. Suddenly he stopped, and Lin Shan behind him almost met the summoning demon expert Takiji in front. Ah, the summoning enchanted the magic expert to head to the base station. Advertisement. Lin Shan was stunned. What's the matter? Wait, everyone is quiet. Zero. Summoning made the magic expert take the lead with a serious response. Huh? Did it appear again? Lin Shan immediately became curious. The surrounding area was the same as the Scarlet Forest where they had come before. There was no peculiar change at all, nor did he see any mountains, lakes or anything. Everyone was wondering what the summoning expert Zatoji had discovered. The summoning expert Zatoji suddenly raised his head to look at the tall blood-colored bush, excitedly raised his finger to the branch over there, and lowered it down. The voice said, look over there. Oh, what? Lin Shan looked at it curiously. Everyone behind him was surprised and looked in the direction of the summoning magician expert's head and fingers. Oh, the blonde doctor and beautiful nurse Aisha saw it in surprise. On the tree trunk high up in the front, there is a little animal with wings sitting at the end. It is a little blue, and it has gathered eyes and big eyes. It is very beautiful, and it looks a bit like the western dragon looks like a pair of dragon wings behind him. Such a cute little guy immediately fascinated the blonde doctor and beautiful nanny Aisha. Oh, so cute. The little guy here seemed to be standing there looking for some prey, making a burst of awe, and suddenly turned his head to look to the other side. Lin Shan said in shock, huh? Is it a young dragon? What a weird dragon. 4.7. Yeah, that's right. The summoning expert Zatoji nodded in front and said softly. This is the fairy dragon, a young dragon that can produce blue thunder and lightning. The late mature body is very powerful, and it is a dragon belonging to the thunder element system. When Yudo Kiba, a beautiful blonde boy behind, heard this, he was surprised and said, excuse me, this is a pretty high-level spirit dragon. The president of Lia's senpai also cast his eyes excitedly. She watched attentively, smiled and said, well, this is the first time I have seen such a young dragon. Of course, the assistant to the president of Rias, Zunai senpai, was behind, and said sourly, oh, it's a pity that I now have a servant, this young dragon that releases blue thunder and lightning. It's still a bit more suitable for me. Chapter 465 Super Rare Young Dragon. The assistant to the president of Rias, Zunai senpai, was behind, and said sourly, oh, it's a pity that I already have a servant now. This young dragon that releases blue thunder and lightning is still a bit more suitable for me. Yeah, let's see who this blue thunder and lightning young dragon likes. The president of senior sister Lia's smiled and said to the assistant Zunai senior sister next to her. The expert of summoning got to the head and said seriously, it is relatively easy to catch this thunder and lightning young dragon now, but when you grow up, you will not be able to catch it at all, because of the lightning element. The speed of the dragon is at the supersonic speed of electric galloping, and no one can catch it at all. Yeah, this is indeed very difficult to catch. Tachung Bayan Kittensauce, the mascot of the school here, responded with a simple response. She also likes this thunder and lightning young dragon very much. At this time, the assistant to the president of Rias, Zunai senpai, thought of something. She looked at Lin Shan and said softly, by the way, it seems that Lin Shan-kun also possesses a red dragon artifact. This thunder and lightning young dragon should be the same as Lin Shan. It is very suitable, is it? It turns out that it can still be like this, then okay, I'll just accept it all. Lin Shan said triumphantly. He suddenly raised his finger to the Thunder 10 electric elemental young dragon, and shouted, then it's you, the fairy dragon. Oh. Lin Shan turned his head in a panic and looked over, instantly shocked by the countless slugs in front of him. Asia. Lin Shan yelled hurriedly. Because the blonde doctor and beautiful girl nurse Aisha has the most disgusting things like slugs on her body, one by one looks like green jelly, and she keeps squirming. Looking at it is extremely disgusting. What made Lin Shan even more terrifying was that everyone around him was covered with a lot of green jelly snots, crawling on them all the time. The blonde doctor and beautiful nanny Aisha shouted uncomfortably. Oh, what the hell is this? It's disgusting. It seems that clean girls hate these things very much.
The blonde and beautiful young boy Kiba Yudo quickly summoned the magic sword and shouted, these are all slimes. B******************. D. Advertisement. He was about to swing his magic sword to destroy these slimes, suddenly his eyes were also blindfolded by the slimes falling from the blood tree. Oh, I can't see anything anymore. The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba waved the magic sword vigorously, but there were too many slimes around, or a lot of them were wiped out by the magic sword, but he was not afraid of the magic sword swinging. Waved to other teammates. Not to mention Kiba Yudo, the beautiful blonde boy, Lin Shan was shocked to see a lot of slimes of different sizes falling from the surrounding trees. These are slimes. This is too disgusting. Why are there so many slimes? Lin Shan was shocked, but he also helped. The summoning magician expert took the lead here, but he couldn't get better here. He was also blocked by a large number of slimes. On the other hand, senior sister Zunai, assistant to the president of Rias, is still very happy. It seems that her love and admiration feature has been activated again. She laughed and said, "Oh, these slimes are simply too disobedient. Crawling around the body, haha." To be honest, these slimes crawled around on their bodies and made them itch, because the slimes' body material was weak and slippery, and it was a bit firm. The only bad thing is that these slimes will eat everywhere. They are known as the big stomach kings, and they can eat everything like a gluttony. Of course, they will not gnaw on living organisms, which means that everyone is not life-threatening. If there are too many, it is also dangerous. Lin Shan was shocked to see everyone, especially the gorgeous clothes of Li Yassi's assistant to the president Zunai Senpai and other members. It was also being melted away by those slimes a little bit, which was a bit dangerous now. The president of senior sister Rias here also shouted uncomfortably, "Oh, these slimes are so annoying." On the other side, the blonde doctor and beautiful girl Nanny Aisha couldn't get better there. She screamed directly over there, "Ah, what a shame." The school mascot, Tachangbayan Kitten Sauce, was not too surprised. She said naively, "It's sticky, it's really disgusting. Damn it, hurry down from my face." The beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba pulled a large slime on his face vigorously. "Wow, are these slimes poisonous?" Advertisement. Lin Shan asked in shock. He was shocked, but why didn't he have these slimes? Are these slimes all a bit wise and targeted? Immediately after Lin Shan discovered the problem, he began to hurriedly said to everyone, "Hey, what do you do next?" The school mascot Tachangbayan Kitten Sauce suddenly knocked Lin Shan to the ground with a fist here, and said slyly, "What are you guys looking at everywhere?" Oh, Lin Shan was directly beaten by the school mascot, Tachangbayan Cat Sauce, lying on the ground, and did not get up for a long time. Lin Shan got up with difficulty and said grievously, "This is not something I control and don't watch. Even if you say that, I can't ignore everyone's crisis." The school's mascot, Tachangbayan Kitten Sauce, continued confusedly, "Huh, don't quibble so useless, these are just some ordinary 280 mob slimes." Ah, broken. The president of Lia's Senpai yelled over there. Lin Shan hurriedly looked over and asked, "What's wrong, President?" The president of Lia's Senpai raised her hands in shock and said, "My magic power has slowly started to disappear, I can't use it anymore." Not only did she discover the problem, but everyone who was covered with this green slime had this condition, and felt that the whole body became extremely weak. Oh, it's going to be troublesome now. Zunai Senpai, assistant to the president of Rias, was also uncomfortable, and she was about to lie on the ground in a weak body. Lin Shan saw this and hurriedly yelled, "This slime has absorbed magic power. Everyone quickly get it down. Hurry up, while it is still in a very serious situation. If everyone is unable to use magic anymore, it is estimated that everyone will be ruined here slowly." Summoning makes the magic expert take the lead here but stands there with his hands crossed very leisurely, and said with a smile, "Well, this green slime should be the kind of slime who specializes in magic materials and magic. Mew, it's a relatively rare species. He is talking here, but he can see behind him, there is a guy dangling over there. In fact, that guy is the beautiful blonde boy Yudo Kiba, and he keeps holding the magic sword back and forth over there with the air. Compete.